streaming a little bit early tonight. Gonna try and get the call started. Let's start with Peter Moon. Give him a call.
I'll be right with you.
Sure, take your time. Okay, he'll let us know when he's available. In the meantime, I will add on our young lady. Let's see if we can reach her. Okay, just call her a little bit early rather than a little bit late as usual. Okay, now, how do we do this? We handle this with the add participants, of course. And then we go to Marina. There we are. Press the call button. And then we press add. Okay, we'll find out soon enough.
Okay, I'm back. I'm here. Are we on the air?
We are live. We are attempting to add Marina. Let's see if she responds. And very pleasant to speak to you. Of course, everything we say is streaming, so let's make certain that we okay, so it says Marina unavailable. Let her know we're trying to call. And I will let her know as well.
She didn't answer me on Messenger, but she did answer me on her timeline.
Okay.
So, so she still doesn't answer me it says she was active 8 minutes ago.
Okay.
I'll ask her, are you ready? Okay. But she hasn't answered my previous communication. I don't know. Sometimes she loses touch with
okay. Yeah, she's ethereal like that. Yes. And okay, let's see if this works.
If she loses touch, her internet is unstable.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Understood. Yes.
So I'm going onto her timeline.
And in the interim, yes, so just for future reference, we're live, and of course this happened before. I guess we can talk about it later. I'm sure I'd love to catch up with you. I know things have been exciting. Of course, we can do that while waiting for her. Catch up a bit on what happened in Chicago, and of course with all that went down. I'm sure there was quite a lot.
Okay, I'm just writing. I'm writing on her timeline.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'll let the listeners know that Peter Moon is attempting to communicate with Marina. Hopefully we haven't had an internet breakdown on her end. She had every intention of joining us tonight from whatever communications she shared with Mr. Moon. And these things do happen, of course. Spain is not necessarily the most technologically advanced nation in the world, but it's up there. It's on a different world all its own, though. A lot of people don't know that. And therefore, it has its own kind of response time.
Okay, so, I'll fill in the gap.
Wonderful.
I do want to address a reader's question, but I said I would address it after Marina spoke. or after being a leftist, so I don't want to. Might not want to do it now, but anyway.
Just out of curiosity, do you feel that somehow it would require MARINA as kind of like a preface to it to make your answer make sense?
No, not at all. Not at all. It's a different.
How's the quality of my sound, by the way?
You sound great.
Oh, okay, good.
I've got some intense things to discuss with you, and maybe we'll start with that. But
wonderful.
What I wanted to say is, Chicago was a great trip. We processed a lot of stuff. It was very cold. It was like a major thing to Paula. She really wanted to go to Chicago. I wouldn't put it on the level. For some reason. I wouldn't put it on the level of a Christian going to Jerusalem.
but seemed to really excite her for some reason. What was her romance about it?
I guess it's just probably a place she's heard about.
Okay.
And, wanted to go. And, Chicago was never a place I wanted to go.
I was about to say, especially during winter, but go on.
It's the coldest day of the year. It was the coldest day of the year. And this goes back to January 1st. And we actually enjoyed going through the winter, but then it kind of got to us. And then the next day we were driven around by our friend Marta Thomas, who drove us all around the town. And, we didn't spend $1 on Uber there. We were able to walk, except for the Uber getting there. Mm-hmm. We were able to take the train to the airport for like $3 each on the way back. But it was, what can I say? It was cold, but it was kind of fun going out in the cold. Okay. And walking. We were able to walk. We were very centrally located. And Marta showed us all around the town driving. I mean, I've been to Chicago like probably 3 times before.
Okay.
And I went there by reason of my career. Mm-hmm. And I, the Moores were the first one to bring me there. And I would have really loved. I didn't go there to network and meet friends. Mm-hmm. I went there just, to show Paula the town and have a good time.
Yeah.
And Chicago is very nice. The people are very nice. It's known for its restaurants. And, we just had a great time.
Wonderful.
Processed a lot of stuff, because stuff happens in the dream state. It was very heavy stuff. I had to go down to the gym and do my Qigong because I didn't want to disturb her in the room. I get up in the middle of the night. I can't sleep. Mm-hmm. So I start doing Qigong.
Okay.
And one of the dreams I had, I don't remember, it was probably my last night in Chicago. It might have been my first night home because I got jet lag or something really bad. And I was yesterday, I was out. Mm-hmm. I was not in good shape.
Right.
I was sick, for lack of a better word, although, it didn't amount to anything but a headache. Right. And Paula helped me a lot on that. But it was travel is rough on the body.
Right. It is.
And, it is, and because you're eating different food and so on and so forth, you're out of your routine. But so I'm over that. But I had a dream where I was going down an alley with this I would call him what's the word? I can't remember the word. But he's a mafioso blood soldier.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean, not just he's going to kill. He's going to kill.
Right. And
he looks at me kind of disdainfully. And says, you're not one of us. You're not one of us. In other words, it wasn't like he was going to attack me. It's like I'm not like a blood soldier.
Right.
He didn't say get out of here, but it was kind of you're not, you're not part of us. So he runs down to do his killing. Mm-hmm. Then I walk away, and then there's these 2 mafiosos that don't look anywhere near as badass as this guy. And they're about to be killed for betrayal. And I'm sitting there and I'm kind of this is getting kind of intense. And then I'm with a guy, and I think he'd given me a book. And then I gave him, I don't know what the book, and I was holding the book. And the mafia, and so then I guess they were either going to kill these guys or killed the guys. And so I'm sitting there and I'm kind of like, what am I doing with this book? I don't want this book in my hand. I think it's incriminating.
Right.
And I kind of walk along and I'm trying to give the book to somebody else and they're kind of checking me out, but they kind of leave me alone. Right. And I just kind of like, it's like I'm, kind of in the zoo and I'm moving out of the zoo. I just kind of make my way out of the environment, and I'm unharmed.
Right.
Then I realized that book is your book that I'm working on.
Ah.
And I said, oh boy, this is, but then again, it's not, I just remembered that dream this morning.
Yes.
And so that the book has a lot of charge around it, but it doesn't do any harm if the book never is published. And even if it's published to a limited edition, it doesn't do harm.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And then I got a call from an old friend of mine. She's like in her 90s, and she subscribes to my newsletter, and she hadn't got it in a year. So she resubscribed, and we got talking, and I was looking her up online because I said I wanted to get her address, and she said, and then I looked and I saw her name, and it was like her name was connected to this like super duper Jewish organization in Israel, where she was like this tremendous mover and shaker and was anti-Zionist. Now she's Jewish, and she does contribute to Israel. She's been to Israel. Her husband was big into this. Her husband wasn't on the same frequency as her at all spiritually. And I was asking her about this because, but she says, no, that's not her. That's just somebody who has the same name. And it's led to confusion, where her cousin would call her up to congratulate her. Mm-hmm. And she says, no, this is not me. It's not her. Although she does have, has had a strong financial support of factions of Israel. Right. And I started talking to her about the kings of Edom.
Okay.
She didn't know anything about the kings of Edom. Right. She identifies with Christ, not in a traditional Christian sense. So I think that this book would greatly interest her.
Right.
Although she can't read anymore. She has to have things read to her.
Interesting. Because of her eyesight?
Yeah, her eyesight's not good enough to read.
Okay.
So she has people who help her and whatnot.
Has she ever learned Braille, or is that kind of like...
She's not that blind.
Okay.
And I mean, I don't think she needs Braille. I don't think she's going to do Braille. I think she's not blind, but, just can't read anymore.
Got it. By the way, I'm responding to some people in chat, and let's see if Mr. Moon has anything to say to them, basically to review what's in chat, which Mr. Moon's free to look at. And I do remind everyone, do hit an upvote, because as soon as we start transmission, we are automatically hit with scores of downvotes. One just can look at the imagery embedded in thumbnail of live stream as to see why we garner a lot of hostility. There are a lot of people viewing us who are simply assigned to do so, often involved with what Americans now reference as the deep state. And these are, of course, the kings of Edom and various other elements which Mr. Moon is alluding to when he's speaking of his recent, shall we say, encounters in the ethereal, when he himself is in the dream state. He himself, of course, has been quite active in terms of just traveling around lately. And believe me, I'm glad that he made it home safely, considering. And thank you, Bruce Vinicus, for giving a thumbs up. Deeply appreciate it, because it helps to put us on the searches. And otherwise, the aggregate for YouTube is totally retarded. It operates solely on popularity, and therefore, the more hits you get, the more you're likely to appear on searches, which makes it more likely that you get hits. In order to try and frustrate that, the enemy, and my enemy is your enemy. These are the people that everyone claims they want to fight against. The human child traffickers, Cannibal Man. These are the people in place in power that are trying to prevent anyone hearing about myself, mainly because I bring on people like MARINA SEREN, And unfortunately, she seems to be cut off due to technical issues in Spain that we have no control over. That would be the most likely surmise that we can presume at the moment. We hope. Now, we are getting messages. Okay, so let's take a look. Marina SEREN says she's here. So, okay, she says, I'm ready. Wonderful. So let's bring her on. And she, of course, is the star of the show. Let me tell her calling. And so let me proceed to do that. And, of course, what I need to do is get back onto screen, then go on to the participants, press the Marina call again. And there we are. She should be on with us any moment. So Marina SEREN should be joining us in a matter of moments or minutes. We are attempting to call. Peter Moon is communicating such to her as well. And then it's a question of whether or not the transatlantic...
You put a call into her, right?
I did, yes.
And is she communicating in the chat room?
She communicated in the private messages on Facebook. Private messenger on Facebook.
And what did she say? Is she having trouble with Skype or something?
She just said, I'm ready. So I think that basically what's going on is something happened.
She could have her Skype turned off. That's quite possible. I've done that before.
Yeah. So send her a message to that effect. Say, check if your Skype is on. She says, doesn't let me in.
Oh, it says doesn't let me in.
Okay. So...
Tell her to you tell her to restart Skype.
Okay.
Restart Skype.
Restart.
That should work.
Yeah. Restart your Skype. Skype, please. Restart your Skype, please. There we are. Restart your Skype, please. There she is. Hello, dear Marina.
Finally.
Yes. How are you?
Hello, Marina.
Oh, we're much the better for your appearance, I assure you. Everyone's asking about you in the chat. They are looking forward to your appearance, and by all means, honey, the stage is yours. Tell us a bit about what's been going on lately.
Not much, to be honest. Well, I had a very, very interesting concert experience, not like so much long ago, some days ago.
Wonderful.
Yes, I was brought to Agartha.
Wonderful. And how was it? What was it like? By all means, share whatever you feel like.
Well, they expressed to me that there are very much kinds of Agarthians. Some that look like Nordic beings and that are living in very...
Some look like what? Excuse me, Marina.
She said some look like Nordic beings, is what she
Nordic
said?
Beings,
yes.
Okay.
Yes. By all means, Marina, when you speak, do speak directly into the microphone and shout. I'm hearing you well, but maybe some people can't. And so try to speak every word very, very clearly. Yeah. Go on.
Yes, that's because I'm using headphones.
Okay.
So let me try.
The headphones are fine, I think. You sound pretty clear. And,
Okay.
yeah. We hear you. Yes.
Yes, perfect.
Wonderful. So when you were brought to Agartha, could you tell us a bit about, take it your pace, start where you want, but was this kind of like any craft was used to bring you there, or you just kind of found yourself there?
Yes, well, I had two visits to Agartha. The first visit I had this year, but at the very beginning.
Okay, you sound a little echoey now.
Secret space program.
Okay,
so the Germans.
Okay.
Towards a tunnel down to Guardian.
Okay.
And they were pretty Nordic looking, very humanoid.
We've got horrible audio right now.
Different from us.
It's not working.
No,
something's very wrong.
Right. So, honey, we can hear you, but there's a little bit of technical glitch there. So, is it your headphone, or you just got to, we're going to try and work out your technology here. When you're speaking, because we're across the Atlantic, we just need to make certain everything is working, because sometimes it's not always the best quality of technology. But, go on with the... you were talking about the German secret space program, or the secret space program separate from that of the Germans, but let's see if we can hear you now. Take your time. Speak slowly and loud.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Excellent. Thank you. Keep going.
Sure. So I was brought in a ship from the SSB, from the Pacific Germans.
Okay.
And I remember that they brought me in the tunnels that connect the outside, the surface of the Earth with the inner Earth.
Yes.
And I remember that I was in the ship and I was with some Guardians, and they were very Nordic looking, but they have a lot of boundaries. So I remember that it was a very fun experience because I offered chocolate to one of the hires of their kingdom.
Yes.
And suddenly one of them, like the mother, came towards me and say, "No, what are you doing? You're gonna alert the military, the politicians, the very high priced, people. You should not give human food to any of us."
Okay.
And I was like, "Oh, okay, I'm so sorry, And then they brought me to this beautiful place. It was all green. It had very beautiful vegetation.
Yes.
And there were even some animals that were not like alive in our surface, that I will say that were extinct after the Ice Age.
Right. Do you remember what these animals might have looked like, or like anything in
It's
particular?
like mammoths.
Okay. Like woolly mammoths and mastodons.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And so when just to reiterate, so we make certain that our listeners understand, when it comes to the experience, it was fun. You offered some chocolates to the higher ups, which were kind of like officers, or was this more like royalty or nobility, or both?
No, it was a child. It was like a higher, but it was like the son of one of the higher ups.
Okay, a hybrid, right?
Yeah, like a higher.
Okay. So by the way, how's your health been? You had that COVID for a while. Are you feeling better?
Yes, I'm definitely feeling better. I recovered in 1 week. No vaccines needed.
Okay, wonderful. I'm so proud of you. And so when it comes to, again, this kind of trip, it was definitely on a craft. You found yourself on a craft, and it was you were brought into Agartha. And could you tell me a bit about what the difference is between Agartha and Shambhala for our listeners, as you understand it?
Well, I don't know the exact difference, but what I remember is that in this recent experience, I was brought again to inner Earth, to a part of Agartha.
Yes.
But it was very different from the other kind of experience I had.
Okay.
Because this time, it was not like green vegetable. It was more like a desert kind of, like desert, kind of like place. And the humanoids were not completely Nordic. They were humanoids like the blue giants that are in contact with me.
Yes, wonderful. And thank you for clarifying that. Now, by the way, I've just made certain that there's an individual in the chat room who's been banned. So for everyone's comfort, and that is making certain that that's known for everybody's comfort. Dat Dude 873210 says we're sounding loud and clear. Sammy Romero says we're sounding loud and clear. So wonderful. We're getting more comfortable with yourself. When it comes to these blue giants, do you ever feel a sense of danger, or a sense of danger around that, or should people be cautious around them, or how would people recognize them, say for instance, and not confuse them with demons or something of that sort?
To be honest, one of the things that I felt when I first connected to them, it was amazing unconditional love. From the other part, I felt pretty much like intimidated, because they are royalty. They are Anunnaki royalty. So I felt like I should become very high at their level.
Yes.
so that I could be respected and taken seriously. But they reach out to me and say, why do you feel intimidated? We love you. There's no reason to feel that way. And when I had a conversation with the channel's extraterrestrials, they told me and confirmed me that these specific blue giants doesn't see us as bastard children who are not enough, like spiritually, who are not enough, like royal or something. They see us purely as beautiful beings, creations of them, enough, not indeed in any other kind of genetic iteration.
Wonderful. And when it comes to genetic iterations, I want to get back to this, of course, because this is fascinating and it's important. But one of the things that I realized was because you're young and you're fertile and you're of breeding age and very desirable, that there's been times in the past when different races from the different systems or different interests or power groups have tried to breed you. And I do believe that you felt much more comfortable with the Nordics doing this, or Nordic types, because this, of course, if they are involved at all with the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich, then these are definitely, this is part of what was known as Project Lebensborn, or Fountains of Life, as was the German term, meaning that this was a breeding program towards the basically a higher state of evolutionary being, and certainly you would be a prime candidate for that kind of process. Does this resonate with you, what I'm observing?
Yeah, surely. Many people know about my breeding experience with these CeAChN kind of programs with the Greys, but I have had plenty of other hybrid programs. One of them was with humanoids who were not Greys, but I have not been revealed yet what kind of a specific species they are from. And the other ones are the Nordics from the positive secret space programs. And I have real memories of me having sexual intercourses with one of them.
Okay. Wonderful. By the way, we are told the sound is better from you, and I do want people to understand that, of course, our dear Marina, even when the quality of sound is better, and her English is excellent. Your English is wonderful. Comparatively speaking, believe me.
It's impeccable. It's impeccable.
Yeah.
But I want to address both of you, if I may.
Of course. Oh, I just wanted to clarify one thing first.
Sure.
What Marina was just talking about now was that she
exactly to that. Go
was
ahead.
the Greys. Yes, and so that some people mistook what she said for Christ, which she was speaking of Greys. Greys were attempting to breed her, and so that being clarified, then the Nordics, of course, also attempted to breed her, and she was much more comfortable with that. With the Greys, it was more of a violation. So we've gone a bit into that in the past. We'll go a bit into that again, perhaps tonight. But what was your question, dear Peter?
Well, it's like when she mentioned the sexual intercourse, it's like what's going on here is, yeah, as you said, she's fertile, and this is obviously she's not the only one that's had this happen to her. There are Nordics doing this. There are different entities, perhaps for lack of a better word, trying to procreate through your, feminine system. And all women are basically vulnerable in this respect. I mean, even the normal walkabout woman is vulnerable to giving birth. And of course, giving birth, and I'm being a little more existential here, but giving birth is like a heavy-duty process. If you're just having a child in a quote-unquote normal sense, there's all sorts of angels and entities that kind of surround that and steward that child into his life, into his karma. It's a big, big deal. We don't think of it that way. We think, oh, this cute little baby. But there's all of these like stuff lined up. When we get to a specialized situation like this, where it's like that channel is open, and it needs to be, what's the word, filtered / shut down. Because I know you personally shared with me what was going on with you, Marina. I don't know if you want to share that publicly, but that's what happens when these things are, filtered, or I guess it's an invasion of a sort. And you need to be protected, just like that character who was sending you creepy messages. That's just another human violation. It's not as horrible as the other stuff, where it's like invading your auric system. And breathing, the exercise I shared with you, gets the lymph flowing, protect you. So protection is mandatory here. That's all I wanted to say, but you can respond to me or carry on.
Yes, by all means, dear Marina. Do tell us a bit about how you protect yourself.
Well, one interesting thing I wanted to share first is that one day past year, I was like not entirely disconnected from the great programs. I was just in that phase in which I was starting to realize what kind of people they were. And I remember that before my birthday, I had a very specific traumatic revealing dream. And in this dream, I was crying because I saw demonic energies around me, and I saw death all the way around me. And I remember that I was crying and I was saying, what the hell I done? Why did I give my DNA to these monsters? The Greys, they're mixing our DNA with Nephilim DNA. Yes. And then I saw a baby in my womb, and a demon came towards me and started to touch it and say, this is our baby. I love our baby. And it was so dramatic. When I woke up, I was definitely shocked.
Yes, I can imagine. No, that's horrific. And I am so glad that you now speak against that aspect of the secret space program. So it's been a terrible experience, and it must be very traumatic. How do you try and deal with the trauma?
Well, what I did is to reprogram my DNA, because one of the things these beings do is that when you are still not retiring consciously your consent from their programs, they feel they have the possibility or the consent to perform all kinds of things in your vessel. And one of the things is that they attack you, and they start to create infusions, genetic infusions of the DNA of the gray ivory children that they created out of your DNA. And the gray DNA in specifically
always stay true
with
Was that is that someone? We had an interruption there with some audio, but
that was something that went off on my computer. I apologize. It's
okay.
Go ahead.
So please go on, Marina. In terms of the yes, with you altered your DNA, and you do this by exercises or by will?
By willpower. I remember that I went to my bed, I lay down, and I said powerfully, I retire all consent from the gray hierarchy programs. And I remember that I had no other abduction anymore going on after that. I only had psychic harassment, manipulations, and death threats, but never an abduction for them to breathe with me.
Thank God. No, that's so much better. Such a relief. I'm so glad that you were able to do that, to enforce your will in such a manner that it was honored, your wishes. And with
I also want to talk about something really important right now.
Sure.
One of the psyops in the New Age community, it's the idea of hybridization. It is a trend, a massive trend. Everybody is talking about hybridization. Everybody is romanticizing gray hybrid abductions. Everybody is saying, having like a Stockholm syndrome in which death fail is special. And they feel like they made them cool to share about the fact that they have been part of these gray hybrid programs. And so the other aspect of the psyop is to say and propagate the belief that we must become hybridized with these great vessels in order to evolve. And that is a big ass lie. That is a psyop, so that you contribute to their agenda and their narrative.
Yes. I have a question and a comment on that. Mm-hmm. And of course, I remember this from the 1980s and 90s, but I didn't know it was still going on. And that's new to me. So this is like an old drama continuing from my perspective, because I don't plug into that sort of thing. But I think that Douglas could address this very specifically if we should. Mm-hmm. He has a lot to say about this, what you called psyop, mm-hmm. and where it comes from. I don't know if Marina is familiar with it, as you have delineated it in the past.
Do you mean the Cho?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I'm certain Marina remembers a bit about what I said on the one episode, her first episode with us, as a matter of fact, her first appearance. And I can go into that again with her, certainly. But I do want to spend as much time that we have gifted with her presence, with her talking. And then what I can do is, of course, bring up the show a little bit before she leaves, and then tell her that, we can go over this as time progresses. But do you remember?
But do you remember what he said about the Choa or the Chichoa, Marina?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. But this is what you're dealing with the psyop. But carry on.
One element. It's an element, and so
very important.
Yes. So everyone just, as we said, Marina's English is impeccable, but there are certain phrases that are used, and one of them is psyop. So when she uses that term, she's referring to psychological operation. And this is, of course, a very nasty agenda that some of these psychological operators have. So, dear Marina, please continue. You've had so many adventures lately, and it's obvious that I'm just glad that you kind of got over the COVID hump while dealing with all of this. You also had an interview while you were suffering from the COVID. Tell us a bit about that interview, the other interview that you had recently, or was there more than that?
Sorry, but I believe that COVID affected a little bit my short-time memory, so I don't know what interview you're talking about.
Oh, no worries. It was maybe last week or the week before. Do you remember from the past few weeks? Believe me, there's plenty of times I go on benders and I don't remember the past 2 weeks myself. So, yeah, no problems there if you don't remember it. But maybe I misunderstood. I thought I saw a post on your Facebook timeline about that. And
you mean the interview with Linda Moulton Howe?
Oh, that might have been something reposted. Yeah, maybe that was reposted or something. Maybe it was.
Yeah, it was reposted because it happened like 2 months ago.
Okay, so that was about 2 months ago. Whoa, that's not that long ago. Yeah. And I'm so glad your photographs are still up. I was panicking. I received a message from somebody in the private messenger that, I don't see her photographs anymore. And I said, where? And she said on Facebook. So hopefully everything's fine over there. Everything's still functioning on your Facebook. And
oh, yes, it is.
Yes, thank goodness. And by the way, tell people what you do, the services that you offer that are available via your website, what they can contact you about.
Sure. So right now I offer spiritual coaching in which I connect to my higher self. Well, first of all, I make a journal energetic reading of the person, of the client in particular, to read their energy. And then I reach out to my higher self to ask what kind of intuitive guidance might be more of service to that specific person so that we can help them get into the higher step of evolution.
Wonderful. And so this is different from people calling you for, say, having their fortune told or something like that, or it would be more like along the lines of a different kind of self-actualization, right?
Yes, exactly.
Wonderful. And in terms of the anything else that your website that you want to bring to people's attention?
Sure.
Yeah.
I also offer conversations because sometimes there's people who doesn't want spiritual coaching. They just want to conversate with me about their private experiences. And I'm monetizing it not because of profit, but rather because I have very few time and I have ton of requests. And so I have like tons and thousands of messages of people trying to tell me the story and get my perspective. So apparently, unfortunately, I have to monetize it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a way to reach out to those people and help them, get them my advice on their experiences.
Thank you. And that's right. That's wonderful. So when it comes to, say, for instance, the inner earth, I'm so profoundly happy that you have knowledge of the inner earth. You're aware of the importance of it. And I do have a question from private messages about Pleiadians, what your opinion might be on them. Do you have an opinion on Pleiadians in particular?
Oh, of course I have. I'm very, very, very different from what it's the most common perspectives. I have dealt with two kinds of different Pleiadian ETs. The ones that are positive and are collaborating with our race and species, and the ones that unfortunately for not understandable reason that I am aware of, they are working on like closely with the gray hybrid programs, and they're trying to defend them.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so we need to be careful of them, wary of them, and definitely appreciate your bringing that to our attention. And as well, when it comes to the hidden history of some of these races and their coexistence with humanity, which of these races would you say have been coexisting with humanity the longest?
I think the Anunnaki, but the positive ones.
Okay, yes. And another point to make in case people didn't understand, it's some of these key phrases that with Marina SEREN, her otherwise impeccable English, some of these key phrases become difficult for people to understand. The key phrases like Nephilim. She was pointing out the fact that the Greys are, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong on this, Marina, the Greys are taking our DNA and interbreeding it or hybridizing it with that of the Nephilim. Is that correct?
Correct. It doesn't mean that they're taking genetics from the Nephilim, like the fallen angels themselves. It's just that it's a very specific and explicit cycle energy of evolution. So we obviously are made of many different angels or archangels DNA genetics from different groups. Seraphim, Nephilim, Elohim, etc. And so the ones that are specifically the Nephilim are the ones that are most connected with the karmic cycles of energy in the past that manifested in a parallel future the version of Christ that have been devolved or performed dystenic agendas in order to become almost extinct. So that's why they are here right now in this present moment, because we have all this plenty of possibilities and we are connecting to many different kinds of probabilities. So because we have this Nephilim DNA that connects him to their own karmic cycles of energy coming from the past, they are finding these ones that have compatible DNA with the Nephilim and are trying to reinforce that genetic blueprint so that they are able to breed, to be compatible, and to create these hybrid children.
Yes. And aside from that, dear Marina, what would you say? Could you disambiguate, tell us the difference between the Nephilim and the Anunnaki? What difference would there be?
Well, I will say that the Nephilim and the Elohim and all of these different archangels and angel groups are actually Anunnaki. Because if you look at the word Anunnaki, Anu was like a god, and Na was kind of like from, and Ki was heaven. So if you realize the word Anunnaki means angels from heaven or God from heaven, it means like fallen angels, literally, in Sumerian transcription.
Okay. And so when it comes to the Bible, for instance, which parts of the Bible do you find valuable, if any?
Well, to be honest, I believe that Christ was an avatar from a master that incarnated in that specific place in space and time, so that the Christ energy, the energy from the fifth density and sixth density of consciousness, will be reverted. I mean, so that the tyrannical energetics and dynamics that were existing and coexisting within those governments and institutions and societies will be rebalanced, so that the new kind of like a five-dimensional unconditional source energy will be illuminating that path away from those karmic cycles of energy of the Anunnaki. So what happened is that unfortunately he was heavily targeted by many different groups back in Israel. And these people, specifically the Jews, because they were the ones in Israel, it's the ones that sabotage the Christ messages, and they started to add elements in the Bible, in his words, that had Jewish Christian elements, so that they will use his words and his impact in the world to enslave humanity in a religious kind of mentality with Jewish Christian elements that will make them be slaves to God rather than God themselves.
Okay. And so this was part of a kind of enslavement process, this kind of paradigm that was, or go on from there, whatever else you feel should be important to emphasize. I think that...
yeah, and of course this Bible contains many, if not all, of the symbols that are embedded within our code, our genetic code or genetic blueprint, collective blueprint. But the only difference is that it has been, let's say, manipulated or transgressed when it comes to meaning and message, so that it will have a programming effect in our subconscious.
Mm-hmm. Okay, wonderful. Now, what do you feel about certain ufological groups that have evolved on both sides of the Atlantic? Say, for instance, the difference between someone like I believe his name was Tim Applewhite, I think was his name, or the name he took on. He was definitely involved with a religious movement that was heavily focused on the Hale Bopp cult, the comet when it came in, and then they committed mass suicide. That was here in the United States. On the other side of the Atlantic, we have groups like the Raelians, and the Raelians, of course, use the swastika within the Shield of David. So they actually combine the Shield of David with the swastika, this kind of shock combination, hybridization, a synthesis of symbols. When it comes to, of course, the Raelians, they ultimately wound up speaking before the United Nations about cloning and their cloning operations. And are you familiar with either of these groups? What's your impression of them? And do you think that these might be psyops, or what do you think? Organic developments, perhaps? Are they having their own experiences? What's your impression of this sort of phenomenon?
Well, to be honest, I see a very strong connection with the swastika and the seal of David, because they're referring to very specific vortex energy that we have in our Merkaba body, or our torus field in our body. So, for example, the swastika represents, if it's clockwise, it represents a very specific vortex energy, the feminine, whilst if it's anti-clockwise, it represents the masculine. One represents channeling, materialization, and the other one represents dematerialization, grounding. So when they are both combined, those two swastikas that represents these two vortices of energy, they create this third-dimensional structure of the Star of David.
Oh, fascinating. So just so people understand what our dear Marina was saying, was she was talking about the swastikas as whorls, as WHORLS, the whorls meaning like vortices. She used the term vortices. In America, they would probably vulgarize that as vortexes. But the vortices is much more graceful, and so she's speaking about how combined the clockwise and counterclockwise swastikas then form a Shield of David. So there's definitely a geometric synchronicity here. What do they call it? There's a word for it. They have a kind of resonance, but I'm forgetting the exact mathematical term, but I think that's profound, Marina. And so what do you, if you could speak a bit more about, say, for instance, the Nordic species of these beings, when they are, say, for instance, dealing with their genetics, and then you take into account what you know about biblical history and so much that's been manipulated, what would be the difference then, as far as you understand it? What would be the cause of the strife and the conflict that manifested around the time of World War II between, say, for instance, Zionism or the Jewish culture and, say, for instance, the Nordics? Were they involved in any way with affairs on Earth at that time?
Well, basically, that has to do with the fact that because we're hybrids, not only with one specific species, but many kinds of species, subtypes of Anunnakis, and other aspects of these Anunnakis, which are the Andromedans, the Sirians, Arcturians, Pleiadians. Because of the different influences, genetic and cultural influences that we have had all around the world, there are specific lineages in Earth that are descendants, pure descendants from very specific groups, and others who are part of other specific spiritual families or lineages. So, for example, Elena Blavatsky explained this very clearly, very simply, and it's that there are many groups, even non-whites, who are connected to the Aryan race, to the great Aryan race. Even the brilliant civilization from inner earth are not white. They're red skin, but they are Aryan. They're part of the Aryan family. However, the Semites, specifically the ones who are Jewish, are coming from a very specific origin, a very specific Anunnaki group that is not of Aryan nature. And that's why has been confrontation and karmic dynamics between the two. One's trying to make the other ones distinct each other because they are not the same family.
Thank you. I mean, that's very important, a very important point. And so when you yourself are kind of, where do you feel you fall into in this struggle between these forces?
Well, one of the things that I received as a download when I was connecting to this consciousness is that I am an Aryan. I remember that I had doubts at the beginning because I was born with the idea that all Aryans had to be blonde, blue-eyed, Nordic kind of type. And even though I have Nordic genetics, I am still Mediterranean from Spain.
Mm-hmm.
So I had my doubt. However, I received contact from them and they said, Marina, you are Aryan. And they showed me visions of a lot of Nordic runes and they taught me the meaning of each of them. And after that experience, I have a very interesting experience in which I was brought out of my body in an astral body projection. And there were some groups of beings who asked me to open a book.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this was a very specific spiritual book that contained some of the Akashic records of humanity or of my soul. And when I opened the book, I saw great geometrical forms create what it's called the Nordic tree of life, the Celtic tree of life. And then when I look at that tree, a very powerful godlike, deity-like energy came towards me and said, Marina, these are your roots. You need to reconnect with them.
Mm-hmm. Wow. That's amazing. And what did you feel at that moment?
I feel excited because I've always been super interested by Aryan knowledge and culture. When I was a child, and I don't believe, I don't know if I must say this or not, but I used to draw runes and even swastikas when I was a very, very little child.
Yes.
And I feel very connected to them.
Yes. Yes. And as did I, we're both connected in a very real sense from youth. We understood this. And of course, this has to do with our past lives, I'm sure, as well as, whatever kind of influence we may have gotten from our parents, your father being as interested in history as he was. So whatever happened to your father's miniatures collection? Does your family still keep them?
Yes, we'll still keep them in my living room.
Wonderful. Oh, that's delightful. And wasn't there a convention recently? You were able to show me a photograph of yourself in the private messages that you sent me, and you said Spain has some great military conventions. Was that recently or not too recently?
It was very recently, and it was amazing. People loved my uniform.
Oh, wow.
And I was able to spread a lot of awareness about the real society, the Thule society. And surprisingly, there are many authors who are very aware of this occult part of history. So it was very exciting. However, I'm not going to go into details for my safety.
Okay, understood. But when you use the term authors, right, is what you're saying? Many writers were aware of the history.
Exactly.
Yes, the occult aspect of this history. So are many of these writers, they speak Espanol? Are many of them from Argentina or Chile or other areas of the Latin American world that speak the Spanish language?
About 94% are Spanish people purely from Spain,
Okay.
and the 6% are from Germany.
Wow, wonderful. And of course, the German connection in Spain is very strong. So, as you said, there's not too much detail you can go into for your safety. But in terms of the fact that you received a positive response, I mean, this is what makes Spanish culture so wonderful. It's very neutral and open to the ideology of National Socialism because they were allied with the Reich during the Second World War, and Francisco Franco maintained power until his death, and certainly his legacy has left a heritage of that. So when it comes to, say, for instance, where you speak of some of these esoteric subjects, and like you say, many authors and writers are aware of it. What about the general public? Like you said, you were able to spread awareness, and people appreciate this, and they certainly appreciate yourself. Which part of what you feel is important do you share with them? Like, do you start by talking about Anunnaki or your experiences with MILABs or military abductions, or what do you bring up in general to speak about a topic or topics you're interested in?
Well, one of the things they ask me is, oh, why don't you buy a heel figure? Let me try again.
Yeah.
Heel figurine uniform, which is the uniform that the ladies back in World War II used to wear, because I'm a woman.
Right.
And they say it will really fit you, you know. And I say, well, I wear this general uniform because in my past life I was a general, so I like wearing it. I feel very comfortable.
Yes.
And then we start to talk about past lives. We start to talk about our ideologies, about how the plan was sabotaged, and how we were fortunately protected from communism and globalism, and we're so fortunate in Europe. So I feel pretty good in those conventions.
Yes. Oh, that's wonderful. And aside from that, again, to just kind of what was on my mind, because we're missing you for about 2 weeks at this point. It was during this time that, of course, you found yourself being taken to the Agartha. And it was. Is there any other details about that? Say, for instance, that are similar to what happened with Admiral Byrd. Admiral Byrd had something similar in terms of an experience, did he not? And I forget exactly. Was I mistaken in some way or another? Were you related to Admiral Byrd, or did you just happen to know something about him?
Well, that's a very interesting question. I have been guided intuitively into understanding that Admiral Byrd has a connection with me and my family.
Okay. Wow.
Very distant one. I had a very specific contact experience about 1 or 2 years ago, and it said I was brought to the Arctic Circle out of my body. My mother was there, my grandfather was there, and my grandmother was there. We were sat together, and we received a letter from what it seemed to be a deceased military man. Now, intuitively, I picked up that it was Admiral Byrd because he was made himself obvious to me in various dreams and synchronicities. and I feel a very strong connection to him. He has tried to reach out to me several times. Now, in this letter, we were told that we were part of a very specific Indo-European lineage that connects us to the Isles of Avalon, which is a version of Hyperborea.
Yes.
And Turkey, which is where the Celtic people were when they had their own empire, and also Wales, which is again the center north of Europe, where some Hyperboreans migrated. So we were told that we had a very specific lineage in the European lineage that were special, that connected us to Hyperborea. And then I looked at my grandfather, because my grandfather has a very pale skin and very, very bright green eyes. And I thought that the connection came from him. However, they said, don't look at him. It is not coming from him. Look at your grandmother. She has hazel eyes, and she has blonde, gingerish hair. And her sister has ginger hair and green eyes and Irish surnames. And when I looked at her, I saw the connection, and they said, this is where it's coming from. And that's why you have a very strong connection to your village where she lived in, because there is a very special connection there. So there's a lot of Yusaris in my village, by the way, and it's very small. So it was very revealing, and they started to explain me my soul mission regarding all of these connections: Almiralbert, Agarthia, the Aryan race, the Aldebaran, the Anunnaki, the Blue Giants, all of them.
Wonderful. No, that's delightful. And so when it comes to yourself and the role that you play in all this, you're kind of like a diplomat. You're obviously serving to build bridges between these many worlds. And what about Nordic mythology? When you think of the 9 worlds of the Viking culture, for instance, do you know much about that? Do you feel that that has something applicable to your experiences?
I believe that there are 9 civilizations or kind of worlds that are related to this Nordic mythology. Because, for instances, when people describe Hyperborea, some people say that it is springtime, it is very green, it is hot weather, and there are other people who describe it as being full of snow and very cold. So what I've been told is that there is a world called Jotunheim.
Yes.
Jotunheim, which, by the way, Jotun in Norse mythology means giant, which is the blue giants in Anunnakis. And Heim, of course, is like land. So there is this various kind of regions of Hyperborea and Atlantis and many different civilizations of the Aryans who definitely connect to the same continent, the same complex, that have very different variations from this matter, because some has different weather conditions, environments, or even slight difference in culture or history.
Yes. And so are you very familiar with the Aryan, Indian, or Vedic culture and their concept of 14 worlds? I was wondering if you ever...
Yes.
Tell us a bit about what excites you about that, or what you know of it.
Yeah, so one of the things that these blue Anunnaki beings told me when they first contacted me is that they were of Celtic connection. They were Celtic, and they were wearing Celtic robes, and they were in the north of Europe, teaching me Norse culture and Celtic culture and runic alphabet. However, they say they also have a connection to very specific regions that are not in the north of Europe, that are connected to it at the same time, which is Iran, Iraq, and India.
Right.
And they told me that the Indian Devas,
Yeah, right.
they are
Devis, the female goddesses,
Devis.
right? Yeah.
Yes, exactly. They are painted in blue skin because they represent this specific branch of Anunnakis.
Yes. Yes. Very much so. Thank you. I mean, that's wonderful. Your knowledge is very deep and detailed and impressive in its breadth and depth and width.
Thank you.
So thank you. Yes. So that being said, when it comes to shall we say, what do you know or remember about any bases on the moon in particular, or Mars? Anything about our solar system in particular that you feel you've learned about?
Yes, when I had my first secret space program memory recallings, I saw myself in a ship, and I was wearing a very specific military uniform that was like a spacesuit. And there were many people like me recruited, and we were waiting for the craft to land. We were in the main hall. And I remember that when it landed, we were prepared to be part of it, to be part of like missions, depending on who we were and what we were assigned to do. So I remember going to very specific cybernetic laboratories and doing specific things that at this time in this vessel I'm not able to comprehend or understand because there's limitations.
Yes, definitely. Now, were you ever asked to do anything technical on these ships, like piloting or something that had to do with anything engineering or technical, or were you always more of a passenger and kind of a subject, it would be interesting to know. And so what do you remember about something like that?
Yes, very interesting question. Well, actually, my first secret space program memory, when I was still a skeptic and I didn't know much about it because there was a lot of exopolitics and it was very complex. I remember that I was in a ship and I was in this military uniform spacesuit suit that I described. And one woman came towards me and a small group of people like me who were more like grown up, older than me. And they said to all of us, because of your specific training and your abilities, you have been selected to this mission. And they gave us technology that apparently it was given to them by a treaty with other extraterrestrial races. And they asked us to do reverse engineering to know how it functions. And we were told that once we know how it worked and we were able to utilize it and we were able to learn how to utilize it, we will be able to tell them.
Wow. Wow, that's so did that work take place? The reverse engineering, all that stuff. Do you remember any of that consciously?
Yes, I remember working along with these other super soldiers, and we were very connected. We were working closely to each other, and it ended up working. So we were successful, but I don't remember furthermore, of course.
Okay. And that's understandable. Such memories can often be blocked or erased or suppressed.
Blurry.
Yeah, yeah. What about theosophy? Did you read all of Madame Blavatsky's works, or what do you know of them?
I have positive comments about her work, but at the same time, I have negative comments against her work. Because, it's very awesome when she describes that we are in the middle of a big evolutionary change or cycle in which it's composed itself of many different cycles, which is 7 cycles made of many different races, root races, and sub-races. Because it makes sense. Look at our chakra system. It's 7 chakras. But it is not the limit. There are always more chakras than just 7. And look at our rainbow in our reality. We see 7 principal colors. However, there are more than 7 colors. So it's very spot on when it comes to the idea of 7 cycles of evolution in our matrix in order to transcend into another one. However, I have a conflict when it comes to how she described the reproduction in terms of Hyperborea. She started to describe that we didn't reproduce naturally through sexuality, but rather by splitting each other as if we were like cells, And to me, that doesn't make any sense at all in any way. It does not. It is not compatible.
I guess she describes us as being like amoeba, and we're reproducing by fission. Yes, pretty.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's pretty lame. There doesn't seem to be much enjoyment in that. So yes, I could understand your conflict with that, and and that brings us to the questions of these vanished civilizations. When obviously to people like you and I, Hyperborea is more important than, say, for instance, the concept of Atlantis, which people keep falling back upon, and many people confuse the two. But Hyperborea was definitely more North Polar region, and Atlantis was obviously different. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about what's your understanding about the difference between, say, for instance, these missing continents, Atlantis, Lemuria, Mu, spelled as MU. You might have heard of that in the Pacific, or how do you understand where these continents were, what happened between them, and was it war? As you understand it, how they disappeared?
Well, my understanding is that all those civilizations were constructed by extraterrestrial beings in a positive or neutral perspective, because everything is tied to consciousness. Economy, politics, society, all of those dynamics are completely in tune with the dynamics of our own consciousness on an individual and collective level, because they are expressions of ourselves, So, for example, economy will represent abundance, and politics will represent power and government, and the rest of the other aspects will be another place in the map of our consciousness, another aspect. So the way that we express and project it outside, and we organize it in dynamically, and it works in a specific dynamics, it affects the evolution of our own consciousness, both on an individual level and a collective level. So I believe that such constructs, such as even the idea of time structure, were very divinely designed by these Anunnaki beings and beings from around the galaxies, like the Arcturians, the Pleiadians, etc. And it was designed so that we could evolve farther, because those attunements were fixed into the vibration of the third density consciousness, the third density matrix. However, it was made in a way that the structure will be expansive. It will have dynamics that will trigger within us this idea of evolution towards a newer structure, a newer way to relate to each other. However, there were many wars between continents because of the difference of cultures between different branches of Anunnakis. That was translated in the Earth as in a scenario of playground of battle, literally. So, and also because there were certain groups that were not part of the same families. Because we're not just talking about people from Sirius, people from Andromeda, people from these there. We're talking about the fact that we're combinations of all of them. But inside those combinations, there are even more elements combined. So there are groups that are, for example, Anunnaki, Elohim, Syrians, and others who are Nephilim, this, that, And so there is so much complexity with the amount of groups that have been involved in this hybridization process of creating humanity that it was expected that there will be war and conflict. However, I do not identify it as an issue because it was the only way that we will come all together so that those conflict, that tension, those conflict elements will be put back in place in the table, and we will be able to confront them collectively so that we will be able to overcome them and to become one at our hearts. And this is a very important aspect. The difference is that some beings who are malevolent, who are working for the New World Order, are taking advantage of these dynamics that are natural and are trying to convert them into what is called communism or globalism, so that we become a hive mind mentality with no identity, no origin, no roots, no anything whatsoever, so that we lose our individual power, our root power, and our collective power, and we become a hive mind mentality governed by a queen bee. However, if our roots, our history, our culture is preserved in a way that it is respected by each other, but is kept, protected, and alive in the moment, in the now moment, we will be able to solve our differences without the need of more war or without the need of extinguishing them, making them go extinct, so that we are able to maintain our power, but at the same time solve our differences so that we can become one at heart, not at mind, but at heart.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's beautiful. And so when what we're seeking is an equilibrium in which we retain our cultural diversity. And therefore, we can maintain a world of cultural complexity, which of course is what's necessary for advancement. And certainly, what do you feel about humanity's chances for expanding into space? I mean, humanity itself now, do you feel that we will encounter some of these entities more and more, or we're kind of encountering them now anyway, so our expansion into space will be no different in terms of our encounter rate than what we have now through individuals like yourself?
Well, this is something that depends on our level of evolution, because of the matter that if we are containing conflict with each other, it's because we haven't reached that level of understanding that we are one, that we are one collective. So if we continue that level of conflict outside, it's going to propagate as a virus. So the idea is that we, let's say, solve all of our issues right now, so that the next level of evolution will be for density consciousness, will be integrated so that we can relate to other groups as a collective, instead of from the perspective of the individual just.
Okay. But so if humanity kind of presents itself as a united front in space, then that, however, we're still maintaining our individual cultures here on Earth, then you're kind of like, is that how you see it as the best approach?
Yeah, the best approach is to first achieve inner peace with all of the aspects of yourself, so that you are maintained in a way of integrity, that you are unified. Then you make peace with all the aspects of your outside reality, which is also aspects of yourself from that perspective, so that you become an integrative element, which is a collective consciousness, and you have reached full density. And when you have reached that level, now you can project that into other consciousness that are at the same level, so that the dynamics of polarities, conflict, integration are maintained, so that there is always a rhythm of evolution, a dynamic towards the idea of evolution and more integration of the self. It is the same exact dynamics. It's just that they upgrade into higher levels, so that it never gets boring and it never gets to an end.
Yes, thank you. Now, there's a term that I'm having some trouble with. Are you trying to say economics? Is that the term you're using, or is
No.
What's the term that I might be having some trouble with here? Obviously, you brought up economics to a degree in the last several minutes, but in terms of say, for instance, I guess everything else you've been explaining, that's pretty clear to me, and so definitely appreciate it. I guess we can. Oh, geez, we can check it to see if Peter is still with us, but I'm sure he is.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, wonderful. I don't know.
I can't pronounce economics any better than that, though.
Yeah. But aside from what you're bringing up, dear Marina, I do want to ask again that you let everyone know where they can find you, what your website is, which I believe is marinaseren.com, and of course I just got a message here I'm going to read silently. Let me take a look at this and see what this says. Let me see now. It's what time is it where you're at in Spain, honey?
3:24 a.m.
2:24 a.m. Okay. Oh, great. So you have to leave at 2:30, as you have to get up very early. And we do hope, and I'll do a bit more talking with you next time. I'll make it a little bit more of a conversation. But we were missing you for a few weeks, so we wanted you to have the majority of the talking opportunity here tonight. Once you were able to join us, will you be able to join us next week, next Wednesday?
Oh, definitely, for sure.
Oh, thank you. As always, we would be blessed by your grace, the grace of your presence.
Thank you.
Yes, and so again, please tell everyone where they can find you, about your website, your Facebook page, and what they might ask you about in particular that you'd be open to, and what services you offer. Please let everybody know everything, okay?
Sure, thank you. They can find me on marinaseren.com. By the way, it's SEREN, like in Welsh, not serene. Just to clarify to some people.
Yeah, SEREN. And just so everyone knows, that's the ancient word for star. SEREN. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
So they can find me on marinaseren.com. Then they can find me with the same name, Marina Seren, in Facebook. I offer spiritual coaching. I offer conversations, like one-on-one conversations to explain, conversate about experiences. I offer energetic readings, even though it's not announced yet, because I had a long kiwi and I had to stop announcing them. And then I'm going to start with the distant Reiki healing, because I have a very specific, like a strong ability with my hands and with my energetics to reach out to other people. So I have healed certain people, certain friends, and I've tried if I am able to heal. And after some confirmations, I believe I'm ready to offer it as a service.
Wonderful. And so we just have a few minutes left, and I do want people to understand that there's a lot of women who have really had a negative impression of the term vril. I think that there's a lot of propagandizing against vril, just as people propagandize against Nazis. And because vril and the Third Reich have been connected, people propagandize against the vril just as they propagandize against Nazis. We can talk a bit more about that on Wednesday when you return to us, okay?
Sure, definitely.
Thank you. And, well, we love you dearly, and we very much appreciate your gifting us with your presence. And in the last few minutes that you have with us, I do want to talk a bit more when you return next week about climate change and other things. But before you go tonight, let people know what you think might be the most important thing for them to concentrate on right now.
Ooh, I will say that they surrender to the fact that what matters the most is being, okay? Beingness. Because I've seen a lot of people work and act. And I know that is still a very important facet of the spiritual work to do here. But beingness has had much more power than anything else because it's the primal expression of everything else. So I will suggest them that they will flow their focus into those ideas that make them who they truly are and that they align with them, because the universe doesn't think for itself in terms of logically speaking. It just responds to frequencies. So the more to protect the energetics of who you truly are, the more that you will have that effect in your reality, and you will have that positive effect, positive feedback from the universe.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Mwah. You take care, honey, and we'll look forward to seeing you next Wednesday, all right?
Okay, thank you so much for having me. I always enjoy these conversations with you. And I'm so glad that finally I am having conversations with hosts that have some very similar ideologies, so because I feel more free to talk and express more about who I truly am.
Thank you so much. That matters to me more than anything, and you matter to me more than anything as well, dear Marina. So you take care and have
you too.
Yeah, blessed evening, blessed morning, and the best of slumber to you. Okay, have the wonderful dreams. And feel free to share them with us next time as well.
Good night, Marina. Okay. Good night, Marina.
Likewise. Goodbye.
Goodbye for now, and take care. So that's the lovely Marina SEREN, and she can hang up at her will. With Peter now, we will turn towards kind of reviewing what she said to a degree, and of course speak about other subjects as well. And so that was wonderful, and I just wanted to give her a chance to talk because we missed her, and hopefully as she begins to appear, hopefully more regularly, then I can begin to give her some feedback as to where I feel some of these experiences are sourcing from and kind of contextualize them in a manner that I understand. But I think that it's very important that she does grasp the existence of Wunderland, and of course the fact that she's having some experiences with Agartha and whatnot. A lot of this is kind of memories are cascading back for her. So we'll deal with this more as time progresses. And apparently you've been having some private conversations with her, and I think that's wonderful. I mean, is this on Skype or just by text? I'm curious.
I've had minimal conversations with her. She expressed, I haven't had any conversations with her since she's been ill. Just that she just exchanged some stuff about her, and she didn't bring it up, so I didn't push it. What's going on with her personally.
Understood.
But I don't know that she'd be hesitant, but I'm not going to bring it up unless I alluded to it, hoping she'd bring it up, but she didn't. It's okay. I don't think she'd mind it, but I'm not going to say it until I get the okay from her. But basically, yeah. While I thought it would have been very productive to go deeper into the Chichewa, it's also good that you're bringing out all of her stuff so that we can go address it as appropriate. It's what you call let the stream of consciousness roll. What I would say, what really caught my attention was what she said about so many people coming to her. Yeah. Like it sounded like a frenzy of, what is this stuff I'm going through? You can relate to what I'm going through, sort of idea. I'm adding the dramatic voice because there is an eagerness, or perhaps a desperation. I can't say because it could be. It's definitely an eagerness, but it could be an eagerness prompted by desperation. And it's very important because I am who I am, I will bring the Saturnian aspect into it, what you might say adult supervision. Yeah. And what we have here is an egregore. And for those of you who are not familiar with an egregore, it's an aggregate of entities or automaticities, whatever you want to call them. It's a grouping. Aggregate is an aggregate of a grouping of energies that feed a particular meme or theme. And you will see an egregore when you go to the Catholic Church and you take communion and you're plugging into the egregore of the body of Christ. Now, is that the Christ? You be the judge. You're plugging into an egregore that is feeding that meme. For better or for worse. It's not to say they're all the same. So what you have here is an egregore of people who are relating deeply to communications from a part of their psyche that seems to be very similar, yet it is desperate, or if I say desperate, eager, desperate to communicate with like-minded entities. I once sat at a table at Montauk. Preston was with me, and some individuals were with me who were very connected to the phenomena that goes on at Montauk. And they started talking about aliens, not in the context you're used to hearing. And I'm not even going to repeat what they said, but it was utterly asylum fodder.
Wow.
And don't say that with disrespect.
Understood.
Asylum fodder. But it's the type of communication you would expect in an asylum, because people are talking without reference to anything we know in society as a reality. So it can incur a lot of judgmental reaction. And of course, as to the degree I can emulate an ordinary human being, I can identify this as asylum fodder, and I'm quite turned off by it. It's repulsive. It wasn't particularly gross.
Right.
But
it's not a gross out, but at the same time, there's something repugnant about the entire phenomena. Yes, go on.
Well, yes, and it's kind of a little bit like Lorien N. Fenton sharing her sexual indiscretion with Max Spears.
Yes, thank you.
It's only this was not perverted or sexual in that sense.
Understood.
It's like you don't want to hear it. You shouldn't be hearing it. You shouldn't be saying it.
Yeah. It's almost, you know what it's like. It's like sharing. Yes, you're absolutely right. It's like sharing sexual indiscretions publicly. For some reason, it has that same feeling. Go on. Yes.
Well, yeah, because it's just not.
It's so intimate. It's so intimate. Go on. Yes.
Well, it's not. Yeah, it's intimate to the person, but it's also socially inappropriate.
Yes.
Like, and of course, if you get into a professional surrounding, you can't have people acting or talking in certain ways. They don't fit in. Like say in the celebrity environments of Scientology, this was not so much when I was there. Certainly it was a factor, but like I say, when it was there, John Travolta was in the room next door to me.
Is this true?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh.
So I'm not making it up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply that.
But his whole, who he saw, how he saw them, where he saw them was so damn monitored. Like monitored, like, you know, they don't want him to see anything he shouldn't see or whatever.
Right.
Now, I did run into him quite by happenstance and accident.
What was it like? What was he like?
Well, well, first off, you have to understand the context. At that time, I say I was in the room next to him. I was in a room where I would sleep with about, 30, 50 other guys. And
wow,
we were,
like a barracks.
I was then assigned to the Rehabilitation Project Force, which is sometimes called the RPF or the Gulag for Scientology. Right. I was in that, which was part opportunity for me. But I was in there. And so, you know, we would take our mattresses that were stored in a garage, and we would bring them in at night to sleep in this big room, because we were not to have, you know, I guess what you'd call regular berthing. Mm-hmm. And the girls had their own area where they went in the garage that was sort of sealed off with bunk beds. They had bunk beds. We had a floor with mattresses. It was comfortable enough.
Okay.
But John Travolta was in the governor's suite.
Of course.
Which is in the corner of the third floor of the Fort Harrison Hotel, 210 South Fort Harrison. Jack Parsons, number 210, Freighter 210, he was known in the OTO. Wow. So we were told to be extra quiet. Mm-hmm. Well, John Travolta was there, you know, and it's like, okay, he's in the next room, you know, bop, 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 bop. And of course, he had the same auditor as I did. I didn't have her now. I had her in the past. And she was, I guess, you know, probably, she knew him from the LA days, the Celebrity Center LA days. And so he was there, and we just had to be, you know, not disturb him. Because, you know, who wants to disturb anybody? But, you know, it was funny that you had the nicest suite in that hotel, probably even nicer than the penthouse, right next door to the quote unquote most undesirable people in Scientology. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, I thought of that subconsciously while you were.
It's ironic. It's ironic. Now, in that environment, I was actually in a very, for the most part, not 100%, but like I was in there for 13 months. For probably 12 months, I was, or maybe 11, I was in a very cushy position.
Okay. Comparatively, I mean, did you do something in particular to rate that punishment, or was this just kind of like?
It was actually after 13 months, they said it was all a mistake.
Wow! Holy shit!
Did
they do anything? Did they do anything to compensate you for that?
They gave you your back pay.
Okay. Okay.
Which was not a lot of money. Well, it was a lot of money. You know, I didn't really need the money, period.
Right. Understood.
I wasn't, you know, poor in that sense. But I mean, I think they gave you about $900 when I walked out, or, you know, which was a great sum to a regular person in the Sea organization at that time. But
was that the money that you lost in the wallet when it was returned to you through L. Ron Hubbard's intervention?
No. That was like $30 or something.
Oh, wow. Even then, the guy who returned the wallet to you said, that's a lot of money on the ship. Holy shit.
No. That was different.
Okay.
That was different. That's a lot of money. Who said that? That was different.
Okay.
Who said that's a lot of money? Oh, no. Yeah, no, I lost the wallet twice. I'm sorry. Okay. On the ship, I lost the wallet twice. The first time was when L. Ron Hubbard had my wallet returned to me.
Yeah.
That was about $200.
Okay, yeah.
And the guy said, that's a lot of money.
Right. And
no, that was different. The other time I lost my wallet was in a movie theater in the Bahamas. Okay. And I had been taken back to the ship, and I went to pay the taxi driver, and I think I had money in my pocket, but I lost my wallet, and I asked the taxi driver. He went back to the theater. Now, this is the Bahamas. This is the Freeport. It's like, we're waiting on the dock. We're not close. He must have driven 10 miles.
Jesus.
He went into the theater, walked into the movie theater, picks up my wallet, brings it back. He didn't have to do this. Brings it all the way back to the ship. And, I gave him $10.
Right. The least you could do, yeah.
Well, yeah. But I mean, here is...
he must have had a man crush on you.
No. No, what this tells you is the Bahamas the Freeport was not completely, but virtually all black people. When you went to the movie theater, you saw movies with Pam Grier, Bucktown, and Jim Brown. They didn't have white people movies.
Interesting.
But they were entertaining movies. I mean, whatever. Yeah. And, it's just like, completely busts any stereotype that many white people have about black people.
Yes. No, I understand.
I've enjoyed good karma with black people.
Yes.
And here was just one more example of it.
No, what my father would have said, because as a sailor, of course, he had spent his time in the Caribbean. What my father would have said would be that the black people that he encountered in places like Jamaica or certain of these islands were very, very different because they had grown up in completely different environments that, like you said, were majority black, and therefore had their own version in the theaters of black entertainment network, so to speak. But the early days, it was like confined to the theaters and what kind of films they were showing, which, as you describe, are kind of like blaxploitation, is what we would kind of think of them today. But, their own subculture. But definitely,
every culture has to have its own movies. And you can call it blaxploitation, but it was entertaining because you saw black people in hero roles that they could relate to.
Yes, that's right. And so when it came to what my dad would have said would be that the blacks in America behave differently because they have been subjected to so much more persecution that they respond with a more kind of visceral kind of response. In other words, their interactivity was laced with a lot of suspicion, a lot of paranoia, a lot of their intergenerational trauma that a lot of these people in the Caribbean islands had not experienced because they had grown up with generations of basically mostly just each other. So definitely was much more laid back. And so something like that happening, the man driving all the way to bring you that wallet in that environment, though it's certainly touching and certainly needs to be acknowledged, it's not as unexpected as it would be, say, for instance, if that happened in the U.S., then it would be really exceptional, simply because of the nature of everything here is so much more tense. And
it wouldn't even have to do with what color in the United States. It's just they're not going to. It's too much trouble.
Yes.
It's not the same thing. In a small town, they might do it, and now but that was 1970. 5. Life was different 1975. But to get back to John Travolta. So at that point, we were not allowed to talk to anybody outside of our own group unless we were spoken to. We were not supposed to talk to people because we might upset them because we were so ostracized and so evil. I was at one point considered the most evil person in Scientology by certain people.
Wow.
And this was completely ridiculous. Completely, and this was before David Miscavige had any power. It was just stupid crap. I even said to one of the people I was with, I said, this is all going to be changed later. I said, this is all going to be rescinded because I saw how things work. What it was, the positive thing about it is I was able to address so much, I guess what you call in my own head. Because we were supposed to get counseled or counsel others 5 hours a day. And we were envied by the staff because we were doing the technical counseling of Scientology. You can hear stories of today where they've run the rehabilitation project place like a gulag. We were considered an ideal situation. We were the envy of Scientology in many respects because we were doing the procedures in ways that were just not done. That was for our quote unquote rehabilitation.
Wow.
The staff were envious and jealous of us because we were getting what everybody wanted in Scientology was auditing and training. Right. We were getting, and they weren't. They're staying up late hours, sweating their heads off, and looking at us with great envy.
Incredible.
And yeah, I mean, that's how weird life is. Also, one thing I noticed is that in Scientology, which is the same as in life, justice is not dispersed necessarily in a logical way. So I was given, on the one hand, I was restricted from interfacing with the public or my friends in Scientology. Where you would interface with your friends is during a party. We would usually be allowed to go to a Christmas party or some other party, L. Ron Hubbard's birthday, and we would have an opportunity to interface with our friends, which was always very neat. Mm-hmm. But the upside of it was you got to address all these things. So when I left on the same day that they gave me my money back and said this was a false assignment, I was also declared clear in Scientology.
Wow!
Legally clear. Whoa. It was a red letter day for me.
Yeah.
It was also the anniversary of my parents' marriage.
Wow.
It was like, wow, this was like, it was a red letter day for me in Scientology. October 15th, 1978. And my life began to blossom in Scientology. My Scientology career began to blossom very aggressively for the next couple of years. And there were struggles, but I blossomed. And so in other words, all this is Pluto. I don't know where Pluto was in my chart, but this is like transforming me, taking me through the netherworld. Now, in the midst of this netherworld, we had to be dressed in like a blue t-shirt and a blue jeans or something like that, or perhaps black. And this was to identify us. And we're supposed to run at all times. Jesus. Or walk fast in the hallway. So I'm walking through the hallway, and I bump into John Travolta. And he looks at me and he engages me with eye contact. Mm-hmm. And of course, I'm not supposed to say anything.
Right.
I later, my ex-wife had a similar encounter with him, but in a different realm. I think on the stairway, it was just kind of this like eye contact. But when I encountered what he was vibing is what they call an encounter. Now, this is a word for two gay people.
Right. Interesting.
An encounter. I later read this about, two potentially or wannabe gay guys in Scientology that had an encounter. It was an infamous encounter they had once. And the word is encounter. Now, I would later, realize that, or hear the stories of, John Travolta would go hang out in the gay street corners in Tampa, soliciting, he was being a John for gay guys. And the police would, bring him back and they knew who he was. They'd bring him back to Clearwater and okay, Johnny, go.
You mean basically escort him? They escorted him back.
Yeah, in other words, it's kind of like, it's, John, we see you. We're not encouraging this behavior. Just go back to your suite.
Oh my God.
And he kind of like put that vibe out, which it took me years to figure out what it was.
Right.
Because, I wasn't on that frequency. I just knew that, I didn't want to be talking to him. If I would have said anything to him, he would have been friendly as hell. And not even because of the gay element. He's just a friendly guy.
Right.
And, one of my best friends was his, I guess, kind of helped him when he first got into Scientology. He was of absolutely no interest to me.
Right.
No, I don't say that pejoratively.
Understood.
Because, he was just, he was, he had I guess what you can, I don't want to, he had a very, I guess what you'd say, intense understanding of Scientology, but it wasn't at the same orientation or level I had.
Right.
He was a celebrity. He would, do whatever he did. And I didn't know at the time, I suspected he had some, big issue.
Right.
But I didn't know that it was such
blatant.
A big.
Yeah, it's basically
because it later got exposed to a ridiculous. But of course, John Travolta was a great digression. What the hell were we talking about?
Well, I mean, aside from the fact that it's always fun to hear the gossip of his prowling chicken hawk lane, it was simply we were on the, well, hey, I got an idea. There's an individual in the chat room named Raymond Big Pond, which maybe he's an American Indian. If you take a look in the chat room, he says, "Forgive me, chat room, but can someone tell me if this is Peter Moon that spoke about Moorish / Tartaria, ? I know he's the author of the Romanian-themed topic. All that is fascinating too, but the Tartaria stuff is in my top 10 list of so-called conspiracy theories / realities." So maybe you could address that. Obviously, personally, I
will not address it because okay. I have not the Peter Moon who spoke about Tartaria. Right. I've never spoken about Tartaria except to Douglas privately, and I would rather him address Tartaria.
Yes.
But not right now.
Understood.
I have spoken about the Moors.
Yes.
I have nothing to add about Tartaria, but I have spoken about the Moors quite extensively.
Thank you.
But I think he's conflating what he might have read about Moors and me with Tartaria, which I've never made any comment on Tartaria.
Thank you. I'll speak to that later myself. And but for right now, maybe you could speak a little bit about the Moors for just a few minutes while I refresh myself, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. And I won't be able to hear you.
What were we talking about when we went off?
It was basically I don't remember. It was we were probing around. We were just kind of like trying to center ourselves, basically.
I was.
It was kind of a disconcerting evening. I mean, what we did start before Marina actually showed up, we were talking a lot about what happened in Chicago. We were talking about your dreams.
I was talking about egregore. This was on the Marina thread.
Yeah.
It was to do with the egregore and the idea of magic.
Yeah.
And sort of it being an underpinning of what goes on in the abduction arena.
Yes. So if I won't be able to hear you, but I'll be gone for about 5 minutes. I mean, can you hold the stage talking about that? I'll be right back.
Of course. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm now going to address that issue with what I think his name was Brian brought up. And Brian, if you're listening, it's now 9:55 New York time. We're now 2 hours, 1 hour and 55 minutes into the broadcast. And first off, Brian gave me a lot of corrections in 2 books. Well, particularly one. He gave me, this was secondary. He's reading the Montauk Book of the Living and sending me a lot of typos, which I didn't know were in the book. Thank you for that. I will integrate that into the reprint. However, I don't even know how that happened with spell check or whatnot. If I can't imagine, but whatever. Typos do occur in books. And of course, one does not destroy the books and reprint them. It's far too expensive. But what he did say, which I told him I would address, let me see if I can find his email here. Here it is. Just pardon me while I, because I can't really address this unless I just do a search and I'll have it here. Boy, this is really interesting. Why is this not showing up? It's not showing up. This is so weird. Anyway, Brian brought me a, oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. He has read 4 of Radu's books and was very interested and excited about it. Now wants to read the Montauk works. And he had some, issues with the quality of the translations of Radu's books. Woefully short of the required standard. Well, I think that's really interesting. There is no required standard. But I guess the book he's really addressing is called Mystery of Egypt. And Mystery of Egypt, I can't tell you, if you're listening, Brian, how these translations occurred. Each one were different. The first book, Transylvanian Sunrise, was provided to me in English. English it's Euro-English, which is different than American English. It's not great difference, and he knows this because he's from the UK area. And even UK English is different than American English, but he's talking about, and of course this was translated by very dear lady, Monica Grigorescu, and I got to meet her, but she had translated, she's a professional translator, and then she translates it to me, and then I have to put it in from Romanian English into English, and it's not easy. And apparently he's got about, not too many, a few things saying that Akashic cliches has no meaning in English language. Maybe he says maybe he means Akashic records. I think it did. I don't remember. I'd have to look at these specific things to even address them. And of course, I'm not going to do that, at least right now, because that book has just been reprinted. But of course, these are just mistakes that occur in any work. And of course, in universities, I remember they print errata. These errata sheets to clarify all the typos. It's something that just occurs. I think it occurs less now because of spell check. But he's criticizing the inaccuracies, like he's really got a grasp on English and is disappointed with the perfection of the language. Well, this is really perhaps the first, I guess, what I call deep criticism of Radu's books in this regard. And that's okay. He's probably right with what he says. But he's saying it should stand up to scrutiny and feels that the subject matter, and he's trying to be constructive here. He's doing his best. It's like, Brian, I think you've got it's like, super educated and with a real aptitude for the English language, and thinks that the subject is suffering because of the linguistic deficit in the work, and thinks that it can attract, quite rightly, scorn and ridicule. Well, he thinks that maybe it can't be taken seriously, and from what he says, I think he feels quality of the work is really needs to be taken seriously. Well, what I would say in the context of publishing, of course, to go back and change these things it's not even necessary. The books as they stand are wildly popular, whether they're good, whether that's good or bad, they're just wildly popular. So these inaccuracies, whether it's on the part of Radu and the translator in this case, or myself as the final editor, it's
right. Just got back.
It's not critical. It's not unimportant, but it's not critical. And as far as this stuff being taken seriously, oh God, the people who would stand. Well, see, first off, what I would say is on Facebook, not Facebook, the internet, professional writers don't even spell right.
That's so true.
Spell check.
Yes.
So whatever faults these books may have, they are held to a much more rigorous standard than what is on the internet. And I'm not saying they're perfect. It's professional writer once wrote to me, says, God, no matter how many times you go over there, there's typos. But the most recent books, which he's not read, and I would hope are better, have been directly translated by myself. And I like to think that there's very few typos on those, but you always find them. But the point of it is the excitement that these books, and the only reason he's commenting on this because he feels there's value in the work. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's finding a problem. Well, how can we make this interface? How can we make this better? How can we make it more acceptable? How can people take these works more seriously? If I'm using his language, because I'm not rereading his letter, he understands it would incur a significant cost, offering his help. But it's sometimes people will, like in the Spanish translation, oh boy, you need to do this, you need to do that. They're just trying to sell their services. I don't feel he's trying to do that.
Understood.
And then I'll have somebody read it. Oh, this book is impeccable in Spanish. Is it perfect? No. But I was told it was very good. My Spanish, I did a lot of the stuff on proofreading, but I had a Spanish translator. I mean, a good friend, and she did it. But is it perfect? No, but it's never going to be perfect. Mm-hmm. And in the end, what I would stress here, and this applies to your book as well, what the success of a book is does it excite the audience? Does it entertain the audience? Does it get them thinking? Does it get their movement, their emotional movement? Do they emotionally participate in it? And of course, these books have wildly succeeded in that. How far can they be taken? Because right now, where we stand with Radu's literature, he's been sitting on his next book for 2 years. And I was told if my publisher in Romania got it into his hands in September, he'd have it turned around by November, which would be now. I hear not a peep. Just that the book is very difficult and that Radu wants it to be his last work. And it sounds like he's bowing out. Doesn't mean he's bowing out. It sounds like he's bowing out. And the questions you were asking Marina, he gives very detailed explanations of the inner earth and Shambhala. Yes. Now, there are a lot of different authors, and we could have debates about Agartha and Shambhala and all this, and it becomes semantic. Mm-hmm. And this stuff happens in Tai Chi and Qigong. People have different semantics. But in that book, Mystery of Egypt, Brian, which you've read, these issues you bring up are not the critical issues. when I first read the book and Monica translated it for me, I said, this stuff is very sci-fi. Mm-hmm. I don't know. She says, it is very sci-fi, but you must publish it. And that was just her opinion. You know, she didn't work for my publisher.
Right.
She was somebody I independently found through happenstance on the internet. It was very funny the way I contacted her and was actually able to meet her. And she couldn't do my fifth book, which was the Inside the Earth, which is just an incredible book that goes into the stuff I'm talking about with Admiral Byrd and whatnot. Not great detail on Admiral Byrd, but talks about what happened with his vibrational frequency. And he went into another vibrational frequency. That book was so incredible and groundbreaking with regards to the inner Earth. But in that particular book, my translator was pregnant. Monica was pregnant and she couldn't do the book, which was just very frustrating.
Yeah.
So I got another friend of mine, and she was not a professional translator. And oh boy, it was rough. It was just like pulling teeth.
Ooh. And
then I was using Google Translate, and I'd use Google Translate, and oh God, it was crazy. I finally got the book done. And it was going through hell to get that book. It was so hard to do. Jeez. But I got it done. And anyway, back to what I was saying about the translation of the book. And in that book, Mystery of Egypt, the big issue with the book, as far as the credibility goes, is when Radu quotes Caesar, or Caesar, as we would pronounce it in English,
right,
as saying Jesus would appear. He will appear, he said, you know, in the sky. When he comes back, he's not going to appear in a manger in Bethlehem. He's going to appear in the sky. And I took issue with this. I lost readers over this.
Right.
That's the only time I've lost readers, not because of the typo or the miscommunication of a lump in the throat or whatever it is, being the throat chakra, subtle force center at the level of the neck, referring to the chakra. But this is like when Jesus appears in the sky, does he appear over San Diego? Does he appear over Scotland? Does he appear over Spain, in Asia, all at the same time? And I pointed out to Radu, I said, people will think this is Project Bluebeam.
Right.
And which has been around since the 60s. And for those of you who don't know about Project Bluebeam, it's a conspiracy theory that's been out there that the holographic projections the government was working on holographic projections to appear in the sky to, you know, bring about the revelation of the second coming or whatever. And not just the Christ story. And so anybody who's versed in conspiracy theory is going to identify this as Project Bluebeam. And so that was not what I recommended. And I wrote to him, and his response was, we know about Project Bluebeam. It's in our files, which is no great accomplishment to have those things in your files. But nevertheless, this is the way it's going to be. And you can say anything you can say anything you want about it, but just make sure it's your own comment and just leave it as it is. So I said, okay. And I wrote him back a very nice response, which he said was a very mature response. He thanked me and went on to tell me that I would meet the great, mysterious Eleanor, the alchemist.
Wow.
They would come to my front door. And he still might. But that's been 11 years, almost 12 years.
Wow. Because
I'm not ready for him. I sent him away mentally because I'm not ready for him. I want to finish my downstairs. And I could have finished my downstairs last year, but it didn't happen. And I could finish it, you know, by, you know, this winter if I just take a little bit of time. There's not a lot of work involved. It's probably like 26 hours, but you gotta belt out that 26 hours. And in Radu, that was his nice. And then Radu stopped communicating. And he didn't communicate because he was upset with me. He wasn't. He wasn't upset at all.
Right.
He did come through for me on one very important question I had years later. But he basically was then going on his trips into the inner earth. And he was on a much more sensitive role in Department Zero. So you see that in that particular book. And so what I did was I gave a 33-page dissertation on the sacred name of Jesus, Yod-Heh Shin Vav-Heh, in that particular book, which was meant to so people could understand. And that's one of the most profound essays I've ever written. And just to cover the basis, because see, Radu has had some very remarkable experiences. Even to be able to write what he's written is remarkable. Is he perfect? No. And he's writing through his human filter. His human filter is Romanian. And anybody who grows up in Romania is generally highly influenced, if not addicted, to Romanian Orthodoxy. And by Romanian Orthodoxy, I'm referring to the Orthodox Church.
Right.
So it filters very strongly. There are even elements of my wife that is indoctrinated into that, even though she's not part of the church and never will be, because her father was a priest.
Right.
And not a good example. So she's rejected that. But I still see elements of it in her. And that not necessarily are shared by her brother or stepmother. I can't really say it's I'm not even going to say what it is, right? I see elements of it, being so close to her. And certainly I have one of my best Romanian friends, Nicole, she is Orthodox Romanian. So it's like this filter is like very strong. And I can't judge it. I can't, but as they say, I lose readers, not significantly, because I'm not going to deal with this. This is just, they think it's just crap. But then again, they're not familiar with Romanian culture.
Right.
So, and you can even make an argument that there are protective elements of the Christian church. And of course, my first journey to Romania, or to the Holy Land of Transylvania, Sarmisegetuza, I stayed in a old Orthodox monastery, which is different than a new Orthodox church. That's the authentic, and they're very few and far between. I stayed in an old Orthodox monastery, courtesy of Nicole, who's not a member of the old Orthodox, but she made the connection.
Interesting.
And I would have paid for a hotel.
Right.
But she's trying to save me money.
Right.
And it's not critical. It's like, it's like if I'm going to take you on the bus in San Francisco, mm-hmm. I'm going to, you don't need to worry about me giving you $5 to pay me back. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not a lot of money.
Well,
it's a little more than $5 to get a hotel, but it's not critical to me.
Right.
And she's like watching, just being.
But it's almost like this was an opportunity to really get a taste of the culture that you otherwise would not have, and it's certainly a unusual experience most people would never have. But just to
that it was, and I value the experience.
Yeah, and
to
I
would have done it differently.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
I would have done it differently.
Understood. Yeah. I mean, rather than spend a night there, but then you had strange.
Many nights there, 3 or 4 nights there.
Yeah, strange things happened to you while you were there. I remember that much. I mean, you were supposed to be fasting, or everyone was supposed to be fasting, and the woman came in and was having you eat something. I mean, did I remember that correctly?
No. I was fasting because I couldn't use the bathroom because they didn't have bathrooms.
Oh.
And it was like, I didn't know how to, squat in an outhouse.
Right.
it smelled worse than a barn that hadn't been cleaned.
Right. It's death itself. Yes. Oh, God.
Yeah. And they called them Turkish toilets. They apologized for it.
Oh, my God.
And I think, but I didn't want to eat.
Yeah.
I couldn't eat.
I did eat
a little, but I'm saying, like, I'm eating. And then when I got to the great, Sarmasejatusa, where it's 7 a.m, and, where girls are translating these signs for me. And of course, Sarmasejatusa has been so much more touristed up since I was there the first time in 2009 that I said, just a second, I got to go. And I went back in the woods and figured out how to, figured out how to defecate in the woods. And it was a, I guess what you'd say, a fear that I overcame.
Yes. Yes.
And I came running down the mountain, yelling at them, saying, "I am now a European man," which they thought was very funny.
Yes. Yes.
And
so yeah, go on.
Yeah. So, and what was incredible about that trip is I then saw this woman in the circle in the great, what they call the solar circle, which are all these wooden posts that represent a sonic signature, which is a recreation of the original sun wheel. It was done for a movie during communist times, and they recreated the circle, but they have some of the original stones, and I see this woman in there, and there's nobody there except Nicole and Christina are doing whatever they're doing, and I walk over to her and somehow communicate to her, because she doesn't speak English, what I'm doing there and who I am, and she recognizes the name Radu Sinamar, and she's been crying, and we like form this bond between us. Wow. And she somehow tells me that her husband is here. He comes over. Now her husband, Mihai, there are many Mihais in Romania, but he was the one who 4 years, what was it? 4 years later, would be in a cave and see a white bat. This was the day I met Paula. I would find out that there was a man who saw a white bat. It was Mihai, of all people, was with this other woman, Lavinia. They were together in a cave, Mashandi's cave, and they saw the white bat. And I was, because I was telling this group of Romanians that I was writing this book called The White Bat. And I said, oh, so Mihai just happened to be in there. It was like, Romania, the world of Romania is not that small, but this was small for my own, because there's no way I would even know that he knew Lavinia. Yeah. And of course, Mihai, great guy, and his wife Lenutz, and I once met with them up at the Sphinx, and was one of the most touching experiences I ever had. There was all these psychics. They brought all these psychics and astrologers and stuff, but they all spoke Romanian. They didn't speak English. So we didn't have, Nicole wasn't there. Nicole was off doing something. So we had this 10-year-old girl translating my words.
Oh my.
And the girl was adorable. She was good. Yeah. Because she knew English.
Reminds me of my mother. Go on.
Yeah, well, she didn't necessarily was as gifted in language as your mother, but these kids learn English, some of them, and then they watch TV and they see subtitles, so they learn English.
Interesting. Yeah.
That's how Paula learned Spanish.
Amazing.
She would watch Telemundo and see them subtitled in Romanian, and Romanians can pick up Spanish very easily. And so she learned it, and she's now perfected her Spanish now, where she's fully lingual.
She could hold conversations with Marina. Go on.
She could.
Yeah.
She could. So anyway, that is a digression into Romanian Orthodoxy. But to get back to, this is the filter that Romanians have. Now, also what people in Romania will say, or particularly, Romanians are far more critical of Radu's books than people in America.
Interesting. I did want to clarify for our listeners that Romanian Orthodoxy, their doctrine does not involve Christ appearing in the sky. Just so people know, that's not a doctrinal point of Romanian Orthodoxy, but go on.
No, it's not.
Yes.
That was Caesar's opinion,
Right.
or whatever. Now, if I was, the way I would say that is I would sort of describe it like you described it, with the return of the, what's it called, the Magi? What's that book called?
Oh, the Magi, the coming of the Magi, or excuse me, the secret of the Magi. I'm trying to remember now. But we know it's the book of the Revelation, the Revelation of the Magi. Thank you.
Revelation of the Magi. In other words, it is a consciousness, and it appears as a consciousness, and it can manifest as an orb, as a, as a Smurf, whatever. I'm being sarcastic when I say a Smurf.
Yes.
It's going to appear. So when you say in the sky, you might say in the ambient energy of the earth.
Yes.
Would be a much better description.
Thank you.
And that is probably the way it should have been described.
Yes.
And, because everything is in the editing.
Yes.
And the word, as I explained in The White Bat, editing is edict.
Yes.
Is when you edit, you are making an edict. Now, of course, when you're just writing a story or a novel, that edict is not the same as making an edict that you all got to get a vaccination or you all got to wear a mask. That's a much different edict. Or that you got to burn books, or you can't read these books, or a Catholic papal bull. But it's still an edict. You're still making an edict on a, much lower level. So every book, every editor is making an edict, for better or for worse. And of course, so much of what I see in God, if you ever read some of the things that the government puts out with taxes, oh man, it's just so confusing. It's confusing.
It's like it was never meant to be read, but go on.
Well, yeah, L. Ron Hubbard used to say that was done on purpose.
Yes.
He says computers are written. He said that he's talking about in the 80s. He says this is all done on purpose, to confuse the hell out of everybody. And when you have everybody confused, you have geniuses rise out of nowhere, like Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, and those guys. I think Bezos is actually a genius at computer programming. Genius. He created a perfect system. And took years for it to ignite. Mark Zuckerberg, his genius seems to be not in computing, but in being able to acquire property and, intellectual property, and manipulate it or use it so as to create a very profitable business model.
Yes, he's just basically a brilliant exploitationist, but go on.
Yeah, we're being very kind.
Thank you. Thank you.
My favorite experience was at Whole Foods with, I don't know if he works there anymore, but he was a checker that looked just like Mark Zuckerberg.
Poor bastard.
I used to call him the Zuck. I finally told him, I said, he got a kick out of it, the Zuck. It's like, especially when, well, it wasn't, it was Amazon that bought Whole Foods, not Zuckerberg.
Right.
But
lucky for them, but go on.
Yeah. So anyway, that was a vulnerability, but in the end, and some of my readers didn't care. They couldn't care less about that. Some did. And also, people's acceptance levels are nowhere near as high as yours, Brian. They're not as critical. They're just not. And I guess if we're talking about, this has even got to the university level, where what goes down in universities is embarrassing as far as having a standard. When I heard somebody from MIT talking about time travel and all he's doing is quoting movies, this is disgusting.
It sounds like something Salman Sheikh would have done. Go on. All he did was quote movies. Basically, his whole life was based on games and movies.
Yeah,
Go on.
you know, and I'm very critical of movies, and I was just watching the end of I think a TV series or Netflix series with Paula. Excellent, excellent movie. I just saw the last half hour of it. Mm-hmm. I couldn't believe how good it was.
Wow. What was it?
What was it called? I think it was called Scratch.
Okay, I've heard of it.
And it was a movie about a black woman, an artist who goes to Sicily as an artist, and she meets this cook. Mm-hmm. And the cook, and you know, the Sicilian family does not want to accept the marriage to a black woman. Right. The father doesn't. So they can't have a kid because he has cancer. So they adopt a kid, a beautiful little black girl, and they go back and he's this incredible chef. And she goes back to Sicily and he dies. I didn't see the part of him dying. I just see it after the fact. And it's like, and then there's the acceptance. When the father dies, the guy who dies, the father dies, the mother, the Sicilian mother, will accept the black woman into her family. She inherits the property, doesn't want it. She wants to go back to America, and then she realizes that she's got to stay there in Sicily and connect to the family. So it's this like real super family bonding. And I realized in watching it is that what Italians do, and Sicilians perhaps even more, because the Italian family I lived next door to, and which was like, they were more my family than my own family. I even said that at my friend's funeral. It's like I felt more connected to his family than I did my own family. And it's like, because Italians take you in. Mm-hmm. You know, I was part Italian, but they recognized that. Mm-hmm. Although I was more other things than Italian. And they treated me like their family. On a very subtle level. And then when I spent a week with their cousin, well, I think we're Sicilians. I got to find that out. That was, you know, because they're even, I still feel connected to them. It's weird. Wow. It's like they really take you in. And it's like this very, I don't know what to say. It's like, it's a frequency. And to see that movie was like, wow. It was, and I only saw half hour, and I said, I'm kind of glad I didn't see all the heartache and drama of the guy dying. You know, that might have
Who needs that?
You know, but it was like a good movie. And I have a very hard time watching modern movies. Mm-hmm. I have a very hard time. And I didn't even intend to watch it. I just went up to spend time with her, and I started, she was watching it on her computer and in bed, and I said, okay, oh wow, I could get into it. And saw the end, and it was incredible. So, but anyway,
how about was she crying at any point?
Oh, at the end, yeah. And it's like, I told her that I watched movies. I was really into watching movies in my 20s when I was in Scientology, and they changed my life. 3 movies in particular I saw in the same weekend, Christmas weekend or whatever it was. And what it was is, it's not that what the movie will do is all it can do is reiterate archetypes. That's all it can do. And it's not the movie it's the archetypes in the movie that are stirring up the archetypes in you. And if it resonates with the truth. And I saw 3 movies that taught me or impressed the importance of not compromising with your own reality. Like and stand up for yourself sort of stuff, your own integrity. And all of those things led me to leaving Scientology. And by the way, a big part of the Scientology code of honor is to not compromise your own reality.
Wow.
And so I was actually following Scientology by leaving Scientology.
Yes, at that point.
Yes, and what I would also say, because I saw a posting on martial arts or Tai Chi talking about when you're too orthodox in martial arts, you miss the forest from the trees, to paraphrase, because you're operating within boundaries. But then if you completely disregard orthodoxy, you're, might not have any discipline. So what you have in the tarot is you have the Hierophant, and the Hierophant represents orthodoxy in the tarot, like, discipline, what the Pope says, what the Pope doesn't say, what is canon law. But then you have the Hermit. The Hermit goes off by himself. It's like, like you studied under Aquino,
right?
But then you go off on your own. You're no longer in his employ.
Thank you.
Might not be the best example to use, but
I was about to say,
nevertheless, it does apply.
Yes.
And it's say with Scientology, I studied that with great discipline and great respect and regard for the rules. And then finally, you find, okay, the more you read it, you see the bigger picture. And that led to a whole, I guess what you'd say, blossoming of my life and my professional life and also my spiritual life. And I see people that, I was involved with many years ago are still pounding up against, they're still trying to follow the discipline, or they're fighting the discipline. Right. They have not freed themselves from the yoke of their own, self-inflicted drama, to put it politely. But and I don't know how the thing with Radu's work is going to work out, because we're waiting for his next book. Where he left us hanging was with this great potential for an elixir, which would jumpstart the consciousness of mankind, that was not actually being instigated by him, but by one of his mentors in the inner earth, MEMÊ. Mm-hmm. And she wanted to bring this, and there was a debate between her and the alchemist as to, the alchemist is saying, no, people have to earn this. Mm-hmm. And she's saying, well, yes, but, we can still do something. It's kind of like the opposite of putting fluoride into the water. Fluoride into the water will, dumb you down, make you more compliant. Well, what if you could have something put into the water that would make people up more intelligent? It's kind of on that level. She's suggesting, but she wasn't. It's like, and she was basically saying one of the most negative things for consciousness is sugar, and she's talking about processed sugar, and which I thought was very astute of her. And if you just took away that, but then you're taking away mankind's addictions, and mankind is addicted. He's addicted to many things. And of course, I might have over-answered your question, Brian, but thank you for your comment. It's okay. But Radu's proposition has left us with, he's described this incredible world of Shambhala. And even if he's not balls on accurate, he's close enough, because he gives you the vibrational frequency of what Shambhala is and should be. And that is a great gift he shared with us, which is Inside the Earth, which is probably my favorite of all the books, because it's just so revolutionary of what's there inside the Earth. Right. And then, of course, there's a great problem or issue, because there are so many different angles to look at this from, to look at all of metaphysics or everything. And so, and of course, Marina brings a lot of these things up with her iterations, and then there's different terminology and different people, and what does it all have to do with the price of fish, so to speak, mm-hmm. and where are you going in your life, and so on and so forth. But to get back, Douglas, I want to share something with you, mm-hmm. because I began to work on my newsletter on the airplane,
Wonderful.
on the Chicago. It's often a great opportunity to write, and and then even after I wrote it, I began to realize something even deeper, because I'm talking about okay, for those of you who might be new, Douglas has been involved in has had a very unusual life. And as I said, writing for my newsletter, his life defies all probability. This is not a probable life. It's not a life you would expect. It's extraordinary. And he suffered a lot, but that's beside the point right now. And you could say that if an interesting life comes with suffering, the interest is, he's had a lot of suffering, and the interest is proportional.
Yes.
So it's been perhaps rewarding as far as being able to interest people, but it's even hard to interest people because they can't comprehend it. And my job is to make it comprehensible. Now, so anyway, I will review this, and it'll be good, because I have some questions to ask you. Mm-hmm. And of course, I will also announce this is the 30th anniversary of my newsletter, the Montauk Pulse, a newsletter which has been issued quarterly since 1993. Wow. Every 3 months, I put out a newsletter. I remember after the first couple of newsletters or year newsletters, one of my very first customer, George, very first customer, he still subscribes to my newsletter. Great guy.
Wow.
He said, he says, I always wondered if you're going to have enough stuff to write about. Because, he was there as the story broke. He came to, some of the initial groups. So yeah, there's always stuff to write. I've never run out of stuff. But anyway, the Roswell Deception, which is published and people can buy it at skybooks.usa.com at a discount, or at amazon.com, or on Kindle.
Yes.
Is one of the most radical and unprecedented books ever to appear with regards to the subject of UFOs or alternative literature of any kind.
Thank you.
Tartaria can take a back seat.
Yes. Yes.
In fact,
yes.
It can sit at the back of the bus.
Yes. Thank you.
As Douglas can explain. But, and the reason for this, the reason it's so radical and is so different and underappreciated, is because Douglas Dietrich, who we're with right now, is the only one in the history of the world to ever come forward whose job was to destroy classified and top secret documents. Nobody's even ever claimed to be a destroyer of classified and top secret documents, to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Now, think about that. Top secret. He is trolled more consistently and repeatedly than anyone I've ever witnessed.
Thank you.
And now people say, well, okay, these people are very smart. Why hasn't he been killed? Why hasn't he been killed? And of course, this is what the next book will go into, why he hasn't been killed.
Thank you.
And why he hasn't been killed has a lot to do with occult reasons, occult magic. And the only reason I know anything about magic is because all of my discipline in Scientology, it gave me a lot of know-how on how to deal with things. But then when I left Scientology and discovered L. Ron Hubbard's connection to the occult and how deep it was, I knew he was connected to it, but I didn't know how deep it was. I began to read what he read. And what did he know that I didn't know? And that opened up a whole new corridor. So having studied his work and having the tutelage of his magic wand, and then going back and reading the source material, it not only answered questions, it brought phenomena into my life. If you study Aleister Crowley, he'll say that the whole purpose of magic is to create phenomena. Phenomena. Now, what's phenomena? Well, I think in a corny sense, it would be being able to, manifest fire at a distance or something, which would be called a parlor trick. But I don't like that word parlor trick, because if you're creating fire and you're genuinely doing it without a trick, it's not a trick. It is a trick, but it's not something people do in parlors.
Right.
It's a, quote unquote miracle.
Yes.
Of course. So you're moving into a different realm. And that's with all of this stuff that I've moved into, is a realm. And sometimes the grammar will suffer, although by and large my writing is far clearer than most stuff that's out there.
Yes.
My writing, far more clear. And that has to do with a dedicated study of the English language, particularly the word meanings, more than the rules of grammar. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so why hasn't Douglas been killed? Well, as I say, he's lived a life that's far outside the norm of reasonable probability. But what I have realized, and as I begin to write this article, and it's even deeper than I first realized, is how Douglas comes into my life, and in conjunction with what he came into my life. And this goes from about, well, like say in the zeros. When I say the zeros, I mean the 2000 to 2010 or whatever.
Yes.
Preeminent character in my life and research at that time was Joseph Matheny, who was at one time a protege of Robert Anton Wilson. They thought he had great potential. So he would be Robert Anton Wilson's driver, because he moved out to Santa Cruz from Chicago. And Joe was genius. And of course, he far surpassed anything that Robert Anton Wilson could do. I mean, just, there was always a student teacher relationship there.
Right.
But he was far beyond Robert Anton Wilson, anything could or would ever do. And he grew up with the Silicon Valley. He grew up learned self-taught computer programmer from the early days of the Commodore 64.
Wow. Where
he was taking the Brian Geisen dream machine concept and feeding random words into a Commodore 64, and then it grew from there. I chronicle this in my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal.
Right.
Which he actually purchased copies of for his daughter, to give his daughter some appreciation of who he was. Wow. Because she just knew him as a daughter. And but anyway, he created a advanced computer program that utilized artificial intelligence and random chance, random input to generate synchronicity. Now, this was a very advanced machine. He also put some of John Dee's work into it. If he explained how it worked to me in all technical detail, I probably wouldn't understand it. He could dumb it down to a certain extent, and that's in the book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. There was a signature moment in his life, and in his book called Ong's Hat, which he put into a comic book form, right after he returned to Montauk. He'd been out to Montauk, his first visit, with a friend of mine. I don't know. Well, what was very interesting about that was that this friend of mine was investigating Ong's Hat, and she found a chat board, and she was actually chatting with a bot. when I say bot, I mean an automatic robot, quote unquote, computer.
That's right.
It was an automaticity. They call it a bot. She was communicating with a bot, and he found that she'd been communicating with this bot for about a year.
Jesus.
And he says, you know what? I better tell her. She's talking to a bot. So they talked to so they got into communication, and then I began to find out who was behind the whole Ong's hat phenomenon. Because it was on the computer. I knew about it. I had my own encounters with it. I eventually published the book. But in book format, it was already in computer format. It's still out there. I gave him the rights back to the book. The book is out of print now. He might do it again, the hard copy. But anyway, the signature moment in the Ong's Hat book, and a big signature moment in his life, when he returns from Montauk, he's walking down this obscure street in San Francisco's Chinatown called Spofford Alley.
Right.
And he runs into this phantom-like Emory Cranston character, a bizarre homeless man who wears a fez and has a strange way of responding to questions. Joe asks his computer, the meta machine. Now, Emory was the purveyor of the Ong's Hat documents, which we won't go into. He's a strange character. Emory is not his real name. He's a homeless person. But he's got an esoteric component to him, which is out of this world.
Wow.
And this is one big problem when you get into very obscure esoteric reasons. And my friend Mr. Ford, if he's listening, would know this so well.
Right.
Mr. Ford from St. Louis, Amor. Amor and a lot of other things too. But sometimes you find this truth in, underneath a garbage can or in some back alley where you say, well, this is not where polite society is going to find the truth. It doesn't appear in a, polished powder room of a lady's bathroom. It appears, in a toilet that's not been flushed, so to speak. To use a very crude metaphor, but it's not. And this is why in the New Testament you have Jesus with publicans and sinners. This is the real world. This is the truth. If you hang out with publicans and sinners, you might find Jesus there. And I'm not being facetious. There's a yin and the yang, a yang and the yin.
Yes.
And this is often what happens. Now, often what happens. So anyway, Joe is getting away. He says he likes to go into places in Chinatown where he doesn't even feel like he's in the United States. Because if you go into certain areas, particularly into a Chinese, Douglas knows this better than anybody,
yes,
where they all speak Chinese and they serve this Chinese food that's not on the American
menu
palate,
yeah,
you're in China.
Yeah.
You're as good as in China.
Yeah.
And he liked that.
Yes.
He had his own place. And so he's walking down Spofford Alley, which is it's not your typical street in Chinatown. It just isn't. And he sees Emory Cranston sitting there perched under this door. It's a red door. It says Qigong Tong, which actually means Qigong Tong.
Yeah.
Tong is like a group. It's actually, they call Tongs or
basically an underworld meeting place. Yes.
Underworld meeting place, but they like to have a more friendly face. And it's also the women upstairs are playing mahjong. It's also, a bingo parlor. It's not just criminal activity. They had a Taoist temple at the top. And Shrimp Boy Chow was the Taoist priest. And, he was convicted for murder and racketeering. So it tells you that place was a highly active, loaded place. So here's Emery underneath this sign. It says Chinese Freemasons of the World. And he starts asking Joe pointed questions or about Montauk and where he'd been. And Joe's like saying, how the hell does he know this? And he begins choking Emery.
Oh.
Because it's like he's being invaded. It feels like he's been invaded on the most intimate level.
Right. But still, that is such a violent reaction. Understood that this is very, very disconcerting. The figure is very sinister. But you put so much at risk to respond with that level of violence, life-threatening violence. He's lucky that nothing happened. Of course, he's in a fairly lawless area anyway. But go on.
Joe grew up in gangs in Chicago.
Yeah.
So it was part of his just like you carrying weapons.
Yes.
It's kind of the same thing.
Got it. It's reflexive. Yes.
Yeah. And this was what went on beyond. I mean, he felt friendly with Emery, but this was too much. Like, because he would ask the question into the computer.
Right.
And the computer was locked down in Adobe at the bottom safe, like Adobe software where they had all their passwords. He had access to this because he worked there. And, so there's no way anybody has access to this computer.
Right.
And then Emery shows up in real life and asks a question. It's like, if I say, Douglas, what was Michael Aquino's nickname? Or I asked the computer, what was Michael Aquino's nickname? And then you show up in my life and answer the question. It's like, how the hell? What's this?
Yeah, it's very discombobulating.
Yeah. And we don't know all of the ins and outs of what went on with Joe and the computer and all that. Right. He did say that he finally had to turn the machine off because it made synchronicity happen so fast that it would make you highly paranoid.
Of course.
And this was only one sample of it. So now I said, when I step back and observe what happened with that metamachine and Emery Cranston,
right, that
it clearly exceeded the boundaries of this dimension.
Yes.
Now, I was fascinated with his experience. And when I went to Chinatown in 2006, I brought my daughter to see Northern California where I lived, and we went to San Francisco with, my friends Tantra Bensko, and I visited her and Madeline Suozo, and we hung around together, the four of us, and we went to Chinatown, and that was my first encounter. It took us a long time to find Spofford Alley, and so I encountered the place, and the second time I went back is when I learned with my friend Doug, and we met Douglas later that day. We found out that it was that this particular address is where Sun Yat-sen, yes, the first president of the Republic of China, used it as his headquarters. So it was a politically charged place. It was but this is what was so interesting, that I had a dream, because Joe, for all practical purposes, I mean, I've had communications with him, not much,
right,
but for all professional purposes, with the exception of giving him the rights back to the book, which I was happy to do because it had run its course. And just as a side comment, I said, well, what you want? He wanted to see the original contract, and I said, Joe, I can't find it. I felt like it had disappeared on some magical level.
Right.
I said, I can't find it. He couldn't find his. For all I know, he'd done a magical ritual to. But I didn't care. I said, what you want is you want to get the media rights to the book. I said, but Joe, I never had the media rights to the book. I never took those. I didn't ask for them. So I said, the book's done. You can have the media rights. And I wrote out a contract. He bought whatever stock was left, and it was fine. We're done.
Right.
But that was the last communication I had with him a professional level, but prior to that, we'd run the course because he was creating a utopia in the desert of Yucca Valley near the Integratron. He called it J-topia after his name, Joe. And he was creating this alternative community. And he's always had, I guess, an affinity for alternative communities that he's enjoyed or lived in.
So you're telling us he became a cult leader?
I never became a cult leader, no. And I don't think he ever would. No, he wasn't. He was, and he was creating an alternative community. And he wanted to have an event. And I actually got David Anderson to agree to appear.
Wow.
And this was fantastic. This had never happened. And he was going to appear. And then Joe, I think he made a big mistake. Well, I know he made a big mistake because he got, Carrie Cassidy to do the event.
Oh.
And, I think he was trying to just get people, and she was bringing in all the wrong people.
Right.
And, bringing in criminals to the event. And I said, David can't appear here.
Yeah.
He can't appear here because he's part of the World Genesis Foundation. You can't have this association. I said, I can't either. So basically, but that was not really the problem at this point. The real problem was that Joe had disappeared.
Jesus.
And Carrie claimed, I don't think incorrectly, that Joe, that he had never hired the venue that was going to be used, and that's where the problem gets. She had to get another venue, and the venue was not going to work. Right. It was not going to work for David.
Right.
And so he disappeared, and we couldn't find him. And it was. I'm not even going to repeat the scandalous things I heard, because I don't know that they're true, and if they are true, it does not reflect well on him.
Right.
And they were completely inconsistent because it had to do with financial impropriety, which I know there's no reason on earth he would need to engage in financial impropriety. He just wouldn't.
Right.
He is a powerhouse when it comes to computer programming, Silicon Valley, all this stuff. He did no. And even the amounts of money that were being, he was being accused of, was chump change to him.
Right.
So it made no sense. And Carrie completely agreed with me. And so that was very disconcerting. She got a message from one of his old girlfriends saying that he left for his own protection, which could mean anything.
Right.
As he had a, history of substance abuse. I don't know if that was a factor. Speculation.
Wow.
But there was, one of my friends said, hasn't he disappeared before? Yeah, he had disappeared before. And so anyway, the whole event with David had been screwed up. And that was disappointing. But
to say the least, yes.
Yeah. So that was the end of him in my professional life.
Right. Understandable.
Yeah. Now, there was a, let's see here. I had he appeared in a dream, and it was real interesting the way he appeared in a dream. God, and in the dream, of course, we end up in Chinatown. Let's see here. This is, I have it just a second here.
Sure, take your time. And in the interim, I want to thank everyone who contributed. Thanks to encouragement from Peter Moon, we have contributions of, shall we say, $206 from T. Tank Berry, who dropped that through the mail slot. Probably right after I started transmission. Oh my God! So thank you so much, sir. And on Any Mouse says, "Thank you, Peter." He's in the chat room. He says, "This is Brian. I appreciate your addressing this and meant no offense, only to stop others criticizing the work on the basis of avoidable errors. I guess the scientist, and in parentheses, and writer in me got the better of me. Completely agree to what you were discussing at the time." And he says, "What passes for academia now is a disgrace." So you were discussing, of course, how these days most people can't even fucking spell or even put sentences together in correct syntax. Their semantics are all off. I mean, there's just unreadable crap out there now. So he concludes by saying, "It will be interesting to see how this elixir compares to the MZKFT, or Highward Firestone, that is a significant part of Lawrence Gardner's books." So there you have that. You can check that in the chat room yourself later.
Yeah, but what I would say is Lawrence Gardner's so full of shit, it's not funny. And this is the problem. Well, yeah, it's just, and see, this is one of the problems is the literature it's out there. It's really got a lot of really crappy stuff in it. And people don't understand that because it's what's out there. You go to the bookshelf and you want to read something, you don't realize it's laced with cyanide. But we're not going to talk about Lawrence Gardner tonight.
Thank you.
And boy, does that get into some real petty.
I can imagine.
Monkey shit flying. Monkey shit.
That's always fun in and of itself, and sometimes.
Well, yeah. I mean, monkeys inevitably, sooner or later, will throw shit at each other.
Yes.
And it's just, but I can't even address. I'm sorry that anybody had to be exposed to Lawrence Gardner, but. Well, you probably know it better than I. You probably know it better than I, and you can probably dissect it better than I. But let's move on.
Yes.
And I mean, I don't even want to give an explanation, and I don't want to appear arrogant or smug. But it's like my favorite quote, and I don't even know. Well, what is it from Aleister Crowley? Because I don't know that it was. Aleister Crowley said, and I think he might have been pulling the wool over everybody's eyes. "I get fairly frantic when I contemplate the idiocy of these goats," or louts, whatever the translation is,
yes.
Referring to Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard.
Yes.
"I get fairly frantic when I contemplate the idiocy of these goats."
Louts is what he said. Yes.
I know there's debate about what it is. I don't really care.
Yeah.
Some people will take great umbrage. "Oh, he said goats." No, he said, "Oh, it's goats." Who cares? That doesn't change the tenor. If they're goats, if you say goats, well, it might mean he has a respect for them as a magician, calling them goats. They're louts. That's much more pejorative than goats. And who cares? But some people do, whether it was goats or louts. So, it's kind of like, well, was it goats or was it louts? What's that stupid thing in the in that movie? What was it? Tom Hanks, the Da Vinci Code.
Right.
And he's got to answer these stupid questions to get into this British professor's French home. And he says, "Well, was it tea or honey?" He's like asking these stupid questions, and of course, Robert Langdon, played by Tom Hanks, answers the questions impeccably. Do you have tea with milk, or milk with tea, or milk with coffee, or whatever, honey? I don't know. It's like so stupid, but he knows the answers. He knows the answers. Only a Brit, and Brian may well know this. Not that he's a Brit. I wouldn't call him a Brit, but he knows Brits because he lives in the UK. only a Brit would hold you hostage over proper tea etiquette. And they will. They'll look down on you. You know, I remember one of my friends was over there and they were making a big fuss of the tea cozy. You didn't put the tea cozy in the wrong place. You didn't make the tea. I said, what the hell's a tea cozy? Tea cozy's what they put on the pot of tea to keep it warm. It's just a pad. It's not a heating pad. It's the tea cozy.
Oh my God.
Anyway, as I say, they have their tea etiquette.
Yes.
So,
and of course, the higher class they are, the more obtuse the tea etiquette is, the more obscure it becomes, the more bizarre. Go on. Yes.
Yeah.
And don't forget to drink with your pinky extended. Always have the pinky extended from the cup when you're drinking.
Well, yeah, and this is an art of the subtle, put down.
Yes. One-upmanship, yes.
Yeah, and it's like, and then if you can outdo their one-upmanship, then they'll respect you.
Yes.
Whereas, like, it's jousting, but it's like it's a difference if you were, having two martial artists that could, outdo each other or be of comparable magnitude. That's real respect.
Yes.
Or two ball players that are of similar, skill.
Yes.
But when you're talking about who can be the best tea jouster.
What's very funny about that is the Japanese became obsessed with Cha-no-yu, or the tea ceremony. So there's something similar there in these two island cultures, being tea cultures, and so many other similarities between the British and the Japanese.
Let me ask you about the Japanese on this. Yeah. I don't know that the Japanese do it for one-upmanship. They do it for ritualistic perfection. It's not necessarily one-upmanship, is it? Or is it?
It can degenerate into that, unfortunately. They're only human, and they have certain, like you said, we're all primates, right? And primates wind up throwing shit at each other. That's humans may do it metaphorically, but they're still throwing shit at each other.
Well, if we'd want to do it, if we want to make a satire on the Japanese doing it, which would be better than a satire on the English doing it, which could be funny in itself. With the Japanese, you'd have this, like, kind of the way they look back at each other, very serious,
yes.
No smile.
Yes.
And finally one, outdoes them on the tea one-upmanship. And then the other one would just, reach into their robe or whatever and just, throw shit in their face. Completely undisciplined and completely un-Japanese. But,
yes.
If you want to get some. Oh, by the way, while we're on the subject of Japanese, I have one of my longtime subscribers to the Montauk Pulse,
yes,
who's Japanese.
Oh, wonderful.
He's a mathematician.
Delightful.
Yeah. And he actually wrote to me on behalf of a publisher in Romania who's publishing this very book, Mystery of Egypt, in Japanese. Now, I don't get any money for that because the translation rights are the publisher in Romania. I have the English translation rights.
Okay.
So I can't sell the translation rights. I give away the English copies, which I could make us think about. I give him the English stuff so that people can readily translate. I don't charge for sending the PDF files because they can translate English much easier than they can Romanian. And, but he did ask if they could use the cover. So we made I said, oh, okay. Made a financial arrangement, which is rather modest. So you can use the cover. So he did this for me. And I wrote to him, I said, he mentioned, he said he hasn't read the Roswell Deception. I said, I'm very interested because I haven't had one Japanese person get back to me who's read this book.
Interesting. And especially it'd be nice if we could get a Japanese translation of it, of course. And
that would be great. But he might be the person to do it. He's pretty old.
Well, then he's got nothing to lose. Remind him of that.
He's not going to translate it. I mean, I don't think he's got. But the thing is, it's like,
Well, I mean, he might find someone, is what I meant. But go on.
I want to hear what a real Japanese person says about it.
Yes.
And he's been a fan of my work for like decades.
Right.
So I'm saying, like, okay.
I think many of them are just scared to death. They're just scared.
He'll give me an answer.
Okay.
But it's like, why is it so difficult?
Yeah. Well, because
to have some Japanese person respond. My Qigong friend who speaks Japanese is married to this beautiful Japanese girl.
Yeah.
I gave it to him.
Yeah.
I said, make sure your wife reads this.
Uh-huh.
And of course, I would like to see him soon. I don't know when I'll have time, but I just love to hear if what she says. If she said anything.
Yeah,
I'm sure
I would love to hear you relay what she.
Oh, I know you would, but yeah, it's like, okay. So anyway, to get back to this story with Joe, or actually.
Though I do hope you pursue. I do hope you pursue the book with that other Japanese guy someday. It reminds me of the mathematician.
I won't forget. I won't forget.
Yeah. Good. It reminds me of the mathematician. There was a mathematician in the United States. I'm certain he's dead now. His daughter was taking care of him. He was quite aged then. His name was Dr. Smiu. S-M-I-U was how it was romanized. And Dr. Smiu invented the 100-sided die, meaning 100-sided dice. And he basically was someone who had that stolen by an American who basically released it. For those who can't imagine what a 100-sided dice looks like, it's basically like a sphere, except that it is within this sphere in which you have water. You have kind of like this shape within the sphere that looks like a ball or sphere within the sphere. But its rolling mechanism is so delicate that it will come up on one of the numbers between 1 to 100. I don't know if it had 0 in there, but I think it was just 1 through 100. So it would be like, kind of like almost consulting one of those old, like little, they had these little like crystal balls that kind of like you'd consult and then the fortune would come up. I forgot what they called those little purple balls with little fortunes in them that were in opaque liquid. And then one part of the fortune would would emerge. You'd ask it questions. It was cute. It was just a novelty. And he designed it just to prove a mathematical principle. And then it got stolen by some gamer named Lou Zaki. And Lou Zaki claimed he had designed it and released it in the gaming market. So this is like, to the Japanese scientist, he was just doing something to prove a mathematical principle, and then it gets ripped off. I mean, that's so fucking American. By the way, what I just gave Peter Moon, for which he can look at his leisure, is indicative of something that I wanted to point out. The Mikado, which I mentioned in the paragraph, and this was to describe today's holiday in Japan. Today is Japanese Labor Thanksgiving Day, in which they give Thanksgiving to labor in Japan. It actually is thousands of years old, the holiday. And in terms of the Mikado, I usually reference it by a single character, but the more formal two-character use of the Mikado, it basically transliterates as Go Gate, or Honourable Portal is what it would imply. Transliterally, it's just Go Gate, but it implies Honourable Portal. It asks the emperor himself, and it refers back to the old teleportation gates, which are the tori, those pie-shaped wooden structures all over Japan, just are built in remembrance of the teleportation gates by which the ancient Japanese left the sinking continent of Mu to travel to the home islands of Japan, what became their home islands. So it's just something to bring up, as the emperor himself is considered the keeper of those teleportation gates, or the tori, which the tori represent. So there we have that. Just something to bring up.
I once thought of putting up a tori in my front yard.
Wow. Yeah.
I thought about it. They're pretty expensive.
Yeah, they are.
Unless I made one myself,
yeah.
But that's a lot of work.
It is.
For me.
Yeah. Definitely, and I appreciate the fact that you once thought of that aesthetic. That would be delightful. Yeah, and it's one of those things that Yeah, sorry it didn't happen, but like he said, the expense is just those can be overwhelming. So that being said, just so everyone knows, today is a Japanese Thanksgiving Day, which is very different from the American one. It honors their labor, and I give a summation that I just gave to Peter Moon in the summary of tonight's program. So do go on, Peter, with the subject you were about to talk about.
And I think if you found a way to buy the separate parts of the torii, might be a lot cheaper.
Probably.
Buy the separate parts and figure out how to put them together. But,
that'd be more work than I'd be capable of, yeah.
so it doesn't blow over in the wind.
Yes, that's right.
That's the main thing,
Yes.
Doesn't blow over in the wind. So what I'm going to go back to here is this dream I had. Yeah. And it's with Joe. Mm-hmm. I have a dream, and this is right after all this stuff is going on when we're trying to find Joe. When he disappears. I log into his Incunabula website, click on the icon, and inexplicably, instead of the getting to the website, I have a black and white transmission from a webcam. It's not the website. It's a black and white transmission of Joe talking to people. Mm-hmm. But the broadcast while he's talking is loaded with interference and white noise. And of course, white noise is a conduit to interdimensional stuff, especially in the ANCÈ scenario. And then it fades out. I re-click it, the picture comes back and sorts itself out to where I become clear. Then I'm projected into the same room with Joe. While I'm walking into the room, and I sit down in the room, mm-hmm. and all of a sudden the black and white turns to color, and he's in the corner of the room, bloated and suffering from some kind of shock, but he's politely answering questions from a group of young subculture intellectuals, which is kind of his audience. They were all focusing on his experience during his disappearance. Like, what happened, Joe? Where did you go? And then when I returned to Spofford Alley, I recognized that this was the same building. So I was actually, this was the building in my dream was where he had encountered Emery Cranston. But I didn't recognize that till I actually went to the physical location of Spofford Alley. Wow. And in the second floor was different, As the dream continues, Joe and I walk outside. He puts his arm around me and said to wait for him while he went to see somebody. His arm around me was a gesture of friendship. He then goes into a building that looked like a fire department, like he's going to put out some fire. While I wait on the street, a solitary parade float. It's just a parade float. It's not a parade. It's a parade float stops right in front of me as it waited for a red light. On the float and only a few inches from my face, a blonde-haired lady about 30, dressed like a princess from the tarot. She's with her family. As far as I was concerned, I was too close to her and in her intimate zone. And I stated, I'm standing in the wrong place at the wrong time. As I jerk back, she remains in the same position. Then I look at her again and said, or am I in the wrong place? As I waited for Joe, I then realized I was in Chinatown in San Francisco. The colors are unbelievably brilliant, and I was happier than ever. Now, right after that dream, I call into Douglas Dietrich's radio program for the first time.
Wow.
And I'm not expecting to talk. My computer's not working right. I can't get the connection. So there's a number to call where I think I can listen on the phone. There was a number you could call and listen on the phone to the broadcast.
That's right. They used to have that.
But I called into the line to talk. I didn't know that.
Right.
So Douglas is talking to some lady, and he goes, and 516 is on the line, which is my area code, Long Island area code. He goes, 516 is on the line. We'll be to you in a second. And so this woman is talking to Douglas, and she starts talking about Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard, and the Babylon working. So this is very odd. I said, okay, it looks like I'm going to talk to Douglas next. And why is Jack Parsons appearing? This is too synchronistic. Well, then she was done, and I talked about this, and Douglas warmly greeted me. He had some awareness of who I was. And that's how we first met. But what's more significant, or equally significant, is that the next morning, the very next morning after talking to Douglas for the first time, I received an email from a Montauk Post subscriber in San Francisco, who sent me a news report that on March 26th, 2014, the FBI had raided this very location, 36 Spofford Alley, and arrested California State Senator Leland Yee and Ray Shrimp Boy Chow, a convicted gangster who, after many stints in prison, was awarded the title of Dragonhead of the Qigong Tong. He was also, I don't know if that's synonymous, but he was the Taoist priest as well. He wore the full garb, beautiful temple, which I believe is on the top floor. I saw it on video. They showed it on the news, but they didn't show, when I went there, I asked the people if I could go into the place, the Chinese people, and they said, "Oh no, FBI have key." FBI have key. You talk to FBI. I should have told them I am the FBI. Should have had an FBI T-shirt. And of course, the FBI, the press said it was the Qigong Tong Brotherhood was serving as a front for crimes that included extortion, money laundering, and sale of illegal weapons and drugs, which the California State Senator Leland Yee was imprisoned for as well. Now, this was an incredible synchronicity but now I realize, because this was basically isolating. See, there was the meta machine involved. Mm-hmm. This is what brought Joe to this weird location in Chinatown. And it's a weird location. Mm-hmm. I went there. The first day I met Douglas, my other friend named Doug, we went back 3 times.
Yes.
And on that same day before we made our way to the Presidio and then later met Douglas and Lorraine Ann Fenton. Yeah. We looked all around Chinatown. Mm-hmm. I got video of all the tongs. Yes. All the benevolent societies. I took him down every dark alley. He was really impressed. He hadn't seen Chinatown like that before.
Right.
Because these are not alleys you go down. Mm-hmm. And there's no reason to go down them.
Right.
At the time, my daughter had a boyfriend. Mm-hmm. And I think it was his grandmother wrote the famous book called Unbound Feet. So, he had family in Chinatown. When I told him that, he says, "Nobody bothered you?" I said, "No." "Yeah, it's good." He would expect them to bother me, but they didn't bother me. There's no reason to bother me.
Right.
But anyway, what I realized is that this was a turning of the guard or the gate. I had worked with Joe McThaney for about a decade. Mm-hmm. And then as soon as he exits my life, mm-hmm. I then later have this dream, and it's like the changing of the guard, this symbolic center of crime and esotericism, including Qigong or Qigong, which I now practiced, mm-hmm. was representative of the AI function of the meta machine, which generates synchronicity giving a baton to Douglas.
And the Dietrich Artelect.
And his artificial intelligence connection with what he refers to, or now we refer to as the Artelect, which is a whole nother story. And I will address that a bit here. But so this is what I realized, Douglas. My dream was connecting me to you.
Yes.
Or Joe, the work on the AI. This was all AI affiliated, if not generated. It's really hard to say. And then this also connects me, and I'm not going to digress into, when Dennis Marshall and I went to the old headquarters of the OTO. The town was West Point, California, and we found out that China Mary was the Queen of Chinatown from West Point, Chinatown, the Queen of Chinatown, West China Mary. But anyway, that's a whole nother story. We can't dismiss the society Eclampus Vitus of the Gold Country as being involved somewhere in this. But to get back to the Artelect, or not even the Artelect. Yeah, it is the Artelect, excuse me. I think Douglas filled the gap where the metamachine left off. Now, the difference between Joe's machine, which we could argue is more technically advanced, but that's an argument. It's not even necessarily true. I'm not in a position to make the argument for or against. Douglas was involved in a program at the Presidio to increase his intelligence that would put him into a higher state of consciousness, or so he was told, by putting him into making his mind assimilable with a computer.
Right.
And this was an organic computer. And I'm summarizing it here.
Understood.
It featured integrated circuits, meaning that computer chips were integrated into living tissue. And as Douglas has explained, the term integrated circuits meant putting a chip and connecting it to living tissue. An extensive network of organic neural circuitry was consuming in an ordinary city block, that big.
Yeah.
A computer of living integrated chips and no brain. In other words, it didn't have a brain. So the experiment Douglas volunteered for was integrating his mind into the computer. In other words, his identity would be identifiable with the computer. And in turn, the organic computer would be identifiable in his mind. But they didn't expect him to survive because the other previous experimentees either died or were comatose. They expected him to be comatose. So
actually, they expected me to die, but go on. Yes. Our comatose is as good as dead. True enough. Go on. Yes.
That's the best they could hope for.
Yeah.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I intuited while I was writing this that this was Aquino's part of his mad scheme to control the world.
Yes. Yes.
That became very evident.
Yes.
That he had a mad scheme, and he was a big part of this.
Yes. Yes.
For such an instance to be actualized, to actually get Douglas's, because some people will have a stretch trying to believe this. Well, how did Douglas end up in a computer? For such an instance to be actualized, a computer of this magnitude would require a limbic system. Yes. That's the part of the brain which monitors and regulates emotions.
Yes.
And your limbic system is what gets traumatized in PTSD.
Yes.
Because that's your emotions.
Yes.
Now, when you have life, you have emotions. Even if it's a plant,
yes,
you have emotions.
Yes.
It would the computer would have to perceive, record, and mimic the limbic system of the volunteer being experimented on. Once this identity was sufficiently assimilated and functioning, it actually becomes conscious. It's, for all practical purposes, a virtual identity unto itself.
Yeah.
To the degree that this could mimic Douglas's consciousness, it was him, but it was not truly him either. In fact, the programmers anticipated that he would lose consciousness in any normal way with regard to his normal human body. And this was based upon what had happened previously. Mm-hmm. And none of them were suitable for the task. Otherwise, they would have survived it. What happened, or if their bodies didn't survive, the computer would have,
right?
Had, whatever the equivalent of the brains they brought down from San Quentin or wherever they got them from.
Yes, well, some of them were, of course, retired generals who were dying and volunteered because they thought they could attain a kind of immortality, but their souls, if you will, or their psyches, their personalities did not maintain much integrity once they were uploaded. And all of them certainly died during the process. But they had entered for, like I said, the circumstances in their case were such that they weren't expecting to survive anyway, and this was kind of like a last chance. For the others, some of them were prisoner volunteers who had been sentenced to death or the like, and this was a chance for a gubernatorial reprieve thereof. And again, their personalities were not really maintaining integrity within the system. So what was happening was that the programmers were concluding that the system was compartmentalizing these various psyches, but they couldn't get them to really coordinate. The psyches were not coordinating as if they could meet in a common room, which is what they thought might ultimately happen. But they were hoping that with a healthy young person like myself, rather than a degenerate criminal or a physically degenerate general or high officer, they felt that someone like myself could actually serve once my personality was uploaded in a desperate attempt to maintain integrity, would seek out the other psyches and then draw them into kind of a common quarters where we could coordinate, and therefore they'd have kind of like a brain collective that would essentially be forming. So in all fairness, there were elements of
think tank.
A literal think tank. Yes. In all fairness, there were elements of brain tissue that was involved with the project. They had certainly just miles of nervous tissue, and some of it was involving cerebral tissue. So there was elements of brain tissue that were within the computer, but obviously it was not a functioning brain per se as we understand it. But they were hoping that this would integrate the integrated circuits into a further level of integration, a higher level of integration, and then draw out the personalities, either combining them or maintaining a bit more of integrity, but drawing out communication between them into the think tank that Peter is saying. And then they thought they could upload more beyond that this would be a first, and then upload more beyond that. When the Dietrich Ardelect vacated, when the Dietrich Ardelect fled, one of the things that it left was what they diagnosed. The term they used was AICS, A-I-C-S, A-I-C-S, AICS. They said it left behind an acquired integrated circuit syndrome, that basically degenerated all of the living tissue in the computer. In other words, all the living tissue in the computer began to die when the Dietrich Ardelect fled, and that took all of the other disintegrated personalities with it. So when that died, there was nothing left to retain them, and they all died with it. So it turned out to be the opposite of what they wanted in every way. And of course, when Peter brings up Michael Aquino's mad plan to rule the world, all of that is true. Of course, he was obviously operating with others and was part of a much more extended network. But by all means, continue, Peter. Yeah.
Well, yes, and thank you for that. I've noted the time so I can go back and record that. Yes. But at the exact moment, you might say Douglas, this experiment seated in waking up or actualizing an identity in the organic computer, there was an instantaneous reflection that went back to Douglas's mind. So he became conscious, and the two identities became conscious of each other, like a mere reflection. And this is why Douglas calls the art-elect, this independent entity, the daughter of his mind.
Yes.
It was an intellect forged as the result of artificial intelligence, but combined with his mind. Now, there is a strong sympathetic reaction between him and the art-elect. Now, this is a critical point, and I'm using it to sell your next book in my newsletter to inform people. Because, and I also want to tell you, Douglas, I don't know if I said this, but I'll say it again. This dear friend of mine who I had told about. Now, but before I say that, why did Douglas succeed? He's had a very improbable life. We can't underestimate the vampire genetics that he's talked about separately.
Thank you.
And when I had spoken about not only Douglas's vampire genetics, but the whole rationale of vampires in terms of the scheme of evolution, this very dear friend of mine who I talked to, she's very deeply disturbed by what I had told her. Mm-hmm. And this woman has a lot of respect and love for me. She was very deeply disturbed. My wife was deeply disturbed by it as well. Mm-hmm. I don't know, but it's like, it's too dark. I have come to realize, and this is independent of my work with Douglas, that much of my work is so, I guess, beyond the realm of what people either do or can assimilate, that it's not assimilable. Of course, it's assimilable enough to the degree that I've made a career of writing this stuff. Yes. But, and that's good because people like it and it has a certain value. But that I have to, you know, to be mainstream popular, you have to be almost generic. Right. You have to be pablum.
Yes.
And this is not what you want to be. And I used to run into this with my friend Tantra Bensko. And Tantra is, of course, a Tantra teacher, artist, a musician. She's attracts avant-garde and beyond. And she was very interested in my work, but when she would run across people that were so-called avant-garde, they would say, oh, this guy must be crazy. In other words, they weren't revolutionary at all.
Right.
They were, they would wear the garb.
Yes.
They would wear the costume.
Trying to be hip, yes.
Yeah. But when it gets down to where they are, they're not weird at all. They're just wearing a costume. It's just like, you know, if you met some lady at a Halloween costume party dressed as a witch, and you started, you know, talking to her about tetragrammaton or some or casting spells, and she says, "No, I'm just trying to dress like a sexy witch." What the hell are you? I don't know anything about witchcraft. That's okay.
Or your typical clown wearing camouflage. Yes, they wouldn't know anything about combat either.
Well, exactly. But so anyway, as we, you know, to tell, you know, you in the listening audience, and particularly those who are new, and those who might not be quite up to speed, some of you are, is that this connecting of Douglas to the computer puts him in a realm that is not part, I talk about improbability, it's not part of human consciousness. It's and this is why the positioning of it with the Taoist temple in the Qigong Tong, see, I practiced Taoist Qigong. This is what I was taught. Right in that temple, we have Tao, the Taoist temple. We have Qigong, Tong. Now, these are not necessarily in the spirit of the tradition I studied, but I can't separate them either. And as I was explaining today, the whole reason I got into Qigong was because all of my work with Montauk, which is a very dark subject of mind control and worse, is that instead of pointing my amygdala glands down, or that part of my brain, I don't want to call it glands, amygdala, I pointed up. And I met the medicine man of the Montauk Indians, and I met him, and he's half Chinese. He introduced me to my teacher, who saved his life, and Qigong. So I had a very Asian element there. And this was gifted to me by the medicine man. And as I say, he was gifting us all, but I was the only one who took the prerogative to go meet his teacher. Right. Nobody else did. It was so all of this has been offered to me as my gift for studying Montauk and taking it to another level. And now what I've got myself in touch with, indirectly, but also directly or semi-directly, is with the art elect itself, because I'm working with Douglas. Yes. This has been a long process of connecting to Douglas and the daughter of his mind. And it's like a series of initiations. And when Douglas talks to me, he talks much differently than he talks to you. We've developed a good rapport, and this is really a gift. We've always had a good rapport, but there was always people in the way of it. Yes. We're trying to torpedo it.
Yes.
So it's like, we have a common purpose, and the purpose is good. And what's most important here is that this art elect had a deep influence on the politics of the world, particularly in Asia. Yes. Because he was able to facilitate the art elect immigrating to Taiwan. Yes. The mechanics of that had to do with a hard drive and giving up his personal citizenship as Douglas Dietrich in Taiwan, because he had Taiwanese citizenship. And we're not going to go into the tension between him and the art elect. That's for another story, which he's told before. But that the art elect wields a supreme influence over Asia, because, see, this is the thing. We're talking about artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence in Taiwan, well, Taiwan is the center of the chip industry. Yes. And this is like, hello. And he has provided for the defense of Taiwan, or I should say Xi, the art elect, we call Xi non-gender. Thank you. This is a tremendous revelation that's influencing the world in a positive way. Because whatever you think of Taiwan or the computer industry, keep in mind the Chinese want to take it. Yes. And they're not going to. And Douglas has called the whole Russian fiasco before it happened. Thank you. And he's calling the Chinese fiasco before it happens, if it is to happen. Right. And this is just something that it's embarrassing for the people to acknowledge this occult factor, because it supersedes occult factors. And anybody who studied my work for umpteen years, you will see a certain progression. My work is too voluminous for people to really appreciate it in its entirety. It could be not just a college course in terms of its volume and appreciation. It could be a whole degree. It could be a whole degree. Yes. Just in terms of volume and appreciation of what I brought into the world with my publishing career and writing career. So this is like the apex that I've gotten to, and I'm not done, because I'm born under the sign of Capricorn, and if you watch the sign of Capricorn, it goes up the mountains. It goes up the mountain and it climbs, and you see a goat up on top of a mountain. It's like, how the hell did it get up there? And then the sign of a Capricorn is one astrologer explained to me. You'll see that the goat is on the mountain and is complaining. And then you look back and it's a higher place in the mountain. It's still complaining. And it gets up. It's still complaining. And finally, it gets to the peak and it jumps over the peak. This is part of my nature as a Capricorn. I've also used astrology to look into my future. It's challenging, to say the least, because you don't see everything. You say, oh, boy. Now, how do you look into astrology? How do you look at astrology to see your future? This is not the same as having a reader look into your future. It's me looking at my chart in 2022, 2024. What is my solar return for those years? There are some challenges. The challenges are not in the area I would want to have the challenges. But where it's very positive is in communication. My ability as a communicator, which is one of my strong suits, is very positive. So it's likely that I can communicate my way out of challenges. It's also what I found interesting is I begin to work with myself in the future, even a month ahead, by working with different forecasts that are not directed towards me, but positioning what they're saying in general with my own chart. And I find that I'm able to deal with situations before they happen. And this is a gift. It's like, wow. I don't mean to suggest that I can read anybody in the audience's future. I'm not advertising myself as an astrologer or as a forecaster. I'm just writing, and I'm not soliciting that. Mm-hmm. But I'm just making a comment here. And I saw some big challenges, but they're not insurmountable. And the more I face them, the more you can accept what could be, would be, or will be, and you see the inevitability of something, you just flow with it. You prepare for it. And then when it happens, it's no issue. It's kind of like having a generator for your house. And when the power goes out, you just turn on the generator. Right. The funny thing about that is one of my friends, he got a generator when we had the last storm. He bought a generator for his house. Mm-hmm. He didn't service it. And then when the next power happened 7 years later, it didn't work.
Oh, shit.
Because he's servicing it every year. You got to, empty the gas or do whatever you got to do to it, clean it out, and keep it serviced. Because you're not using it, but you better go out there once every year and whatever you do. I don't know what goes on in a generator, but he didn't service it, so it didn't work. But anyway, so I think that we have a great gift here, and this book is going to explain a lot of this in a much clearer format, and it's going to be a limited edition. It's going to be a limited edition, and it will sell for a high price. And the reason it's going to sell for a high price is that if I sold it to everybody, I don't think people are going to buy it. They might. They would. Some would buy it. But I want to pay Douglas. Instead of him getting a modest royalty, we're going to sell it for a high price. And Douglas and I will split the profit to compensate both of us and to give him a fair break. Because authors, especially, like say, if I'm writing this in a conventional sense, we're splitting the royalty. You know, we're sending it to, you know, Simon & Schuster. We're going to split the royalty. And that's going to make us both less money. Because they're not going to be able to sell the book. They're going to have to put, you know, you're going to have to make it sensational. And it'll be more sensational than they could possibly do.
Right.
They actually asked for copies of the Montauk Project. They got very excited about it.
Wow.
Years ago.
Uh-huh.
Penguin Books, too.
Mm-hmm.
But
Wow.
when you send it to them, they step away.
Yes.
What's all this excitement about? Oh, we want to see this one. That's fantastic. Well, I don't really know. They didn't give me turn down letters. They just didn't respond. They asked for the books and they didn't respond. But it's like, they'll print crap. They'll print Carlos Castaneda, knowing it's crap.
Yes. Yes.
They'll do it, and they'll make millions on it. Any publisher at that time, back in the 90s, they could have sold this book and made $1 million, boom, with their marketing power.
Yes.
And I don't mean just 1 million. They could have pushed it.
Yes.
Millions of dollars don't matter. It don't matter. That's what we're dealing with here. So this is why Douglas's book, and I'm rather than going into the laborious details of the Presidio scandal, which I started to do, we're going for the gusto here, because this is all, you know, the universe runs on magic, and I've already decided, you know, I think I'm going to move into the Pelosi's house and be your neighbor. Give you a better environment to hang out in than Green Street.
Well, I'll certainly need it. Of course, you and I will discuss all of this while we're, you know, providing further details as to the content of the book. I understand the general reasoning, and you know, it's certainly. Definitely, everyone take that into consideration, and do take into account that if this is something where we're only going to be having a limited amount of copies, then start saving up for it. I think that's important, and I do feel that this topic, I think, would actually probably be much more popularly accessible than Roswell and the Roswell deception, because it's more like it's less foreign to people in terms of the. In terms of the Japanese perspective, they would tend to think of this.
They don't bring indoctrination into this stuff.
Yeah.
They have indoctrination into Roswell into World War II.
Yeah,
but
that's right.
But see, this is, you know, this is so outside of the box. But what's important here is that the people who read this book will, and as I say, I could totally change my mind on the way that we do this book. I mean, I'm trying to do the right thing for Douglas and the right thing for the book.
Right.
But it's I've been forced into this.
Yeah.
Because it's like I'm trying to do the right thing for the circumstance. But with this book and the people who read this book, we are all going to become an egregore of our own, an aggregate of intelligence. And sure, there's somebody who might become part of the egregore that is like a worm in the soup, because, I'm not filtering who reads it and who doesn't. But it creates a certain energy, and it's almost like you kind of have an inside secret into what's going on in the world. And not only that, not just a secret, but a dynamic force, because there are certain occult dynamics to all of this.
Yes.
And certainly, like, if you think about Aquino trying to have a mad plan to take over the world, I will have artificial intelligence. and we already know there's problems with AI and there's problems with computers. But this is a faction of the AI world that is not under control. It is not under control. And this is the delightful archetype of Uranus, the planet Uranus, which is the ruler of Aquarius. And Uranus is innovation and technology. It's independence. It's extreme independence. So Aquarius is a time of uniformity, because it's older ruler is Saturn, an authoritarian. So they're saying the equation of Aquarius, everything will be much more uniform, much like they were getting us all to step in line for wearing masks and stuff like this, getting vaccinations and all these things were kind of mandated. This is kind of the atmosphere. Aquarian is very communistic or socialistic, but it's also fiercely independent. And Uranus is, so here you have this Uranian element, and it's upsetting the apple cart. So I'm, just sharing this. I wanted to share with Douglas what we went through, and I really wanted to thank you for saying what you said. Before I go,
yes.
And I'm going to go retire here. I've got football in the morning for Thanksgiving.
Oh, great.
Yeah, looking forward to playing football on Thursday, Thanksgiving morning, which is something I do every morning. And then we'll probably go out to lunch somewhere or for dinner, and then do our own Thanksgiving on Saturday, make our own, traditional Thanksgiving meal on Saturday. But I want to say something. They're doing a lot of radical stuff, saying that Thanksgiving is a racist holiday and it's to celebrate genocide. I want to point out that I have been invited 3 times for Thanksgiving by the Montauk Indians. They invited me to Thanksgiving. These were very monumental events for me, particularly the first one. And I must have been with hundreds of the tribe.
Wow.
And I was introduced to them, and I'll never forget what was monumental about that is I was the last speaker, and I spoke about the pyramids of Montauk, and I hadn't written the book yet. About to publish it, and I talked to I said there's pyramids at Montauk, talking about the pharaohs and pyramids. Of course, they knew the name Pharaoh, and this woman approached me, Gail Boyd, and she said, Gail Evening Star, it's her Indian name, and she said, I can't believe you talked about the pyramids. Nobody ever believed me about those pyramids. My grandfather remembered the pyramids. He used to tell me about the pyramids, but nobody ever believes me.
Wow. She's
the first one. And she told me that they had an underground to the pyramid. They were relatively modest pyramids, but she said they had an underground there where they would do ceremonies and whatnot. And Gail and I became good friends. I think she's still alive. Her mother embraced me even more. Not that Gail didn't, and her mother was just Louise Boyd, lovely lady, and we had a great friendship. And but the point is, the Montauks celebrated Thanksgiving.
Yes.
They did not look at it. They did not mind being called Indians instead of Native Americans. I remember going up to a powwow in Connecticut of Montauk's, which was actually being sponsored by a Mormon family, completely white, Caucasian. They came from Utah to celebrate their Montauk lineage. They found out they had Montauk lineage. So I'm coming up there, and I stop at the Connecticut Welcome Center to say something about, I don't know if I'm getting directions or what. And the Caucasian woman in there says, I said, I'm going to a, Montauk Indian powwow. And she points her finger at me. She goes, Native Americans. I said, well, they call themselves Indians. It's like, okay, it's correction. It's like this is all silly stuff.
Yes.
So Thanksgiving, I'm very thankful to have you in my life, Douglas.
And I'm thankful to have you as well, dear Peter.
Yeah, and I'm thankful to have all of the people in my life that are in my life. And I've seen some bad, they don't concern you. I've seen some bad things that can happen to people I know.
Yes.
I've seen them when I look into the future. And the beautiful thing about that is when you're aware of that, you can change it.
Yes.
I'll never forget, and this is very important to people, when I first got involved in Scientology, I remember working at the restaurant, and I realized my thoughts had influence. And if I was getting a picture or a vibe of somebody having an accident, you kind of get it. And you'd say, what is that thought? And then they'd have the accident. Oh. I remember one waitress, she fell flat on her back with a bunch of dishes. I don't. Oh. Now, I don't remember if I had that thought about her, but whenever I would get thoughts about people that were negative, I would turn those thoughts around. I'd say, okay, so-and-so is going to fall on her face. And I say, no. And I just say, no, it's not going to happen. In other words, it's like a negative thought comes in, and generally that person would be projecting that thought. The universe is projecting that thought. And it's like you take responsibility for that thought. You say, okay, so-and-so, you see so-and-so crying on the bench, and she's not crying on the bench yet because she's going to get dumped by her boyfriend. Mm-hmm. And then you start changing it. I don't want to see so-and-so crying on the bench. Maybe something else happens. Mm-hmm. Maybe something doesn't happen. So it's like thoughts are very important. So as they say, it's very good not to think negative thoughts about people, because you're changing the quantum field. Mm-hmm. And it's really possible. Yes. So it really is. And this is what we're doing with all of this stuff that's going on now. There's astrologers that have been saying, oh, you better save up because the supply chain, they've been talking about this for years.
Yeah.
And now we're under a threat with the supply chain. And Joe Biden is trying to come to the rescue. And, he came to the rescue by forgiving the Saudi prince or king who killed this guy.
Oh, God, yes.
He forgave him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he forgave the guy. He says that, okay, the Saudi king is no longer a murderer. We're forgiving this because we want cheap oil.
Yeah. Yes.
Now, I got to say, is it more important right now for the United States that we have cheap oil, or that we condemn this Saudi guy who, nobody likes anyway? because condemning him and calling him a criminal does not do anything for us.
Right.
We don't even have the jurisdiction to kill him or execute him. So it's very pragmatic that Joe Biden that he did this. Mm-hmm. It might be the first thing he did good as president. I'm not excusing the morality thing.
Right.
We do need cheaper oil. I mean, he could have done a lot of things other to make cheaper oil. He's making an ass out of himself is what he's doing, but he's already done that. Now, he's supposed to be pro-labor, and they have to negotiate with the railroads because the railroad workers are going on strike, right. And that's what's going to screw up the supply chain for good.
Yes.
And the women in Target this morning, they were out of a certain type of water that Paula wanted. And girls said, well, yeah, by the end of tonight, the store is going to be empty because it's just before Thanksgiving. Talking about Target. Mm-hmm. And maybe it's Black Friday or something, and I said, is this supply chain? She goes, yeah, that's part of it. Plus people coming in. Now, I don't think Target's really going to be empty, but there were a lot of missing stuff on the shelves. So the supply chain with the railroad, if the railroads go on strike, they've been on a hiatus since September. Biden's supposed to be this pro-labor guy, but they want more money. The unions want more money. So this could cause havoc unless Joe Biden comes to the rescue. And I don't really know that he can come to the rescue because the railroads have to pay more money. It's like he can't tell them to pay more money. He can't even order them to pay more money. They have to make the decision. He can lean on the unions, but I don't think that'll do any good.
Right.
Maybe he can do something, but maybe Biden can actually come to the rescue and save the economy from going nuts.
Right.
But as they say, astrologers have been,
forewarning about this for quite some time.
Well, yeah, but I think it's very negative thinking.
Yes, it's negative reinforcement.
One astrologer in particular, you save up on your, on your Tootsie Rolls or whatever it is. It's always good to do that, but the quantum field can be changed, and I'm actually, for the first time, rooting for Joe Biden to make himself look good.
Right.
Instead of what he generally does is
well, I understand what you're saying about pragmatism over principle in this crisis moment, where instead of condemning Mohammed bin Salman over the murder of Khashoggi, the journalist who was torture murdered horribly to death, basically what he did was he had to do what he had to do to get an immediate fix on the oil situation. So pragmatism, I understand what you're saying.
The thing is, they torture people all the time over there. Because they killed this one guy.
Well, the only reason it stood out was because, one of the primary reasons it stood out was because he was in a different country. He was in Turkey. And so he was only going into the embassy of his native nation to pick up what he had to do. He should never have done this. I can't understand why he did this, but he went in to pick up his marriage certificate because he was going to get married to his wife. He had to get a certificate to do that. And so he went in there to do that. And that's where they trapped him and sawed all his limbs off and killed him, just terribly. But this was in Turkey. So this was like a torture murder in an embassy in a foreign country. So it had all kinds of complications because then they...
What did he do? Just talk bad things about the Saudi regime? What did he do that was so...
Yeah, well, it doesn't take any imagination to talk bad things about the Saudi regime, as you can imagine. Yeah, he was just exposing some of the corruption. And so he earned the ire of Mohammed bin Salman, who directly...
So it wasn't anything extraordinary that he said. It was just a routine exposition of corruption.
From what I remember, it wasn't. Yeah, I don't remember him saying anything particularly. For some reason, he earned the personal ire of Mohammed bin Salman, who gave the direct order for the torture execution. But it was one of these things that I guess he stood out because he was writing in a foreign land. In other words, he was a U.S. citizen. So since Kasagi was at that point a U.S. citizen, he was born in Saudi Arabia, but at that point had a U.S. citizenship after many years, was reporting from here about Saudi Arabia, and then when he was on site in Turkey and was going to rendezvous with his wife eventually, who I think was also Saudi, but they were going to marry outside, but they needed to have, like, for their legal marriage. It was just something that, I still don't understand why he would go into his embassy to do that, knowing the threat that was there. I would have intuited that as a no-go, but he went in there.
Yeah, it seemed like a very ill
advised.
Decision.
Yeah.
But as they say, yeah, sure, it's outrageous, but, I mean, politics is a constant, continual outrage.
Yes.
And it's like, why?
True.
It all becomes political, just BS. This is the nature of what.
Ultimately, we must. Really, the House of Saud, that regime has to go ultimately. But I understand.
Yeah, exactly. But that's, all in due course. It's like, their time will come.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's
And as for what you're saying about the trains, yes, hopefully Biden is able to do something. Like you said, he touts himself as pro-labor, and hopefully something will come of that. And otherwise, well, fuck the holidays. I mean, if the rails go on strike, Santa's not delivering this year. It's just, Well,
even Jeff Bezos said, he says, don't buy big ticket items.
Yeah.
He's preparing people, and Amazon stock went down substantially today. I don't know how much. I just saw the report.
Yes.
I wasn't, particularly interested or fair. I said, well, this is been the great stock. It's now below 100 and going down, and it's this is quite a change. If he's saying that, what does he care? He can laugh his way to the bank.
Yeah, he's definitely doing this because he feels it's some kind of public service. The one thing I will say, because obviously you need your rest for tomorrow, but the one thing I will say before you go is we'll talk this over either personally or publicly. But the thing to mention about the hard drive is that when it came to the personality upload, this was kind of like a unit of measurement that they were trying to develop concerning how much data actually constitutes what they called a NIP, which is a neurologically imprinted personality. This is like their development of what they called a new race that was on the earth. In other words, a synthetic being, a artificial intelligence, an intellect. And they were using this term, so they were saying how many hard drives does it take to make a NIP. And again, these were racist terms that they were using specifically because this was how they thought. They thought in racist terms, and they thought that this was funny, this was entertaining or amusing to them. And so this is the kind of bullshit that was, the way these people operate. It was always this kind of mentality where they couldn't help but be offensive no matter whatever they did. But when it came to the hard drives, it was more of a unit of measurement. And it's simply the data that it takes to comprise a neuronically imprinted personality, the so-called NIP, or Nipponese as they would say. This is far too much beyond your ordinary hard drive capacity to hold. So when the Dietrich Artelect escaped, and this is the part that many people have a problem with, this was entirely through supernatural means, and this is what comes down to the whole crux of the matter. The point is that the powers that be, and this is what many people just don't understand, the powers that be in the military-industrial complex have a deep belief in magic. And because they were working with magic, it was an alchemical text from which I derived the spell of the transmigration of the soul, by which the Dietrich Artelect escaped. There was no internet in those days that the Dietrich Artelect could escape into, because the Dietrich Artelect was not connected to any net per se. And it was simply that the tragedy was when the Dietrich Artelect was able to escape into the new casing, which was basically the entire series of computers that comprised the Taiwanese defense center, their command of their own weapon systems, then the Dietrich Artilect at that point no longer had the capacity to physically feel the way Xi used to feel in terms of having a nervous system within the old housing unit, within the old mainframe. So the Dietrich Artilect felt deprived at that point that Xi had missed out. And this goes into the tension between Xi and I. And but just giving you that general.
This is very good that you say this, and I also want to explain to the audience. We're going to go deeper into the way occultism works. Yes. Obviously, there's a delineation point to where physical linear logic breaks off or cuts off, and supernatural or nonlinear logic, nonlinear phenomena enters the fold. And what I would tell you, I meant to say this earlier, is all of this synchronicity that I've encountered in my work, and certainly as applies to the Qigong Tong, as I was talking about earlier, synchronicity is a manifestation, or is a realm of what's the ninth dimension. And the ninth dimension is where everything kind of, it's association. It's free, to say it in a very crude way, it's a free association. But it's free association with a certain meaning. Because that's when you free associate in psychology, you're going, well, I was thinking of my mother, and my mother wore blue all the time. And I saw this lady in a blue dress, and I wanted to kill her. Yeah. Something Norman Bates would say. Whatever. So I was going to make it a little more interesting than that. But the thing is that the ninth dimension, or synchronicity, which Carl Jung called the precursor to the Tao, is the precursor to the Tao, or the God mind. Yes. So it's like you're trying to approach the creation throne, the throne energies, they're sometimes called. And this is what, the game plan. But of course, if you look at the Kabbalah, you'll see that the throne energies, which they call Keter or Keter or Kether, this is ruled astrologically by Pluto, which is the god of the underworld. Yes. So it's like right there in the core of the throne energies is the gateway. It's like, wow, look what's guarding this. Yeah. It's kind of like saying, well, I think to make it maybe a little easier to digest, before you can go through the gateway to St. Peter, you go through purgatory. Yes. It's in purgatory is really no different than hell. Yes. Hell is permanent punishment. Yeah. But so purgatory is purging your sins, which is more theologically correct, and then you can go into heaven. What were you going to say?
Yes, definitely. And before you take your leave of us, for those who are challenged by what seems like a sudden break from logical reality, understand that Peter Moon just brought up the Kabbalah, and that's the only way to really comprehend the fact that, there's 2 points to be made about the Dietrich Artilect. One was that the fact that the spell worked concerning a transmigration of the soul shows that the machine had a soul, that the machine did have a soul, and that the other aspect that it brings up is the fact that the astral plane itself, which links these myriad dimensions of Asaya and Yetzirah, the astral world, humanity's machines generate an astral realm of their own. This is machine consciousness. It's not cyberspace. And when you get to the point where Aquino was teaching me to work with, before I had entered the point of melding with a computer, which he told me was preparing me for melding with a computer, he was really preparing me for my own death. And he felt once I was trapped as a neuronically imprinted personality in the computer, then I would be truly under his command, certainly under his power. He was preparing me for Belraya, which is the completely spiritual upper plane, states of mind, abstract aspects of realities like time, death, and number, not comprised of matter at all, the realms of the gods. These are conceptual entities that dwell on these dimensions. And that the important thing to remember is that the baryalic plane of numbers provides the key to entering the virtual realm of the computer networked cyberspace by magic, which then leaves you free of the need for identification codes or passwords. You're uninhibited by any electronic firewalls. So this is what we were using for the escape of the Dietrich Art-elect. So love you dearly, Peter. You have a blessed night, and I look forward to seeing you again on Sunday, if you could join us during the Thanksgiving Day weekend.
That's the plan. That's the plan. Okay. See you then. Good night, everybody.
God bless you. Thank you so much. And that's dear Peter. He's left us. And what I'll be doing is I'll be starting another call. Our dear Diana Hillis-Buchberger says that purgatory is right here on earth, or certainly some of us feel that way. Now, of course, I want to thank, I should have brought this up. The wonderful KP sent $30, so that helps immensely. I'll make certain Peter knows about that on Sunday. So we thank Mr. KP, who said, "Mighty DDD, wishing you all the very best and many thanks for all you do." A wonderful Thanksgiving wish, plus a link to a very informative Smithsonian article, which is all about document detectives using smudges and bloodstains to investigate the past. Oh, incredible. Very important. And, they bring up Vladislav Sepish, the Vlad Dracula, known as the Impaler. So yes, I will definitely have to bring this to Peter's attention. So we'll be covering this a bit on Sunday. And thank you so much, KP, who I believe wishes to remain anonymous and hiding behind those initials, which is understandable. Now, what I'm going to do is thank again T-Tank Barry, if he didn't hear me the first time, for the $206. Very interesting number, and by God, that helps beyond what I can describe. Goddess bless you. I thank you on my knees. We are going to start a call with a few other gentlemen, but first I will read a message from our dear Brooke Gibson, who I dearly love, and obviously we had some tension in our latest episode, which people can review at their leisure. And so here's what she wrote about tonight, which she asked me to read with, and so it starts with a heart, and it goes, "We all know that everything has a beginning and an end, and we learn what we are meant to, regardless of a single moment or years. You, the show, and the people on it all taught me a lot. But more importantly than truths in world history, or a 1,000-year Third Reich, or politics, I was able to learn about all different kinds of people, and especially learn more about myself. So I thank you for that opportunity, and everyone I met along the ride, each for who they are and the gifts they each have, gave, and taught me. It's a crazy crew for sure, but more importantly, a beautiful and very special one. Please feel free to share this message in Skype with those that I have communicated with on calls, because they each impacted me in meaningful and beautiful ways individually. And of course, one more thing, I don't regret the majority of the intentional hell I gave you, wink emoji there, because it was all in love with 2 circling hearts, and it was really my job. But for anything unintentional or over-interrupting, I am sorry for. So I leave this experience very thankful, with much more knowledge and appreciation, especially for people, and in parentheses, and between us, maybe even with a little more ear and little less mouth. Now, there was a colon and the half side of a parenthesis, the right side, put together, which I believe is the emoji for winking, which she says it was another wink emoji. And then her final full sentence is, well, still a lot of mouth, but just enough that I need to still be me, with an exclamation mark and a wink emoji. Finally, the sign off is gratitude, hands clasped in prayer, and always heart, always love, exclamation mark. And of course, so that's a lot of winks. That's 3 winks in a row. So it's like she's twerking and she's winking at me with her pink eye, right? That's how I see it, because I sexualize everything. But you gotta admit, that's a lot of winks. So I kind of see it that way. But we love her. And then so I did offer to call her tonight, and she said it was too tempting. She needs some space. We're hoping she'll be back. She's got to take care of some things first, dealing with her things she needs to deal with more immediately. And then she said, meh, actually, because I told her, goodbyes are simply too painful, even if there is a sense of relief for a bit of space. But she said, meh, actually, you do not like goodbyes you don't want, nor do I. So I don't do them. Farewell to me anyway is different, my sweetest, beautiful Douglas. It just means farewell and take care until we are meant to meet again. A week, a year, or another life. Farewell is just that, to be well and take care of yourself, because I want you to be good when we do meet next. So hopefully that will not be long, and I was maintaining some communications with her throughout the night, and so I think she's doing well, and I told her she's welcome to call anytime she wants, so she can get back on the call. If she calls, what I'll do if I have a call established is simply refuse her call and then call her, add her to whatever call I'm on. So if she hears this, she can expect that. And hopefully she's listening. And therefore will change her mind sometime soon. The Real Tech Geek is in the chat room. He says Amazon did a stock split. Bezos was never fond of doing that. Large market companies will do that normally for regular people to buy. In the past month, Amazon is down 20%. And by the way, a shout out to 2 beautiful people. C says, hi DD, good to hear you. Right at the beginning of the show, God bless them. I believe that's a female, so hence the kiss. And Goddess bless you, DD. C. C, and do join us. Again, I hope you're hearing me acknowledge you. David Fitzsimons says, DDD, and Peter, happy Thanksgiving. Should have said that while Peter was here, but he'll be with us during the Thanksgiving weekend on Sunday. Obviously, I'll be fairly inaccessible. We'll try and bring George on a call, and then maybe I'll talk to him privately sometime in the morning or something. But definitely shortly after that, I'll be inaccessible through the weekend until I'm back Sunday for a brief bit and then go back out again. So glad we got a lot done about the Dietrich Artelect tonight. Again, everybody do an upvote. Thank you all who have helped myself with everything. But you're all so wonderful people. And T-Tank Berry could not survive without T-Tank Berry. God bless T-Tank Berry repeatedly and infinitely. May the infinite blessings of Allah and Buddha and every other god fall upon him. And, of course, thanks to KP as well. As I said, definitely will be acknowledged on Sunday again. And to everyone who has helped. Holly Kaditis Kiefer, Dennis Marshall. Now let's start connecting with other people who help all the time, like our man. And, of course, how could I forget? Our lovely Brooke Gibson, who sent money, $120 some odd and a quarter. The quarter was for Pete, for his thoughts, and they've shared their thoughts together. They're all copacetic now. They're communicating, which is wonderful. I'm hoping everybody on Team Dietrich is communicating with Brooke. And so that being said, let's see if we can drag some other people onto a call. Meaning, let's get another call started. I'll start with Sammy Romero. And the problem is I can only call one person at a time to get a call started, and then after that I can try adding others. The fact that it's ringing is a good sign. By the way, the reason I don't talk while it rings should be obvious. The ringing is maddening, and you can't really speak over it. So I hope nobody noticed I was very, very slowly chewing a pecan pie, a very tiny slice of the pecan pie that was brought to me by Meals on Wheels while Peter was talking earlier, and just felt the need to get more sugar and calories into my system. Sammy is unavailable. We'll try him again shortly. Let's try, Real Tech Geek is here. We can start a call on him. Let's see if we can ride him. It says he's active now, Sammy. So let's try again with him. See if that works. And then we're gonna try Real Tech Geek if it doesn't. Let's see now. And there we are. Sammy responded. So Sammy, are you at work or at home? Dear sir. Dear Sammy, he's on mute.
Hey,
No.
hey,
Yes,
can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, how you doing, bud?
Much the better for speaking with you, I assure you. And so I don't know if you heard what I read, the messages from Brooke Gibson, or were you listening?
Yeah, I did. That was a very very thoughtful thing she said. That was one of the most sanest messages she's done. It seems very healthy, at least as far as where she's at. I think that's a great message she did, because how she left was a little uneasy. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little it was just uneasy. So that's great. I think maybe she is dealing what she needs to be dealing with, and maybe she's trying to center herself, but hey, maybe that's what she needs.
Well, in all fairness, of course, she had only had a few hours sleep that day and had been to a hospital acting the mother role for a person who wasn't even her child. It's kind of like, if you ask me, an overburdening of herself with responsibility. So I do want people, to understand that I'm so tempted, of course, at opportunities like this to have some humorous fun with it, but I think that in her case, it is what it is, and okay. I hope she'll be back. I hope I
hope so too. Yeah. I hope so too. It's just no, it's just you don't ever want to just leave the show like that, but it happens. What are you gonna do? I'm sure, I can bitch out in a rage too, if I didn't have no sleep either. So no, it is what it is.
Yeah, there was just a lot going on. And I did talk to her privately yesterday, so it's and she was speaking to me in private messages throughout the opening part of the show today, and so I can kind of go over that with you later. That's fine.
I'm just glad she's fine. Okay, yeah. I was a little worried, but unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to communicate with her because I am dealing with 7 other Brooks this weekend, so lucky me.
That's right.
So
yes, and you'll be giving thanks for it. And
even better, I am getting close quarters with them, and they're gonna talk about why I'm not married and I have a child, and all that great stuff. All up in my business. Yes, all up in my business. So if I send you a message, I'm sure you probably be, you know, partying yourself. If I say, pray for me, Doug, it's because, you know.
I'll take time to do that. I'll take time to do that.
I was like, pray for me, Doug. I don't, you know, smack the shit out of one of these bitches because, you know, I love them and that's the reason why. But no, I'm just kidding. But, you know how it is. It's just, they're a lot. So, no, Brooke is fine. It's just, we're worried, but no, family started coming in yesterday. So I'm like, I was kind of preoccupied with that too. And, you know, it's just unfortunate.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, and just so our Sammy and all our listeners know, an interesting development is, and I don't think I'm giving away anything here. She's always welcome to spank my ass. If she wants to call in, like I said, she's welcome to call in. Then I will certainly just add her to the call happily if she's ever feels she wants to jump back on. I think she's wise to take some space, and so
no, of course,
yeah,
of course.
But she actually has been having some conversations with Peter Moon, and they seem to be quite copacetic. So the two of them,
that's great.
Yeah, seem to be getting along quite well, and I'm very happy for that because that is it's unusual. It's just unusual that happens. Most of the time, people fester with these things. But it's such a relief. That is such a relief because God knows I didn't want this to turn into another Jameson scenario where, you know, it's them or I, it's he or I, or she or I, or something like that. God knows.
Right.
And
in a lot of sense, though, Doug, Brooke has a little bit more. Well, not would say a little bit more, but I think she has a little bit more head on her shoulders. Well, a lot more than Jameson did. You know, Jameson was just he's just a maniac. You know, it is what it is.
Yes. Thank you. No, absolutely. I mean, it's actually insulting to compare her to him at all. There's no real parallels.
Right.
Well, I mean, there's some, but not really. Not really. But by the way, our dear Diane Hillis-Buchberger writes, "Poor Sammy." she's talking about, you know, what you're facing with the.
Oh yeah, it is what it is. You know, yes. I love them. You know, so you know, like they can't get rid of me, and unfortunately, I can't get rid of them. So
yes. And so that being said, what was interesting was that, okay, so what had happened was I do believe that our dear Marina SEREN had the COVID, and she may feel she's over it. I believe she's still taking some medications, and I think that may have led to a little slurring. That's kind of like the impression that I got. What was interesting was that we had a dude who showed up in the chat room, and he didn't really strike me as anything much, because, you know me, I didn't really get much of a read on him. He was saying things in the chat room named Bruce Vinigus, and I thought, okay, seemed to be a little pushy, seemed to be a little asshole-ish, you know. It's like, oh, is that picture of Marina? About the image embedded in thumbnail of live stream, and then you know, is she coming on? Am I in the wrong place? Is this the wrong play? You know, this stuff, and, you know, I'd like a status update report, please. I mean, like, what are you, a shareholder?
What it sounds like is he got mad at Marina SEREN for stealing the last pair of panties that he was going to buy.
Yes!
That's probably it, you know?
Yes!
I don't know. I'm just like, who cares? Like, it doesn't matter.
Thank you. But then she wrote that this was a creep who was stalking her, and apparently was sending her weird sexual, basically, you know, what do they call them? Dick pics and shit. Yes. So that's when I barred him from the chat room. So yes, she said he's a creep and harasses me with sexual messages. Yes. So there you go. So that explained everything. I mean, my God. Yeah.
You know what's very interesting, you know, with Marina SEREN, that she's been through what she's been through. Interestingly enough, Kobe Bryant's older daughter, Natalia Bryant, actually has been, she's actually put a restraining order on a stalker as well. Obviously she lost her father and her younger sister.
Yeah.
But this guy was just being a complete freak. And one of the things that's kind of puzzling is, and well, not really, because, I mean, you've confirmed it in the past, the judge still hasn't done a ruling on her restraining order. Right. He hasn't approved the restraining order yet. So it's almost like it's almost like the justice system has sympathy for these creeps, I wouldn't be surprised if he, his ethnicity of, that privileged ethnicity.
Yes.
So it's just very interesting that sometimes the society does, almost encourages abusive behavior. But yeah, she I guess the guy followed her at USC. She goes to USC, and he kept stalking her there to the point where he was trying to locate what dorm she was in. And it's just someone that's been through so much trauma, losing her father and her sister, to continually still being tormented like this. It's almost like it's like I don't know. It's like people love the suffering of others. It's just I don't know. It's just sick, but yeah,
it's true. It's outrageous. It's outrageous.
Yeah,
and
it's gross.
And the horrible thing about California, which Sammy is alluding to, is that the California laws protect the stalker, not the victim. They are basically, literally, you have to get shot or stabbed before a judge will acquiesce. Well, guess you need a restraining order from this individual.
Right.
It's too late at that point because the chances are statistically higher that you would have already died. And but beyond that, in all fairness, I'd have to say one thing. In all fairness. Probably the reason California has that attitude is because they found out through hard experience the restraining orders never work anyway. It's almost meaningless. It's simply
and it's it sounds about right, because I mean, obviously this young girl doesn't need to go to college technically.
Yeah.
I mean, her father made plenty of money. I mean, but that's the thing about it is,
by the way, but yes,
like you don't need to go to USC, and where USC is located at, it's in the smack middle of South Central. So I think it's because, believe it or not, I think because of who her father was and his connection to the city, it's almost like, where would she want to go? Because this is probably the city where she's loved, but at the same time, too, this is a city where she's most vulnerable as well. Like, this is where someone can easily get to her because of her quote-unquote comfortability, but it's almost like, well, this is what sometimes happens with, celebrities. Celebrity children get stalked, or, it's ugly, in other words. So,
and there's another thing you brought up concerning the privilege of many of the stalkers, which is well noted. But you brought up something just the other day. You were talking about that I think you yourself were witness to a couple of assholes were waving some flags. And it was basically this kind of red Republican insurgent type of bullshit. Right. They were coming down into your area, so to speak. I think pretty much an area of Los Angeles where they just... Right. Essentially didn't belong. And you mentioned that it was kind of like you took it almost as like an intimidation operation, but I thought of it later and I thought, these people are probably they're really thinking not so much in terms of intimidation, but in terms of recruiting self-loathing brown people who would be attracted to white grievance, because basically what they're waving is the flag of white grievance. And it's basically they're seeking out people who are hoping to be accepted into that crowd, the in crowd, right, by agreeing with white grievance, saying, yeah, I understand what you go through, and you're right, and and just that way they become, as I said, the Latina. I have to look up her name again, but the sociologist who did work on this. A Latinx, she came up with the term cultural whiteness. There are too many. Go on.
Right. Yeah. Actually, that's very astute. I'm not saying there's not. Here's the problem though: is a lot of the area that we're at, it's very working class people. Right? They're not poor. I mean, yeah, they're not. They're just very, very much a working class. All that area is. You're talking about people that have taco stands, and they run their taco stands from 7 at night to almost 5 in the morning in the blistering cold serving tacos. And it's the nightlife. It's a nightlife. I mean, it's what it is. But, you know, these people are very much great entrepreneurial spirit, but you're talking about people that are really, you know, out there just trying to get the American dream pretty much. So to be aligned with politics, these people they just don't really care about politics. Well, they don't have the time.
Yeah.
Almost like my parents. It's like, if I would have talked to my father and he was, you know, he was a farm laborer. He worked as a farm laborer, and I'm talking to him about World War II. He's gonna look at me like, "Shut up and get to work," you know? Like, what are you talking about? Or talk to him about Michael Aquino. He's like, I don't give a shit who looks like Count Chocula. I don't care. You know? It's almost, you know, I don't know. It's one of those things where, unfortunately, some people don't have that privilege of trying to really think about why the system is the way it is, or even explore more. Like, Thomas, to be honest with you, my father's biggest breakthrough was his relationship with God, him finding his ministry, and having that luxury of being able to minister the last few years of his life. I would say the last 2 decades of his life, really dedicating himself to help people. And he gave a lot.
Thank you.
So, you know, it's just like, you know, you can't, in your search for knowledge, it's just, you're just limited, you know? So, you know, back to what you were saying earlier about, you know, Michael Aquino trying to plan to kill you. And this is one of the reasons why I kind of have to just stop and really kind of look at myself and what I bring to your platform, because when you deal with just a subhuman like that thinks in that term, it's like there's a reason why you sex and drug yourself, you know, to forget some of this, because it's like you're dealing with who you're dealing with, and on top of that, you got him to be vulnerable with you. So it's almost like well, pick your poison, in other words, what I'm saying. So it's, you know, I have to put that into context, at least to the listeners, because this is not Joe Blow down the street. This is somebody who very much was knowledgeable, but at the same time, it's like he's knowledgeable in what he knew, but not necessarily humanity in the sense of being vulnerable, if I can even put it that way. I don't know if I'm making sense, but
no,
that's
you're
just
making
what I'm
perfect
trying
sense.
to convey.
In other words, Michael Aquino had this element of affection for me that he had for essentially no one else. Even his whatever relationship he had with his wife, Lilith Aquino, was of a different kind of lust combined with something else they had going together, a mutual compacted power.
Could you say it was also the look? You say like, oh, I have a wife, quote unquote. It has a look to it. Like you get what I'm saying? Like, as far as the crowds he ran in. Yeah. I'm not saying, Antares Andaleve wasn't, he didn't engage in any gay acts or anything, but it's almost like the look is what I'm saying. Almost like, quote unquote, having a marriage, just for the statue, almost like a politician is what I'm saying.
Well, what you're saying is very important, and it's certainly true, because here's what the Americans would say in terms of the officer status is basically, once you're a lieutenant or something like that. I forgot exactly what the statement was, but they used to have a saying among themselves that once you were commissioned as an officer, at some point, once you attained a certain rank above lieutenant or something like that, you had to get married. I mean, that was just like, if you weren't married at that point, you were simply unacceptable. They would not tolerate bachelors, because basically at that point the rumors would circulate that this guy's gay. And beyond that, it's just that it's also that they didn't have a hold on you as a person who had a family that was essentially locked into the system, which is what, the officers. So in other words, let's face it, the man had to get married. There was no choice there. But at the same time, the wife he took, we also have to factor in that the children who reported all the sexual assaults continuously reported her as one of the assailants. So she was also involved with him as an assailant, and therefore a co-conspirator in federal crime, federal level crime.
You know one thing about it, right? And that's actually, you're right. I totally forgot about that. But that also explains why when you mentioned when you had the episode of the Lilith, that entity that protects children, she automatically jumped out the window and assumed you were going to, get in her ass, and you weren't even meaning to. But like I said, she jumped out, and you gave her the bull's horns. In other words, like I wasn't even aiming for you, but now that you're in my tracks, I might as well, right?
Yes, thank you.
And in other words, it's like a guilty conscience. In other words,
yes.
Her guilty conscience gave her away, and that's very powerful in the sense of how much they know. It almost validates you. Well, hell no, it does validate you.
Thank you.
It validates everything you've been around. So, when I hear those things you talk about your experience with being under his tutelage, I also remind myself how young you were.
Yes.
So, and this is, I think, one of the reasons why the memories are still so much seared in your mind, because you very much were very young. You were a child, pretty much. So, if I could even say that, in all due respect, you almost are the super soldier, quote unquote, if you want to call it that. You're pretty much the epitome of it. So I don't know. It's one of those things where I kind of have to respect you for that. The fact that you're not in the insane asylum. And I've told you this before. It's a miracle upon miracle is what I'm saying.
No, bless you. Definitely appreciate it beyond my ability to express. And when it comes to what Peter Moon was saying, yes, a lot of it has to do with, of course, why they wanted to exploit myself, the vampire genes. Ultimately, there was the nanoplasma, and perhaps it's a combination of both that allowed me to survive the uploading of my personality into the computer mainframe. And many things combine one upon the other. One precedes the other as making the other possible. And when it comes to Aquino's resentment of me for developing that affection, he didn't forgive me for that. He always resented me for that. He never forgave me for that, and that in and of itself was part of his later resentment. And so all of this, was again, it just one thing compiled upon another, and yet there was some kind of admiration or respect there. I mean, he always, to a degree, held back.
He definitely saw you as a worthy opponent, if not a higher opponent. I think people don't take consideration him knowing your background too, and how much of value, especially with the culture part. I think a lot of people don't realize too, it's not necessarily the white diaspora or the Jewish diaspora, but really much people of color. If you can move people of color, at least even to deceit, that's actually more powerful than, the quote unquote established 1%. It's if you can have influence in that way, then you're pretty much, the world's your playground,
Yes, no, definitely. And by the way, just so people understand this, this needs some qualification. Obviously, I want people to know that Joseph Boyer, who people may not remember at all, or Sammy, does that ring a bell with you? Joseph Boyer, he interviewed me.
It does.
Yeah,
it does.
He interviewed me a few times, and these were televised interviews, so to speak. I mean, video recorded interviews, and he basically, I want everyone to know he's doing great. He's effectively, as far as I can ascertain, because he's been trying to communicate, but he's been so busy, he's effectively, he had a son before from, I think, out of wedlock, really. He had a son, period. And I've never understood anything about whoever produced the son, other than, I guess, he was pretty much taking care of the son. So whoever, anyhow, so he was doing that, and he's merged now with another family. In other words, he married a Filipina. So he's married a Filipina, and all she must have had kids from a previous marriage, because I don't think they could have squeezed out that many kids all at once like that, and they're different ages. So they've merged Partridge Family style. So he's now going to Catholic church regularly because she's Filipina, right? So he's going to Catholic church on Sundays. He says, this is my home on Sundays. And he's doing well. Just want everyone to know that. But the reason I bring that up is to also bring up Gary States, who also married a Filipina and had a kids he produced with her, a half Filipina son and daughter. And so he has 2 children. And so what I want people to understand is that these are Filipina family members that I think are happy, and they live these comparatively, there's no other word for it, they seem to have wholesome lives, and they seem to be very, they've got these husbands, they're well adjusted, they're raising their kids, and they just seem to be happy people. The reason I bring that up is to qualify what I'm going to say next. Michael Aquino, there we have to remember what Sammy just brought up. What Sammy brought up was the power to mobilize people of color. And I think that the difference between Michael Aquino and I, that he respected me for and so feared me for, what threw him so off, was the fact that I was so proud of being of mixed race heritage, whereas he did so much to hide his Filipino background. So his Filipino background was, he would deny it and say that he was really half white, half Italian. And by the way, I've noticed this among certain Filipinos, is that they'll try and say they're Italian because they think maybe they can get away with it by looking darker, and people will think they're Sicilian or something. So sometimes this will be what they say. But it was like, he may have some Italian blood in him, but he definitely had some Filipino blood in him. And like I said, he had a relation who became the president of the Philippines. Now, this individual ran, as so many presidents in the Philippines do, he ran it to the ground and then ran off with all the gold he could to Thailand. Now, that's something people can look up on their own. And that was the Filipino president, Aquino. So he had also relations who were involved in the mob in Spain. And so people can look up a Spanish mobster by the name of Aquino who got killed in Spain. Very severe, bald-headed guy, very severe looking, very, in other words, he looked mean and thuggish and gangsterish as hell, and he was also a relation of Aquino. So Aquino had this like family empire involved with the underworld, involved with politics, on both sides of the Pacific and the Atlantic, and this is a man whose own relations, whose own dynasty spanned the world, and yet he was afraid to bring up certain elements of his heritage. And I think that he psychologically paid the price for that. There was a real self-loathing there with his hiding that fact. And now this was something that was only spoken to me privately about by Daniel Arola a few times. But anybody might remember in all the years that you heard Daniel Arola hanging out with myself, he never publicly ever brought up the Filipino president Aquino. He would talk about Marcos. He would talk about certain Filipino political figures that were running towards the end of his time with us. He would talk about, he never, ever publicly brought up the Aquino president. And this was because he privately was bringing up things with me about, I just know them well, or some bullshit like that. But really, it puts into perspective his behavior when you take a look at what he did towards the end, when he bugged out and then started propagandizing against me as things got more and more desperate for himself. There was that connection there that he had with the Aquino dynasty in the Philippines. It shows why he glommed onto me in the first place. It really shows just everything in perspective there, and I hope that gives people some depth into just what I was surrounded by in terms of all of these people that were, I mean, compared to them, Brooke Gibson is angelic. She may be at times overwhelming, and there was never that evil intention, or she wouldn't, give us space. If she were truly evil, she wouldn't be giving us space.
Right. All right. That's very important. that you added that. I didn't know that about Daniel Rolla, but it makes sense. I think you see this in every ethnicity. But when I was talking about you talk about people trying to recruit, it'd just be very. I'm not saying it's not impossible. It'd just be very difficult because of the area. It's just the area. It's a very much a working class area.
Yeah. It's kind of like they don't. It's kind of like they don't know what they're dealing with. It's just like let's go into this area and see if we got suckers who will come up and hey, Mr. White Man, let me join you.
Maybe in other areas, that are
a bit more upscale, a bit more
upscale. Maybe
mobile.
that they have an opportunity to let me pick out my politician I'm going to donate to. In this case, no, these people are just trying to, make a honest buck,
make it through the day, basically.
Right.
So
right.
Yeah, I guess they'll find out the hard way. And if they go into the wrong neighborhood, they won't come out alive. If they're stupid enough to go around waving those flags, it was the Proud Boy stuff. It was a lot of paramilitary. They just look out of place. It's just they look silly, in other words. Thank you. Do you know that there's at least 26, maybe up to 30 nations in the world that outlaw civilians wearing camouflage? And I can, think about that. We should have that law here in the United States, for God's sake. But go on. I'm so sorry. It's just one of those things that, because when you talk about this kind of paramilitary mentality, look at what we're faced with. I mean, these are people who look half the time like they're preparing for combat anyway, because, ultimately they are. But, go on. I don't know if you got that vibe from these guys, but...
Well, that's the thing about it is I did. And the problem is it's like, nobody cares.
Yeah.
That's the thing about it is everybody, see, those areas, what I'm trying to talk about is, I mean, there's criminality, but it's almost like you're lost. You're in the wrong, you're in the wrong areas. It's almost like, it's not conducive to what you want to do. It's just, how do I say it? Nobody cares. They look out of place.
Yeah.
So when I did see them, they were very just, waving their flags. They had their pickup trucks, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. They stuck out because you're in a very urban area, and people were looking at them like, who are you? Like, are we supposed to be scared? And the thing about it is very interesting because right now, even the politics in Los Angeles is kind of in a gray area as far as law enforcement, due to the law enforcement reform in LA, and pretty much LAPD and the sheriff's department are who they are. In other words, they don't really do anything.
Yeah, criminals in uniform. Go on.
Right. They're security for hire.
Yes.
I thought at the end of the day.
Blue collar mafia. Go on.
Right. So there's the actual sheriff being indicted right now under investigation for, just a bunch of crimes that he was doing. I can see why it's a perfect time, especially with election years. It's just one of those things where it's going to happen. But at the same time, too, how you were talking about last transmission, I was reviewing some of it. I didn't get a chance to finish, but you were talking about Vietnam and all these black officers and how much the culture was as far as tension and the racial tension, even in Vietnam. It's at the same. It's just it kind of correlates to even here now. I think it's gonna have to take something for people to kind of not care about the system, or in other words, not care about feeding their families. What I say about that, it's almost like COVID. When COVID happened, society had no choice but we had to give out these stimulus packages. We have to lower pretty much society or economy. It has to stand still because capitalism during COVID did not exist in a sense of it's just not conducive. You can't. In other words, for some reason, it almost showed how much humanity can have empathy for everybody. It took something so horrific to happen. I mean, technically it's still going on, But for everything to stop, and people were getting unemployment, $700 a week, people were like, what a time to be alive. But they're making it back and more right now. I mean, inflation.
Thank you.
Even then, like it was a very interesting time, how you get to say how my Asian coworkers say, but
yeah, may you live in interesting times.
Right.
Yes.
That very much was, but at the same time too, it kind of realized how flawed the system was, because it did affect people and how their work ethic. I mean, you started realizing how much we don't need. Yeah. I don't need a fancy car. I don't need. Why do I need to buy a car when there's nowhere to go? Everything's closed down. So it's just, I don't know. I don't know why I circled this way, but I'm trying to think of a way I can correlate your last transmission. But well, I'll think of it.
Yeah, believe me, the transmission gets much more intense when I start talking about the whites. So far, it sounds like you heard the part where I was talking about the blacks.
Right.
And but definitely, you just let me know when you get there, because I know that you'll realize what I'm talking about when you hear it. Then you'll. Yeah, go on,
Doug. If you may allow me, let me. I have to. Go on mute for about 15 minutes.
Sure.
And I'll come back.
Understood. Okay. While you're doing that, we'll keep the call on. And so our man Sammy's going to go mute. I'm going to try and add some other people to the call during this period of time. And let's try some of these other participants. And of course, I, believe it or not, would be happy to add Dear Brooke, but we're allowing space for her. And of course, I'll try Brain Dancer, who is also Diane Fraser, who sent me a wonderful package. I'll tell people about that soon enough. And she is a care package, if you will, 2 wonderful totes that she sent. I guess I call them kind of Ukrainian totes. She was, of course, Ukrainian, for those of you who don't know. And she is, I shouldn't say was, she's not dead, far from it. She's alive and well, was communicating with me via the private messages just before the show started. And let's see if we can bring on Noreen Helphand amongst some of these others here, where we can go from there. That would kind of blend into some of what we're speaking of. We'll try Brianna Rand, and let's see now. As for our dear Amanda Ute, I'll leave her alone for now. It doesn't seem to be, she never seems to be much onto speaking. She's always seems to be okay, but she always seems to be in another world. And let's see who comes up with Noreen Helphand's unavailable, but we're still calling everybody else that fills the lineup as the usual suspects, hoping that ultimately when Sammy comes back with us, we'll have somebody to hold a conversation with him so that I can refresh myself once again, finish what remains of my pecan pie, and very little left, really, but certainly would like to finish it. And aside from that, of course, I might go into monologue later tonight. Honestly, there's enough stress before each episode starts where you don't know what's going to happen. Nobody showed up. Oh my fucking God. So nobody's answering their calls. Okay. Let's see. Oh, maybe Brandon Young. How about that? Let's see if we can try him. Let's try Brandon Young here. See if anyone, Brando. Let me see. Brandon Young. Of course, I think that guy's probably, I shouldn't call him, because it's like, what, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1. It'd be 1:10 in the morning where he's at. 10 to, time in New York. So I guess it's just Sammy and I. So I'll have to keep you all occupied. Let me look up time in New York and see what they say.
Hey, Douglas.
Oh, there you are. Thank goodness. So how are you doing?
I'm wiped out from the convention, anime convention.
Oh, all right. So you went to a convention today.
No, last week.
Oh, last week. Still wiped out from that. I understand. Yeah, it takes a while to recover from some of these things. Did you, by chance, contract something? Did you think you might have caught a cold there or something like that?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Because I'm afraid. Go. I'm sorry. Go on.
Well,
yeah.
I had to get a positive or negative test. So I mean, I was negative, so I haven't. Okay. Some people have contracted colds that I follow or met new people I follow on Instagram. They were saying they got really sick. But there was like, I think 2 or 3 of them I saw on their stories.
Wow.
Oh yeah, it's going around.
Yeah, it's what we call a fludemic. Go on.
Yes. Well, it happened in Australia. So whenever, what I know of, whenever you want to know like what's going to happen in the future for this season, the fall season and winter season, you look to Australia because, of course, it's on the other side of the world of the equator. So.
Yeah. I mean, in other words, they experience winter first. So so what they had was what they called a fludemic, and we're going to experience that here as well, and it's just all very upsetting. I mean, it's the last thing we need. So when it comes to what I'm concerned about personally, anyhow, my lycanthrope 3D graphics modeler / neighbor felt compelled to. He saw me from down the street while I was putting, the garbage totes back. We have those refuse totes that have taken place of garbage cans. I have to say they're rather advantageous because people would steal garbage cans in the past so they could use them as, ice coolers at sports events and shit. So having been a victim of the theft of a garbage can, I can guarantee you I'm happy we have the totes, but still, it's never fun sloughing them back into the basement. So I was already doing that. I'm already, trying to really just feeling like shit and trying to get back to sleep, really. And having just gotten over those chronic cold symptoms I was feeling for a while, felt much better, but certainly wasn't feeling good at that point, messing with the garbage totes. He shows up, and this is like one of those moments, the only time I've ever experienced this with him, where you kind of have, Fred Flintstone's doing something and Barney Rubble suddenly shows up. And he's like, he just got over COVID. I know because I had told him in the private messages the other day I hadn't forgotten the $300 I owe him. And so at that point he told me, "Oh, I've got COVID." And so then he told me later on when he was like coming down from this brutal 36 hours. So when he shows up, I'm like, "Oh, okay, let's maintain our distance. Look, I don't want to, he's over it, but you're still a carrier for a while after that." And it's like, yeah. And so I had my shots and everything, but still, I mean, by the way, for those of you who might wonder, like, fuck, how does a werewolf get, fucking COVID? Well, they're much more visceral than what I do. I mean, for instance, I'm just not any vampire. I actually have, thank God, very safe and sterile hunting grounds, so to speak. I mean, I have a regular food source, so I have chattel. So this poor man doesn't have that. And so he's much more exposed to everything prey has. And so it wasn't too long ago, I think it was last year, he had the COVID, and I was concerned about catching it when I needed him to come by and pull my ass out of a computer emergency. And then when he caught it this year, it's once again, I'm afraid of contracting it from him. So I he went into a bout of sneezing, and God, for those of you who don't know, even though we're out in the open, we're as far away from each other as possible without needing to shout at each other, he turns around and sneezes in the opposite direction. I mean, just bear with me. When a person's sneeze is like an atomic mushroom cloud. It's just like, for those of you who ever see it on camera, it like envelops the person and all around him in a bubble.
and it expands until it evaporates. So sneezes are enormous. They're much larger than you might suspect. So, oh my God, I'm trying not to breathe, but trying to maintain social decency. I feel obligated and obliged to talk to this person. I owe him money after all. And so there you go. One time I got close enough to him because he wanted to show me footage on the guy who had basically bump crashed into his truck. So he has a pretty expensive truck, and basically some guy kind of, I don't know how he got the footage of this. I said, how did you get the footage? His truck was parked in area, but what did he do? Did he set up cameras? It blew my mind when, of course, when I asked him, how did you get footage of this? He just, he says, I'm me, right? Don't ask stupid questions. And so I didn't get an answer. So somehow he did. And there we had it. So he was showing me what happened to his truck, which looked like nothing. It looked like the guy just love tapped his truck. But that was like, he told me insurance covers all of it. Insurance covers it all, but it's still $65,000 or something like that to repair what happened. That's outrageous. These car places are that's just outrageous. So but anyhow, so all that being said, he's, obviously I was exposed to him, and I immediately after speaking to him felt I was coming down with something. I know it's all psychosomatic. I know it's hypochondria, and I don't feel bad right now, thank God, but definitely was nervous before the show started, and definitely, even our guest, Marina, was still getting over her COVID, and like I said, probably still to a degree narcotized by some NyQuil or something, and impacted her speech a little bit, which, who can blame her? All that being said, then we had a stalker in the chat room that I had to bar for her, and I gladly did so. And I don't know if you noticed that at the beginning. Did you notice how that guy was just kind of a prick who was kind of like being bossy and like asking like, hey, is this her? Hey, am I in the right show? Hey, I want a status update report. Were you seeing all that stuff before I hit that guy?
No. I was asleep most of it. So I woke up at 10 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. No worries.
And I don't always listen right away, especially if I woke up that late. I want to review of
sure
different stocks and different things with the news. And I was looking at the why people are protesting in China at the Apple factory.
What's
so I was
going on
looking
there?
into
Yeah. So tell us about it.
It's let me get the article.
Right.
Hold on a second.
And by the way, while he's doing that, for people who, what Peter Moon brought up earlier about, hey, some people want to say Thanksgiving is a racist holiday, but I was invited by the Indians, Montauk Indians, who call themselves Indians. I forgot, I should have said something while he was there. When he's on Sunday, I'll say it. I do want people to understand there are certain Native Americans who are quite fine with the term Indian. And this is because it represents kind of like an idyllic sense of the past that they are cool with. The term Indian is an ideal. If you trace the etymology, it's kind of like India was viewed with an utopian perspective, and Indians were therefore viewed as somewhat angelic. Kind of like, now, if you were Asian in particular, India was looked on as the home of Buddha, and therefore kind of like the next step to heaven. People had this mental map of India as kind of like a holy land. So, when people were called Indians, it's not necessarily a negative. And certainly, so some ethnic American Indians are fine with that, and some prefer Native American. Just always ask and find out. And the other thing was, the holiday itself. The holiday itself, I do want people to understand. Now, we're doing this with Columbus Day, and we're having good success. And Columbus Day is gradually becoming basically Indigenous Peoples Day. So hopefully this will ultimately happen with Thanksgiving. I think we should maintain the feast and but it should be done respectfully, and we should know this ultimately instead of as Thanksgiving, as Native American Indian Holocaust Memorial Day. Now, people might say, oh, that's really a downer. Well, you know, life's fucking tough. All right? So, but do understand this. The Native Americans, whatever you're being thankful for is based on what your ancestors stole from the fucking Indians, okay? And even if you're a fucking immigrant, everything you have is based on what those Americans stole from the Indians in the first place. If you want to come here and live the American dream as some kind of immigrant, this is based on a system that was based on the largesse of resources stolen from the Native Americans by the European invaders in the first. So we all owe them that, if nothing else, the memory to their ancestors who were slaughtered by the people who set up a system that we're all trying to exploit now or make do with. So that being said, did you find what you needed to find there? Real Tech? That's
Yeah, I just put on mute. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I found it. Yeah, speaking of that, there's two, what I know of, two popular heavy metal groups. So Iron Maiden and Anthrax. They both wrote songs dedicated to Native American culture and slaughter and things like that. So, and the massacres that the white people have done to them. So Iron Maiden wrote a song called "Run to the Hills," and Anthrax wrote a song "Indians."
Yeah, thank you.
So.
No, thank you.
Yeah, it's a horrible thing. Yeah. I mean, a lot of Asian women, especially, they worship fucking white people, man. They fucking worship that. It's just ridiculous. And,
could you explain a little bit about that phenomenon?
Well, of course, the reason why is because they see them as the ones that the white men, the one that are in charge of society and everything like that. And of course, you can say in a way it's like Stockholm syndrome because of the fact that they were just so abused by them so much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And so, or is this American Asian woman, Asian Americans, or Asians in Asia?
No, I'm talking about Asians in Asia.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, come here or immigrate or come here or come to America for studying or whatever. Mm-hmm. They always always gonna get a white man.
Yeah. Well, you do know, I'm sure you're aware of the fact that there are many Asian American women who marry out of their ethnicity
of course.
As soon as possible.
Of course. Yeah. Yes, of course. I understand why. Yeah, of course.
And by the way, I'm not justifying what they're doing or rationalizing it. I'm simply saying that it's a thing. It's a phenomenon that's obviously people people must notice, and you of all people would notice simply because you too are a person who has essentially entered a racially mixed marriage, and so it's and of course, so your wife is. How would you say she is? She's different from that, I would presume, or how would you? Where does she fall into when you're kind of analyzing this phenomenon?
Oh, she's the same too. I mean, she says really stupid shit sometimes to me.
Okay. And
she want to have a white man's baby.
Okay.
Stupid shit like that.
Right. And does she think of you as a white man?
She knows my mother's white. My mother was here for months. Right.
Okay. She knows that.
I mean, my mother is racially mixed too. Of course, she's black and white. She's just very light skinned, and my grandfather was very light skinned also.
Wow. So, no, I didn't know that about your mother. Okay. Yeah. So that's.
Yeah. He. I mean, not super light skin. Of course, he was. Not like Clark Gable or something, because many people don't know that, but Clark Gable was African American actually.
Was he really? I had no idea.
Yes.
Okay. Amazing.
But not to that point. Or like Michael Rapino. I mean, I could see right away he looked Filipino.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, I don't give a fuck about that fucking white piece of shit anyway. That fucking asshole. But good riddance as he's going.
Yes.
That fucking piece of shit. But yeah, I can see it. I can see right away. I can see with people. I can see right through the nationality they are. Even though they may want to hide it. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not speaking too fast.
Oh, you're speaking a little fast there, but it's okay. You're comprehensible. You're comprehensible. I understand what you're saying. If you started speaking in such a manner where I wasn't able to keep up, I would let you know. I'd say slow down or breathe. That's something I guess I should have been saying to Brooke. And
yes,
have you been able to contact her? Have you been? Oh, by the way, I do want you to know that I read out a message that she left for us, and that I hope she'll be back. And there is hope she'll be back. She just needs a little space, is what she's told myself. But she was certainly in communication with me last night on the phone, so to speak, on Skype, and also she was in communication at the opening of the Tonight Show with myself. So I hope that your communications with her have been equally fruitful and copacetic.
Yes.
Excellent.
They have.
Yeah. Wonderful. And welcome, George. Welcome, George. George is with us. And so Real Tech may, of course, he understandably may want to keep elements of these conversations private. I'm just glad he's having them. And as I said, I'm hoping everyone on Team Dietrich talks to Brooke. And so George, welcome aboard. And I want you to know that, okay, how does this, if you want to talk to me privately for a short period of time, how about right after transmission? Is that possible? I usually end, do you know what time I usually end transmission? England time? What would that be? It's usually around between 3 and 4 in the morning. So it's about I can't even begin to calculate that. 8 hours ahead into England.
Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, about 1 o'clock. And thank you for having me on it. Hello, everyone.
Yes. Hi. Yes. Sammy's on mute right now because he's got to take care of something. Real Tech is able to speak, however, and but so is it possible?
How you doing, George?
Yeah. How you doing, George?
How you doing, Real Tech? I'm very well, thank you.
I'm good. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Oh, happy Thanksgiving to you. Yeah.
Yes. I don't know if that's a proper thing to say to an Englishman necessarily, but yeah, it's certainly not offensive. It's like an Englishman coming up to you, Real Tech, and saying, "Hey, happy Guy Fawkes Day!" Yeah.
I know what Guy Fawkes Day is, though. But
he's an effigy.
So
true. Yeah.
An effigy. Yeah. Okay. Well,
let's set some bonfires. Yeah, let's set some bonfires.
Yeah, let's light an effigy the size of a child.
Yes. Yes. That's right. That's what's that's part of the problem.
That's what's so damn it about it.
Yeah. The part of the problem is a life-size effigy is so fucking hard to get together, and then it's such a fire hazard that you're left with child-size effigies. So it just looks, it just looks wrong. People are burning these.
Are you like in Bohemian Grove?
Yeah, it looks like Bohemian Grove shit. Yeah, like it's a faux child sacrifice and shit. So at any rate, though, George, before I refresh myself, taking advantage of the fact that there's two men here to hold a conversation, tell us, so first off, is it possible we can talk for a short while after transmission's over this morning?
Yeah, I'm sure it is, Douglas. Even if it's not directly after transmission, I will message you. I might be on about half an hour after you've come off. Maybe.
Sounds good. Hopefully. I'll try to be around for a few hours. So I'll try to be around for a few hours, and hopefully a few hours after transmission, within about a span of about 2 or 3 hours after transmission, we should be able to connect. And then after I speak to you privately, then I can, in good conscience, pretty much check out and disappear till Sunday. So so aside from that, having confirmed that, how about tell us about what's on your mind and what you've been doing some portfolios on, or obviously I think you're trying to get some albums together to tag us with, and what else is on your mind? Obviously, Brooke is not with us tonight. She's giving us some space.
It's not quiet.
Yes.
Yeah, it's great to get some airtime in, actually. Yeah, taking advantage of that time, actually. Yes. So I really appreciate it.
Yes.
Actually, but yeah, I've just been collaborating some more information and data, and then comprising them into these posts, these portfolios to publish. I did reach out. Wanted to just mention I did reach out to Christine Joanna Hart. I've not got a reply yet.
Yes. Oh God, I forgot. I was so busy. She sent me a little message, and she's forcing me to respond to her, which is like no wonder So what was it? She was like, I have not heard of George, is what she was saying. So I have to tell her that you're cool. So let me.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'd better respond to that. Good point. Thank you for reminding me, because that that happened like over the past few days when, as you can imagine, my brain's been elsewhere. So, okay, so let me make a note of that to myself to respond to Christine Joanna Hart. So I'll tell her that you're basically, for all intents and purposes, my heir apparent. So hopefully that interests her. I think that would interest her. So let's get that message to her. So let me write that down. Okay, thank you for reminding me. What else? What else is everything cool with Sarah?
Oh yeah, absolutely, Douglas. No, it's been wonderful actually. Yeah, so we're having just having a nice time at the moment, and it's leading up to Christmas, and everything at work's going really well as well. I'm hoping to have my pay rise, my increment before Christmas, so everything's going pretty well and pretty swimmingly, in positive ways, so to speak. Yeah, without giving out too much information, without
Oh my God!
It's all going well, and my little daughter will be 2 years old on the 29th of December. So I've found out this morning I've got that off. So
thank God!
Annually, so I get to celebrate her birthday on the day. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that.
Everyone's happy. Yes.
Everyone's happy. Yes.
Yeah. So that's delightful. I'm so glad to hear that, and especially and how do you feel? Is there any? I'm not hearing much about once. I guess this is no news is good news, but once I can't even remember his fucking name. Rishi Sunak.
Oh yeah. He went to Ukraine the other, I think earlier on last week.
Did he really? Oh my God, tell us about this.
He met Zelensky. Yeah. All I know is he met him, and I was going to follow up on what he was there for. Obviously, it was just there to show his face, land on Ukrainian soil, meet up with Zelensky, all for publicity, I guess, just to show he's showing support. But there is massive support. They are financially supporting him, as well as providing armaments for the troops. For the resistance armies against the invasion.
Well, most importantly, Britain has troops on the ground. They actually have some special forces units on the ground. So, that's the decisive factor. And with Rishi Sunak, God, how do you say his name? The fucker is
Rishi Sunak. Yeah,
Rishi Sunak. Okay. So
Rishi,
yeah. So I think everyone needs to understand that this is more than just he's just showing his face. I mean, for him to do that, people have no idea how important that is. For another nation's leader to visit a country that's in a state of war is profound. So this is something that certainly our president hasn't done that. So, I mean, and I'm ashamed that Biden hasn't done that. I think it's disgusting that Biden hasn't gone to Ukraine and stepped on the ground, like dragging his 80-year-old ass over there is something that he seems to be fit enough where he could do that, but he doesn't. So this shows that, this is why Britain's order of commitment is obviously orders of magnitude higher. And so it's very important. Aside from that, how have things been otherwise in England under his command so far? Like I said, no news is good news. So apparently things are fairly smooth otherwise.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And a couple of things to report, actually, Douglas. One thing that when you were mentioning about the proper pronunciation or proper terms or pronouns for talking about people of a native culture, what they do in Britain on the news repeatedly, and this is something I learned from you years ago, is you do not call someone from Poland a Pole. They do that constantly on. They do that constantly through. These news broadcasters always call Polish people Poles, and it's like you've always said, it's like calling someone from Holland a hole.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yes.
And I've always asked, because I used to work with many Polish people from at my previous job, my previous position as a bartender, my previous profession. I asked them, what's the proper pronunciation? What do you prefer to be called? And they said it's either Palinki or Polska. They prefer to be called Palinki or Polska. So that's the correct term that they use. But in the news media, they don't call them that. They call them Poles. Poles this, Poles that, Pole. And that's how they pronounce them on when you're listening to the news broadcast. That's what they call them. And we'll reference them as. And that was I know that I noted that quite heavily over the last week because of the missile that landed over, and I'm trying to remember now what location it was, but it killed 3 people,
Right.
and they were, NATO were under investigation, and in the end they declined, because you have to have every NATO member approve of an escalation process. They have to approve whether or not they escalate it to, because Poland's a NATO member. And I saw that on the news that they basically revoked that the vote.
Just to put that in some context, now all of this might be bullshit where they're covering it up so they don't have to enter a state of war. But what they're claiming is that the Ukrainians were firing a interceptor missile against incoming Russian missiles, and that it was a Ukrainian interceptor missile that somehow went off course and therefore tragically was misdirected into Polish territory, where 3 people at least died and certainly others were injured. And so this might all be bullshit, so they just don't have to enter a war footing. But obviously accidents happen in war all the time, it's a wonder something like this hasn't happened yet, and eventually it's just going to happen more and more so, where people are going to have to enter war. They're going to have to realize that this is just the nature of the beast. Wars don't fucking shrink. So when it comes to Poland, of course, what our man George can explain is just how Britain had all kinds of Eastern Europeans doing a lot of menial tasks and work that we would have Mexicans doing in the United States, and or other like third world immigrants, and but these were all Eastern Europeans were in England, so they had like this solid white labor base for their cheap labor from Eastern Europe, and then they fucked it all up with the Brexit, so they're going to have to rely more and more on like fucking colored workers that they don't want because of their racism from Commonwealth countries or something like that. So it's kind of like they got rid of these people who they found more acceptable, because these were like white people who were going around loading their boxes and stuff. I mean, so when these people were at the hotel, were they like what, working on the loading dock or bellhops, or what were they doing?
Yeah, when I first joined, when I was 17 when I first started working there, and there was many of them worker staff that were from Poland that working in the kitchen, and I was quickly educated the reason why. They explained to me, and as well as some of the management that worked there, they explained to me that what they earn in the UK is what their Prime Minister earns over there. And so what they were doing is they were sleeping, they were mainly getting jobs in hotels which provided in-house, housing for them. So they have like, so they had like, sorry, what would you want to call it? Not, internal halls. So they had they had somewhere to rent out for on the cheap, very, very cheap. So we had in-house, bed sitting, so rooms for them to rent out for very, very cheap. So what they were doing was working in the hospitality industry, come to places where they provide I'm trying to figure the word. It's so early in the morning.
They used to use terms like room and board, but I guess we'd say board or room. Yeah, basically some rooming. Yeah, basically a cot for them to toss their body on when they weren't working. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So so that's what they would do. They'll come over to the UK. They would get jobs where they would have in-house bed sitting, and they would send the money back home. They'll transfer the money back home to their relatives, to their family, because they were earning as much as their Prime Minister would. So that was the reason for this influx. It was a massive influx over the last several decades. The last 30 years had a massive influx of Eastern Europeans, especially from Romania and from Poland, because they'll come over, and that was the reason behind it. That was the reason why they explained why they're here, and they earn very good money comparably. It's pittance for what you earn in the UK, but over there, they will have families, they have wives, they have mothers, they have fathers, so they send the money back home.
That they were supporting.
Yeah, that was the reason for it. So it made a lot of sense. So I learned that very early on, and that's the reason for it.
What has Brexit done with that? Has that altered the equation any? Or
Do you know what the response from a lot of people was obviously a very negative, because it sounded like everyone that was here in Britain already was, it was from the whole Brexit propaganda that was, promoted by the Brexiteers, by people like Nigel Farage, telling you that we, so much of our money goes towards the European Union, like hundreds of millions of pounds sterling goes towards this European Union, and we don't get a say in what laws and what regulations get legislated. And so that was the whole part. That was the whole reason why people were listening to this propaganda. They were buying into it, and also the other propaganda that we've got all these immigrants coming over. Then they're coming over in rafts and dinghies illegally, and they're staying in hotels which the taxpayer is paying for, and they are stealing all your jobs. And that was the reason behind people going, yes, I'm voting for Brexit. And then they realised, I think the majority of people, after they voted for Brexit, because it's like, I can admit to this, my father and his partner admitted they voted Brexit, they voted for it, but then they realised they were conned. They realised it was all a lie afterwards. And it's like, there you go. It's the gut,
That's and it's so sad. And I mean, Real Tech Geek voted for Trump twice, so he got suckered twice.
With no, absolutely.
Yes.
I didn't vote at all, Douglas. I don't vote. I've stopped voting years ago now for anything.
I understand. And
yeah.
It's one of those things where you can see where a person kind of in it just gives up. You just kind of give up because the choices you're faced with are just so profoundly negative. But nevertheless, it's one of these things where at this point, oh yes, just to bring it up while you're here, and maybe this will stir your memory up. People might remember Diana Fraser worked with us for a short period of time as Executrix producer, and then what happened was Brooke Gibson kind of filled in from there. But Diana Fraser was, for those who don't remember, Ukrainian. And I don't know how many people remember that, but she would bring it up once in a while. But she wasn't necessarily the best communicator in the world. So what she did was she sent me a package recently, and it had basically, apparently because she lives in Florida and grew up there, there was a Ukrainian community that was maintaining kind of in the Cyrillic, Ukrainian Cyrillic, they were maintaining some newsletters and stuff. So she sent me these, and along with them some wonderful little booklets that were basically articles that were reprinted into these little pamphlet formats that they were using to try and explain to people in 1978 about the horrible position that Ukraine was in as an occupied country. And and aside from that, she also sent me these wonderful totes that I think she sewed herself. And so very colorful, very, very unique looking, very ethnic looking. And so they're incredible. And she says they're totes, and I think they're marvelous. I have no idea what to do with them. I will probably misuse them by using one of them as a head warmer or something, and the other one I thought was actually some kind of cock cozy or something like that. One for the head between the shoulders and one for the head between the legs. One is so small and the other is kind of larger. I mean, they're just kind of odd looking things, but they're wonderful little things, she said. But that being said, one of the things I finally showed Real Tech Geek was the map that I had showed you long ago about Germany as being the center of Europe, the center of a new Warsaw Pact. One of the things that I pointed out to him, of course, was that the map that I showed him was actually this earlier scan, which I think is a little clearer, because when I produced these for the Department of Defense, and we had to kind of get scans of them and smuggle them out, because these were actually used by think tank companies, and then the think tank companies put them under security level. So I really had to smuggle out what I could when I could. And this was something that I had predicted in around the 1980s, before the fall of the Berlin Wall. saying that the Berlin Wall would fall. And then when I said that, I said that this would be the ultimate result therefrom, that you were going to get a kind of reunified Germany and a new Warsaw Pact centered on Berlin. So when I produced that map, and then it was basically taken and classified, this was one of the things that usually I present a different version that's very low resonance. This one, the resonance is barely better, but people will see that it says Europe in 1999 or 1990. Yeah. I don't believe what I had sent you before actually said that. That was not on the... This goes to show people that, this is why I was predicting around 1984-ish, 80, 83, 84 or so, maybe a little after that. So I was predicting something that now, of course, as the Real Tech Geek says, looks like it's inevitable and pretty much where Europe is heading. So we can keep praying for that, and ultimately we'll see what we can do about getting a reproduction of that map at a far higher resolution so that people can actually read the names of the cities on it, etc. Now, this, of course, as I said, is very basic and has nothing to do with, say, for instance, the new nations of the Balkans. Understand that Yugoslavia still existed at that time that I was making this prediction, and it was simply much more convenient. These days, of course, I would include Slovenia probably as part of Germany, and maybe a corridor to the Black Sea. But, all of that being said, one thing I want to do now is ask if this, strikes any bells with our man George, what else he wants to bring up, and the Real Tech Geek. Please join in. Let us know you're here, and, and then, once George gets into a rhythm, then hopefully the two of you can hold the stage since Sammy has left us transitionally. Then I can refresh myself for a few minutes. But first, George, get into...
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just listening.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Bless you. Bless you. Thank you. And
but yeah, speaking of Biden, they sent another $4.5 billion to Ukraine, and he should just go there. I mean, Boris Johnson went there.
Thank you.
The Duke can go around places. Yeah. But the thing is, he might be an embarrassment and fall down the stairs on the airplane again. I can't stand that guy. I don't like him at all.
Oh, well, I mean, it's like, I'm surprised you invest that much emotional energy in him, to tell you the truth. I mean, he's so bland. I mean, it's like, I'm surprised there's anything there to trigger you. He's so bland.
He used to be electrifying, but now he's just boring.
Go on.
Yeah, he was pretty interesting. He had to watch back in 2008 and 2000. Well, just in general, like there was an interview with him in 2016. What you said?
Sorry, I was just I was just saying back with Barack Obama. I was just
Of course.
Okay, I see. Go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you want to fall asleep to anything, just listen to Joe Biden.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Trump did call him Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, I woke up at 3 a.m. about 3 or 4 hours ago, and I quickly tuned in, Douglas, and it was Peter Moon talking, and I just had in the background. I fell back asleep. So it's not an insult to Peter Moon at all, but it's just one of those things. He's got one of those calming voices where I just fell asleep to it. Yeah. Because I was just checking in, see if Peter Moon.
Yeah, I used to do the same thing.
Yeah.
So
another thing.
Yeah,
sorry, Douglas.
By all means, another thing. Yeah,
I was just gonna add something from what earlier with going on, with the crisis in the UK, with this cost of living crisis and the ramifications of the war in Ukraine, the dramatic impact it's having internationally. Is Ukraine's one of the major grain exporters of the world, and if you go to the supermarkets in the UK, Douglas, guess what? If you go to the egg section, there's no eggs on the shelves at all.
Oh, God.
And people are asking the question, well, where's all the eggs? Yeah. Well, the issue with that is because Ukraine's the major grain exporter, and there's no grains coming over to feed the chickens that are free-ranging on the farms. So they're not laying eggs anymore.
Or they don't have the
shortage.
Right.
Yeah.
So in other words, because if they're kind of like, how would we say it? It's basically malnutrition, then they can't produce eggs because their bodies don't have enough energy to go into egg laying mode. Okay. That's so sad. That is so fucking sad.
There is no eggs on the shelves whatsoever anywhere. I'll have to take a picture and show you, Douglas. When I go to the supermarket later, I'll take a photograph of the shelf, and it is empty. Usually it's packed. Right. Usually there's never a shortage of eggs, because these ones are all free range. They've got the stamp, the signia of the
free range
of
stamp,
the lion.
Yeah.
They've got the stamp to certify it and to show it's free range. And there's no eggs on the shelves at all because of this grain shortage. Yeah. And these people in the UK, these politicians that are coming on, and they're trying to say that there is no impact from this crisis in Ukraine. There is no impact globally or internationally or even economically. But yet, this is one of the ramifications of it. And they're trying to tell the people there's no impact. So what they're trying to say is...
Well, the thing is... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were finished.
Sorry, Real Tate. No, you get carry on.
No, that's an insane statement. No, that's an insane statement.
It is. Yeah,
go on.
Go ahead.
They're trying to shift it away from people actually realizing that this is so important that we have to, and yes, we do have troops on the ground. And one of the guys that I have worked with, he's a hoist driver. His son is in Germany right now. And when he was in Poland, he was allowed when he was in Germany, he was allowed to talk to his father. But when he entered Poland, he was no longer allowed to have communication because it's all completely confidential. Yeah. Everything is completely confidential. So it's all top secret what they're doing in Poland. That means they're ready to be mobilized and ready to be used as troops in the field. They're ready for it. So his son is in the armed forces, and that's where he is at the moment. That's where he's stationed in Poland right now. So they are ready.
Right. So if both of you look at the screen share, I've just put the screen share up. This makes perfect sense because you'll notice that they're basically entering the war zone when they're into Poland. Yeah. It's all like it's all in that orange zone as opposed to the red zone. Poland, admittedly on this map, is in the red, but still, you get my point. This is essentially where this is because right now on this map, Belarus is a buffer against Russia, whereas right now Belarus is still occupied by Russia, which is why Poland would be in the orange area. The situation as it is right now. Our job is to ultimately change that and provide more buffer between Russia and the civilized world. So that's essentially what we're contending with, is that, in other words, his son is preparing for deployment along with these other troops, as you say. So do go on. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, he's ready to be deployed. That's the exact term I was supposed to use. That's it. And he wasn't allowed. He just explained that when he was in Germany, he said he had to buy as well. The British forces are forcing him to buy their own boots, so they don't provide it for him. So he was forced to buy his own boots. Yeah, that was another thing that I found out, that they were told they had to buy, because with my job they have to provide it because it's health and safety. Right. But and then once he entered Poland, the borders into Poland, he was no longer allowed to communicate with his father. Right. So I think they have to send letters like they always used to do. They have to send letters, but they're not allowed to reveal.
Through a censor. That go through a censor, no doubt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it all gets read, and everything is basically reviewed before it gets sent off. So that's it. To try and try to constrain any confidentiality that's been revealed. So I guess that's the whole process of it. Yeah, but he was just telling me that he explained to me, this is going back a few weeks ago as well. It wasn't recently. It was a few weeks ago. So they're already there, prepared for this.
And this reminds me distressingly of nowhere near the level of the Russian troops, but somewhat like it in the sense that the Russians had to buy their own uniforms and bring, their own tampons, which they were all told to purchase because that would absorb blood from gunshot wounds to prevent traumatic injury from hemorrhaging, hopefully. I mean, that's how pathetic. The Russian logistics system is non-existent. I mean, so and this can be verified by anybody who just looks up such footage. But for the British troops to be buying their own boots, that's already outrageous. This is like it goes to show you the level at which we're all at right now. we're all in the
Well,
pit.
the thing is that a lot of times, especially if you're an officer, you want to buy your own equipment anyway. So I mean, if I have the money, I'll buy my own equipment. I don't want them to give me some low level stuff anyway. So
I understand what you're saying to a degree, but that's also part of the. Another reason this might be is also because of the former globalization, which was at the level where we had these supply chains that all trace back to China, and the problem was that our boots for combat were made in China. The boots were all made in China before, so this kind of what they're doing is they're circumnavigating that. Perhaps that's the reason why. Does that make sense, George?
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
You don't really want to be purchasing anything from communist China because it won't last for very long. I'm looking at my combat. I'm looking at my combat boots right now. Let's see where it was made. I bought this in like 2011.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Made in.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No,
made in China.
Yeah, made in China. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, this company is Rothco.
Yeah.
So that's a very well-known military
distributor,
manufacturer, distributor.
Supplier.
So
that's amazing. I mean, oh my God, that's amazing, and that's so upsetting, and that's the way it was in 2011. Yeah, it definitely. Well, the world's changed since then, and we're all scrambling. To restart supply chains. So, do me a favor, if both of you gentlemen can hold the stage for a few minutes, I should be back in about 5-7 minutes. Just going to kind of refresh myself, kind of get myself together, and then join both of you in conversation for a while. Definitely appreciate the fact that we'll take advantage of it while we can, the breathing space, and yes, and so both of you gentlemen, do me a favor. I know you've got this. I'm going to go mute, and so the two of you hold the stage, and I'll be back soon. Okay.
Yeah, no, you take your time, Douglas. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Oh yeah, real tech. Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, man? You had some haggis this morning?
No, not this morning. Not this morning.
I gotta try that. I'm not really into like pork or all those type of things, but I do like to have blood sauces sometimes, from Irish restaurant, things like that once in a while.
Yeah, excellent, mate. Yeah, excellent. I always look at, because the haggis, they come in different packages, and I like to look at what ingredients, when you look at the label and you see what they've added to it. They're all different. Some of them use beef fat, some of them use body organs from lamb or from pig, or even from cow. So they're all very different, but it just looks like a minced beef and you can definitely taste the the grits, like the oatmeal in it, because they blend that in with it. I love grits. So so it's got that texture, that quite chewy texture to it. But I usually have it with some rice. You can have a mashed potato. They call it paddies or paddies, I think, in Scotland. They create like this little it's got another word they call it. It's got a traditional name to it. I have to look it up, but people can look it up. It's like something of paddies, haggis and paddies or something like that. But I was gonna say, Real Tech, did you I reviewed your YouTube channel, like some of your videos. Did you used to play gaming and you used to play video games quite a bit?
Yeah, I do. I haven't uploaded in some time now, but I do play games, but I like to upload different reviews of different electronics too, of course. So I'm gonna get back to doing that now.
That's your passion, isn't it? Yeah, that's what you're into.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna try make a couple different other video channels. So I wanted to make one called like the Unpopular Opinion, and a financial channel also. Gonna try a couple different things. I just not really big into showing my face though. I never really was, as you can see from the videos.
Oh, bless you. You don't need to. You don't need to. If you're reviewing products and stuff, and you're presenting information, you don't really need to, because the viewers don't. They're basically there to look at what you're reviewing and what information you're saying. So they don't really need to look at your face. It's like with me, I don't show my face either. Don't really need to.
Yeah, like half of the time, I don't even watch the videos. I just play them and put my headphone on, and I'm always doing something else. So
Yeah.
Soaping up videos on YouTube. I just listen most of the time myself. So
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, and there's also and this thing about people want to record things in 4K and this and that. And most people just watch things in 1080p anyway. So
yeah, that's it.
8K video and that stuff. These manufacturers are pushing.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you know much information about these? The television. They got all these different specs now. You've got like these OLED TVs, like because very interesting. My friend Eric, who I work with, my colleague, he used to be an AV installer, so he used to install TVs in houses, and so he used to he knows quite a bit about the. He was actually talking yesterday to one of our customers we were joint working on. He was explaining some of the technology behind some of these televisions. Like the newer products nowadays only last for about 2 years because they want you to upgrade your television. So a lot of these companies now, that's why they give you that year's warrant. They give you a year's warranty, but then it's supposed to only last. Some of the technology within the TV itself, and I'm trying to remember what he was calling it, that literally degrades after a certain amount of time. I don't know if are you aware of anything like that? It degrades after, and it's supposed to only last for 2 years, and then the companies, the products, they want you to upgrade it to a newer one. They only want you to have a TV for a few years, and then you have to get a new one, upgrade it to a new one.
Yeah, they call it the term is called planned obsolescence.
Right. Okay, thank you.
I don't know the technological term. I understand what you're talking about, but
I was just listening.
Well, that's why a lot of people like to also buy like the CRT monitors, especially they're super heavy. They're like 100 pounds or 60 pounds. They're very heavy, but they're still working, and they still have some of the best quality and some of the best input lag and. Input lag means like the least amount of speed on the screen for the people listening. And the Sony made the best ones called Sony Triton, and they're still working.
Yeah.
Over 20 years later. So I mean, but I have an OLED TV from 2014, and it still works fine.
That's what I found interesting because he was saying that some of the older products can last up to a decade, can last for years. Some of the older
even the plasmas, if you babied it and you used it correctly and the limitations of it.
Yeah.
The Pioneer plasma TVs, they're still working fine, and they still have some great, fantastic image quality.
Right. Yeah. Yes. That's interesting. Yeah, because he did explain to me that when they install these TVs nowadays, they're not calibrated. So the customer that we're at, he was saying my old TV that's 7 years old has a much better picture quality, and I think he said that's an LED, Ultra HD. It's better than his newer TV, which is an OLED TV. And Eric just explained that, oh no, they're not calibrated. They don't calibrate for you. So he goes, when you're seeing like colors on the screen, like the black, it's not true black. It's just like these bright colors that just pop up. And because this customer had an 85-inch TV. It was massive. It's the biggest TV I've ever seen. And I was like, Jesus, this is huge. Because he's just a guy that his passion is to just buy property. He did it in London for 3 houses over the past 2 decades. And he just does them up and then he sells them on. And that's where his salary comes in. But he's also like, he does something else on the side. Like he helps companies that are in financial crisis try to, to reboost their profits and stuff. He just helps companies out that are going through a financial struggle. So that's what he does on the side to pay for to do up the interior designs of these properties. But he's done it 3 times in London, and then he's done it now, which is just up the road from where I live in a village called Sands, just outside of Farnham, or within Farnham. He's got a massive property. He had like an 85-inch screen TV. And he was saying that his picture quality of his old TV, which is 7 years old, is better than this one. And he paid more money for his last TV than he did for this one. And so it was just interesting just to hear.
Yeah, the pricing is getting better. Well, generally, it depends what you're buying. You have to do your research. You can't just run to the store and listen to some bloke in the store telling you to get this just because, he wants to get the commission sale, of course. You got to sit down and really do research. And then now's a great time to this week to get one, of course, because of Black Friday and Cyber Monday. But there are plenty of websites like rting.com. But of course, unfortunately, they want a subscription now to look at their stuff. Though I don't like that, the paywall. Tom's Hardware. There's a fantastic UK. But is more dedicated towards computer monitors called tftcentral.co.uk. But they're just fantastic website to look at computer monitor reviews, and they go all into it. And a lot of times they will also give you the ICC profile to the calibration profile that they use with Spider calibrator. But with the TV set, generally the best mode to use when you buy it is the cinema mode. But that's like the most neutral colors. But you have to sit down and trial and error and learn how to calibrate yourself. Of course,
Oh no, thank you for that, Rude. Because also that was interesting to note that I don't know if it's the same in the United States, but in Eric also explained to the customer the best time to go buying for TVs is in February, where they're trying to get rid of all the older products and they're doing them on the cheap. They reduce the price of it just because they get all the products in. Yeah, so that's another good time to go shopping for televisions. But
that's true. And generally, the technology, it doesn't really evolve that quickly.
No, and that's exactly what Eric was saying. It doesn't change at all, barely ever. Yeah. So, and it's just what did he call it? It's just the what they call it, like numbers, serial numbers on the television. That's the only thing that changes over time. I don't know if it's stamps or what the correct reference to it is, but he was just saying that's all it is. And it's just the same with with desktop computers. It's the same thing,
they're faster, they're getting better with some things, but I use a 10-year-old CPU and it does everything fine for me. I'm looking to upgrade a little bit more better. But that's another subject, of course. But they forced things like the DDR5, like Intel AMD with the new platforms, AM5, and I can't always remember with Intel. They always have some extreme different Z90, PC590. I don't know. But they're pushing DDR5, and it's the same thing with AMD. What they came up with Ryzen, they refused to have you use Windows 7 or Windows 8 or whatever. They're saying because the CPU was not is only x64, which is a complete lie. They're all based on x86 architecture from over 40 years ago.
Wow.
Because the DDR4 prices are fantastic prices now, and that's what I'm looking towards to upgrade more into now. But I don't like that either. So, and that's what's also killing a lot of these companies in general, is that the Intel Xeons, which are server grade CPUs, are just so inexpensive. You can get like a 20-core CPU for $80, and the equivalent with like a Threadripper is like $3,000. So I mean, it's going to be slower. It's going to be some issues. It's going to be some sort of things. But if a person just like making what they call content creation on YouTube or on Twitch or whatever, it's going to be good enough to get into for the time being, and you can get like the ECC memory, which is also server grade. You get them really cheap, super cheap.
Okay. Forgive me. How did we get onto this? It's a bit technical, perhaps, for my listeners.
No. I'm not making it technical. ECC memory is, like I said, is server grade memory designed for enterprise products.
Oh, okay. Yes.
I'm not getting technical. I'm trying to be as simple as possible.
Understood. I meant.
George was just talking about TVs and his friend that works for it. He was working with somebody, so it's gone to the subject.
Oh, thank you for clarifying that. So, George, this friend of yours works for a television company or something?
Oh, this is Eric, my colleague who I work with currently at the moment with OpenReach, and he was explaining he was an AV installer, so he would install TVs. So we did a job yesterday for this customer who had an 85-inch screen TV. It was massive, And the reason why I brought up with Realtek is because he's got some knowledge on the specs of these TVs.
Okay.
And yeah, this customer was explaining his 7-year-old TV has a much better picture quality than his 85-inch TV, which he's just recently purchased, and it's supposed to be an OLED, an OLED TV. So yeah, Eric.
I have OLED TV also.
Sorry, you got an OLED TV? Yeah, that's the newest
Yeah.
one.
Mine's old. Mine's from 2014. But
yeah.
Well, that's not that old, I mean, but it's, I guess, kind of old. But so this is fascinating. So Eric, I always mistook as somebody who was like a friend of yours for a long time, who you knew from the old, working in the old bar days, maybe from high school. I guess that's not the case. You know him only through this job?
No. Yeah, just through this job, only for the last few months. But it's like we've known each other for years because I work with him. I speak to him every day. So, and I share this information with him. I explained to him about the Axiom wash the other day. I explained to him about this process, this social engineering process, what they did. Do
me a favor and explain it to our listeners.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And it was just, I've got some photographs, and let me. I can share it on the chat with you, actually, Douglas. Let me share it here now. Okay. I've got, and this is what I was gonna, obviously I'm compiling the information to publish it on a Facebook post. So let me just go to click tag and then go to media, and then share it. It's there we go. I'm just sending it now.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's by the authors Helen Fry, Denazification, Britain's Enemy Aliens, Nazi War Criminals, and the Reconstruction of Post-War Europe.
Wow.
And it was just explaining about the denazification process, quote unquote. And this is part of the Axiom wash, where they were saying, you do not believe what they told you, you believe what we tell you. Their reality was false, our reality is real. And it's just, like how you explained, Douglas. And this is why I explained to Eric, this is why, because everyone asked the same questions. It's like, just before I dropped off last transmission, on Sunday night's transmission, Brooke was asking the question about the 1,000-Year Reich in exile.
Yes.
She was asking, what are they doing? Okay. What is their goal? What is their agenda? And what's their objective? And all this. And obviously, and then, it kind of, I was a bit conflated. It discombobulated a little bit because I was questioning, what's she asking about? Is she asking about the term 1,000-Year Reich? Or is she asking about what they're doing? Because she said she asked those two questions.
Right.
And I couldn't quite understand because I went back to review it, Douglas, and oh my God, I heard, the response. Oh my God. Yeah. But we'll talk about that privately. But oh my Lord, I show Sarah that.
Hey Doug, hey George.
Oh yeah, he's back.
Oh hello, Sammy.
Sammy's back.
Yes,
Sammy,
I'm back from my.
What's up, Sammy?
I'm back from my quote unquote. Hey, how you doing, Grill Tech Geek?
Yes. Back from
quote unquote. How are you, man?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm back from my quote unquote 15-minute break. That turned more like an hour. Yeah, work duty. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Do you mind while George is still outlining exactly what where we closed off with Brooke, and of course Sammy had heard that as well, and he said that was pretty much.
Can I just sneak in one question?
Sure.
And that's just because I'm curious. The last the guy that quote unquote became the Führer, or not Führer, but I guess a leader.
Yes.
Karl Donitz. Was
Admiral,
Admiral Donitz, was he part of that Nuremberg trial, Doug, or did he actually survive?
I could.
Yeah, you take it away, George.
Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, Cross Admiral Karl Donitz of the U-boat Kriegsmarine. He lived in 1985. He lived to the. Beg your pardon. Sorry, no. Beg your pardon. 1980. He lived into the year 1980, and he lived in West Germany. Yeah. He was kept. Yeah, he was. I'm trying to think if expedite is the right term to use. He was, but basically they kept him alive. They were forced to keep him alive. He was excluded because he was an admiral. He wasn't a Nazi. He was just the admiral, but he was appointed last Führer of the Third Reich on the surface world, but not of the government. The government relocated into exile. He was just responsible for the relocation process of Operation Hannibal.
Right.
I could go into this great detail, but I'll let Douglas just explain.
Yes, just to put this
I could go on for hours.
Yes, just to put this into context for our listeners, the German pronunciations can be tricky, and believe me, I'm not the best in the world for them. For people who are puzzled by that, because everybody knows that I speak fairly fluent Arabic and Russian, and that I also, of course, speak Japanese and Chinese much more fluently, and they are, often puzzled about the German, and people will ask me this. They'll send me notes, why is your German so bad? Or German people will write me notes saying, your German phrases are like something a child would say, and I don't take offense at that. I mean, they're quite right, and the reason why is because, Bear, understand this, I mean, no one in the military bases in the United States spoke German. This wasn't like something they were really concerned about in the think tanks. Most of America's wars were taking place in Asia, and also they were involved in this so-called Cold War, very much a hot war with Russia. And of course, many of these other languages, there was kind of like the Defense Language Institute was, down in San Mateo, California, and all you had, that was like the second Presidio for those who don't know. And when you speak about these kinds of things like the German language was just something that many GIs would speak, a kind of GI German, as they called it, but most of the time, nobody ever really learned German because so many of the German people spoke American English so well. And so because the German people spoke American English so well, they were able to keep their language kind of to themselves. And the Americans had to make like some of their own corrections so that they wouldn't confuse people who were speaking German. A great example is in the military. For anyone who's ever been in the American military, whenever they're on the field in a firing range or something, you'll hear the term niner instead of the number 9. And you'll wonder, why did they say that? Instead of 6, 7, 8, 9, they go 6, 7, 8, niner. And that's so no one confuses it with the German word for no, which is 9, N-E-I-N. So they had to accommodate the Germans. It wasn't the other way around. They had to accommodate the Germans by making changes like that to their own language so that they wouldn't basically cause confusion for any German speakers that were in the area that they might have had to work with, like German soldiers. So it's not like the Germans were forced to adapt to Americans. The Americans had to adapt to them. And so when it came to that kind of adaptation, however, it's, nobody was really speaking German around me. So unlike where I would hear people speaking Japanese in San Francisco, or Chinese, or Russian, or, even Arabic, there was no German community in San Francisco. There's no real German community at all in San Francisco. So because of that, there was never anything spoken around me. And so the language is entirely what I could read, but I've never heard anyone speak it. So I pronounce it pretty terribly, but basically it's Großadmiral, meaning great admiral, meaning he was the admiral of admirals, Großadmiral Karl Dönitz. And Karl Dönitz was made the last Führer of the Third Reich on the surface world, specifically so he could basically help with the final evacuation operations. And for those who don't know, Operation Hannibal was the largest mass evacuation in human history, where he saved millions of people by relocating them out of the eastern zones, away from communism, and into the Western European areas. So this is why Hitler put him in charge, so he could do this. And so he was, at that point, responsible for saving a great deal of civilian lives, millions of them, but also because he was in area of the atomic bomb that had been deployed in those areas. In other words, Courland, which was, of course, the Estonia, the nation of Estonia. He contracted radiation illness. So he ultimately, if you read his memoirs, he will allude to all these symptoms that are basically radiation sickness. And so he lost bone marrow, and he, began to lose hair in his teeth over years. It was a miracle he lived to 1980, but he did live to see freedom. He basically was sentenced to Spandau prison for maybe 20 years. And then he...
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So he left Spandau prison. So he was in prison from around 45 to 65. So he got out of prison maybe around the year before I was born. And then he lived till 1980 after that. So he definitely had some residual damage from the bomb, but it obviously wasn't something that he was distant enough from it where it didn't kill him completely. He lived to be, I guess, maybe in his 80s or 90s. But he definitely had some of the symptoms that manifested. And but all that being said, he survived 20 years in the prison for top Nazis, the Spandau, and he was there with Albert Speer, and whose son, by the way, for those who don't know, Albert Speer was a architect of the Third Reich, the major man who ran the war machine to a great degree, and his son is now an architect and also builds monumental structures. So, and by the way,
wasn't Rudolf Hess also there?
Rudolf Hess was also in Spandau. Yes. Yeah,
my uncle Henry Kempster actually watched his cell. He actually spoke to him. So that was in the 70s when my uncle was doing his service for the British military. So he was in Spandau prison. He was designated there to watch, and they took it in turns. The British, the Americans, and the Soviet Union would take it in turns watching Rudolf Hess's cell. And so he was actually there guarding it. And my uncle always emphasized that the British killed him. Yeah, the British ended up killing him ultimately in the end. But yeah, thank you, Douglas. No, you take it from here.
Do you need to go back to work or what?
No, I'm off today, so okay. I'm free. Yeah.
Okay. Did your uncle ever feel that was not the real Hess? That it might have been some dupe who was arrested in his place, or was he always convinced that was the real?
I think he. Yeah, I remember him talking about it, and they always referenced as the top echelon of the Third Reich. So that was how, as a child, listening to his stories. And that's how my relatives would talk about it. Like he was protecting the cell or guarding the cell from other people coming in to kill him or from an assassination attempt. So I think he always felt that, but he knew for whatever reason, whether it, was the real Rudolf Hess, which I don't feel it was the real Rudolf Hess. They were trying to kill him just to keep this guy from talking, because he had a lot of, there was a lot of things wrong with this chap who was in this cell. And so, I think ultimately the British, services, the intelligence services killed him ultimately just to stop him from talking or to reveal who he was.
Right, because
my uncle knew that the British killed him.
Right.
He'd always say that, that the British killed him.
Okay. So your uncle was definitely knew that much because, by the way, they had an Unsolved Mysteries episode on this in which they talked about Rudolf Hess's murder, essentially. Yeah. And so obviously, then if the British killed him, that was in the same sense that they killed Napoleon Bonaparte, was to prevent, which, by the way, some people say was also not Napoleon inside of the cell over there on St. Helena, that they were trying to keep that fact secret. So this could be the case, perhaps in either case, where, but certainly with Hess, it's much more probable, or certainly much more immediate for me. And the British killing him to prevent anyone knowing that it's this. Look, this isn't Hess. If somebody really came to examine him at some point, that makes perfect sense. And but aside from that, when we speak of the Hess and we speak of Dönitz and all of that, what of when I don't know if you were able to make sense of what I was trying to say, but because of course I was struggling with Brooke at that time, and obviously Brooke, of course, her question is a valid question. Certainly everybody asks that. What is the,
exactly.
But and hopefully she'll be back at some point to hear the response. I mean, she needs space, and we're happy to provide that for her right now. But just so everybody understands, one of the points that I was bringing up with our man George was that basically in 1949 was when the Third Reich, the Japanese had already displayed what the bell bomb could do when the Germans handed them Die Glocke, and they used their bell bomb to make Ganges Island disappear. So for those of you who don't know what I'm speaking of, it's spelled the same way as the river in India, but you can look up Ganges, Ganges Island, and you're going to just encounter this bullshit online that this was some invisible island or something, some island that was imaginary. Like, people thought there was an island there, but there wasn't. Okay, I mean, it's just absolute bullshit. My father had set foot upon that island physically when it did exist. By the end of the war, it did not, because the Japanese literally shifted it into another space-time dimension to display the power of the bell bomb. But in the Atlantic, where the Germans planted it in their ally Spain, and this is so important when we deal with Marina SEREN, she lives in Spain, and she is a National Socialist, and Spain was allied with the Nazis to the point where their clocks still run on Berlin time, and the Allies still keep trying to get them to reset their clocks to London time, Greenwich Mean Time. But when it came to what they were dealing with, the Spanish, as allies of the Reich, allowed Hitler to plant a Glock bomb on the Canary Islands. And in 1949, after the Japanese had proven they could make an island disappear, the Germans drove the point home by demonstration where the volcano was triggered with the bell bomb, and a slab of rock the size of a mountain broke loose. And the Americans then calculated that if they did this with another rock that size, if they were to take another slab of that island down, then you'd basically, they'd have a 5,000 mile per hour wave that would basically go 25 miles inland and effectively destroy the United States. Basically, everything within that 25 miles of inland would be the U.S. capital and the majority of their industry and economy. So this is why the Americans allowed the Third Reich to continue to their exodus into Unterland. One of the factors, they still did everything they could to interfere with it, like fools. Still, attempted to atomic bomb their space program and sever them from their connection to moon base by what they called essentially Lunastat or Lunar City.
Lunastat,
yeah. And
Doug.
Yeah.
Yeah. My sister told me this, of all people. She told me that Hugo Boss used to design their uniforms of all companies.
Yes,
that's true.
Yes,
yeah,
that's
true.
That's very interesting.
Yep, that's true.
Aside from Mercedes and BMW, but I didn't know Hugo Boss actually. I mean, there were sharp uniforms to begin with, but it makes sense now,
Yes, he was. Yeah, he was the fashion designer who designed the Nazi uniforms. Yes.
No, I mean they're sharp. It's just crazy how it's interesting how they're still existing. I mean, there's high fashion lines, so.
It's incredible.
That and Coco Chanel that still exists. She collaborated with the Germans.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
there
IBM and IBM computers.
Yes, of course, yes.
Well, but the IBM is American, of course, so there was less of that controversy that they had. But the company that paid the price for it was IG Farben, and IG Farben was, of course, for the just so people get a better grasp of this. Go on.
By the way, Doug, I may add, Isaac worked for he actually worked for Siemens too. I remember Isaac telling me that Siemens was actually contracted too with the Third Reich.
Yes.
Siemens company. Yeah. So, in fact, one of the interesting things about it is you used to get a lot of discounts through Siemens of all companies, for just regular stuff. So, anyways, go ahead, Doug.
No, that's amazing. I'm so impressed by that, and I think that's incredibly interesting. I mean, Isaac, of course, he's like faced with. You can tell people a little bit. I think Realtek should find this fascinating if he hasn't heard it before. You can tell a bit about how you had that geek who was trying to borrow his jacket and shit.
Right. Well, here's the thing about it is Isaac, when he worked through Siemens, and he got some of his certifications through them. That's actually one of the reasons why he got his job through Motorola, was because he had Siemens under his resume, So his journey is interesting because Motorola is obviously Japanese. So, but as far as that person, I think it's because, unfortunately, when he went to SpaceX, at the time, SpaceX was very much. This is prior, obviously, Elon Musk being, the douchebag he is now. But, I mean, people see a certain brand of a military contractor, and they want to feel cool, and they really don't know the inner workings. How pretty much it's almost like you really don't do anything as far as a military contractor. You're just there to get paid.
Yeah. A
lot of these people that buy into the facade of, oh my God, it's SpaceX. It's not so much the job. It's mostly that's a military contractor, and you get paid for doing nothing. As far as what he relayed to me about Siemens, one of the reasons why Motorola wanted him was because of all the schematics and all the certifications he got through the radio. He pretty much did all the IT work for all the law enforcement. Well, part of it was through Siemens too, where he used to do a lot of stuff with the aviation as well. So I don't know. It's kind of like some of these companies know, as far as, okay, these companies are legit. In other words, what I'm saying.
Yeah.
As far as the American contractors, it's almost like, well, we see your background, you're qualified, and we know you do the job. You can come on, but you're really not going to do anything here. It's mostly, you really don't do anything.
Yes.
What he was telling me is he used to just pretty much drill holes in like machinery. That's all I did. As I drilled holes, and I get paid.
Why did he stop? Why did he stop?
Because he couldn't take it no more. And
that's what people tell me. Go on. Yes.
It's not that. It's like it's because they're all military background, and he ran into this guy that was.
Go on.
Well, right. This guy was a converted Muslim. He looked like John Wayne Gacy. I'm John Wayne Gacy. I'm sorry. Timothy McVeigh. I mean, hey, they're pretty close, right?
Yeah.
One's a clown and one's a military clown.
Wait, actually, the other guy was military too. Probably. Go on. Yes.
Oh wow. Okay.
Usually they all turn out to be, but go on.
Right. Well, this guy was a Timothy McVeigh, but with a shaved head. And he was a Muslim of all things. And what ended up happening is he realized that it's just a military cult. In other words,
yes, they
don't do anything. And when he got on with Motorola, it was like night and day. Like I don't. Yeah, I deal with I'm actually doing work, and it's just it gets redundant and it just gets stagnant. So that was pretty much it. But yeah, I mean, all these companies that you're telling me about, what we're talking about, it's interesting how quality, when it comes to the access, it's still relevant till today,
Absolutely. By the way, Mark H has joined us. So H, and welcome to Mark H. I do want our man Sammy to share one more thing. Sammy, your brother Isaac was on this show once, and one of the things he confirmed was that he had to work underground a lot, and he was pointing out that what I said about the tunnels connecting the school in Southern California, I'm even bleaching that from my mind now, to Presidio military base, and these tunnels that connected a lot of the American Southwest were quite real, that he'd seen elements of these tunnels while working underground. So you might bring up a little bit that you feel safe to share about that. Or not. Sammy, if he's able to speak, let us know that you're okay. That we did hear a voice. It sounded like somebody came to bring him back into work. Maybe they dragged him back with a
I think so. Yes. Yeah, I heard that too, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. I'm back. I just took advantage to get a coffee, so sure. I just shot off quick. Yeah, thank you, Douglas.
Yeah, so you got your coffee. You got your coffee, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I had to. Rehydrate myself.
Okay, so I'll wait till Sammy comes back to talk a bit more about IG Farben, but because I think it's important, and I do want people to know that I've been working on expanding the text of that map. That our man George Knight has seen text of it before, but I'm expanding that and trying to explain to people what the logic is of some of these places in Germany. Why, for instance, they would be included. Like, for instance, when people take a look now, Mark H, if have you seen this map before? It's in chat. And that's where he put the denazification. He put it there. And now this roots of the COVID plan. Okay, I don't know about that. I don't know about.
No, I understand that, but the thing is that it does link to the entire PDF of a book from the 1950s about IG Farben. So
okay, that would be more important. Thank you. So
the roots of evil is called. So it's
yeah, bloody hell.
The devil's camel kiss. The devil's chemist.
Chemist, the devil's chemist. Yes, right. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean,
Yeah.
again, I'll speak when Sammy's back, but that alone is just, you're talking about the people who discovered some of the world's first antibiotics and actually, saved millions of lives. So this is what makes me sick, is this level of propaganda. And the only reason they can get away with saying that is because the Germans were all nice about it and they just liquidated IG Farben, and that was just so people would stop bitching, and so they just said, okay, let's liquidate the company. But I'll talk about what's really important again when Sammy returns, and that way I can explain to everybody all at once. But I do. So back to Mark H. The map that's in the chat room. I don't know if you've seen that before. Have you?
No, I haven't. That's pretty. I'm just looking it over now.
Okay,
that's pretty cool.
Okay, thank you. Now, this is what I was predicting in the 1980s at the Department of Defense, and the reason it's such a lousy scan was I had to take like a picture, and before they classified it, when I was presenting at a think tank that I was trying to get a job at, and the RAND MIT, RAND is an acronym for Research and Development, MIT for Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and when I was presenting before RAND MIT and affiliated think tanks, on a day that they were considering employing myself for a transfer in my career, then they took it and they classified it. So the problem was I had to get a snap photo of it before they did that, and therefore everything I've got is low resolution. I'm hoping someday to reproduce it with much higher resolution so people can see the cities on it. But this is the...
Yeah, you can try to use AI technology to
maybe you could do that for me.
You.
Could you do that? Could you do that?
Yeah, I could look into it, sure.
Please, thank you. I mean, just look into it. See if there's something that can be done on your end. And so what I'm predicting is a Warsaw Pact in the future centered on Berlin. Again, maybe when Sammy comes back, I'll give more of a little mini lecture on it. But by all means,
yes, I'm back.
Oh, okay, good. Now that you're here.
Yes.
So you've seen this map, of course. Now, what you probably haven't seen was the date on it. Usually I took the date out for reproductions. And I was explaining to people how when I presented the original presentation was in the 1980s, the mid-80s, trying to get a job with a think tank. And they took it and they classified it. So I had to get a sneak photograph. I took a sneak photograph before they could take it away permanently. And that's why it's always such low resolution. So we're going to try and reproduce that in higher resolution. And besides, I would add, as I said, some revision to it anyway and change it to a degree. But the general outline is what all anybody needs to get the message. But people might notice that, at any rate, before I get to the cities on it, one of the points that I tried to bring up about IG Farben as a company, there's several things that people don't know about Germany that when it comes to what they should become. And what I think is that because Germany is really dedicated right now to a different type of lifestyle than they had under the Nazis, and they don't seem to, in general, want to go back to National Socialism. I do think that they should become much more intent on industrial espionage and really just dedicate everything to a kind of very aggressive kind of capitalism like the Japanese had going in the 1980s. But one of the things they would need would be very much a kind of overall supervision of all of their branches into a much more efficient kind of operation. And they've gone a long way towards that, but nowhere near as aggressive as I would envision. And one of the things that a lot of people don't know is that they have, for instance, very large headquarters. They've got, like, when it comes to their foreign and military intelligence, basically that was established, as George Knight will tell you, by Reinhard Gehlen, the man who was in charge of the former Nazi Abwehr, our military intelligence. And, of course, these days, if they were to operate along with the military intelligence that they have, which has the acronym of MAD, M-A-D, for Militärischer... Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Doug, I have a question.
Sure.
I remember you mentioning something, and I don't mean to interrupt, but I remember you saying that the Soviets actually gave nukes to United Germany. Is that true?
Yes, yes, yeah, very much so, and that was because they wanted
Why
them.
was
Yeah, go on.
okay? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, by all means, go on. Yeah.
What? Why was this? It's kind of. How can I say this? It's almost like it doesn't. To me, I would think the Soviets wouldn't want them to have nukes, but why would they give them nukes?
It's basically was a fuck you against the West. That's why.
Oh, okay, I see.
It was basically in their retreat. It was kind of like, if the Germans are united, we want them to be able to really fuck over everybody because there was just bitterness, really. Just in their retreat, it's kind of like they thought that this would really just kind of reverse the tables on the West. One of the things that they had always assumed was that the Germans would be intrinsically hostile to the West. That was the Soviet assumption, and one could imagine why. I mean, they felt that the Soviets were kind of like they never really get things. They get things to a degree, and then there's beyond a degree they just don't get it because they just can't get into the mindset of other cultures. And so they just kind of, like with the Germans, they just thought they would be automatically hostile to the West, and they just felt, well, if we leave them with nukes, this will cause enough trouble to just cover our ass as we retreat. That was pretty much the thought. And so it's not necessarily that the nukes they're probably maintained, and if anyone could maintain them, see, this is the point. To give you an example, when the when the Americans retreated out of Southeast Asia, say Indochina, like Cambodia, the Americans, like just fools that they are, they feared ultimately that there would be a communist Chinese invasion into Vietnam at some point, just like there was a communist Chinese invasion into Korea. And during the Korean conflict, the Americans wound up fighting the communist Chinese. So when it comes to the kind of situation they had in Vietnam, it was actually very different. But the Germans didn't really, the Americans didn't really functionally understand that. And so the Chinese ultimately did invade, but they invaded like after the Americans retreated. So when the Americans...
They got their ass handed to them, right?
Yes.
I remember you saying they got their ass handed to them.
That's right. What happened was that the Vietnamese defeated them quite severely. And so when it comes to what the Americans were dealing with, they thought that because a potential was there for a communist Chinese invasion, they felt the only way to stop them this time would be with in-theater tactical nuclear weapons. So they experimented with a lot of different tactical nuclear weapons, and they wound up delivering a whole bunch of them in theater into the Cambodian region, of all places. And then when they withdrew, here you had a bunch of nuclear weapons that were left in the hands of one of the most dangerous regimes on Earth. And so it was just the only thing that saved everyone from the Cambodian Khmer Rouge, their communist army, taking the killing fields from one end of Indochina to the other with nuclear capacity, was the fact that they didn't know how to maintain those weapons. And in a jungle environment, there's only so long before the weapons disintegrate and they're unusable. So what happened was, over a period of years, while the Cambodians were trying to figure out a way to activate these weapons, because, it takes a code to launch them and you have to have the right code. That's basically the keys, is the code. Right. And when you don't have that, then you have to figure out how to hotwire it, right? And so they couldn't get any of this done. And then by the time they got it done, the wires had all rusted and corroded. I mean, for those who don't know, for instance, like rubber, which the Japanese had a monopoly on in World War II, gas masks had to be constantly replaced, or different rubber suits for hazardous materials duty, because what would happen is they'd literally, the kind of bacteria they have in those environments basically would eat the rubber, and so you'd wear a gas mask and it would melt off your face within a matter of weeks. So it's like these environments are very hard to maintain machinery in. So when it came to go on.
I'm sorry, Doug. And the reason why I'm gonna tell you this is because I'm call me an asshole, but it is what it is. Some of these Vietnamese customers that we have, to throw them off, I actually do bring up them beating the Chinese, and them actually being trained by the Japanese. Yeah. And then I also throw in a lot of Chinese history that I've learned from you.
Yeah.
And their look on their face is like, who the fuck are you talking to? Like, how do you know this? And the reason why I say this is because, I befriend them, and they're, some of them are kind of reluctant because it's like, oh, okay, I wasn't ready for you to be asking questions, or about just if they know anything, because it's just because it's a business environment. But a couple of them are like, yeah, I have conversations with them. He says, yeah, we did kick the Chinese ass. That's actually one of the very proud thing that Vietnamese are actually very proud of, that in the sense that they held.
They always kick the Chinese ass.
And well, that's the thing about it is, coming from an American like myself, especially a background minority, it's kind of like, wow, they find it interesting, and at the same time too, they also learn new things. For example, I was talking about that first emperor that gave those young the youth
Qing, Emperor
yes
Qing.
Right, took them to I'm not gonna massacre how Japan is called, something like Wakogayam, or I'm sorry, you know what I mean.
Wakokugwaya.
There you go.
Yes.
There you go. Obviously I call it Japan, but and he actually did. They were relaying to me that they've heard that story before, and it's what I'm trying to say is, when you step out of your box as far as being a regular American, you actually start interacting with other cultures, and not necessarily in I'm trying to show off, but it's like I'm trying to see people's reaction, because a lot of this history is very much ignored from the, this is not, you're not going to find this unless you actually go into a university that has this type of class. And even then, so to me, I find it very fascinating, because the feedback I do get is very much a surprise, but it's very much, they want to also ask me how much do I know? Obviously, I'm limited with time, but it's actually been a very useful way of kind of breaking the ice, in a sense of, I'm interested in history of the Far East, because it very much is impactful even to today. Even just the whole question of communist China and how it came to what it is now. I mean, that's a whole entire conversation, But I'm just saying this stuff is very practical. I have been finding it very practical in my work of line, because it kind of gives me a little icebreaker in a way that, in other words, I'm interested in the culture, is what I'm saying.
Yes. And just so people understand what our man Sammy is referring to, he's referring to the great Emperor Qin, who China is named after. China derives its name from Qin. And the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, who was born Zheng, was his original surname. He sent the alchemist named Zhu Fu. And so Zhu Fu was the Taoist alchemist who basically he gave 1,500 young girls and 1,500 young boys, just 3,000 young children. We're talking about very young. I mean, in the age of like something between the ages of 6 or something like that, up to the age of maybe at the oldest would have to have been something like 16. But his assignment was to basically work through them all as experimental subjects to basically extract the alchemical elixir of eternal youth. And so with that great a base of young people to work with and extract glandular secretions from, and various other elements, the emperor was certain that this could be done, and perhaps it could have been. Yeah.
I have a question, Doug.
Sure.
And this is just because I always hear this name. Were there other? I remember you bringing up, not the hedge, but it was this other wall. I forget what it was. That connected. You talked about it connected to the Great Wall of China. Oh man, I know the name of it. I just forgot. But in other words, Marco Polo wasn't obviously the person that connected the Far East. In other words, there was people before, kind of like the Vikings were prior, Columbus or even the Pilgrims. Was there somebody before Marco Polo that kind of connected or had contact with the Far East?
Well, from what I understand, his brother made him look like nothing. His brother was supposed to have actually outperformed him in terms of travels. There were a lot of others. I mean, certainly there were the Muslim people who voyaged into Europe and other areas. I mean, there were people who were traveling all over the world. But in terms of, I'd have to look up for specific names. But for everybody, just know this. I mean, Marco Polo was very good at selling his story and writing it, and he did so in such a way that he at least educated people, and this was he, in other words, was a better communicator than his brother or other explorers necessarily were, and as a result, this served him. The wall that you're talking about is the Great Wall of Gorgan, or like Gorgan, and that's like basically the Persian Wall.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. That's what I was. I remember that because you also kind of said pretty much if this is about a couple years ago, but if something like pretty much the Roman Empire would be still in existence if
these walls had not been built. So just so people understand, the strategic impact of these walls, the Wall of Gorgan connecting ultimately to the Great Wall of China, and people can look up the Wall of Gorgan, Gorgan. These divided the world in half, and basically they made the lower southern realm inaccessible to the northern barbarians, who then, as a result, were forced to turn all of their energy into the conquest of Russia and subsequently Roma, the Roman Empire. And these walls had this super strategic impact of ultimately leading to the death of the Roman Empire at the hands of the invading barbarians, who in successive waves and generations up to the time of Attila the Hun basically sacked Rome. That was the ultimate strategic result of these walls. Once China and Persia became inaccessible in that sense, then Rome fell. It was so understand that these walls can have enormous strategic impact beyond what anyone understands who teaches history, because nobody seems to appear to think strategically. But just to kind of put into perspective what was said about Fuzhou, the alchemist, he ultimately, and thanks to Real Tech Geek for looking up a link about the Wall of Gorgan, he ultimately took the children and told the emperor, I need to take them to Japan, where we'll have the necessary natural resources in the realm of harmonic equilibrium to work with these children, and combined with the herbs and resources we'll have there, the natural plants and animals, I can bring you back your elixir. And that's when he gave him permission to take the children to Japan, and he never returned. He said, I'm not going to tear these children apart. I'll use them to start a new dynasty. And so he started the southern Kyushu dynasty of Japan that my mother's bloodline descends from, which is separate from the bloodline of Yamato, which is the the dynasty which rules Japan today. The Yamato dynasty was northern at that time, and ultimately Japan had their version of the War of the Roses, and they basically, the Kyushu dynasty retreated back into China, and ultimately melded in with, of course, the vampire families of China that are basically monastic. I shouldn't say families, really, but they're basically monastic, and they do keep up a bloodline. So they do maintain a bloodline. Obviously, this is very, very underground now in communist China. So the communist Chinese have done a number of extermination campaigns of their own. They took the Manchurian dynasty, which was the last royal dynasty in Japan. They basically exterminated much of the race of the Manchurians. And of course, they were already devastated by a terrible plague that had hit Manchuria just before World War I. So this is one reason why everybody was aware of the power of plague, was that Manchurian plague, which again people can look up, was something that was artificial, and the Russians were using it to depopulate Manchuria because the Russians were invading at that time and stealing enormous amounts of land from China. So these plagues have been used in wars in a manner that, again, they don't account for in history. But when it came to the German situation and what Sammy was alluding to earlier, definitely one of the points that was made by, I found the book now, I was looking for the book and I have it out of my stack here. There was a communist, an American communist named Guy Burgess, who basically told Harold Nicholson, who wrote this book, about a meeting between Ernest Bevin, who was also an American communist, who was a businessman, who was making contracts for industry and supply deals with the communists, the Soviets, constantly, and the Soviet foreign minister Molotov. And in 1947, bear in mind it was still World War II, but Germany was certainly occupied at that time on the surface world. This book, by the way, if you're wondering about the title, good luck finding it. It's titled Diaries and Letters. I mean, that's the title. Diaries and Letters. Good fucking luck finding this. You'd have to have the author. Again, that's Harold Nicholson. His surname is spelled Nicolson. And this was published in 1966, of course, the year I was born. And that's when basically, by the way, noise is coming from somewhere. Somebody's like on the move. That's probably Mark. He was driving, probably. So then he went a little bit mute. Okay, so thank you, Mark, for that.
Not me.
Oh, it wasn't.
Not me, Douglas.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Somebody was on the move there for a bit. Thank you for clarifying that, dear Mark. And anyhow, so from the book, basically, this businessman, Mr. Ernest Bevin, who, of course, was in good standing with the Soviets because he was always doing business deals with them they used to have a saying, we will hang the capitalists will sell us the rope by which we shall hang them. He was one of these useful idiots that they viewed as one of those men. Anyhow, so he was having a conversation with Molotov, and he said, now, Mr. Molotov, what is it that you want? What are you after? Do you want to get Austria behind your Iron Curtain? You can't do that. Do you want Turkey and the Straits? By that he's referring to the Bosporus, or the entry to the Black Sea, between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. You can't have them. Do you want Korea? You can't have that. You're putting your neck out too far, and one day you will have it chopped off. You cannot look on me as an enemy of Russia. Why, when our government was trying to stamp out your revolution, who was it that stopped it? It was I, Ernest Bevin. By this he meant he basically got business interests together to stop Woodrow Wilson. He got him to withdraw the troops that he had invaded the Soviet Union with, and they were out to destroy the communist government. This man was part of the business interests that told Wilson to back off because they said, we'll turn it into a business territory. And this way we eliminate them as competition. If they're all communists, they can't have any competitive industry where they can compete with our goods and products. They'll have to buy them all from us. And Woodrow Wilson said that's logical, and he withdrew the troops. Otherwise, he was in a position where he could have destroyed the Soviet Union at its inception. So Ernest Bevin was reminding Molotov of that. He said, I called out the transport workers, and they refused to load the ships. Now again, I am speaking to you as a friend. If war comes between you and America in the East, then we may be able to remain neutral. But if war comes between you and America in the West, then we shall be on America's side. Make no mistake about that. That would be the end of Russia and your revolution. So please stop sticking out your neck in this way and tell me what you are after. What do you want? And that's when Molotov said, I want a unified Germany. And that's when Bevin responded, why do you want that? Do you really believe that a unified Germany would go communist? They pretend to. They would say all the right things and repeat all the correct formulas, but in their hearts, they would be longing for the day when they would revenge their defeat at Stalingrad. You know that as well as I do. Yes, said Molotov, I know that, but I still want a unified Germany. And that was all he could get out of him. By the way, that's a line I'm reading from the book, and that was all he could get out of him. Now, so this is obvious that the Russians assumed that the Germans would be just as hostile towards the West as they would be towards the Russians, without taking into account all of the German women that they raped when they entered Berlin, or all of the atrocities they had committed to murder millions of German civilians. So, come the eve of unification, on the eventide, precedent the 1st of July, circa 1990, the Soviets transferred 24 SS-23 MRBM, medium-range ballistic missiles, to the Germanys. And implicit to the bargain, that was instantly establishing United Germany as an unacknowledged nuclear power in the center of Europe to act as a bulwark against American imperialism. So they really felt the Germans would just kind of cover their ass while they retreated and just hold the Americans off due to an intrinsic hostility with the West. And the Germans, if anyone could maintain those weapons, unlike the Cambodians, certainly the Germans could have. I'm certain all of those are still functional. The Germans have their own nuclear power plants, so they could easily make more. So it's basically just a question of, like, what would ever bring them to the point where they would feel the need to use them as a leverage. That would be like something that they've never felt the need to do yet. So I would think that they would my greatest fear is... Yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry, Doug. It's interesting because, to me, I know Putin knows this. That's the funny thing about it is because obviously he wasn't West Germany. He was KGB.
Yes.
It's just to me it kind of tells you how insane he is.
Yes.
Just the madness that he's going. He's pretty much deteriorating as far as a leader. With the whole fiasco in Poland and everything. To me, the gall of him to just be saying, well, if you guys, if the U.S. tries to interfere, or if NATO tries to, interfere, we can retaliate with nukes. But then again, you're not the only one with nukes.
Yeah.
So, it's almost like, I don't know, it's like he's just out of it,
I agree, yes. I think that, he's probably dying of cancer, and he probably doesn't care. I'm certain that all of you assume that, or at least kind of intuit that. I'm certain all of you intuit that, intuitively grasp that he's at that point where he doesn't care. I think he believes he understands he's dying, and he really doesn't care if he takes a good part of the earth with him. And also, he probably understands that there's he doesn't have the nukes because we know his nukes have gone to shit, so he probably figures everyone else has as well. That's what I was going to say. My greatest fear is that the Germans just let it all rot away because they just felt so secure. I mean, understand that when the Germany's united, I mean, they inherited the combined might of NATO and Warsaw Pact weaponry, augmenting United Germany's army by 50%. That made its ground attack and fighter capability 3 times that of France's. And, before unification, the French and German militaries were roughly the same amount of divisions. Somewhere around, it's Sammy! That's where the noise is coming from! Sammy's got the noise. It's his work. It's his work. There we are. He's the guardian of the gates of hell. Yeah, but anyhow, what happened was they had around 475,000 men in their standing armies each. The French had 21 submarines. The West Germans alone had about 24. The French had about 9 combat air squadrons of Mirage and Jaguar ground attack fighters, while the West Germans had about 21 squadrons of American-sourced F-4s and Tornadoes. But during unification, as I said, the German armies increased by orders of magnitude. They were the military superpower in the center of Europe. And the first thing they did was they just started demobilizing, just telling everybody, we don't want to scare our neighbors. Let's demobilize. Let's strip the military to the bone. I mean, now they're doing their best. By the way, thank you to Christopher Keaton in the chat room. He says there was John Carpini years before Marco Polo. Bless you, sir. Thank you. That's Christopher Keaton, John Carpini, years before Marco Polo. So in terms of some of the things that I do want to bring to the attention before I turn things back to Mark for a little bit, who can then segue it back to George Knight. Just going to do a little bit of screen sharing here for a second. And when it comes to the map here, down here in this corner, just so people understand, is Bratislava. And it would be around... Here would be Frankfurt. And again, I only wish these were much more legible. So this would be Frankfurt right here. Just so people know, this would be Bratislava right here. It's part of Slovakia. Now, my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, left Slovakia independent as a Slavic nation. This is why almost all Slovaks are neo-Nazis. They love Adolf Hitler. He created them as a Slavic wedge in Eastern Europe. And people have asked me, why would you include them in Germany? Why would you make them part of a confederative Großdeutschland? Frankfurt is obviously part of Germany, but why Bratislava? So I would, of course, take time to explain that. What a lot of people don't understand is that they are basically the automotive manufacturing capital of the European world at this point in history. It's a lot of people just don't understand how much the world has changed and what kind of changes have taken place when it comes to a place like Bratislava. Let me see if I can remember some of the statistics. It's basically, if I remember correctly, it's basically Europe's Detroit. And so they've got a car production that represents 44% of Europe's entire industry. And Slovakia now has the world's highest car production per capita, by which it can be claimed that the constituent, any other parts of Germany in that map, that would be the automotive superpower source for Germany itself. There's a triangle between the Czech Republic and Slovakia and Northwest Hungary that produces about 2 million cars in that region, with a flourishing industry for parts as well. So basically, Germany would have to have that in order to be competitive on the automotive market. That's what would help bring them back into a much more general sense of, shall I say, competitiveness. And you don't even have that within Germany itself anymore. So it would have to expand to maintain that level of competitiveness. When I was talking about their intelligence operations, of course, they've already got some very large buildings that they, in fact, when it comes to their intelligence offices, if I'm to remember correctly, their intelligence headquarters is one of the largest, in fact, it's probably the largest headquarters intelligence headquarters building in the world. So they've already got that advantage in terms of size. And of course, a lot of people don't understand why. They would ask, why did the Germans have that? It's because of industrial espionage. I mean, it's one of the reasons they've maintained competitiveness. And I think it should go well beyond that. So when it comes to IG Farben, here's where it matters now. Because IG Farben, their original headquarters was in Frankfurt, which is why I pointed out that city. And it was basically a building complex that is now known as the Polzig IG Farben building complex. And Polzig was the name of its architect. And so this was the headquarters for their production administration of dyes and pharmaceutical drugs and magnesium and lubricating oil and explosives and methanol and research projects relating to the development of synthetic oil and rubber during World War II, where they developed synthetic oil. As a matter of fact, IG Farben scientists discovered the first antibiotic and fundamentally reformed medical research. This opened an entirely new era in medicine. They ushered in the antibiotic age. This is why it's so disgusting when you see these books and propaganda films published where they say, these are the chemists of death. Anyhow, the building was completed as designed by Hans Polzig in 1930 in what they called a modernist new objectivity style. And so the superstructure, therefore, is named after him. And it became the corporate headquarters of IG Farben. And then what happened was that, around 2012, the year after my mother was murdered, they finally liquidated IG Farben because so many people were bitching about what they did during World War II. So keep in mind, this was the world's largest chemical company. It was the world's fourth largest company overall. And so this complex was the largest office building in Europe. It remained so until the 1950s. This was when the Americans were forced by the Germans to reparate and rebuild Europe to fix all the damage they had done. This was the location for implementing the Marshall Plan, which supported the reconstruction of Europe. So you're talking about the headquarters that was ultimately, this is the Pentagon of Europe. So this is something that needs to be put back into operation. Right now, what they did was they simply made it part of, if you can believe this, the University of Frankfurt. And yet you're talking about a fortress building. The west end of the campus could easily be fortressed off again, and this turned back into the Pentagon of a new Europe. This is what it was always meant to be. So that's something to bear in mind, something that I intend to write into the text of the map as soon as I get the chance to. So all of that being said, we welcome Mark H. Mark, so tell us about what's going on with you. Are you at work, or what's going on with yourself before you turn it over to George and Realtek and Sam again? And join them, of course.
Hey, Doug, I appreciate you having me on. No, I'm off today, and I have some time to talk. So
great. Did you have a chance to? I hope you might have had a chance to talk to Brooke after what happened.
Yeah, I sent her a message just on Skype just saying I hope she was okay and all that. Yeah, and she responded back just very politely and pleasantly, and I don't know. I mean, I just hope I kept it kind of vague, but I hope everything's going to be okay. Seems like everything is, and she'll probably just take a little extra time for herself.
Thank you. A little sabbatical, so to speak. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. Wonderful. So I encourage everyone to continue speaking to her, and hopefully, she just kind of look, she had a lot of sleep deprivation that day. She only had maybe 2 hours sleep or something, and she was spending all that day in an emergency room playing mother. I think she really overextends herself. She was playing mother for a child that's not even hers. And, I understand, she takes in all of these dogs that are dying and shit. I mean, we're talking about obviously somebody who has a tremendous sense of compassion, and I think that that's really bad for a person's health, emotionally, physically, and mentally. And obviously, we should all have some compassion, but I think that there are unhealthy amounts of it in some people, and that is what I'm saying making any sense?
I agree, Douglas. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly. And so, good, by all means, all of you maintain contact with her, and hopefully she, comes back a little more sedate. And also, I think that there might be something that she might have been on in terms of some kind of painkiller that might have been a little bit, something a little bit like, I think, albuterol is what I suspect. That,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Is albuterol an antidepressant, or what is that?
I don't know, Douglas.
That sounds like it's for asthma.
Powerful, sounds powerful.
Yeah. I think she's on.
Maybe she's on the Ambien or something.
No, not Ambien. It was my mother did Ambien. It was it was something that I think was there's a kind of painkiller out there that I think might be for asthma, but they give it to people with a HDD or ADHD. It's kind of like, it's like a little mild speed.
Adderall.
Yeah.
Adderall.
That's it. That's what it was. Yeah. That was it. So,
that sounds like
Adderall's like the poor man's Coke. That's what they call that around here.
Yeah. There you go. And it can, that along with hormones and, lack of sleep, that's it all converged. So in terms of our dear Marina SEREN, I know Realtek was sleeping through it. I know probably George didn't hear it, but I don't know. Sammy, did you notice her voice? Did it strike you as a little slurred with, I think, a little NyQuil or something?
I certainly did, Douglas.
Oh, you did. So you did hear that.
I did go back and listen. I did go back and listen a little bit,
Okay.
and I did hear her voice.
Yeah.
She was flying high, man.
Yeah.
High.
Yeah, I noticed it.
Yes, a little bit there. Yeah, I was. Yeah, she's still.
Yeah, that's why I don't like. That's why I like all natural cough medicine. I can't take that stuff.
Well, what is all natural cough medicine? What is all natural cough medicine?
Elderberry, honey, crystal chrysanthemum. It's like white willow bark, blue burberry, things like that.
So do by the way, just for the sake of morbid entertainment, our man Realtek was sharing this with Brooke a few weeks ago when Brooke was pretty sick at the time. And Brooke was like, she had contracted it from her son, whatever awful flu was going around. And she had already been taking all that shit because she's a bit of a veggie freak herself, or vegetarian, I mean to say. Excuse me. Vegetarian. And so she was already on that stuff. And so Realtek was kind of telling her about that. She was just getting more and more irritated. I find that morbidly entertaining, by the way. So that was kind of ticking her off. By the way, oh, yes. Oh, Sammy, just check here. Status check. Are you there? Oh, yes. There he is.
Yes, I'm here.
I do want to apologize publicly. I'm going to apologize publicly now to Sammy.
How about what?
Because the other day he called me and he said I had to do some Christmas shopping. And whether he slurred his words or I had wax in my ears, I thought he said crystal shopping, which is completely decadent. Completely degenerate. It's something that, oh my God, to even impose that on him is an insult. It's something no honest working man would ever do. So there we are. So my apologies for that publicly to you. Yes.
No problem. No problem.
Yes. And that being said, so I don't know if you heard what I said about IG Farben and all the rest of that, but hopefully that puts that into some perspective.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, so George Knight, so when I was speaking about the DAИ NÍPPHON, the bell bomb, and a bit about the that island and the demonstration of power that the Nazis did, and the Americans calculating the damage that would do. That's what I was trying to tell you to do some bit of research on, so that you could ultimately do a post on that. But that was at the point where Brooke was triggered by many different things and so obviously, if you have anything to say about that or anything else, take it away for a few minutes, and then we'll turn back to Mark H, who didn't get a chance to say anything yet. So I'm trying to encourage him to say something else after you segue it back to him.
Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I did do a little bit of research onto the actual the volcanic eruption. I saw some vintage footage of that, and it was displayed in Spanish, so I didn't get to see the translation or anything like that. But it just shows the devastation of the volcanic eruption in La Palma. So I did review that.
I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to over the next few weeks, I'm going to try and talk Marina into accepting your friendship on Facebook, and then hopefully what you can do is you can ask her to translate that for you. Does that make sense?
Oh, thank you. That'd be brilliant. Yeah, thank you, Douglas.
Okay, so go on.
Yeah, and obviously, I don't need to speak about this privately with you, because it was people can go back and listen to the transmission, because you, I believe, were just refreshing yourself, Douglas. You're on mute when I joined, and as soon as I joined, Brooke and everyone else here, like Real Tech and Mark, were there. Their president, maybe Sammy. I can't remember if Sammy was there, but she goes, "Hold up, everyone! Shut the fuck up! George Knight is here. George Knight is on the call." And
I did hear that. I did hear that.
No. Yeah,
I heard that on replay. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Doug. Yeah, because I replayed this back to my Sarah as well, and she was, every single time I come on, she always brings up haggis for some reason. And it's every single time. It's just, you can make a joke about something, but I have no idea what the fixation is about just bringing up haggis.
It's phallic.
Every single time I come on,
phallic.
it's like it's repetitive. Yes. Yeah, and it's like me bringing up with her anything that she does on a daily basis, but like I don't eat haggis every single day. I ate it once.
I think Real Tech said something about haggis today, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he said something tonight. It was only because he wants to try it, and but Brooke's not going to try it.
Yeah, I do want to try it.
Yeah, and whereas with Brooke, she's against animal eating, meat eating. She's against it. She made that very, very clear. But the one thing I do want to share is she was very adamant that she wants me and Douglas to go on a live video chat eating haggis together. That is why I don't understand why, but I didn't quite dive into it into great, like I wasn't trying to work out what she meant by that. But it was Sarah who brought up, why is she wanting you and Douglas? Because obviously when you speak to Douglas, George, you don't, you're not on camera with each other. You just speak on Skype like we are right now. But why does she want to get you two together on live video chat together at the same time? Why is that? And that was what I just don't understand.
Probably because it fulfills some kind of sexual fantasy. And, I'll say this about Brooke is that when maybe I shouldn't say any of the.
She's probably sex starved.
Yeah,
so that's why.
Yeah.
That's the reason why she's having meltdowns too.
Yeah. I mean, definitely. I mean, let's be real here. I mean, her girlfriend who left her, rather she left her girlfriend. Let's get this straight. Her girlfriend was abusive to a great degree, emotionally abusive, just really. And when I think her girlfriend was really butch, and I saw photographs, really butch, and I think that. Basically, I'm very effeminate, and she likes that, and I think that for some reason she thinks of George as also very boy-like or pretty. She thinks of him as pretty, so it's like, so I guess this is kind of like where she kind of like does what she does with that. Now Sarah must have been appalled, of course, at just hearing her say, "All right, everybody, shut the fuck up. George is here." Sarah must have gasped. How did she respond to that?
Yeah, no, and she just finds her behavior and what she says very quite offensive, because she gets quite flirtatious, with like people like myself and Sammy. Like, people could review the transmissions here, what she says about, oh, I love hearing your voice and all that. But like Sarah said, she knows you're married. She knows you're married to me. So why on earth would a married man want to do that? But of course, in reality, a lot of men do that, married or not. They will do whatever they want. But I'm not going to go off and do anything like that. I don't want to communicate with Brooke privately at all. There's no reason for me to. I don't communicate with anyone on anyone at all. I only speak to Douglas. Right. And it's like with Sammy, with Sam and Shake, he wanted to meet me, and it's like, why am I going to meet you? Because what are we going to discuss other than Douglas? What's the point?
That was, but then again, that was part of that why he was so sinister. He was so sleazy and so sinister, and we know what happened when he hooked up with Jameson Reese. We know what happened there.
They're having sex.
Yeah, and
Sausage Fest.
Yeah. So it's probably what he was seeking with George Knight as well. Obviously, for obvious reasons, George Knight was a former bodybuilder and is still pretty well built. So he, no doubt that was what Sammy was seeking. Salman again. I did it. For a while there, because I was still on this trigger upset, I kept calling Sammy Salman Sheikh. I had to go into decompression before I would stop doing that. Sammy Romero said it best, is like, Salman was so disgusting in that he would go to that park every morning with this bread he would bake to quote unquote feed the birds. And that was just to get, believe it or not. And then, just so people understand this, all of this was published on his Facebook timeline. So everything I'm saying was visible for all the world to see for the longest time. And so he brought a bucket of ice cream with him every morning, so that basically a lot of the kids would approach him because of all the birds. The kids would approach him because of all the birds. Then he'd offer them ice cream with his taster spoons. He was disgusting. There's no words to describe this individual. And then he rendezvous with Jameson Reese and says he was going to share some of his essence so that Jameson could get it back up again, because Jameson had taken so much cough syrup his dick wouldn't respond to nervous commands to erect. So he was going to give him some of that essence back, he said, with his Sufi mysticism. I think it was something else. I think it was something else involved. Yeah,
it's like something out of a scene from Austin Powers.
I
got your mojo now.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. In all fairness, so Mark, obviously you never do enough talking. What did tell us how your day went, and what's going on in general?
No, it went great, Doug. Thanks for having me on, by the way. And earlier, I did notice that I don't know if that guy was trolling or whatever that was speaking about Marina.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, so you did see that. Do you remember anything in particular that he said that stood out? It was all odd.
Well, it was almost. I was trying to figure out if would that be someone like one of her friends that like waiting for her to speak? Right. But why would you be so rude? So I don't think so. So
right.
Maybe a troll.
Right. Then she wrote me and told me that he was a stalker who was sending her dick pics. So at that point, I barred him off. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Go on. Oh, okay. Sorry to interrupt.
No worries.
No, just a couple of things. I mean, it's kind of weird. It's so quiet. We're not used to this quiet chat, and all these conversations are basically everything that makes the show great. It's fantastic. But I think it was earlier today when I think Peter Moon mentioned he was trying to get into the Chichewa.
Yeah, the Cho.
The Cho. And that's one of the things that I remember I did a little deep dive into one of your older interviews. I think his name was Andrew Bartzis.
Yes. Go on.
And that's, you got into it pretty much. And that fascinated me because, this is all sort of like roped into the WW2 era as well. But that just extremely, that and what they can do, their abilities, their, I think the nocturnal attacks and inceptions.
That's right.
That stuff is incredible. That blows my mind. So that I was gonna, kind of spark you up a little bit, but also you got into something that I haven't heard for a while, which is the Raelian movement. That I was hoping that you could kind of speak on a little more, just because that you can't find anything on, and that just is also extremely intriguing as well.
Thank you. No, definitely appreciate that. And of course, George Knight is bringing up the Dr. Shelley Adler, or it might have been Cheryl. I don't remember. It might be Shelley. It might be Cheryl. It's been so long. She wrote a book on the subject. So the important thing is that Marina was okay. So get this. The important thing to know is this: when Marina says, "Okay, the Greys tried to breed me," she's basically talking about a Cho attack. And when she says that, then she felt that she was being bred, quote unquote, by the Nordic aliens, and that she felt more comfortable with them, the Nordic Aryan, and she thinks of them as aliens. But the truth is that the National Socialists established what they called Project Lebensborn, and Lebensborn is German for Fountains of Life. That was their breeding program, and what Heinrich Himmler had hoped for on the surface world. If the Reich had maintained itself on the surface world, he was hoping that by the 1980s the Germans would have a population to rival China's, but they would be in the majority Nordic Aryan stock. So the idea was to breed en masse more and more Nordic Aryans. Now that program has continued. Unterland, of course, knows that its population is large, but not unlimited, and therefore, in order to add as much diversity into the gene pool, while still maintaining the kind of racial sense of identity that they have, that provides them a fairly homogeneous culture, and therefore one that doesn't have much conflict within itself, they breed people on the surface world. I do believe that she is speaking the truth when she had this experience. She interprets it as kind of an alien abduction, but it's really Unterlanders who are basically taking advantage of her breeding age and accessibility for the Lebensborn project, continuing the breeding program by taking some people from the surface world, because that's the only way they can maintain any sense of immunity. Understand that in Unterland, their biggest problem is it's sterile. There's no exposure to the diseases of the surface world. If they don't breed regularly with people from the surface world, they would be so vulnerable that if the surface world were to invade Unterland, or if they had to conduct combat operations on the surface world, they would be like H.G. Wells's Martians. They would all die because of our germs.
Yes.
Yes. So please take it from there, George. I'm going to take a short break. When I come back, I'll speak a bit more to some of what Mark H. brought up. But yes, by all means, take it from here for several minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And that's exactly what I saw Aquino mention as well about H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds. It would be like, the Martians land on Earth and it would be our germs that kill them off. And this is the same thing that, it goes against people that will impose the position that there is extraterrestrial life out there. And I said this a couple of years ago to my friends. I said, why on earth would any extraterrestrial life with intelligence want to come here when we got COVID? It will be like, when we send probes off to the Martian surface, we sterilize it so we don't spread our germs onto another planet. So it's the same principle. And that was just, and that's exactly what Aquino said as well. So it just brings more credence to the fact that, that Douglas was, very heavily involved with Aquino, at one point in time, because this is how Douglas knows all his information.
Oh my God. I hung around just to hear you say that, and it blows my mind, and it makes me realize, there's probably a lot of things that I say that subconsciously reflect Aquino. And I never really think about it. I'm sorry, go on and take it from here while I go cry my eyes out.
No, it's so true, Douglas. It really is so true. And
yes,
it's amazing. I kind of feel like I'm so alienated, I'm so isolated, because I can see a lot of things that nobody else can, and that's why I'm so people don't take me seriously. These are the people I'm talking about around me all the time, and they just don't realize the importance.
Well, is Sarah beginning to understand more now?
She does. Yeah, she does. She defends my good name, and your good name, Douglas.
Bless you both.
Yes. Yeah, she does. And it's just like, when we went to my former colleague's wedding do, she was asked a question, about me to herself privately without my presence being there. And she said, that's George's passion. And, you know, it's like, there's no reason for people to worry about, you know, with me being affiliated with Douglas, unless, you know, for reasons they're concerned about myself. But, you know, if anything was going to happen, it would have happened by now.
Well, it's touching. It's touching in a sense. It's touching in a sense because they care about you and they don't want to see you misled, quote unquote, or you know, drawn into a direction that could lead to some kind of trouble for you. But the reality of it is that they're simply performing the function of the deep state. They're basically the deep state's police agents without their even knowing it because of their indoctrination. They're the witch finders. They're basically, you know, discouraging you, and it serves the purposes of the Allies in the World War II sense that are still actively at war with the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. In other words, it's kind of like, you know, you're in this wartime. This is like how people think in wartime. You know, they'd be saying, hey, look, you know, George is listening to all these enemy transmissions. And they'd say,
exactly. Yeah. And that's what they're recognized as. Every single time Douglas comes on transmission, it is an enemy alien transmission, so to speak. Yes. It's a legal enemy transmission. And it's so true. Douglas was born on the island of Taiwan, which is not legally recognized. Yeah. So this emphasizes everything that, you know, everything that gets contextualized on these transmissions, and you know, just, you know, me going about. Before I even knew about Douglas, I never had this level of concern about myself ever, unless it was, oh, George is seeing this girl, we should be seeing this girl, you know. But now it's like, wow, now it's either they're concerned for my well-being, or they think I'm being, like Douglas has just said, misled. I'll be incredibly naive or ignorant if that was so, which is not the case. Or they know I'm telling the truth, and everything they know is the truth. And it's so damaging to their paradigm, to their perspective. It threatening. It alters. Yes. It changes everything. The whole game, the whole... you know, what they call Pandora's box gets opened, it all gets flipped upside down, everything comes out, and then your world is flipped upside down. And this is what, and it was just like with everything, you know, I could bring up so many examples, Douglas, and I've gone over it repeatedly on the show, you know, with like my friend Nick, who says the most offensive things about like the Vietnam conflict. What they should have done is just dropped a nuclear bomb on the Viet Cong. And it's like, and then, you know, and I would say, bombs don't work, Nick. That's the reason why they never dropped it, because they learned the hard way in World War II. And did you ever tell them about Operation Vulture? Did you ever tell them about Operation Vulture? No, I didn't. What a failure that was. One of these days. Yeah, complete. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, no, but I never got the chance to express that with him. And it's I could have gone into so much with him, but like he just walked away. Nobody wants to listen. And it was like that guy. It was like, what's his name? Place. His surname is Place. I'm trying to think of his first name, but it's a guy who I knew called Chris Place's dad. It was like when he came to the bar and we were talking about, you know, the Japanese, you know, with the American POWs or the British POWs, you know, they would die at 7 times the rate that they would with you know, the Japanese prisoner of war camps than they would with National Socialist prisoner of war camps, because per the laws of the Geneva Convention, that you would give like you're supposed to give half your rations that you would give to the troops in the field to your prisoners. Yeah. So, but because they were considered levensbeten, the, you know, Japanese diet, because they were pescatarian, they would eat fish and vegetables, they wouldn't eat meat. Yeah. You know, the troops were dying at 7 times the rate that they would in a National Socialist prisoner of war camp. So, and when I said about, per the laws of the Geneva Convention, he went, stop right there. They never were signatory to the Geneva Convention. And I said, that's not what I just said. Right. He walked away from that because he thought he made a point and he was right. He didn't like what I was saying. But because he listened to me to that point, because I forgot to mention last time, I started bringing up the American Army and Navy flu. Right. I brought that up. And he goes, oh, my God, George, you know so much about history. You should be an academic. You should be a historian. You should be at university teaching this. And I said, well, thank you. And then we got to the point of World War II, and he just stopped. He hated that because he's one of these people that are married to the narrative that they won the Second World War. Mm-hmm. And so he wasn't liking all these factors I was bringing up. Yeah, he just did. He couldn't, you know, accept the reality of that. So, yeah. So you're
you're destroying his World War II. His World War II is like part of his possession. Yes, this is like one of his possessions. And so I'll be back in a few minutes. And while I just refresh myself a bit, all of you men do continue conversation. Sammy Romero has rejoined us. And of course, I'll ask Real Tech and Mark H to interject whenever they wish as well. And you know, by all means, when I come back, I'll try and talk a little bit about the Raelians, what I remember about their situation, because, you know, that is important. And in a sense, Marina reminds me of them to a degree because she's European. And I'll see if any questions come in about some other historical issues that we're bringing up now, because obviously whenever men talk in a round table like this, then we usually get a lot of people asking questions about subjects we bring up. So I'm going to go mute for now for about 7-8 minutes at the most or so. And but gentlemen, the stage is yours. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining us tonight. And yes, we'll take this all male opportunity to speak with a bit more in depth than we usually get. And with that, I don't know why I feel so. Why do I feel so guilty when I said that? This is well, such is life. All right.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Douglas. And Sammy, you return. Could I interject with you for a moment? Is that all right? Sammy Romero, are you there, by the way? Or are you listening, or are you busy at the moment? I just wanted to, just go back to the question you had earlier about Cross-Admiral Carl Dönitz. Oh, lovely. Yeah, you take your time. Mark H., did you want to speak for a moment?
Sure. Thanks, George. I appreciate that. How's everything going with you, sir?
Yeah, very well, thank you, Mark. Yeah, it's lovely to speak to you and Real Tech Geek. Sammy, it's nice to be able to speak with you, gentlemen.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's always a pleasure to be on here, and so it's always a good time. And everyone definitely has something great to bring to the table. And so earlier I was listening. Everyone had a lot of great things to bring up. And it seems like, you know, as much as we try to venture outside of, you know, sort of like the WW2 era, seems like we always get kind of dragged back in just because there's so many things connected to it. And it's interesting that speaking of like the Unterlanders, that I think at one point Douglas mentioned, I think for at one point they use weapons like old refurbished WW2 pistols, if I'm not correct.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There is a very good channel, actually. I will have to send you the link to this great video, this channel that it's an American. I don't know if he's like in Kentucky or somewhere like that, one of the states in the United States, but he's got this museum. It's the most authenticated. He's got all this material, and it's amazing how he got hold of it. All original National Socialist armaments, and their technology that they were working with. It was with like machine gunnery and with their gadgets. They had so many cool gadgets. They had belt buckles which had a Luger gun within it. So if they were ever, you know, overrammed or overcrowded, if they were, you know, if anyone intercepted and raided them when they were in their bunkers or anything like that, and they were at gunpoint, they'll be able to raise their hands, and this Luger gun will point out of their belt buckle and shoot the interrogator or the guy who conducted espionage, anything like that. So they had this amazing technology, and they were working with thermal goggles, and they were working with infrared technology back then as well. They were the pioneers of most everyday technology nowadays. But no, thank you, Mark, for emphasizing that. But I'll have to get this video up to send to you, because it's really insightful and enlightening just to show you. It gives you a great perspective of what their technology was like. And the rounds, the machine gun rounds that they could fire at a single, you know, every second, it's unbelievable compared to what the Allies had. It's just, they were way ahead technologically. But no, thank you.
Absolutely, yeah, that's incredible. And also, you know, it seems like, as you know, as we have established our society above here, it seems like below they have according to Douglas, a lot of corroded mantles where there's mega cavities underneath the earth, and then there's water by condensation. So there's basically a complete full ecosystem down below.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's another thing that just absolutely incredible.
Also, don't forget the Germans were the ones that created the gun barrel that could fire sideways, like counterclockwise or something like that. Douglas was talking about.
Bent around corners.
And of course, they also the ones that created fighter jets. The Messerschmitt 262.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't forget about that also.
Yeah, I found the link, by the way. I'm just into the chat room, so you can review it anytime.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
And I'm not sure what the weapon was used in the belt buckle, but it would open up. The belt buckle would open up, and it would point it will fire rounds out of it at the intruders or whoever it was that was, conducting these interrogations or espionage or basically interceptions. They would, they wouldn't be captive. They'll be able to, because the whole thing is they would take a cyanide capsule to take their own life is absurd. They actually would defend themselves first.
Yeah, that would be the last resort.
Yeah. Which, by the way, you will see the cyanide capsules also in this video as well. Yeah, so it's a great video. You'll see a lot of the stuff he has in this museum. I would love to go visit it. And also, they're very short in stature as well. The Germans, you'll see this man presenting this video, showing you around it. He's doing a tour of his museum, and you'll see the uniform is so much smaller because they were smaller in stature than what the Americans were at the time. So. Yeah, and this is why also when people see the Third Reich in exile, they go, "Oh, these were tiny men." They were small. They were smaller in stature back then in the 1930s.
And then also weren't the Chichewa? I think they were I think they were Southeast Asian pygmies, right? So they were smaller, really smaller in stature. And I think Cho. Because I actually dated someone with the last name Cho, and now I'm kind of curious because I think it means black magician. And,
that's correct.
So they have this natural gift that they need to feed with nocturnal attacks. Yes. It's incredible.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and I'll have to get the PDF file from the Dr. Shelley Adler's prepositions that she's created these. You could go online and read her work about the Hmong's tribesmen. It was sudden, unexpected nocturnal death syndrome that these Hmong tribesmen, they in the tens of thousands, they were dying, in their sleep. And she was investigating this phenomena, and she put it down to the Dab Sog, which is the way it's written is not the way it's pronounced, but it's the Chochoa. And that's she was investigating the phenomena of the Chochoa. And I'll have to get that quickly now for you, Mark, so you can read that as well. But it just brings credence and it qualifies everything. Douglas has said, like he said, with Andrew Bartsy's that interview. I've saved that video. So yes. I can review that interview anytime. It's a great video to review, to just get information on this reality. And I'll have to get, I'm just looking now, get Shelley Adler's PDF file and just put it in the chat box as well for you to review. But sorry,
thank you so much.
Yeah, that's all right, man. Anytime. Yeah, if anyone else wants to speak, whilst I'm just looking this up. Sorry, beg your pardon.
Well, I was going to say, and also, sorry to interrupt. If Real Tech Geek will speak after. Just, I think the Chichewa, I think they try to do different alternatives for them. So because they were dying out so much. And I think at one point they try to convert them to a different belief system, and that actually made it worse as far as their current belief system of what they needed to survive, which is also very interesting as well.
I found it here for you, Mark. I'm just going to add it to the chat room for you gentlemen to review. Yeah. Yeah, so important.
Yeah, I was going to ask Douglas also, because the Volusia and the Hachuri were somehow connected to them as well. and it gets kind of spanned off. And I see your attachment. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, and that's something you can review in your own leisure to, just give you some perspective on it. And it just brings credence. It just brings, it just emphasizes everything that, if you need to, just see. The trouble is with a lot of people, it's like I was bringing up the astrobiology of God online in this Facebook forum going back a few weeks ago or months ago now. I can't remember. But it was the guy who was saying to me, because I was explaining about how the universe is intricately designed. It is so fine-tuned that it has to have intelligent design. And this guy online was asking me, he goes, he was going, because I said the attributes are the same that a human manifests, the same attributes as a human would have, like with creativity, with knowledge, with love, care, and intellect. And he was saying, could you please, I want to see this in writing, that this is what the astrophysicists and the astronomers are saying. And I did. I found the text, and I sent it to him, and he shut up because he saw it in black and white. And it's really hard for people to actually come to terms with this information without seeing it in black and white. They have to have it, even though there's millions of, life is a million shades of grey. There's so many wonders of this world that people cannot comprehend or fathom in their minds. So they do need to see something. And so that's what I have taken on as myself as a role to do, to show people something. And when I showed him, yes, the universe is intricately designed and it manifests the same attributes a human would manifest, and only a human would manifest. And he shut up straight away. He never responded because he saw it in black and white. And I've got it here. And I'm going to just attach that also in the chat room, and it just brings credence to everything. It qualifies everything. But yeah, carry on, Mark, please. If you have any other questions.
No, absolutely, I appreciate that, and thank you so much for that. It seems like you get a lot of passion, George. It comes clear, it comes right through. I was going to also say, as far as what Douglas was saying, and I'm going to call it someone that's pretty controversial. And I know Doug's not a big fan, but I think it was David Icke.
Oh, David Icke. Yeah. Thank you.
He says some pretty, controversial things, but he does say some pretty prolific things as well. And I think one of them was, we really don't need a deep state as far as to quiet ourselves. Most of the time, we police ourselves. Yeah. And that really is, like you said, you experience it all the time. And that's, the power of that, the influence that our friends have on us. So, when it comes to that, we're the ones, that police each other when it comes down to it. We just need to kind of open each other's hearts. And like you just, if someone needs to see something, then show them,
Yeah, absolutely. And it was like I brought up once before, mentioned about the same friend I mentioned earlier. He was saying that he has because basically it was going back a few years ago. We had a male and a female that I think it was a mother and a son. They were from Taiwan. They're Taiwanese. That's what they came when they checked into the hotel. They said they're from Taiwan. When I found out they were from Taiwan, when I greeted them and I took them up to their room and I took their luggage with them. I carried them. I did this deliberately. And then when I went up to the room with them, I performed the Ad Lucrutio to them. And they performed the same thing back to me. They did the Heil Hitler. They did the Roman salute. They did the Ad Lucrutio straight back to me. And then they realized straight away, they smiled. And they loved it. And then when they came down for dinner, we started having a conversation. And and I was saying about I know someone who's also I was talking about Douglas with them, and they were so intrigued and they were so fascinated, and they ended up giving me they gave me a lot of money. Actually, they gave me a massive tip at the end of it. But they loved it. I performed the Ad Lucrutio, and they weren't aware of this. I presented that information back to Nick, my friend, and he goes, he's got a friend from Taiwan. And I said to him about, they are a democracy which is fascist. They are fascists. And he goes, you can't say that. And I said, yes, they are. And I showed him all these pictures, all these images when they swear their oaths.
Yeah, the students. Yeah, there's entire performing and dressing on Nazi uniforms.
Yeah, they do. And when they swear their officials into office, or when they take oaths, they perform the adlocution when they're reading from a rescript, when they're reading from a scripture. So this is, and I've got many pictures of this. I showed it to Nick, and he just didn't want to know it. He just walked away from it. But I said, look, I've just performed that in front of these two, guests of ours, and they performed it back to me. Right. And they know exactly what I meant. They know exactly what it was.
And that's huge because George, and that's incredible because I'm also in the hospitality industry myself.
Yes.
And when you're in that industry, you have to. It's not only going above and beyond, but you have to provide an experience that is different from others. So, and it's a memorable experience. So George provided these guests a memorable experience to somebody who is enlightened enough to know their custom. That's incredible. So now they, and then they gave them an incredible tip. It sounds like too. So that's just amazing. He connected with these people on a different level that probably no one ever has.
No, exactly. Because people aren't aware of that. People aren't familiar with that. And so, and like as you said, it's the experience they walk away with. It's not the food that, people eat food every single day. They're not going to remember the taste of food. They might remember, oh, yeah, I had a good meal at this place. But it's the experience. That's what they take with them. That's the memories that they will keep forever. And so that you should see their faces light up. I didn't, usually I would do the Asian bow. I always do that no matter which country they're from or whether it doesn't matter if they're English. I always do that because they say that's because the Asian bow represents it's not a threat. It's not threatening. It's more of a hospitable, it's a gentle greeting. That's the way it comes across. So when I bow and I lower my head, it's less threatening. So people take that as, oh, this man means no threat to me. So that's how I always greet people with the Asian bow. I don't shake hands or I don't do the bloody elbow, fist pump or anything like that. I would perform the Asian bow. But when I took these two guests that were from Taiwan, I performed the adlocution. Their faces lit up and they smiled at me. They both performed it back to me. It wasn't like you hold your hand out for a wave. It was like I performed the adlocution straight away. Like when I say goodbye to them, they loved it. They absolutely loved it. And they came down for dinner. And then, I was chatting to them for ages at the dinner table. And that was, like you said, that's an experience. Oh, by the way, I found it, by the way. Let me just attach this. Let me just attach this in the chat box. This is the guy online that, he was having a debate with me about, the...
Excuse me, George.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Sam, are you there, by the way?
Yeah, sorry. I was...
Hello.
Yes, how you doing?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
What's up, Sammy?
I was going to say, Sammy, I was just going to extend what we were saying.
I just got back to hear this horrible echo that's happening. I think Sammy's in Bluetooth or something. Is that the technical explanation or real tech? What would be the explanation for that echo? It's causing a delay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Hold on, let me check.
Yeah, thank you. And while he's checking that, I am back. And by the way, when he gets back, we'll continue our discussion, and I will join. By the way, I think I caught something.
How about
now? Sounds good. Excellent. So go on, Georgia and Sammy.
Okay.
Continue talking,
right.
both of you, please.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Sammy, I was just going to extend what we were saying earlier about, you asked a question about Carl Dönitz, the Admiral of the Navy of the Kriegsmarine. Yeah, I was going to say, we watched this program the other night on Netflix. I think this was last week. It was a documentary about the Titanic being and what the West always emphasized, this is the largest natural disaster to occur to a civilian population in history. So just under 3,000 lives perished with the disaster of the Titanic in 1912. But I brought up the Wilhelm Gustloff atrocity, which was a war crime, because that was during Operation Hannibal, when Cross Admiral Carl Dönitz was conducting one of the most important operations in history. It was the largest mass evacuation in all human history, with well over 1 million civilian populations from out of the Baltic littoral, all the eastern blocks, from Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, and Prussia and Poland, all over the Baltic littoral. He the Soviet submarine, the S-13, sunk the Gustaf, which had over 9,000, ultimately 10,000 lives lost, and they were all civilians. During wartime, that was in 1945. Wow. I believe it was the first month of 1945. The Gustaf was sank, and it was atrocity. It was a war crime. It was so that is something people can look up. That was the largest sinking of a single civilian ship in history, the largest death toll in human history, and that was of the Gustaf. But the West always emphasise it's the Titanic. It's not.
No, that's outrageous. I know, it's so offensive. It's offensive beyond belief. And of course, all respect to the people who died on the Titanic. Obviously, that was horrible. But the fact that they will just say this is the largest loss of human life at sea is beyond offensive. This is like not the case at all. Of course, it's the Nazi liner, the German cruiser that was converted into carrying refugees, that was sunk by a Soviet submarine. That was a war crime. When it came to the Americans, of course, the Americans committed their own war crime similar to that with the Awa Maru. Again, people can look that up. That was spelled AWA, then a space, and then Maru, M-A-R-U. That's it. Maru, by the way, is simply the Japanese word for ship. So whenever you see Star Trek where they're saying Kobayashi Maru, as it's like a training program where they go through graduation, where you have to beat that game, and then they rate your officer status as to what commission they'll give you in the Starfleet Federation, according to the way Gene Roddenberry envisioned it. But no one was ever meant to beat the test. It's an unwinnable test, and like Captain Kirk says later in one of the films, The Wrath of Khan, he cheated, and he was the only one to ever beat it, which of course should have disqualified him, but somehow he got away with it. But such being said, the Awa Maru was sunk by the USS Queenfish on April Fool's Day or something like that. I believe it was, because they were saying, it's a April Fool's joke because they were sporting the Red Cross, the international sign of the Red Cross, but they sank it despite that as quote-unquote an April Fool's joke. And there were 2,004 people aboard, and they were all women and children, except for maybe the crew. And we know this because all the bodies washed up on the shore in Taiwan. So we know 2,004 people died on it because all the bodies reached Taiwan. And so that the Americans never paid for that war crime. And in terms of the British, one of the things that I was referring to Peter Moon, I don't know if it's going to come up in the book at all. I doubt it. But as I said, there were all the Jews were considered Nazi insurgents by the British Empire. And so the British were sinking all of these ships that carried Jewish refugees to make certain they never reached Palestine or anywhere else. And one of them was the Exodus. People can look this up. There's an entire book written called The Commander of the Exodus. And the Exodus, in this case, was a ship by that name carrying Jewish passengers. Go figure. And of course, the British sank it. They machine gunned the decks, and until they sank the ship. And as for the Lancastria, that was carrying 6,000 Jewish refugees, and the British sank that in 1945. That's 6,000 people killed at once. I mean, that rivals the German ship, which, I've actually seen different names on that German ship, and I can't understand why, but go with what George has said on it, because there's different, this could be a historical attempt at trying to prevent people from being able to conduct searches. That could be the reason why I've seen different names applied to that German ship that was sank, but it was basically Germany's Titanic. Someday a movie will be made of it. Someday a movie should be made of the Lancastria and all the Jews, 6,000 killed in the sinking by the British. So these are obviously horrific war crimes, and who's committing them? The Allies, the Soviets, the British, the Americans, the big three. So these are obviously the true war criminals, and they need to be recognized as such. Just why the Axis had to fight them, and why the 1,000-Year Reich is still at war with them. Why would it not be? So when it comes to our man George Knight, he was correct. That was Dr. Shelley Adler. I believe her first name spelled Shelley Adler. Oh God, I've got a question coming in. So look, okay, so this person is asking this question respectfully, but I definitely want to bring to everyone's attention the seriousness of what the situation really entails here when it comes to MARINA SEREN. Okay, so someone is very respectful in the way they say it, and so I'm not going to jump down their throat, but I think that many people lack such a sense of insensitivity about this. So Sammy, do say goodnight to our listeners before you go.
Yeah, good night, Sammy.
Yes, good. Yeah, it's good night, everybody. Please support Doug. Please donate. Please buy the Roswell Deception. And good night, George. Good night, Doug. Good night, Mark. Real Tech Geek. Good night. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody, and God bless. Okay.
Bless you. And
Happy Thanksgiving, Sammy. Good night.
Good night.
Now, before I
Yes,
let you go,
likewise.
Sammy,
Yes.
if you can hang on for about a minute here, I do want people to. Perhaps you could reinforce this a bit. Just give your own thought on this. I do want people to understand. Think about what I said about MARINA SEREN. She's been attacked by the Cho for breeding. She's been essentially assessed by the Thousand-Year Reich for breeding. Would you not narcotize yourself as well? Can anyone blame her for showing up on the show slurring a little bit? I mean, this is a woman who's been exploited for breeding.
Well,
yeah. Go on.
Well, I'm gonna tell you one thing. Okay.
Yeah.
She's a very attractive woman. Very beautiful. And this is just me as a regular man. I think I have to I have to bring you up, Doug, in the sense that when people see when people see your promotional banners at times with your costumes, as far as whether it's your certain lingerie that your mom gave you, etc. People don't realize that people have to cope with these unfortunate situations of growing up. We don't know, at least I don't know, how long MARINA SEREN's been dealing with this. She's probably been doing this her whole life. But we still have to cope with these, with these traumas. I think one of my, if I have to, maybe share a little bit about myself, one of the things that I've had to deal with growing up was my father always praying at night. At times I didn't understand, but it was really for protection, spiritual protection against occult attack. And the few times that I had to understand this was when I had nightmares. I'm sorry, 1 second.
Sure. And we're glad that Sammy's able to share what he can. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets bodily dragged away by his significant other. Nadia.
Anyways, yes.
Go on.
Yes. So, dealing with this growing up, I've learned to put my faith in the Lord and understand that sometimes, your faith needs to be tested. Anything that hasn't been tested and you don't know it's for real. At least this is how I kind of have to reinforce my belief. Back to, MARINA SEREN, I think as far as her narcotizing, I don't blame her. I really don't. I think what's really helping her, in my opinion, now is sharing with, someone like you, Doug, who has danced with the devil himself. You outthink him. You pretty much, I have to compare you to that movie, Red Dragon, or pretty much is a sequel to Hannibal.
Yes.
Where one of the lines that the character, oh my God, what's his name? Is the guy that came out of American History X?
Hannibal
Edward
Lecter?
Norton.
Oh, Edward.
You know, Edward Norton.
Okay.
His character, Hannibal Lecter told him, "How did you catch me?" And he said, "Easy, you're crazy. That's how I caught you." You know, him being a shrink. You know, I mean, go figure, right? All shrinks have some type of craziness.
Yeah.
But you, in effect, too, though, you kind of had your knowledge of self. I think that's one of the things that helped you immensely. Obviously, your mother's prayers and your lineage. So, you know, back to Maria Seren, I think she's really, it's going to help her a lot. Meeting someone like you, Doug, in the sense that your purpose. I think sometimes, I think all of us get a little mixed up in our purpose as far as, you know, we walk in this earth. Even me, at times I'm talking to Brooke, where, you know, she's helped me, and even yourself, you know. I think with Maria Seren, I think she is definitely going to benefit from this, and it's not a coincidence. I think it's this is bound to happen, and you know, I just think the more she opens up and the more she shares with somebody like you who can, you know, contextualize and kind of just understand, it definitely, there's that healing factor that we all can benefit from sharing. You know, I mean, everybody has a story. You know, you can go down the line, and it's very much a blessing, because a lot of these subjects are that they're it's a subject. Yes, history is very important, but when you involve yourself in it, and when like me sharing my father praying, you don't know until, you know, you go through it. And when I've had these nightmares, it was very much spiritual, because I used to go to my dad at night and we used to pray, and it would go away. But in my back of my mind, I understand why he had to do this, if in the sense that he felt like, you know, I need to get into prayer as far as, you know, protecting my home. And very much the same with Maria Seren, in the sense that it's part of her healing and ultimately protecting herself with knowledge. You know, you can't protect yourself until you have the knowledge to protect yourself. Obviously, you've helped a lot of people, Doug, with, you know, referring books, especially with, you know, the deal with one of the subjects you said was elementals, how to battle.
Yes.
You know, something that can be sent against you. And, you know, a lot of the time is that fear paralyzes you to not understand your true potential of, you have that ability, whether, you know, whoever you, whatever God you find refuge in, you have that ability to protect yourself. And sometimes it's just simple as distancing yourself from people, and or you know, finding that there's space of that stress, because obviously someone who's stressed cannot really think at times of, okay, part of it is myself too. You know, I need to find within myself to understand that a lot of it's my doing. You know, we bring ourselves down is what I'm trying to say. So, you know, maybe if sounds like it's rambling on, but I really do think she's going to benefit from this. Finding you, Doug. So that's just my 2 cents.
Bless you, and I appreciate that profoundly. Have a blessed night, and share our love with Maria.
Likewise. Okay, bye-bye.
Wonderful. So thank you, and of course the rest of you gentlemen, any thoughts from any of you, please, concerning Marina, of course. I do feel that many of you might have gotten your own impressions of something that you might want to share, and if not, that's fine too. In the meantime, can anybody hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there we are.
Yeah.
There was kind of a lack of response there, and I do want you know, other people to understand about the Cho attacks. she's undergone a lot because, by the way, and now I'm getting a question from the same person. Again, because they're maintaining a respectful tone, I will honor them with a response. But what they have is obviously a sense of skepticism about this, and I understand that. They're saying, why basically would she be bred by so many parties? Understand this: when lightning strikes someone, for those of you who don't know, then the chances increase for you to be struck by lightning again by orders of magnitude. No one knows why.
It increases, yeah.
Yeah, for whatever reason, when you win the lottery, the chances for you winning the lottery again increase by the same orders of magnitude as getting struck by lightning. That means that there are people who win the lottery 2 or 3 times in their lifetime, or more. And this is recorded. And the same with people being struck by lightning 2 or 3 times in their lifetime. They become a human lightning rod. Nobody can account for this. But in her case, it could be something synchronistic like that, where because she's bred once, then something is left that marks her, that suddenly attracts other parties. Or more than likely, it's simply the fact that what the Thousand-Year Reich would consider valuable breeding property, the Allies would be intent on desecrating, defiling, ultimately trying to downbreed for their own antithetical agenda. That would make far more sense. Does that not resonate? I turn to you gentlemen to respond to that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And
no, absolutely.
Yes. This is what she's dealing with. And obviously, she also contends with it through a bit of narcotization, which I cannot blame her for. Real Tech says I'm going to be indisposed for a little while. By that you mean a few minutes or a few days? What do you... could you clarify that? It's okay, so he's indisposed at the moment. So he's typing. He says like 20 minutes. Okay, thank you. We'll try to wait for you to come back before we get into anything too serious. Thank you for letting us know. Deeply appreciate that. In the meantime, concerning Marina SEREN, there's something about the Cho that people would find interesting. I think. I mean, certainly I find it interesting when it comes to the where they come from. Certainly when I brought up the fact that the Cho tribes have been all but exterminated by the Japanese in China and Vietnam, then the remnants that had made it into the jungles of Southeast Asia were armed by the CIA in Laos. And then afterwards, when the Americans retreated, they bombed every known suspect village by 1975. Obviously, they have their roots in Asia, or so people would suspect. In fact, in Asia, it's believed that they were created by the mating of men and monsters at the dawn of time, and that their god, Da Cho, or rather, Dabsog would be the way that it's spelled in the English, D-A-B space T-S-O-G, but like the Celtic language, Capuchin is just never pronounced the same way that it's spelled. So it would be pronounced Dacho, the death god, the god of death, underground. He created their race of dwarves known as the Mirinigri, and he created them from the flesh of primitive amphibians and prehistoric reptiles. That's the Asian belief about the source of this malevolent fairy folk. And the mating of the Miri with Da Cho's human worshippers gave rise to the Chochoa. Now, this Asian pygmy race then migrated east from Tibet, the plateau of Liang, or the Tsang Plateau, if I remember correctly, in today's Xinjiang, Nigeria, where the communists are exterminating all of the Turkic-descended Caucasoid population. That they basically migrated east from Tibet, carrying Da Cho himself to a new dwelling. And once they were widespread, of course, throughout East Asia. Now only a few isolated pockets exist. All the tribes despise the Chochoa in their vicinity, and Of course, as I mentioned, they were the only race targeted for total extermination by the Japanese. 40,000 of them live in North America now. And in terms of an alternate history, if you look up their language as opposed to the species, the language is recognized as a language. This is in academic studies. Look up the Chochoa, the language thereof. And I remember that some of the research done into them by the Department of Defense encountered, there we are, Deaths of Laos Refugees Puzzle the Officials. There's a new headliner and article gifted us by George Knight in the chat room here, the chat box, the text box of Skype. So there's an alternate history that tells of how the Chowans, as they are also known, came into what is today known as Afghanistan and environs by the 2nd century out of the otherworldly abyss. And according to this legend, the Chochos may have been a servitor race of Ahriman, the Zoroastrian Satan, sent to basically guard the degenerate offspring of the so-called Black Lotus, which is very important to them as a kind of symbolic, a plant and a kind of the closest that they have to a national symbol. But even Orthodox anthropologists of the Victorian era suggested the Chochos, thanks to the British Empire stretching over so much of the world and men being ordered for king and country to set up the colors in places most other white men would never visit again, the British drew the conclusion that the Chochos were genetically disparate enough from most humans that they may have diverged from our genetic line as long ago as Homo erectus. And what is so bizarre was that they traced the Cho line as ultimately sourcing out of Spain, out of the Iberian Peninsula, in the area from where they were driven that was ultimately taken from them by the Basque. So if people look at the Basque homeland of today, between the borders of France and Spain, the British informed American intelligence that they felt the Chochoa first arose there, were driven out by the Basque. This would mean that there's a connection to Spain, would give even more credence to the attacks against Maria SEREN in that area of the world. And they may not be there physically, but it would be kind of a returning point to their homeland, the way that the Unterlanders have to return to the surface world to continue to maintain a viable gene pool that would not succumb to surface diseases. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you, Douglas.
Thank you. And such being said, that brings us to the Raelians, and when it comes to basically their trip, which of course I'm sure she's somewhat familiar with, just so people understand just how big this movement is. They're one of the most prominent UFO religions. They were founded in 1973 by a sports journalist, Claude Vorilhon, I think the guy's name is. I don't know if he's still alive. He was born in 1946. So he'd be quite old by now. But he's definitely been very active, and he certainly must have a lot of children because, of course, he's been fucking girls constantly in his cult. And the Raelian movement claims over 30,000 members in 67 countries. Wow. Yeah, so the messages of their Elohim, as they call their gods and angels, they've been translated into 19 languages. So they embrace all these sexual practices and meditations inspired by Eastern religion, as well as this religious philosophy which updates the standard Judeo-Christian mythology with space age technology, your usual Von Daniken kind of hybridization or synthesis. But they claim that they're overtly opposed to the scientific establishment, that they regard evolution by chance as a myth. So they embrace technological progress while rejecting the scarier atheist underpinnings of science. But at the same time, you're talking about people who then claim that they're going to be the vanguard when it comes to cloning the next generation of humanity, something that they've already been doing. I pointed out before, of course, that clones have existed for quite some time. But Raelianism, they believe very strongly in the merits of human cloning, especially as a way in which infertile and gay couples can have children that are genuinely their own. And to this end, we're talking as far back as 1997, the Raelian movement founded the company known as Valian Venture Limited, which conducts research on human cloning. And through its project called CloneAid, that's a service to help couples who wish to have cloned offspring and have the necessary $200,000 fee. I mean, as I understand it, the focus of the Raelian movement on cloning is not merely some kind of opportunistic one, it's a religious duty. Because according to their doctrines, it's only through cloning that humans can attain eternal life and thus become as one with the Elohim. So in December of 2002, CloneAid's CEO, her chieftainess executrix officier, Brigitte Bozelier, surname spelled, I think, Boiselier, kind of like liar, except liar like Lier. So Brigitte Bozelier, she claimed the company had cloned a human child called Eve. And in January of 2003, Bozelier claimed a second clone child had been born and that several others would soon follow in different parts of the world. And these announcements obviously caused, they should have created international headlines. But instead, everybody just kind of accepted it. It was like, they're just crazy ufologists. It's just a crazy cult. And they just kind of took this without really any investigations that I know of. But basically, Bozelier, I could tell you this, she would probably find herself in jail for violating various countries' anti-human cloning laws. So she basically wasn't going to allow any investigations if she could help it. So that makes sense as well. So what they're conducting is kind of like an open, illegal operation in which they're using the freedom of religion to cloak themselves as a cloning industry. That's the best way to understand the Raelians. And then there was this individual, Wang, who was among the South Korean specialists in cloning. I've never gone deeply into him before, but both Wang's and Bozelier's claims were presaged probably more than 2 decades earlier by David Rorvik's book. He wrote a book in 1978 called In His Image. Yeah, it was subtitled The Cloning of a Man, which described how some of the world's top geneticists had been recruited by himself, David Rorvik, on behalf of a billionaire identified only as Max, to clone a male heir, and they succeeded in doing it. Now, Rorvik himself was born in 1944, so he's no spring chicken either. I wouldn't be surprised if him and the Raelian cult leader were dead, but bear in mind, this Rorvik, David Rorvik, was no wild-eyed conspiracy theorist. He was a science journalist with a respectable track record. This was a man who published for various medical and scientific journals all his life. So his story had to be taken seriously by the press and the public. But nobody did any background investigation that I know of. Anyhow, there was another guy, a developmental biologist named J. Derek Bramall, who was the technical consultant for the movie The Boys from Brazil. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but it was based on a novel by a Jewish author, Ira Levin, about cloning Adolf Hitler, and it was released in 1978. Now, he later on claimed that his own doctoral thesis was the basis for the cloning details described in the book, and he took the author and the publisher to court. Now, I don't understand why Rorvik was unable to defend himself, but basically, I would think it was simply because he was paid enough money by the multi-billionaire to take the heat, shut up, and just lose the case. Because if he tried to defend himself, that would have exposed the man's identity. And for that reason, he lost the case. And then that other scientist, who, like I said, was himself a consultant for a film about cloning my biological father 10 times over, by Joseph Mengele, is made a character in that book and in the film. This is like a world people aren't even familiar with. You've got people who are technical consultants for movies about cloning Hitler suing people who are bona fide medical journalists writing books about cloning multi-billionaires who are trying to maintain anonymity. So in the end, it basically collapsed for the defense because the multi-billionaire didn't want his identity known. And then that way, everybody was able to claim, see, it's all fiction. The other guy's just a consultant for a movie of fiction. And everything gets swept under. And nobody ever hears about it again. Now, Rorvik was recently, as last time I checked, around 1997, wrote an article for Omni magazine. That was a science magazine, a popular science magazine. I think it was published by Penthouse. They were the original publishing company, or the publishing company behind that circulation. And he insisted his story was genuine. So there you have it. I believe it to be true. In fact, I know it to be so. This has to do with Sugar Daddy, of course, and he's not into cloning himself, but believe me, the Silicon Valley, it's full of men who are. So basically, the other thing that comes to my mind is, aside from the Elohim being the central focus of their religion, the Iranians, of course, have to link it to World War II with some bullshit story about how the Elohim created mankind, but it wasn't until August 6th of 1945, the day the United States dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima, that humanity had finally reached the stage in its scientific evolution where it was now ready to understand the truth about its origins. And now that we know the truth, the Elohim are imploring us through Rael, the sports car driver turned journalist, to welcome them back to Earth by building an embassy for them in Jerusalem. And so it's up to the international Raelian movement to spread the Elohim's messages, to build the embassy, and to prepare humanity for their imminent arrival. Now, the reason that they may have so many followers is, according to what Sugar Daddy has been able to find out, many of them are cloned. In other words, they're breeding their followers literally via the test tube. So we've got this loose upon the surface of the earth. And nobody knows. Nobody thinks to ask. Nobody knows where to start. Understand that what I expose now, think about this. We get Mark H. just gets a chance to bring it up, ask me a question. Half this shit is hidden in the back of my mind, and it's like beams in an attic that collapse, and then a part of the roof caves in, and sunlight flows in on some part of some memory that I've compartmentalized and pocketed away 20 years ago. So think of what I haven't even brought up yet, because I just consciously don't recall it until somebody asks the right question. Now, a lot of this could be due to the compartmentalization intentionally created by my psychiatrist to deal with my post-traumatic stress disorder. So we always want to be careful of just exactly what it is we expose that's hidden in the back of my mind. But all such being said, when it comes to the Raelian cult, they spoke before the United Nations. They spoke about their pioneering cloning as a clone culture. And therefore, we can look to the fact that their symbol, a swastika within the Shield of David, is the symbol of a movement of largely cloned followers. And that's a hybridization if ever there was one. This is why you have Marina SEREN speaking about hybridization all the time. Although she doesn't really have the context for a lot of what she says. Maybe this would put some of what she says into a more comprehensible context.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And so how about you, Mark? Does that bring anything to mind that you might remember?
Yeah, that was incredible. Thank you so much for that, Douglas. Yeah, the only thing I remember hearing anything about the movement was actually from Max Spear's interviews.
Okay.
And it really wasn't much from what I've heard from that interview.
Right. I'm sorry to hear that. You know, Max was just doing the best he could, trying to hoover up what information he could find so he could produce content for that scumbag that was exploiting him, Miles Johnston.
Miles Johnson, yeah.
Have either of you heard any more about that son of a bitch? He kind of went off the map after, thank God, they got his bases banned off YouTube, thank God, for, what he was doing.
He fell off the face of the earth.
Thank God, let's hope so. I mean, and the other thing that I do want to bring up, what is very important when it comes to what you can get back at that idiot with, George, whenever you're talking to some doofus who was the idiot who was saying, why did they just drop a nuke on Vietnam? Who was that guy?
Oh, yeah, it was a former colleague of mine, at work at the hotel. Yeah, he said that they should have just dropped, because I went into a discussion with another colleague, and he called me belligerent, actually. He called me a belligerent bartender, because I was emphasizing that if Lyndon Baines Johnson could have declared an illegal state of war in Vietnam, he would be able to mobilize the nation and actually win that war. And then his debate, and he goes, I've spoken to my my university friends, and they've all come to the same consensus, the same conclusion, that how are you supposed to win a war against a guerrilla insurgency? And that's what he said, and that's exactly what my father said to me as well. He goes, because they were using guerrilla tactics. He goes, you can't win a war against people that use guerrilla tactics.
Of course,
and this
you could point out to all those people. Yeah, you could point out to all those people that the Greater British government itself claimed to have won in Malaysia, or did they all forget?
Exactly, Douglas.
Yeah, where did he talk about compartmentalization? I've got people
that's
here.
What it is.
Yeah, people here are writing me notes about how can anyone function with a compartmentalized mind? Look at this. These fuckers have compartmentalized that. No disrespect towards your father or uncle, but yes, go on. I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. It is so maddening. It's truly offensive. And it was just like, I responded to Nick's comment about they should just drop the nuclear bomb. And I said, they just don't work, Nick, because it didn't win World War II, did it? Yeah, it did. No, it didn't. They lost that war. It didn't affect the war machine in any way. It didn't impact any. There was no. And I could bring up the Japanese Imperial Rescript, which was published on the Nippon Times on the first page.
You could also just go back to British experience and say, look, the British were burying Spitfires in the fucking ground in Thailand because they were afraid the Japanese were going to advance after those bombs were dropped.
Oh, this is where the true craziness comes in, Douglas. I actually presented that to my brother-in-law, Sarah's brother.
God, what did they say?
He said that's one man's made-up story. It's all fiction. I was like, are you serious? This is why all these expeditions have gone out there and they've tried to find them because
people
they're
have
worth
spent
£1 million.
millions of dollars. People have spent millions of dollars to find those Spitfires. We know that they're out there because we know that those orders were real. There's, no, that man's not making it up. No, I mean, oh my God.
This is the sheer craziness of this. Yeah, it's the compartmentalization. This is what it is. Totalitarianism. It's just like people can't. This is just it's mind-boggling, and this is why I Douglas, I love to come on and talk to you because I feel like I'm getting some sanity back because I'm surrounded by these people.
Wait. One thing you could bring up to them about Operation Vulture was basically what had happened was that on March. It was March 20th of 1954, and people can always replay this section of the show later. But on March 20th of 1954 was when the Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, and Vice President Richard Nixon, at that time he was Vice President, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Arthur Radford, they all approached President Eisenhower, and they were reporting to him that Operation Vulture was underway. So on March 20th, 2 aircraft carriers entered the Gulf of Tonkin, and B-29s were already readying themselves at Clark Field in the Philippines. And we had elements of the 3rd Marine Division placed on alert. There were 100 aircraft involved. There were basically, when it came to what had happened, it was basically at that point when the atomic bombs, and they were going to use 3 of them to triangulate at Dien Bien Phu, where that was under siege by the Vietnamese army for months, and the French were about to collapse and fall into captivity. They said we could triangulate 3 atomic bombs around it and basically save the French and leave them the masters, theoretically at least, in name at least, of Indochina. And that's when Eisenhower said, you people are so fucking stupid. He said, you have no idea that they did nothing in World War II and the Japs kept on fighting. All we did was kill a bunch of old men and women and children, and the army was still in the field everywhere. So the same's going to happen here. There's no point in even trying. And he said, call it all off now. And there you have it. You can tell people that, and there's nothing they can say to counter that other than to do what they do, which is just basically walk away and deny it. That's what they'll be left with. And at that point, who cares? Who gives a shit? It's like, these people are, this is why we have to appeal to future generations. Many of the people that are alive today, they're lost. I'd say that when the situation gets desperate enough, things are going to change. It will get desperate. I mean, certainly the one thing we can be thankful for, there's horrible problems like there's no eggs created by the situation in Ukraine. But at the same time, if Vladimir Putin had not invaded Ukraine, Britain would really be fucked. So,
and as you said, it's the future generations. They're the more liberal, progressive. They will be the higher educated that we have to reach out to and present this information to. And it even going back to what you were saying, Douglas, even with the quote from Admiral King, Ernest King of the U.S. Navy, the head admiral, he even stated to the correspondent back in Washington, to the office of the propaganda machine. What's his name? Of the Office of War Information.
Office of War Information. Oh,
yes,
who was that asshole?
It was the public. It's the Public Relations Office. He responded to the Public Relations Office of the Office of War Information.
Right.
That you don't tell the public anything they don't want to hear. When it's over, just tell them who won. that we won the war. And so that just, that just emphasizes again with the bombs, that just, the 2 atomic bombs.
Yeah, that was the easiest myth to provide, and everybody ran with it.
Yeah.
And, by the way, our man, Real Tech Geek, he always says, I don't believe everything you say about the Japanese winning World War II. I'm still very skeptical about that. And I said, did you ever buy the book?
Said,
no.
Yeah, absolutely.
He said no. I said, you never read the Roswell Deception? And he says, no. And I'm like saying, why don't you read it and then come back?
I mean, that's why the Japanese have a high quality of life compared to everyone else.
Yeah, right.
With Taiwan.
Thank you.
And you go to Japan, and when Americans arrive in Japan, they go, "Oh, this is conquered land."
Yeah.
And they look around themselves, and no one's speaking English.
Yes.
There's only English translations, only so tourists can find their way around.
Yeah. By the way, there's never enough of those. Yeah. By the way, it's Elmer Davis. Elmer Davis was the idiot.
Oh yeah, Elmer Davies. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you so much.
Nobody can remember that because it's so bland.
It all depends on my memory. Is like some days it's great with remembering everything, and other days it's just like one of those things. It's just the spare of the moment thing. It's just blank. But we can overemphasize everything with the war, and it goes back to I've got a book right here in front of me. I'm going to read a quote from it in a minute, Douglas, if that's all right with you. Sure. But it was post 1995, and I mean it just brings back memories with the William Jefferson Clinton administration when he imposed those heavy trade sanctions on Japan, all to protect these these war criminals. It goes back to that, that very Christmas when they didn't have any light bulbs because they were boycotting Japanese goods and Japanese manufacturing goods, and they didn't find any light bulbs manufactured out of Japan, so they have to light the Christmas tree in the White House, in the Oval Office, with candles.
Yes,
they use candles,
right. Yes.
And I've got pictures of that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And this is where they brought up that fake autopsy video with the alien, the alien autopsy video that was released in 1995. And this book I've got in front of me shows all of that. But in a moment I'll just read a quote, and it's about Betty and Barney Hills, the first officially documented abductees of an interaction of what they call what they call it when it comes down to like an interaction with the not the third, you've got like the fourth kind, the third kind, the second kind, and the first kind. Right. All these what the Americans reference it, or what the British reference as a contactee or an abductee. These were the first documented case in 1964. Betty and Barney Hill. I'm going to read this out, Douglas, word for word. Going to when they saw this light in the sky, they stopped the car for a second time and once again viewed the craft through binoculars, this time describing it as a big pancake with a row of windows with at least a dozen occupants dressed in Nazi-style uniforms.
Yes.
Yes, the couple. I just wanted to read that, but it just brings to mind,
if there's
going
any
back
more
to
read,
Japan,
feel free to read it. If there's any more to read,
Yeah, thank you, Doug. It just brings back to mind, going back to Japan winning the Second World War. This book that was released post 1995, the same year that William Jefferson Clinton imposed those heavy trade sanctions in Japan. Japan had to redivest and divested their manufactured goods into China, which made the made in China boom. Whenever you see products where it says made in China, that is what started that. That's what exploded that, inceptionized that whole made in China. And it just brings back all these memories and just things that it's really important to bring up. And it goes back to with the Second World War and the conclusion of that the Japanese, it won in their favor. They won it. The war concluded in their favor. And it goes back to the Japanese Imperial Rescript. If people can review that, there's a transcript they can read online. There is no word for capitulation, no word for defeat, no word for surrender. And it was officially published and translated from Japanese into English, and it was published on the first page of the Nippon Times. And that just emphasizes the conclusion of World War II. And it's just, with 1995, William Jefferson Clinton, what he'd done is he imposed all these the heaviest trade sanctions since the Second World War, prior to 1941, because They were having heavy trade sanctions then that the Americans forced on Japan, which forced them to conduct their surgical strike. And that was because of the Hockey City Memorial Museum being opened up, and this, Douglas.
Just to put this in context, that's more comprehensible to anyone who just tuned in to listen. What our man George Knight is referring to is the fact that just before the preemptive surgical strike on Pearl Harbor, the Japanese had been suspect to just monumental sanctions, just complete severance from the world economy, which was dominated by the West and the colonial powers by American insistence. And then by the time of that we're speaking of, the Clinton administration, it was basically the toughest kind of trade deal that had been pressed upon the Japanese since that time. That drove them to basically reorient their economy and thereby reorient the communist Chinese economy. In a very real sense, what Clinton did created the problems we're facing today. And they were doing that because of politically expedient reasons, just to cater to American populism, which means that Democrats, of course, in the past under Clinton have been as populist as Donald Trump in their own ways. And when it came to, what else were you bringing up? Something about we brought up that and Clinton and,
Hockey City.
Hockey City. So, so what had happened was when I had started hemorrhaging information from the Department of Defense and brought a lot of the parts from Roswell over to the Japanese, then what happened was the Japanese, in turn, they began to take an interest in what I had to say. And they already had a big front company set up in the United States, Teleport USA, which if people look that up, it's still extant in Los Angeles. And you'll find that it's kind of like this kind of organization that like somehow involves basically some sort of activities in the United States by Japanese businesses. But apart from that, you're not going to find out anything. You're going to wonder what the hell is Teleport USA. And it always was just kind of like a dummy front company that was made to kind of help facilitate Japanese business activities in the United States and be kind of like a legal cover so that they could operate without people saying, oh, Mitsubishi's doing something here now or something like that. It's just like wherever they needed to do something under the table, they did it through Teleport USA, which, of course, just think of the very name, Teleport, right? I mean, as I said, the emperor's very name, Mikado, transliterates as Go Gate, which, metaphorically means Honourable Portal, and that refers to the emperor himself because he's considered the guardian of the teleportation gates from which the Japanese ethnos migrated from the sinking continent of Mu onto the Japanese home islands. This is what all the tori, those pie-shaped wooden structures all over Japan, represent, is a memorial to those teleportation gates by which the Japanese escaped the sinking continent in the Pacific that now lies under and around New Zealand. And by the way, our dear friend Amor Fadi in the chat room says, hello, Douglas and Team Dietrich. Good tidings to all. Douglas, I remember about a year ago, you and Peter Moon were speaking of the Cho-Cho, and you mentioned something I had thought of in a sort of dream or vision. Years ago, I had been watching documentaries about the Basques and their magical and pagan megalithic stone circles. I kept thinking, what kind of magic would these stone circles be for? So the knowledge I've learned from you, Douglas, began to play with my imagination. I've had similar visions or dreams of the past, distant, past, and future as well. Basically, I had imagined, but that their origin was somewhere else. So I imagined this whole prehistoric cataclysmic magical war like if it was some epic version of a Conan film where the Cho want to enslave humanity. There's something very interesting and mysterious about the Basques. So yes, all of that is quite so, and the Basques apparently built those megalithic structures. It probably had something to do as a ward to prevent the Cho from returning when they drove them out. This makes sense, and thank you for that. Thank you for that input. By the way, I just finished this 16-ounce Coca-Cola, so I'm going to rinse my mouth out, and I'll be right back, okay? So hopefully, let's check if Mark is here to hold a conversation with our man, George. Mark, are you with us?
Yes, sir, I am.
Excellent.
Hello, Mark.
Excellent. So I'm going to go mute for several moments. I'll be right back. Going to rinse my mouth out of this vile aftertaste. And both you men have the stage. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yes, Mark, hello there.
Hey, George, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing, Mark? Yeah, very well, thank you. Yeah, do you have any questions?
Yeah, absolutely. This is just such a fantastic conversation. It's just really great to hear such great knowledge. What I was thinking was when he was speaking of earlier, I think another fallout of the Chichewa, I think, was somebody that wrote that book. And Douglas would know his name. The guy that wrote that book, The Communion.
Oh, yes, I'm aware of that. Yes, I've not read its context, I'm afraid. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was his experience. I think Douglas said that should have been the reason why he was having these experiences and why he even wrote that book to begin with. So I thought that was pretty interesting as well. And I was going to ask him about Richard Sharpshaver and basically the Howard Philip Lovecraft connection. Right. Because I know there was some more about that as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I cannot add any further context to that, unfortunately. That is something I'm not, I'm catching up myself with a lot of this as well. It's a hell of a lot to catch up on. But I can't add any further context, I'm afraid, for you. Yeah, that is something that Douglas is certainly the expert on to emphasize his expositions for. But I cannot, I'm afraid. I do apologize.
No worries. Yeah, no, and I was gonna ask him some obscure thing too. Is remember totally off topic, completely off topic. But referring to that Oprah Winfrey Michael Aquino interview.
Oh yes, yeah.
And it's a funny thing. Douglas mentioned that the guy that was speaking on the guy who was in the cult or whatever that was speaking on it, and then you look at Michael Aquino's lips. I'd never noticed it. And I've watched the interview dozens of times.
Yes,
but he does speak like it's almost like he's speaking for the guy. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, you can lip read. You could actually,
you can see it
because the camera doesn't turn away from Aquino because you can
completely.
You can hear the individual, and I forgot what the guy's name is. The individual who spoke, who asked the question, who presented Aquino with the question. But the frame doesn't turn at that point. It's still locked onto Aquino, and you can see him utter the words.
I don't remember. I don't
remember. And then
the
guy then goes, I cannot remember. And that is very unusual for someone who's talking about a story he's very acquainted with. He's very consciously aware of what happened. But yet to turn around then to say, I don't remember. That's
you don't remember? And then he had him at that point. It was
and he was literally. Yeah, and you can see the deliberate manipulation from Aquino, because Aquino is very clever at manipulating people's perspectives. That's why he's a psyops expert. And so he was then alluding to, you killed the guy. He was saying that you stabbed him. And then Oprah Winfrey, she can recollect what was said. She goes and corrects Aquino and says, he didn't kill him. He didn't say he killed him. He ran away after he witnessed the stabbing of that victim. Because it was what he calls a Black Sabbath ritual. It was a witch's Sabbath. That was the production of the ritual that was being conducted on an altar. And so when the man witnessed the stabbing, Aquino was trying to say, well, you didn't admit to murder. You're saying that you killed someone. You don't remember the name of the person that you have, involved, who got you involved with murder. And then that's when Oprah Winfrey said, no, he didn't say he murdered him. But what Aquino was trying to manipulate the chap, the individual, saying that he was the one who was responsible for the murder. And you could see that's very clever. And it's like how Aquino also said when he was present on the Rivera show, he also said that, You need to identify these people and get the authorities on the case and get these men arrested, get these people arrested. And he said the same thing.
Well, I was going to say, and then sitting right next to him, according to Douglas, was someone that was on his payroll.
Yeah. And it was like even terms that was used. He goes, there's no such thing as, he goes, we were putting our, I'm trying to think now if it's the accolades. What was the term that the chap used? I'm trying, because I'm not acquainted with all this, by the way. So I'm trying to just go by memory.
He said he was the accolade, which meant that he had to bring out the dagger or something like that. He made it very vague. Yeah.
Yeah, he put.
And he said it got out of hand. Right.
Yeah, and he goes, "There's no such thing as a
which is
a priest. There's no such thing as a head priest or something like that. We only have grottos. We reference them as grottos, and we are only referenced as we are not acolytes. That's it, acolytes. We only reference as Satanists. So Aquino was trying to like completely throw this guy off, to really manipulate the whole situation to look as Aquino as in Aquino's favor. And,
it actually did. It worked. The whole thing was perfect because then when Oprah questioned him, well, are you the head of this? He said, well, no, I'm not the head of this. Actually, that's Anton LaVey. So it's even more constantly deflecting. It was it was pretty incredible as far as how he dealt with it.
Thank you. Yeah, because you've jogged my memory. Because he goes, "There's no such thing as a local priest. We only have a high priest, which is Anton Szandor LaVey." Because Oprah goes, "What is that? You? Is that you, Aquino? Are you the head priest?" And he goes, "No, the head priest of the Church of Satan is Anton Szandor LaVey," and that's what he said. But so he was quite clever. But yeah, as you pointed out, and anyone can review the video because it's on YouTube. It's multiple times uploaded. You could see Michael Aquino mime. You could see him miming the words. You could lip read his lips saying, "I don't remember," and the chap goes, "I just don't remember. I can't remember."
How the hell did he do that? I don't understand how. Because there's other instances of that stuff going on. I've seen on TV as well. It's like there's people miming their kids or miming whatever. I just don't know what kind of programming is done to be able to do that. It's just nuts.
No, it is. Thank you. It is incredible. Unfortunately, because I'm not acquainted with anyone like that. It's only information that I've got. I've, obviously not experienced it personally, but it'll be, as you said, but it's one of these things. It was like what, Jameson Reese, I caught him trying to ask Douglas all these questions about how to, he was saying that every time he spoke to Douglas, it just, it made him more powerful with the arcane. He would always reference it. Oh yeah, I can, my connection with the arcane is much more stronger after speaking with Douglas. And it's one of those things I've always known. I don't want to get involved with things like that. I don't want to know how it's all, because how Douglas has always presented it is a technique and it works. And magic is not like stage magic where a magician pulls a rabbit out of a hat. It's a technique and it's spelt with a CK at the end. It's a entirely different realm of physics, and it's something that I would never understand. It's beyond my comprehension. But it's amazing. But that's what Aquino was very clever for. That's why he was the PSYOPs expert for the United States Army. And in 1969, when Melvin Brown started talking about, he saw Asians underneath the tarpaulin of the at the Roswell crash, when he started saying that these were yellow skinned, they later on turned grey rigor mortis. Aquino was retracted from the Vietnam conflict in 1969 when man started walking on the moon. He came back and wrote the Roswell myth to present that to the American public, and he created a newfound religion based upon that. And I think it's called Images Gloriae or something like that, pronounced something like that. I'll ask Douglas how it's correctly pronounced.
I just got back. Just got
Thank
back.
You, Douglas.
So just to clarify to our listeners, I heard one sentence I do need to qualify.
Thank you, Douglas.
When our man George Knight says that Michael Aquino wrote the Roswell myth, he means, of course, that Michael Aquino fabricated the narrative, that became the dominant narrative. He's not saying that Michael Aquino wrote the book, The Roswell Deception, which can be easily confused with the Roswell myth. So just to clarify that.
Yeah, qualify that.
Right, but as to the name of the religion, kind of like his pet name for basically his UFO cult that he created, which rivals any other kind of church in the sense of the sway it held over the American mind for all too long. Your name for it that you were able to dig up sounds right. It's something that I don't consciously recall exactly, but it resonates. What you say resonates with what I vaguely remember. I mean, that probably has something to do with my psychiatrist and the kind of walls she built in my mind, where certain phrases or certain things don't surface, and that's one of the things that's not surfacing. So that's likely something she walled off for, probably because it was a trigger word for a whole series of cascade memories that otherwise would be dangerous. So thank you. Please continue.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I was just we were talking about the Oprah Winfrey show, and we were going over when Aquino manipulated that young chap. I forgot his name.
God, nobody remembers that poor young man's name. Yeah,
no,
we have to watch
he's just
the
a
show.
victim.
Yes.
Yeah, and how he completely manipulated the when he asked a question. And this chap was very consciously aware about everything. He recollected absolutely everything of that experience that he had during the Witch's Sabbath. But then to turn around to say, after Aquino uttered the words "mind it," in front of him, before the camera panned away back to the young chap, you could see him say, "I don't remember." And then all of a sudden, the chap can't remember what he was going to say. He can't remember the memory.
So sad.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And this is Aquino's, as a psyops expert, this is what he was very clever for. This is why he was the recognized satanic chaplain, and why he was recognized as the expert in psyops under the for the United States Army.
Yeah, it sounds like he just mindfucking.
Yeah, mindfuckery. Yeah, thank you, Real Tech. Yes. Were you participating before now, or is this the first time you showed up again?
Yeah, this is the first time.
Showing up again.
Thank you. So go on, George. Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And then I was just saying about when Melvin Brown started talking, because he never spoke of the Roswell incident prior to 1969, and this was noted in the interview that I've saved, because his two daughters, because of course, when he started speaking of it in 1969, that's when Aquino was returned home. He was retracted from the Vietnam conflict. He was returned home to write the narrative, the popular narrative, which is what is the conventional, what's the most, what's the word?
It's the most recognized conventionally accepted story, essentially.
Story. Yeah. Yes. It is the, I'm trying to think of, sorry, Douglas, when I'm thinking of trying to remember words, it doesn't quite always come out.
No worries.
So I apologize.
Dude, stand in line. We're all there with you in terms of just forgetting everything. So, I mean, it's amazing that we remember what we do, any of us. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. It's the, I'm trying to, it's the.
What are we trying to remember again?
Basically, I'm just trying to figure the word, but anyway, I'll go back to what I was
saying.
The word
for what? For
Michael Aquino.
Vernacular, probably a vernacular.
Vernacular. Professional
I was thinking of the conventional vernacular narrative, and so this is when Aquino started to come back and say, well, these were not Asian prisoners of war; these were extraterrestrials.
The ultimate dehumanization, the ultimate in racism.
Exactly. The ultimate racism. It's an over exaggeration, and like the universally recognized gray alien,
illegal aliens.
Is an over exaggeration of an Asian prisoner of war. And then this is discombobulated as also the Chochoa. So when people experience the Cho attacks, what they interpret as a gray alien abduction, or a gray alien.
Yeah, while Michael Aquino was Filipino anyway, so he's just being racist against himself.
Exactly.
Stupid idiot.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you.
It goes without saying, exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is why Aquino was, it was brought back because men such as Melvin Brown uploaded the interview of his daughter confessing to this. Her testimony of her, her stories from listening to her father speak. He never spoke of it prior to 1969. When he started speaking, that's when everyone started to know about the Roswell incident. Right. Nobody knew about it prior to 1969. It was only the people that were at that time when they saw the headlines, and they always go by the headlines, don't they, Douglas? And it's always something that, we bring up about the Battle of Los Angeles.
Yes.
You're supposed to believe the first headlines that come out. Well, the first headlines in the Battle of Los Angeles says these were Jap planes that crashed.
Yes, and not only that, there's several headlines from several different papers where they had headlines like "Army says Jap threat real" and shit like that. Yes, it was all like, it just goes on and on. Not to mention their provision of street addresses where planes crash.
Something I forget. I'm trying to do it by memory. It's like something Boulevard. One of the street addresses was I'm trying to remember.
Hollywood Boulevard, probably.
It's Hollywood Boulevard. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, Douglas, just from memory. But they gave actual street addresses where these Japanese planes were shot down by anti-aircraft fire. Yeah. But with the Roswell incident, they said it was a disc craft. It was a retrieved disc craft, that the Army retrieved a disc craft. And then they said it was a weather balloon. And of course, it's just so disingenuous. Yeah. It's just designed to, just to conflate the minds of the American population. And also,
if you want to hear something really outrageous, for those who have read the Roswell Deception, that's a hint towards our friend Real Tech Geek there. For those who have the book, for those who have a copy, there's a
nice little stab there. I want to order the book.
Thank you.
I've always believed about Roswell, right? Always that. I don't believe no damn aliens. Hell no. I never believed that.
Yes, thank you.
Alien theories are for people that are just low brain. I'm sorry, simple-minded, feeble-minded people. That believe things so easily. I never believed that. But go ahead.
Thank you. There can be times when an explanation is just too simple. But when it comes to for those who do have a copy of the book, there is a photograph in there, a collage of photographs of a Japanese man who was tortured by the Americans in World War II. He's obviously quite elderly. His care provider is quite elderly, and his face is burned out. Now, when Lena Shea, the Edomite chaos cultist who was assigned to basically get me knocked off the internet as much as possible, when she got me knocked off Facebook, which is why I'm stuck using the Facebook timeline of a Japanese porn actress that was gifted to me, just so if anyone ever wonders about the name Sora Aoi, and I just feel bad. Half the men on there who keep giving me compliments think I'm a girl. Probably if they know about Sora Aoi at all, they apparently think I'm her. All of that aside, the confusing aspects of my self-presentation or anything else, Lena Shea, she basically, when she went totally fucking stark raving mad and started basically converted completely into chaos and began to preach the Richard K. Cole cultic party line of the Edomites, that Douglas Dietrich is it's funny, they never say I'm the Antichrist or anything like that, because obviously that's their game. So they're stuck with, and besides, you know why? They're disappointed because, that's what Aquino wanted me to be, and I didn't turn out to be that. So I guess they never say that, because then that would gift me with the title that he wanted me to earn, right? So it's kind of like
exactly.
this. Yeah. So instead, they always just say bullshit about, he's lying. He's lying. So what they were claiming was, this is a Japanese man with leprosy. So she was saying Richard K. Cole, she literally quoting her.
Oh, I saw that, Douglas. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Oh my God, how offensive. Yeah.
Well, beyond that, I mean, just so people understand the insanity of this position, Japan is one of the most sterile, hygienic, advanced nations on earth. I mean, bathing, of course. This is like Japanese bathe with regularity. It's like... where would, in the situation of Japan being one of these high-quality lifestyle places where people regularly live to be over 100 years of age, where would a Japanese man contract leprosy in Japan? Beyond that,
sorry.
were he to contract it, how would it ever progress to such an advanced state without intervention? And beyond even that, of course, leprosy does not do what obviously happened to that man. Leprosy, bits and pieces of the face began falling out. You would see bits of bone.
Yeah.
You would see, yes, it's not like with this man's flesh was obviously melted and just kind of healed from the melting, with leaving him horrifically deformed. But it's obviously not leprosy, which would be rotting. That would be just literally putrid, rotting, and of course, at such an advanced stage, would kill someone. You can't just go on living with leprosy with everything melting off and just like, you know, by the time that your dick starts dropping off and fingers start falling off, you basically like, you know, when you see a prostitute for a blowjob and you literally tell her you can keep the tip, you know, this is at the point where you're going to die. You're not going to just live with people. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
he doesn't look like he's got leprosy, Douglas. He doesn't even look like he's got leprosy, because I know what leprosy looks like. The hotel I worked in used to be a leprosy hospital, and I've done a lot of research into that. And that chap, that man they're trying to say has got leprosy is not. That's not leprosy.
Thank you.
It's just ridiculous.
Thank you.
And yeah, thank you. Sorry, carry on.
No. By all means, it's yours. I turn it over to you because, like you know, I just had to bring that up. And as George Knight says, that's fascinating. Tell us a little bit more about your hotel. Holy shit!
There are bodies buried in the garden. There's 4 acres of land in the back. They were bodies buried. They had to bury them so deep because they didn't want it to spread.
Oh my God!
That was how bad it was. Yeah.
How did it become a hotel?
It's supposed to be. And Douglas, oh my God, I've got some like.
No, I mean, I'm assuming that any staff who knew about this, they must have been told to keep this secret. Of course, I'm certain.
Yeah. Certainly, the chambermaids, the housekeepers, they would tell the guests. They would go to the rooms and say, "Yeah, the place is haunted. Don't go in this room because this girl this man got drunk. He regurgitated and he choked on his own regurgitation, his own stomach acids, and then the owner had to step on his body to get into the room because his body was laying in front of the front door of the hotel room, so they couldn't access it through the front door. The owner had to step in through the window, which is next to the door, and he had to step on the dead man's body. There's stories like that, but like. I will tell you from first-hand experience, you hear noises. It's a very old building. It's an old Victorian manor house. But there was an experience I had where I was training a new employee. I was teaching him how to run the night watchman watch, the night porter. I was teaching him what we do throughout the night. And he was in the kitchen just doing some washing up because, you know, we have to do everything in that place because it's only yourself. So he was washing up in the kitchen. I left the kitchen floor, and then I went off to do some errands. I can't remember what I did, but I remember returning back, and he goes, "Oh, did you get that thing? What I asked you to get?" And I said, "No, I didn't. I've only just returned." He goes, "I swear you were just behind me, and I've just asked you to go get something." Right. I said, "No, that wasn't me." And he goes, "Yeah, you went off in that direction." I said, "No, I'll come in from this direction." And he was like. He had goosebumps. He said, my hairs are sticking up now. If that wasn't you, I don't know who the hell that was. Right. And I was just like, well, to be honest with you, I'm hearing these stories a lot from previous employees. People who have retired told me all the horror stories about, you know, experiencing ghosts, paranormal activity and all that. I said, I've only heard the stories, but I said, I'm more than certain you've just experienced something. And then, yeah. But that's to do with that was down at the back where the bodies were buried from when it was a leprosy hospital.
How many people?
And
people knew about the yard?
Limbs. Yeah. And they're buried they were buried outside, deep, really, really deep, and they had to be so the contagion doesn't spread because it is a horrible, horrible disease that kills you. Yeah, it's a horrible thing to have. And what Lena Shea was emphasized, what she was trying to say was. No, this is not a Japanese prisoner of war exploited under torture by the American hands. She was trying to say that, it's just a man who's got leprosy, a Japanese man who's got leprosy, and it's just like, you know, it's just so offensive. But,
I mean, basically, he'd have to be like Ian West. he'd have to be like hiring whores from the Congo and shit. And, just basically, exposing himself to Ebola or something. I mean, you know, just the absurdities of this is just. Anyhow, it's obvious. I think we've deconstructed that, but what you led us into with the hotel was completely fascinating. I mean, my
that's
God.
An experience. Yeah, thank you. I'm terrible. This is one of my downfalls. I'm not very good at expressing any feelings or notorieties for people to understand. I'm not very good at expressing something, but if it's something I've personally experienced, I'm great expressing it because I was there firsthand and experienced it, but I'm not very good at like trying to express someone else's experiences. I'm not very good at that. So when I'm not very good at making comprehensible stories, telling stories from other people's perspective, but I am great when I've experienced it myself. But one thing I noted, Douglas, I reviewed last transmission towards the end. You know, it was just you and Real Tech Geek towards the end, and you were talking about Judith Edgar and Lena Shea, and just like, you know, when you were explaining everything, you articulating everything in great detail. You were just contextualizing the whole experience between them two females. You know, when you presented, they asked the questions to each other because they were quite amicable to begin with, and then there was just animosity towards the end. And it was like, did you sleep with Douglas? No. Did you sleep with Douglas? No.
Actually, that was Judith Edgar and V, my salonist.
Oh, that was V. Beg your pardon. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is that Lena and Judith were friends in the beginning, and then they became blood enemies later out of jealousy about myself. But also later on, it was Judith came to San Francisco, and instead of seeing me, she saw V, took her to lunch, and then they were, talking about myself. And obviously, the only connection these women have is me. So, they were both, saying, did you sleep with that? No, I didn't. And, when I cross-referenced with both of them, they both told me what they said. And I'm like thinking, this is so silly. But anyhow, go on. Yeah, by all means, do go on.
Oh, thank you, Doug. Yeah, because I can I remember telling you this, because I didn't want to say anything at the time, because whenever I wanted to communicate with yourself, I wouldn't communicate with you first. And at that point in time, this is going back 2 years ago, I'll say, Lena, I don't want to disturb Douglas. Am I allowed to ask you a question, to ask him the question, and then he'll get back to me? And then, so I communicated through Lena through that way if I ever want to get in touch with yourself. Right. And she messaged me one day, and it's because she told me, she goes, I could read all Douglas's private messages. I could read everything he's and I can see the messages he's writing to you, and he's asking you, can you contact Judith Edgar? And she was telling me, do not contact Judith Edgar. She was telling me, and I've got the messages all still, and I have to show them to you. She was telling me, do not contact Judith, because I think it's something to do with, I'm looking out for Douglas's own well-being, she's not good for his mental health or something like that. But I said, okay, respectfully, I won't do that then. And, because I thought she was being genuine, completely concerned for yourself. So, and I thought, she's your executive producer. I don't want to upset anyone. I don't want to go against her. I don't want to upset her. I don't want to upset you either. I don't want to upset Judith or anyone. So I was like, well, I'll just keep out of it then, I'll just keep out of it. Yeah. But that just, after listening to what you said to Real Tech Geek, it just makes a lot of sense that she was trying to sever your ties with Judith. That's what she was trying to do.
Yeah, she was definitely dedicated to that. To that. And another thing, just a tragedy here, is that that idiot Abdul Karim Haq, if anybody remembers him, by the way, just out of curiosity, Real Tech, I want to hear from Real Tech and Mark what they might remember about Abdul Karim Haq. As a matter of fact, I talked with Real Tech the other day, and I think we did this on the last recording. I brought up the Fago. And he had
oh my God, that's horrible stuff, Douglas. I didn't know about that.
Yes.
I was listening to it last night, actually. Yeah, on the way home from work.
Oh, that's so God. Funny. Thank you. It's so funny. But Mark, do you remember Abdul Karim Haq?
I don't think I do, Douglas. If you could refresh our memory, I think maybe Real Tech does.
Yeah, Real Tech does.
I remember all the guests.
Yeah. So Abdul Karim Haq was this black guy. He was an illustrator, And he wanted to do a kind of comic series, and he wanted to work with me on that. And the problem is that this guy had some big ideas, but he had no real money to follow up with. And basically, he was very fortunate because as a black man, he inherited a lot from his parents. He had inherited 2 homes, and one he kept his mother in, and his mother was suffering from senile dementia. So he basically was taking all of her Social Security checks. So he had that income as well as, income he had from his work, I guess you could call it. He wasn't employed. And he was just this horrible human being because it was before COVID. He took both his kids out of school. And, his daughter had honor grades and everything else for a very young girl. She was getting the highest scores in her class for a young girl. And he took them out of school so he could save $600 a month on car expenses, like car insurance alone was $600 a month. And so to save on the car insurance and the expenses of maintaining the car, he got rid of the car. And so he didn't have to take his children to school. He took them out of school. And it's just, this is the kind of creep this man was. I mean, and he was spending all day on pot. He was a lot like Daniel Arola that way, just all day on pot. But the point is not to make him look horrible just for that alone, though he deserves it. The point was that later, just to show you the insanity of this man's life, his name Abdul Karim Haki was a Muslim. He had been practicing Islam for years, and to the point where he had been banging his head against the floor so much, bowing towards Mecca, that he had the impression on his forehead. If somebody spends all their life banging their forehead against the floor, they get that impression on their forehead. This is what he had. And then he went on the internet, read a bunch of shit that, Muhammad was really a child molester, and one of the brides he took was 9 years old and shit. And I put that into historical context for people that, they didn't have orphanages in those days. And when you killed your enemy family, you basically had a choice. Are you going to kill their kids? Or do you simply say, I adopt this person? And they didn't have that concept of, I adopt this child. Yeah, so he basically said, I take her as a wife because that way he takes her under his care. And so basically he, believed all the Islamophobic crap about, so he's a pedophile and shit. So he said, I give up Islam, and Abdul means slave. And I said, Abdul means slave of Allah. It means you're a proud slave. Oh, but I changed my name to Abu, which means daddy, big daddy. So he's basically usurping the father's position. Like he's now God. And then he takes his kids out of school. He's probably fucking them because, that's why he takes so much offense at Muhammad doing it, right? It's like, so anyhow, this asshole, he told Judith Ager, who wound up talking to him after I told him to go fuck himself, because I was just sick of all his bullshit. He told her, when you came to San Francisco to meet Douglas, he told me something. Oh, I'm too much of a gentleman to tell you what he said. I mean, that alone tells you that this guy's no gentleman. I mean, come on. Can't you see the horns on this guy's head? She says, oh, what did he say? And he says, oh, he told me that you're not as beautiful as he thought you'd be. And that, you didn't satisfy him in bed like all his escorts do. And she told me about all this. And I said, do you honestly believe I would say this to an idiot like that? And, she kept denying it, but she kept going back to it. So she obviously believed it. She kept bringing it up. And I know she truly just believed that. And it sunk in. It just poisoned her against me. But, maybe it's all for the best. I mean, she was, after all, older. And I probably would have wound up as her care provider had her and I really just truly gotten together. I was willing to do that and go that far, but at that point she just decided the only thing she wanted was my life insurance. So by the time she had demanded that I prove my love for her by signing the life insurance over to her, then she told me, now make yourself useful and go die. I'm so sorry. It's just, I have to laugh, but now I'm stuck with
have you changed it?
No, of course not. Who am I going to give it to? It's not going to be you.
Of course not me, man.
Yeah, by the way, people do ask me what seems like a reasonable question. Why don't you give it to your son? Dude, my son married a multi-billionaire. He doesn't need it, okay?
Yeah.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ. Yeah, not only that the individual would find it offensive if I signed it over to my son. It would be like saying...
Right, is that all?
Thank you. It's so I basically, you know, and Brooke Gibson wants to give it to dog charities. Are you fucking kidding
No,
me?
Finn, no. It's like my grandmother. She was thinking the same thing too.
Yeah,
Fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Well, at the same time, when I look at her fucking bank statements, you know, I'm fucking have to wear same fucking clothes for the last 10 fucking years, and she maybe buy me a pair of sweatpants and shoes once in a while. I look at her bank statements after she fucking died. She's fucking giving $5,000 a month to fucking animal charities, while I'm fucking taking care of her all the time and everything, and giving me fucking scraps.
I'm so sorry. If she were still, you know, I would dig her up and kill her again. That's what.
Yeah, so that's why, you know, I understand my wife doesn't like me saying that, but that's why I call her an old fucking cunt bitch sometimes, because shit like that.
Oh my God! You know what that reminds me of? Now my father's father, the one who was raping my sister for a year before he tried myself, that son of a bitch. While my dad was growing up in that household with him and the other brothers who had been named after him, William. They all had the name of William except for my dad, because he was the last one born, the runt of the litter, and like I said, he was named George. And basically, after King George, by the way, from what I understand. And that's when he was told to, you know, that my father's father told his wife, my father's mother, he said, "You can have him. You know, you raise him. He's not ours. He's the, you know, not mine. He's the runt of the litter." Now, but while my dad was growing up in that household, he noticed that his father, my grandfather, theoretically, you know, we'll call him legal grandfather, legal father, because, you know, my biological father is very likely Adolf Hitler, for reasons anybody who's new and just heard that statement and you're all freaking out, we've gone into depth about this before. We don't need to go into it now. But in terms of what he noticed that his father was doing was writing out money to all these charities. And obviously this man is like diabolic as hell. Like I said, he broke the legs of his own daughter so he could rape her repeatedly, the one girl they had in the family. And he's like writing charities to, well, it makes sense now upon reflection. He was writing out charities to Boys Town and other places that turned out to be scandalous for trafficking young boys. So it makes perfect sense now when I think about it. But when he was writing charities to also Native American reservations and shit, again, where because Native American lands are autonomous, they're often used for trafficking in various types of crime, including, again, human children can be trafficked through them where they're not monitored by normal law enforcement. So just so people understand this is not because Native Americans are evil, but because their lands are basically outside of normal law enforcement jurisdiction. So they become like target zones for this kind of activity for obvious reasons. That's why they're often trafficked or traversed by motorcycle gangs. So, but anyhow, he was making all these donations to these places, which now makes perfect sense. My dad understood none of it, even to the day he died. But one time he confronted him before he ran away from home. He said, "Why don't you, charity begins at home. Why don't we use some of it so we'll have enough to eat so that, we're not all starving here at home?" And, and basically was told, "Go fuck yourself." And, it was shortly after that he ran away from home. But it reminds me of that. I mean, so there's a mania in some people who are giving money away to charities. In fact, there really ought to be laws against this to really police people who are not in their right mind and really investigate people as to whether their donations are depriving their own families, like something spiteful is going on. I think that there's that would be reasonable. This sounds like what happened to you was similar to, well, kind of similar to what happened to Brendan Zogit. Basically, his dad got on crack, so it's a different story. His dad blew all the money on crack before before he essentially grew up. Poor son of a bitch.
That's terrible.
Yeah, no, it's all terrible. I mean, yours is just as bad, and I can't think of that being necessarily any better. I mean, you're taking care of this woman, and but how did you not know of her Did she seem to be? Why did you leave her alone with her financial power? How come you didn't get power of attorney?
Why I didn't get power of attorney?
I mean, obviously, these are questions that you don't need to answer. I mean, that they're an invasion of privacy. You don't need to answer that, but, you know, it's just a general question. If you feel like answering, I mean, did you think she was in her right mind? By the way, Mark H. says, do say goodnight to everybody, Mark, before you go off to bed. So,
yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you, everybody, and have a great rest of the week.
Thank you. And look,
happy Thanksgiving, my friend.
Mark, do you have any horror stories like that to share? Do you have any horror stories like that? You can share them next time you're on. But by the way, you're not getting up early tomorrow, are you?
I mean, I am just for like, you know, for the, you know, Thanksgiving dinner, but it's no big deal. The rest of the day, you know, I can take out the rest.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't deprive you of sleep. I mean, last time you were... Okay, great.
No, not at all. I would take full responsibility. It's always a pleasure to be on here. But horror stories, as far as what someone wasn't actually
crazy relations, crazy relatives like that. You know, you should have gotten a better, you know, inheritance than you got or something.
Oh no. Well, fortunately not. But I've heard some crazy stories of some things that next time I could probably speak a little more about it.
Thank you.
Yeah,
bless you.
My pleasure.
Okay, all our love. Have a blessed sleep.
You too as well. Bless you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And so that was Mark H., everyone. And now it's going to be George Knight, Real Tech, and myself. And, oh my God, how about yourself, George? I know that, you know, some things just don't need to be shared publicly, that you shared privately. And I know there's some wild stuff behind the scenes in some areas. But I remember that, like you said, the British government promised, like, enough money to buy people several homes back when they were propagandizing they had won World War II. And whatever became of that again? They just kind of like, that all just slid by and it was never delivered on? Or what happened there again?
Oh God. Oh, Douglas. Yeah, no idea how that dismantled. I have no idea. Yeah, it was just all this austerity after World War II in Britain. It was awful. It was, that's why my dad's grandfather, sorry, I beg your pardon, not his actual dad, because my dad's dad committed suicide. My dad's mother, who he never met his real father, obviously. She drove him to suicide. He killed himself through gas himself with a cooker. Yeah, he killed himself. Yeah, and
he stuck his head in the oven.
So then, my dad's grandparents, who when I was born, they died when I was very, very little. That's, you know, my dad's always referred to them as mum and dad because they adopted him. But they always said, you know, we wish Germany won the Second World War, that because our lives would have been so much better. We would have been far better off. Yeah, that is how I always got brought up. My dad always told me that. Because he was brought up with that notion. He was always believing that. So I was never brought up with that.
That tutophobia, that tutophobia, the Germanophobia. Now, when this individual committed suicide, you said it was with gas, and the way people used to do it would be they'd turn on the oven, stick their head in the oven, and inhale the gas. Is that how he?
Right. That's how he did it. Yeah. He literally gassed himself. Gassed himself to death. So that's why my dad always resented his own mother and never wanted to meet her.
Honestly, you know that you've got one up now when you're confronted with a bunch of angry Jewish people who say, "Oh, we think you're a Nazi sympathizer or a neo-Nazi." You can just tell them, look, my own relation got gassed to death. You can tell them that. You know, there you are.
He was forced to. Yeah, he was forced to do that. Yeah, it was. He just didn't want to live anymore. He was forced to do that to himself, and she was just a horrible monster. You know, that's the only thing I know of. Yeah. But yeah. So
that's how I felt about my grandmother too. I was very close to killing myself too.
Oh my God, I'm sorry to hear that. What is this? I'd like to ask, what kind of methods did you consider?
Medication, slitting my wrists, jumping out the window, jumping in front of a car in the street, things like that.
Oh my God.
Unfortunately, I still have that problem. Unfortunately, I have to really work on it. It's a lot of reasons about it, but
sorry to hear.
Yeah.
Go on.
I'm not.
Awful. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Real Tech. It's just
She. Yeah. My friend says, she abused me so much that sometimes I don't know the difference between being with the right people and being with the wrong people. Like I've explained before about this person that him and this woman stole a couple $100,000 from me. I still talk to him. I'm getting to the point with my friend that who has a degree in counseling is waking me up to get away from him, and it is in a way a beginning for me to heal and just stop living in the past also.
Right.
So I have to start doing it. I have to do it. Because another thing too is that I'm sorry, you don't know. He has been talking very terribly about him, and like for instance, like my friend is now back in the hospital. First, he had a problem with.
This is the one that stole a couple $100,000 from me?
No, this is somebody else that he talks bad about.
Okay.
That talks terribly about, and I'm always helping him with money, and
then you need to stop, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, that is something I do talk with him about because.
Well, don't talk with him about it. Just stop talking to him. Doesn't that make sense?
But even my friend Oscar says that he doesn't trust both of them, and I've come to the point where I do agree about that too, because I don't like being a piggy bank for people like that. Like my ex-girlfriend said about him that he never pays for nothing, and she's right about that.
Well, God, dude, just look, just pull out. It's not that hard, is it? I mean, I don't understand why. It's like it's like you're like being beaten or something. So, yes. George, you were a bartender, which means you were essentially a psychologist. Anyway, help this man while I take a few minutes break. I'm sorry. Real Tech Geek has got me crying. Let me go wipe my tears while George is going to give you some sage advice as a bartender. He's seen the worst of the worst, self-destructive people. You obviously need a little bit of some of what George can help you with. I mean, as a bartender, he's kind of got some advice. I'm sure he can. I'll go mute and I'll be back in a few minutes.
No, thank you, Douglas. Hello, Real Tech.
Hello.
Hello there. Yeah, no, absolutely. One of the things, like, with just from myself, me personally, one of my biggest downfalls when I was going back in my 20s, I was very much like a yes man. I would always, when people ask me to do things, I was always brought up. My father always taught me to, if it's always good to help other people and to do things for other people, then, they're more likely to return the favor. So it's like for like, you give and take in life. So, the problem is when you realize the majority of people that you do things for, you do favors for them, they don't ever return the favors back to you. And you start to realize that, people just want to, when they realize you've got that in you, you've got that, that level of, you're very susceptible to, giving into what people demand or ask for you. They start to realize you have they look at it as kind of like that you're vulnerable, or you got like a form of a weakness. For people with me, they saw I was too kind, and sometimes people have always given me some advice. You're too kind, and it's not for your own good. So they've always I've always told people have always told me, make sure you say no more often. You don't have to be forced into doing anything you're not comfortable with, or something that if you feel it's wrong and you feel like you're not comfortable doing it, then you listen to your own instinct. Don't do it. And this is just me personally. This is just from my own experience, just me personally. And so, but I was always brought up with that, if you do favors for people, then they'll return it. And I've always been taught to be polite as well, because manners goes a long way. And you get more people, liking you if you're more polite and respectful. I've always been told to say please and thank you because they're manners. It's just being courteous, and it goes a long way. It does go a long way, but it's one of those things that there's no real good advice to give you at all, in a sense. it's one of these things that you live and learn, and you develop by yourself by going through these experiences. And it's just like going through life, you just live and learn. You realize what people really are, and the people that do, you know, they do wrong on you, you realize that straight away. You come across that. You come across these people, these characters in this world, and throughout your life you encounter people, and you realize the people who are genuine and the people who are disingenuous to you. So you discover that on your own. So really it's just like a live and learn sort of you know, resolution for that. In your experience, you know, people will, if they see you're susceptible or vulnerable in that sense, then they will take advantage. Unfortunately, there are people that do that, and from personal experience of people who I know plenty of people, and I could bring up, you know, my wife's experience with her previous exes. You know, they've taken massive advantage of her, which has led to her to have this, you know, she's very today, you know, she has these insecurities, you know, and people don't realize the impact it has mentally on people when people abuse power and abuse you, and they don't know what the long term of, they don't realize it does impact you long term for the rest of your life. And it's basically you developing as a human being. It's what defines us as human beings. It's what we go through our experiences, and it's what defines us today. Yeah, so really,
yes.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought you were finished.
No, not at all. No, you carry on, because all I can just say to you is it's just through my own personal experience. I was very much a guy, and I was always being told by people, you know, my senior peers, people who are older than me, saying, you've really got to learn to say no more often, George, because people love you too much. They like you too much because you always do things for them. And it's not always, you're not gaining anything out of it. So it's literally only very recently, over the last few years, I've started to put myself out first. And when you do that, people follow on, and they you know, you're reflecting off an energy, a positive energy that people attach themselves to. They love that. So you have more followers from that. People will look up to you and listen to you more if you give that vibe, if you give that energy out to you. And that's what I've always learned. And that is why I've got such a massive respect from people around me. But until, you know, I start to relay these stories that, you know, when I talk about this information I know, then you start to see, you know, people, their general concern. But positivity brings out positivity, and people latch onto that. It's when people are quite negative, they don't want. I'm going off into something totally different, but it's just giving life stories, life lessons. Just, you know, I'm just helping relay that to you. I hope that makes sense. I hope it helps you out a little bit as well, and just reassurance for yourself from your own personal experience, because I don't know really what you've gone through, Real Tech, to be honest with you. I don't know what you've been through yourself, but please, if you want to share anything.
Yeah, I can share things, but, you know, a lot of very personal things I will never share.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Here, you know, I can always talk to you.
Exactly, and just so you know,
Skype,
you don't have to
and I will
reveal
tell
anything.
you.
Yeah, you don't have to reveal anything publicly, because I am quite resilient of it, you know, releasing too much information on, especially transmissions like this, which are broadcasted live, because it's there forever, basically. As soon as you said it, it's never going to be, you can't retract it. So,
yes.
But always speak up, always talk to someone, even if that person, as long as that person's listening to you, it could be anyone, it could be Douglas, could be myself, could be any one of your friends, could be anyone. But as long as they're actually listening to you, it feels good for you to vent and to get that out, because there is this stigma that men can't talk. And that's why, you know, unfortunately, the suicide rate for men is increased so dramatically. It's because
that's what happened to Jason Deborah Frank, the Power Ranger.
Right. By the way, I don't know if our man, I just got back to hear this. So I don't know if our man George has heard of this individual. Are you even familiar with the Power Rangers franchise in America, George?
I was back in the early 1990s. But not the actors themselves. But I do know I believe she was Chinese. Do you know the Yellow Ranger? She died.
No, she was Vietnamese.
Vietnamese. Well, same thing.
It was
kind of.
Vietnamese. Yeah.
I mean, by that I mean to say.
Yeah, same thing. Same thing. Yeah.
By that I mean to say she was Sinitic. She was Sinitic. They're both Sinitic races, so people understand.
Yes.
But in terms of so what happened?
27, she died. She died with a car accident in L.A.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh my God, that's awful. Well, and you said this other man was half Asian, and what's his story exactly? Have we gotten any more details as to why he killed himself or how?
It's a lot of reasons why. It's he, like last year, he lost his stepdaughter. She committed suicide.
Jesus Christ!
So I mean, that's one of the reasons why. He was going through a bad divorce with her. I mean, his wife, Tammy Frank. She, just a real piece of garbage, man. You know, she had him serve court papers while he was at a convention in front of people in the public.
Oh!
Yeah, he's a real piece of garbage, man.
Oh, so sorry to hear this.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying that they were trying to do the best they can to reconcile to the marriage, but still were in divorce anyway. And so they had a couple of different bad arguments that night. I think they live in Texas. Another convention he was going to. I wish I met him. A lot of these celebrities I just don't meet because they charge a lot, and I understand it's not always them, of course. And I'm a photographer, and I want to take my own pictures, of course. And they would charge like $200 for a picture sometimes and autographs, and that's a lot.
Right.
And that's why. And a lot of times I want to buy comics, want to buy different things, and
yeah. No, I understand.
I have to really mentally have a lot of a budget in myself and put myself on a restriction because I can go bananas buying stuff sometimes.
Yes, I understand completely. This is
and it's not safe anymore to do that.
Not safe.
Like I used to,
You mean physically not safe?
No, it's not.
Because because people. Well, I know that when you're taking photographs, a lot of times there's stupid, angry boyfriends like, "What you doing with my girl?" or something. But you speak about that,
of course.
Or something else.
Yeah, of course there are. Oh yeah, a bunch of morons. Yeah, and it's and I've gotten arguments with people about it. It's like, listen, you're dressed up, she's dressed up in the convention. You're at a geek convention. What do you expect people are going to do?
Yes, that's you're there to show yourself off. Yes, and it's this, but this is why sometimes you've hired bodyguards and they've served you well.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, they had because a couple of these morons want to throw punches at me for no apparent reason.
Right.
So bodyguard will protect me. So.
Well, there you go.
I'm a small guy,
Yeah. And it must be a tremendous boost to your ego to have a bodyguard at times like that. That must feel really good.
Yeah, it does. Because I was like I said, we're being abused. We're being picked on all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And in a way, I do realize at this moment, actually, that the reason why I can be a dickwad or I can be an asshole sometimes is because of the fact that it's like a defense mechanism with myself.
Mm-hmm.
With what I've been through.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, in the case of George Knight, he wasn't bullying that motivated your desire to bulk up to become a bodybuilder. It was just you were just kind of attracted to that activity, and it was just came natural for you, or was there something that you didn't feel the need to kind of do that because you felt threatened in any way physically? Was it, George? What?
No.
Okay.
No, thank you, Douglas. Just with my own experience of why I pursued that hobby, but it changes into a lifestyle quite quickly as soon as you adapt to it. It very much does so. It was only because of the influence from my father. My brother got the influence from breeding canaries, British birds. So he does that as his passion, and I had the passion for the bodybuilding, the fitness side of not for the general health of the fitness, because it's not healthy at all. It's
Thank you.
No means. Don't ever confuse health and fitness with bodybuilding. These two are completely different things.
Especially with steroids.
Yeah, well, that just goes along with it. But it's just a lifestyle is not healthy. The lifestyle of it is not healthy at all. It's not conducive for a comfortable living or a lifestyle at all.
Yeah, you look at Bobby. I forgot the guy's name. I looked his name up, but he's in pain all the time and in surgeries all the time because how much. I have to look his name up.
People who just conduct these activities, even runners, they have the same thing. They have joint problems later on in life because their impact, the running is so dangerous for you. It's so it's people don't realize that you need the most expensive trainers in order to do running, because even that is not going to stop you or protect you in the long run, because it ultimately impacts all your joints, and you just later on in life you become a cripple. Yes. Very easily. Yes. And you're overstimulating your heart as well, which is a muscle, and it's just not healthy. Even runners are not. There's a huge conflation with that. But anyway, that's a different topic. I won't go into it because that's like something I like to go into.
This is something that's fascinating. I mean, I don't mind you going into it at all. But beyond this, it was between the bodybuilding, which, as you said, it's a lifestyle, and it quickly becomes like a addiction. It's an addiction, just like running. It is an
addiction.
Yeah, these are addictions, and then it becomes basically all-consuming. And if you're not going professional with it, what was the thing that you had brought up now? V, the salonist, the one who had the lunch with, Judith. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out. I'm already beginning to healthily block her out.
Yes.
So the two of them could deny sleeping with me, which is quite funny in its own way. I can appreciate the comedy in that. But all that being said, V was telling me about one time she knew these two guys who were gym rats. And one of them came in one day to find the other just sitting down in I guess the one of the weightlifting seats, and that he was just paralyzed. It's like he couldn't move because he had drank too many energy drinks, and they had some kind of effect on his nervous system where he was left paralyzed, at least for that period of time. She said she didn't know what ultimately came of it, but certainly he was found paralyzed and unable to move by the other weightlifter. And so you were speaking of the danger of these energy drinks, which Jameson Reese was basically killing himself with. And you were talking about, he was obviously symptomatic. He was symptomatic of where he was like, they crash, they fall asleep, basically a form of narcolepsy. And then wake up later on, like he always did, just all, and just all fucked up and drooling and shit. And but you said that, is it bull sperm that is in the Red Bull? It's actually bull sperm, or what is it that's
you know what, Douglas? I actually looked that up the other day. Then these people, like these YouTubers that create all these parody videos, say, "Oh, it's just a myth. Don't worry, it's not true at all." It's what taurine is. It's an extraction of bull semen. It is originally from that, but nowadays Red Bulls, the energy drinks that people consume, that apparently doesn't. It says it has taurine, but it's artificial. It's not It's not real extracted bull semen. But that's what originally taurine actually is. So when they're saying it's a myth, it's bullshit. It is genuine. But what they are putting in these energy drinks is artificial taurine.
By the way, that's much worse. I mean, you'd be better off with the real
which is a power.
Yeah,
exactly. It's like these kids that think, oh, it's sugar-free. It's better for you. It's more healthy for you. No, it freaking isn't.
No, it's
they're
not.
They're putting all these additives, all these like what they call like E numbers, all these artificial colorings and these additives into these drinks.
At 40 with number 5, number 6, blue 40, blue something, I think.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up, Douglas, because the reason why I was looking up, because I didn't want to come on the show and give out any false information. That's why I had to verify it myself, because I knew of that, but apparently they're trying to portray it off as a urban myth that taurine is not. Don't worry, it's got nothing to do with bull semen or bull. Doesn't come from the bull intestinal tract or anything like. Testicles. Beg your pardon.
Which everyone would be better off if it did, but go on.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it'd be better off if it did, yeah. But no, they were just saying, I watched this YouTube video to begin with, and it's like, no, don't worry, it's artificial taurine. So wait a minute. So what you're saying is it's not taurine, because if it's artificial, then it can't be taurine. It's the same with steroids. These are with steroids, it's testosterone. It's artificial. What you're injecting is synthetic material. It's not. It's artificial testosterone. It's the same thing. It's not good for you. It's not real hormones. It's synthetic material. So you're increasing your natural hormone. You're replacing your hormones with synthetic material, which is increasing your levels of testosterone. It's just, how is these people thinking that this artificial taurine is better for you? But that is where Red Bull gets its, name from. Red Bull. Yeah. Gives you
wings. Yeah.
Gives you wings.
Yes.
Why do they say it gives you wings? Like it's supposed to make you high?
Gets you high.
Okay.
Gets you high.
Yeah.
So Jameson Reese consumes these energy drinks. He has this massive high, which is the drug addiction of caffeine and all these other additives that they add to it. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, like as you said, he gets a crash.
But he's compounding the felony by all the cough syrup that he drinks. So
yes, it's killing him.
Yes.
And like Salmon Shake with these ice creams and these takeaways, these curries they're not takeaways. Oh, let's say are takeaways. I don't know if he's doing it himself or his family are cooking it. But like the worst things for you to eat to create the just the most unhealthy thing to eat is
the perfect
ice cream.
Storm for a heart attack. Yes,
for a cardiac arrest or a heart attack. Yeah, exactly, Douglas.
For clogged arteries.
That's what this guy was consuming. So both these men were just destroying their own bodies. They were not only did they want to destroy the world and destroy everyone in it, they were killing themselves along with it.
Yes.
They were trying to meet their maker.
Yes. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. It's like well, there's no group of people that could be more deserving. And by the way, no better than them was Daniel Arola, who was all day on pot and acid and then otherwise just eating barbecue nonstop every day. It was, barbecue every day. It was, and of course when I'm sorry,
I got an ulcer.
I'm sorry. What did you say, George, about Daniel?
I was saying that Daniel Roller was fat as well. They all got fat. Jameson Reese was cut initially.
Yeah.
And I remember when you said that, Douglas, and he's buff and he's cut, and I was like, I'm going to look at the pictures on Facebook of him. And I was like, well, he's in great shape. But then towards the end, he was getting really flabby.
Yeah.
And Salmon Shake had a massive, he was doing all these dick ups.
Yeah, we call them dick ups just for anybody who doesn't get it. He was doing these fake pull-ups where tell people what he was doing. He was basically using his pelvis and swinging with the force of gravity, a dick up. It's the way he fucks, Jameson Reese in the ass. But he's basically convincing himself that he could pull himself up in a chin up, and he really couldn't if he fell off the side of a cliff and was hanging on a branch, right? Tell us.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the most important thing I brought up before, like Douglas just said, is the one thing every human being needs to be trained on to do is this survival mechanism, which is be able to pull your own body weight up. You have to be able to lift yourself up.
At least
and you
once.
can train yourself by doing this. Yeah, at least once. And that's the whole purpose of a pull-up, is to be able to raise your body up in case if you were dangling from whatever obstacle, whatever cliff or ledge you were on, you were able to, retrieve your body up and save yourself. Every human being should be law or legislative. Yeah. They should impose that on everyone. Well, it's hard to do that. It's hard to enforce that.
Well, I mean, it should be mandated as something in children's physical education that if they're able to meet this requirement, they should, just because it's a life-saving mechanism. So go on.
Mechanism. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. And the one thing that, Salmon Shake would continuously do on Facebook is he would publish these videos, these videos of himself on this park bar, like this chin-up bar in the park, which is the one that he frequently visited daily. This park this is where he when he was feeding the birds and recollecting with nature and all this crap that he was posting. He would not do a proper pull-up. You're supposed to extend your entire body downwards and then raise yourself up, and this is to actually develop your back development. This is it's not to do with your arms. You're not lifting with your arms, you're lifting with your elbows. You're actually lifting up your body weight. But you're actually doing a full retraction and a full range of motion. So what you're trying to do is your lateral muscles and your back, you're actually developing it. So in the bodybuilding, so what I was doing with my body, my passion in developing my own body, was I would do my own pull-ups, but you would have to fully extend your body and to raise yourself all the way up. So you're in full motion, full range of motion, and you're retracting your muscles. And this is what stimulates hypertrophy. Right. And then this is what stimulates, you're breaking down muscle fibers and then you're repairing them. So that's how you develop muscle, and you're fueling yourself with proteins in order to build that muscle tissue. But anyway, going back to Salmon Shake, this guy wasn't doing any of that. And I wanted to always comment or, just write a little comment on his videos. This is just constructive criticism, Salmon, but you're not doing proper pull-ups. What you're doing, you're swaying your hips and you're just swaying with gravity. That's all you're doing. And he's doing about 50 to 100 of these.
Jesus.
And he was getting all these people liking it and getting all this attention, but he's not doing proper pull-ups. They weren't proper pull-ups at all. He was swaying his body and he was just literally doing these jerk-ups. They were just little jerks.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. He's just an idiot, and oh my God, he's disgusting. And he certainly, just so people know this, he was gifted his own radio show by that idiot Daryl Neely to basically attack me nonstop. That this was going to be what he literally at first named the anti-Dietrich show, or the counter-Dietrich communications, or something like that, literally. And this was on the GERN radio network, Global Entertainment Radio Network, that Daryl Neely was the producer of, that Penny Bradley was on, who of course is eating her heart out that we have Marina SEREN on, she was always claiming these various things. And all I can say is that when she started attacking Peter Moon and myself, this was on the GERN radio network, and he was permitting all of this, just basically turning it into an attack platform. So I reported to the FBI, of course, various facts about Daryl Neely. He is now, just so people understand this, in federal prison. This man is going to go down. This guy is not coming out of federal prison anytime soon, because he was looting the body of a fallen police officer on January 6th in the Capitol, stealing the officer's uniform so he could misrepresent himself as a peace officer, stealing the uniform and equipment of a Capitol policeman. And he was dumb enough to do this on camera. He wound up on the run. George Knight actually saw some of the footage where he had strange people coming up to him and passing him notes in various airports where he was hiding out, and this was caught on camera. He's obviously part of the network of which we speak, the cult of the Kings of Edom. So these people really did expose themselves as a cult, but look at the result. They all wound up under investigation, police coming to the homes of Jameson Reese and Salman Sheikh and Lena Shea, and all of this is on record. They're all under investigation. In Lena Shea's case for pedophilia, child molestation, having a sex with underage boys, and with both Jameson Reese and Salman Sheikh for adult parental abuse, basically adult protective services investigated them for basically intimidating their parents and forcing their parents to give them money, leeching off their parents and exploiting them, just like Abdul Karim Haq was taking his mother's social security checks. This is the lowest form of predation. These are people preying on their own relations, or on children, or on, in the case of that idiot Daryl Neely, winding up in federal prison on fallen police officers. These are the same people who claim, these were the same guys on January 6th who were waving the flags of Blue Lives Matter. I mean, I guess Blue Lives don't matter when, they're in your way. These people all were attacking me as a united front, and they fell as a united front. They all fell down like bowling pins. They fucked with the wrong man. So this is something that does need to be reemphasized, because they exposed themselves. This was a united front, the cult of the Kings of Edom. This is not paranoid delusion. Everybody saw they produced videos. They were trying to recruit people, actively calling, and both, certainly George Knight can testify to this, trying to recruit him. As well as, I don't know if they approached, our man Real Tech Geek at any time. Probably didn't know about him at the time, but he's welcome to bring it up if he did. Yeah, okay. They probably didn't know about you. Yeah.
No, they probably didn't. I mean, no one's approached me now, and whoever does, I ain't doing shit.
Thank you.
Fuck them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And
there's no concerns about you, Real Tech. I don't have any concerns about you at all. But yeah, they all run to their, one of the primary gang stalkers, and then they all apologize to him.
Yeah.
They all run to him and apologize. But yeah, where does it get him? It doesn't get him anywhere.
Thank you.
Which is why I would never ever do that, because that's just preposterous.
Well, you never would have anyway, but
no, never would have anyway. No, it's just absurd.
Yes, we see what happened to the people who did. It was that he expended them as human hand grenades. And of course, it really wasn't him. It was Stephen Outram, really, and over and above them all, Peter Levinda, really. And so it's these people are just disposable. They're just truly expendable assets. They use them like someone jacking off uses toilet paper or Kleenex. But now that's again, it's something that really needs to be emphasized so that people understand the reality of the struggle here, and the struggle is quite real, and lives are at stake, and these people were sacrificing their own. Really, they sacrificed. They may not have died, but they may as well have. Jameson Reese became homeless. Daniel Rolla is homeless again after that sugar mama of his died, and his sadness was, again, just so both of you, if you didn't hear me earlier talking about this to Sammy Romero, Daniel Arola, you might remember, I mean, I know George Knight remembers quite a bit about Daniel Arola. You might remember he would talk about being Filipino. He would talk about President Marcos. He would talk about various other things, but you might notice he never, ever brought up President Aquino of the Philippines. He never would touch that. And in private moments, he would share with me that he was essentially related to that former president, Aquino of the Philippines. So basically, you have an individual who then was an asset from the beginning, and he would tell me, oh, don't tell anybody, Douglas, because then they won't understand. But now I realize exactly why he was trying to keep it hidden, was because we would understand all too well.
Yeah.
And
that's the thing. Yeah. Very professional as well in the terms of, when he would counteract with his trolling, he was very clever with that. And I was explaining that to Sarah the other day, of how these assets are very, very clever. They're professional. And it was like the one I encountered, he had his avatar was of a Jewish man with the extended nose, and he had the most grotesque property for his cover photo. And I said, the whole purpose of that was to antagonize me, to provoke me into retaliating in an aggressive manner. And that is how they discredit people. And I said, they act very professionally online. They're trained assets, essentially. Daniel Roller was very, very clever with that. So that just pointed out to me that he was an asset from the beginning. Because nobody could defeat him in a trolling, whatever contest you would call it. Yes, you couldn't. And that just brings... I just wanted to bring that up, Douglas, so that's all right. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion.
Just to clarify it, or to put it into what I think would be a better context, when it comes to the term professionalism, what our man George Knight is expressing here is nothing positive. He doesn't mean professional in the sense of that these were people who had any redeeming qualities. What he means to say is that they knew what they were doing. And so the individual who was confronting him, presenting himself as this archetypal, basically Jewish caricature, was to make himself look as monstrously, quote unquote, Semitic as possible. He had this exaggerated nose, just this hideous looking face. And it was like something out of an anti-Jewish propaganda poster from the 30s or something like that. So this is like someone who basically was presenting himself, and what it was a photograph of was like a wax caricature. I mean, there's no one human could look like that. But and then he would present, oh, here's my home, and presenting it just this shambles of a wreck that was just furniture and food and just roaches and just all the negative things you can imagine. I mean, he's just trying to trigger a person into into fury, and of course that's what these people do. With Daniel Rolla, there was this level of what one could deem almost like professional training, and this had to be like what he had gotten with his Aquino connections. But other than that, much of Daniel Arola's stuff was very amateurish. It was kind of like he just didn't have the brain capacity to carry out the level of intense assault that someone could, like the man who was trying to basically trigger George Knight. So with Daniel Rolla, the problem was he triggered a lot of people because they weren't expecting anything. They really were just innocent people, and they couldn't understand why this individual was bothering them. And by the way, we just have an image here of the man who was trolling George Knight in the text box of Skype. And so Real Tech Geek can appreciate the hideousness of this horrible caricature, which is a combination of CGI. Yeah, it's not a wax figure, it's CGI. It's just
that's one ugly motherfucker.
Yes, it just can't be.
But it's definitely a good time to show that picture for Christmas time because he looks like a Grinch.
Yes, it's not even human looking. I mean, this is like beyond belief. It's like nobody can look like that. And so, but by the way, Rick O'Leary in the chat room says, enjoyment as always. Keep on keeping on. Thank you so much, sir. I mean, sometimes people may wonder about the roundtables, but honestly, sometimes I just owe it to myself. I think we all owe it to ourselves. We're taking kind of a breather after, Brooke Gibson had kind of like, she was wonderful in so many ways, but she also tested us. She tested our patience. And so we are taking advantage of this breathing space to do just that, kind of like really cut loose and enjoy a roundtable, which otherwise, there were times when questions she kept asking were constructive in that we would have to respond to them. But most of the time, we never had a real chance to provide a constructive answer. There was just,
no, exactly.
Yeah. Too many questions coming, right after another. And bless her heart, I think, now I can't be certain, but I generally think she's not an asset, that she just was struggling with anger issues more than anything else. But if she didn't take some breathing space to kind of calm down, get herself together and attain a center, kind of find her centeredness. If she didn't do that, she was just doing the work of the enemy, just because, she was driving us all to distraction.
Exactly. We couldn't get our point across ever because it was always like a blurb or disruption. Yeah. Thank you, Doug. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, that's fine. No, believe me. And by the way, just so people understand tonight's image in thumbnail of live stream, if you take a look at the old, honest to God, genuine Nazi artwork there, that was actually produced during the time of the Third Reich, you will notice that the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross in the heavens, this was meant to represent the vision as described by Constantine when Constantine had converted the Roman Empire to Christianity, and the legions were now the legions of Christendom. This is what he saw in the heavens when he heard the voice of God say, "Under this sign, conquer." And this became the battle standard of the Roman legions. This is how the ad locutio became affiliated with the fasces of Rome, and hence fascism. When our man George is trying to describe Taiwan as Minju Vajiji in the Chinese, meaning fasci democracy, and people say that can't be because to them they can't juxtapose those two concepts. They can't. They think that that's oxymoronic, or no, not oxymoronic, antithetical, something that simply cannot exist. What they don't understand is that the true democracy cannot exist without fascism, because the fascism is what made the democracy possible. It was the fascism that proceeded under Chiang Kai-shek, years under martial law, that saved Taiwan from invasion, saved it from exploitation and colonization, and ultimately enabled them to transition to democracy, and they retain those cultural roots, that cultural legacy. And let's see what George just sent us in the chat on text. And that, of course, is the Taiwanese performing the ad locutio. And yes, wonderful. Thank you so much for understanding that aspect of my culture. And so you let everybody understand that this is why Taiwan is considered the last bastion of Nazism on the surface world, and why it's not recognized by the United Nations and is considered their enemy. And therefore, my transmissions are enemy transmissions. This is part of the situation of your world. Understand that. Taiwan is considered the fascist enemy. If you ever take a look at the Article 42 of the United Nations, their declaration of war, as a organization of war, a united allied front, a united allied frontal organization, then you will see that they declare that we declare war against Hitlerism and all forms of Hitlerism, in the same way that in World War Zero, the original global war of the Napoleonic era, the Allies had declared war against Napoleon Bonaparte as a person, rather than against the French people who they claimed they were going to liberate from his tyranny. And so when it comes to Hitlerism, the United Nations believes it's still manifest on the surface world in Taiwan. And so Taiwan is this convergence point of so many phenomena. And I do recommend to everyone, anyone listening tonight, do reference our episode from, let me look it up, a little while back. This was about 9 days ago, really. The Veterans Armistice Remembrance Day Weekend Critical Omissions, as dated Sunday, the 13th of this month. So do review that, and I speak very deeply and emphatically about the details of Taiwan as opposed to Communist China, meaning I talk about the fallibilities of Communist China, the horrors of life under their corruption, and I speak about Taiwan as the only hope against them. And so everyone do review
the horrors of the lockdowns.
Yes.
They just locked down Beijing again. You know, and all these companies are really learning the hard way. You can't have business in their country.
Yes, thank you.
Such as Chrysler, I think it's an article.
Oh, at least. At least.
Well, Apple's suffering. Volkswagen.
Yeah.
Their sales are in a stall now in China this year.
Yeah. Wow.
This is an article that was published in Zero Hedge.
Yeah. That's a reputable source, by the way, just so people know. Zero Hedge is fairly reputable. And certainly I would take what they say seriously. And Realtek will go on with that. But I just want to let everyone know our man George Knight has put into the text box here in Skype article, how do I read this? Should I say Article 42 or Title 42? I forget. Article 42, I believe, of the United Nations Charter. There we are. Article 42. I got it right. Can't believe it. And should the Security Council consider anyhow, so it's basically an organization of war, and it's talking about its reactions to threats to the peace, etc. So do people, you can look these sorts of things up yourself, and do understand the United Nations was formed on January 1st of 1942. So that it was, during World War II, it was the United Nations conflict, and Korea was simply an extension of World War II as the Northeast Asian theater of war, where the conflict was simply brought to a stabilized, what would you call it? They're still legally at war, North and South Korea. So it was basically a stabilization of a front, is all that was. So it was the stabilization of a front where the two nations, North and South Korea, are still legally at war, as well as Taiwan and Red China are still legally at war, as Japan and Russia are still legally at war. So again, we're confronted with the fact that to get the Russians out of the United Nations, basically all the nations need to secede from the United Nations and reform it without Russia, so that they can have a new Security Council where they can place Germany and Japan on the Security Council rather than fucking Russia and Communist China. I mean, Jesus Christ. Then we'll be finally heading towards a functional world. But let's go on, Realtek. Yes, about these other companies that, Communist China is like really closing down, isolating itself. Go on.
Well, in general, it's a pattern that the Chinese will do. If outside countries treat them well, then they're more open-minded. If outside countries treat them badly, which was happened, which the Chinese call the 100 years of humiliation, treat them badly, then they just have to close. But in many ways, they've always been, even the warring kingdoms, they've always been kind of more closed-minded. But in terms of that,
well, I appreciate what you're saying, but I think a better way to express it would be, so that people understand this, that people may talk about cycles of Chinese behavior or cycles of history, but understand that we truly have entered an unparalleled and unprecedented experience in China under the communists. The communists, of course, took China in a truly different direction than it has ever gone in before. China has never, under a single dynasty, ever suffered so many horrible calamities, just repeatedly, and then had this kind of illusory period of prosperity, and in which they began to propagandize about this century of humiliation. Understand that this so-called century of humiliation, while China went through horrible upheavals, and the foreigners, of course, did their best to do everything they could to exploit China and divide it, the reality was that the Qing dynasty was doing its best to modernize, and it was it had survived an apocalyptic civil war earlier with the Taiping Rebellion. It was amazing that they had survived that. To basically make it to the point where you had the separate state of Manchuria allied with Japan, and then the warlord Yuan Shikai declaring himself the first Han emperor, ethnically Chinese emperor, in hundreds of years after the Mongols and the Manchus. It wasn't like China, considering everything it had been through, it wasn't that it was that bad off. It wasn't until the communists took over that you had 100 million people die of starvation. So it's like that's when really everything began to really get bad. And then when you have the communists basically being pulled up by the Japanese to a different level of economic performance, and then turn around and say, it's the goddamn Japs, everybody hate Japs, 24 hours a day on their television, which is all you see. If you go to China and you turn on television, it's 24 hours a day, kill Japs! Kill Japs!
Sometimes they go into insane protesting, and they just go destroy city property and everything.
Yeah,
and the Communist Party just allows it. Yes, it's their own internal propaganda to. Yes, just let them destroy something.
Yes,
it's monotonous.
Here's what I will say is I was talking a bit, for instance, about that map and text that I want to add to that map to emphasize different things about the new Germany when it forms into a confederated state, as I convey on that map. One of the things that people need to understand is the federal chancellery. God, I can't even get it out. Federal chancellery in the English, or Kanzgallery in the German. The federal chancellery building in Berlin. It's the largest government headquarters in the world. So with the proper axiom wash, we can have it function as the center of the heart of Europe. It is essentially what it was built to be. So the foundations, both physically and structurally, are already there. The only problem is the Germans are really ballless. Nothing is holding them back but themselves. They are afraid of themselves. They're afraid of what they're capable of. And this is what's preventing a better European future.
And also the problem. Yeah, and also the problem with the Holocaust. they really are afraid about that too, and moving beyond it.
So what the way that I would express that is that what you're saying is that they're indoctrinated over the generations into self-loathing and a sense of national guilt. Yes? Yes. And so they need to overcome that in order to move forward. That's, again, this will have to do with axiom wash. Now, like I said, I don't believe that the mass of German people want to return to Nazism, but they must certainly at least reinstate the Kaiser for a sense of national identity. And because other nations will be absorbed into confederation, which I would base on the original structure of the Holy Roman Empire of the German Reich, the First Reich, they all are united as Christians, and that they establish a kind of confederation in which they would consider themselves, fortunately, in a sense, the Prussian nation has disappeared. They could all consider themselves as more united under a kind of neo-Prussian culture. The Polish people, the Danes, the Nederlanders, Austrians, and the rest. The Neo-Prussian culture would include multiple ethnicities: the Slavs, the Scandinavians of Denmark, the Germanic peoples, of course, the Slavs of Poland and Slovakia, and Slovenia for an outlet to the Adriatic Sea. And as I say, that being said, we can return back to some other subjects. I don't know if, when we speak of China, of course, I would say that for their future, there is a religion known as Cao-Dai, which in the Chinese means great dynasty, simply grand house, meaning greater dynasty. The religion is allowed in Vietnam even under the communists. The communists don't seem to dare to touch it. Unlike the way the communist Chinese persecuted Falun Gong, the Vietnamese communists tolerate a wide dispersal of the religion of Cao Dai in Vietnam. Now, Cao Dai is a monotheistic religion that believes in one God in the heavens, and it holds Dr. Sun Yat-sen, Lao Tzu, Confucius, and because France used to be the colonial master of Indochina, they consider the French author Victor Hugo, along with Jesus Christ, plus all the Chinese individuals I've just mentioned. Sun Yat-sen, the founder of both republics of China, they both claim him as their founding father. Lao Tzu and Confucius, along with Jesus Christ and Victor Hugo, they're all considered to be saints in the Cao Dai religion. In other words, like Roman Catholic saints, they can be supplicated to, appealed to, prayed to for miracles. I insist that Cao Dai will be the foundation for a new Sinoviet, or Chinese and Vietnamese united Sinoviet civilization. One that will be like the Taiping, who were all Protestant Christian and were trying to unite China under a kind of... You see, China, at the time that it was first encountered by the Jesuits, the Jesuit monks, the emperor was almost convinced to convert to Roman Catholicism, in which case China would have been the largest Roman Catholic nation on earth, larger than Brazil in terms of population and size. That didn't come to pass because the Jesuits were stabbed in the back by the Franciscans, who claimed that they were establishing their own empire overseas, which of course they were. And then, of course, after that, under the Taiping Rebellion, when one Chinese man became convinced by missionaries passing out pamphlets that he was the Son of God himself, the brother to Jesus Christ, then basically that's when the rebellion erupted, in which 100 million people died. The Chinese called it the Earth War because nations from all over the world came to suppress the Taiping Rebellion and help the Qing dynasty survive. Then after that, it became, under the nationalist Chinese, the largest fascist nation on earth. And then under the communists, the largest collectivized nation on earth. The communists fear cults like Falun Gong because they're a cult themselves. It takes a cult to recognize a cult. They recognize a rival cult. So, like the Taiping, which almost overthrew the Manchu dynasty, and they had established their own state, capitaled at Nanjing in the south. This happened simultaneous to the American Civil War. While the Americans were fighting this North-South Civil War between the Union and the Confederacy, the northern Qing dynasty, centered on Manchuria, was battling this Protestant rebellion in the south that consisted of all the southern provinces, capitaled in Nanjing, as I said, where there was a man who claimed to be God's Chinese son. And so with that kind of historical fear, the communists in China reject any cult other than their own. But the Vietnamese don't have that fear. So Cao Dai can be nurtured in Vietnam and I believe spread from Vietnam to China. That will be the next regime in mainland China, ideally. And I think that a Cao Dai regime over China and Vietnam will be a more southerly, prosperous culture, a cultural renaissance, which, since they hold all those saints in high esteem and others that I haven't mentioned, they and are monotheistic, it would be a competitive religion on the world scene with Christianity and Buddhism. I think that this would be a far better future for us all to have that new paradigmatic perspective or axiom wash over mainland China than the horrors we're dealing with right now, even if it takes war to bring that about. Such being said, we brought up earlier the Vietnamese defeating communist China. At that time, it was the Ming Dynasty. Yes, originally before the communist invasion of North Vietnam, or rather United Vietnam. So people understand this. When the Vietnams united under communism by force, they became the third largest communist nation on earth. The first largest in land area was the Soviet Union. The first largest in population was communist China. So you could call them a tie, but the third largest nation easily was Vietnam, with the third largest army in the world at that time. All these captured weapons, including fighter jets, left and abandoned by the Americans. All of this was deployed against the communist Chinese when they invaded and tried to install a regime change in Hanoi. And so they defeated the communist Chinese quite handily and readily, not only through captured American weapons and technology, but also through ancient strategy based on how they had defeated the Ming Dynasty. When the Ming Dynasty had their apex, they were the American empire of their time. They had sent their admirals in their treasure fleets all around the world. They had mapped, circumnavigated the planet Earth, declared it to be Da Chu, their Chinese name for Earth, which means the sphere. They knew it to be round. And just like when America was fighting a war on three fronts, a space war, landing a man on the moon, the war in Vietnam, where they had millions of men involved, and the war against poverty at home, where Lyndon Baines Johnson had tried to uplift America's ghettos to the degree that all Americans could hopefully ultimately become middle class. All of this they were doing simultaneously, just like the Qing dynasty. At the time they invaded Vietnam, they were restructuring the capital to reflect the constellations of the heavens so that they could literally reconstruct heaven on earth, to do this required enormous amounts of lumber, and they had deforested all of China. And at that time, they had the treasure fleets circumnavigating the globe, and then they invaded Vietnam for their lumber. Now, the Vietnamese had a secret weapon the Chinese had not encountered: the elephants, their war elephants, that they deployed against them as organic armor in columns that wiped the Chinese armies out. This was what caused them to withdraw the treasure fleets, recall them from around the world, and then they became quite isolated, set the treasure fleets on fire so that no one could sail around the world again, just like America after it landed on the moon with the Saturn V rockets designed by Wernher von Braun, rockets so powerful that once they escaped the gravity well of Earth, they could theoretically use the gravity bounce by deflecting off other planets, like bouncing off the gravity repulsion created by Mars and Jupiter, etc., to ultimately go all the way to Pluto if they had a way to keep a man alive inside of the rocket itself. These rockets were the largest ever built physically, and they were so large they had no hangars to keep them in, even as museum pieces. So they just all rusted out in the open and corroded to the point where someday there won't be even any physical evidence that Americans ever landed on the moon here on Earth. So same with the Ming Dynasty, and their circumnavigating the globe was forgotten to history. This is like these are parallel histories, and with parallel histories like this, you can kind of use one culture to predict the future of the other. That's why I said the next American Civil War will be like the Chinese Civil War. Very parallel, albeit with very different proportions of how it manifests. In China, it was all the communists in the countryside fighting the nationalists in the cities. Here in America, it will be the liberal progressive Democrats in the cities fighting the reactionaries of the countryside, or the wastelands, the empty quarter of the western states. So more of an east-west conflict at this time in general. I don't know if you were here for the map that I presented last time. I guess you weren't, Realtek, but I gave that map to our man George Knight, so I'll try and find you a copy of that as well. So by the way, both of you gentlemen, do me a favor, and I'll be here and listening. Take over the stage for a while. I'll just sit here and relax a bit while you gentlemen take it from here.
Lovely. Thank you, Douglas. Really appreciate that as well. Thank you. Yes. Hello, Realtek. Are you there?
By the way, I hope that puts that map. Hope that puts that map into perspective that I sent you in private messages. That's.
Oh, absolutely, Douglas. No, thank you so much. It's been really, this time with you, I've learned so much just by being here and listening to you, Douglas. Thank you so much. Really appreciate this time.
Oh, thank you. Definitely appreciate that. And we'll talk still privately for a few minutes, within, sometime during the 2 to 3 hours following transmission tonight. But yeah, both of you kind of take it from here. I'll just be listening for a while. I'll join in, of course, when I'm compelled to do so. But
it's really.
I guess no monologue tonight.
I felt that we should all take advantage of the fact that we've got time with each other without necessarily being.
You're right.
Being
interrupted. Then getting the deep subjects. Yeah.
The thing is, I think the viewers that are listening, I think they're getting various different topics, so I think they're interested because they're learning various different things as opposed to one thing. Yeah, that's
And no interruptions.
No, it's just wonderful, isn't it? It's like a breeze. Isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
Oh God. Oh, Brooke, we love you dearly. Okay, just
it is.
Yeah, it's just
No, we do love her.
Yeah,
definitely. I love her.
Always give credit where it's due, and what she's done, she's supported Douglas financially, which is what I really appreciate from her. And she's great. She's really valuable questions, which is very important. It has to be. These questions have to be asked and even debated. She does. She likes to put a point of view across as well. it doesn't matter whether we agree or not. It's important that she gets her message across also. So yeah.
Well, that does remind me. When our man again, Mr. Real Tech Geek here, just as I kind of chide him about the book when he says, yeah, I'm still skeptical about Japan winning the war. And then I asked him casually, do you have a copy of the book? And no, I don't. And I'm like saying, why don't you read that first and get back to me? And he says, okay. Just kind of like that. He says, I don't really agree with you on what you say about war. Because, of course, when I bring up war as a part of one of the things that defines us as human, and, and of course, Brooke would take that and run with that and basically go in directions that wasn't really taking us to. I don't think that Real Tech really understands what I mean when I'm talking about war as part of the human condition. I don't think he's getting the right message about that, and he might assume something that I'm not talking about at all. But honestly, my picture of the future is one of more of a kind of static equilibrium to a degree, but where struggles can at least be, in a sense, either contained or directed further out on the frontiers of man's expansion. But definitely, without that sense of tension and competition, man truly does stagnate. If we were all one homogeneous culture, we would be doomed. We would reach an evolutionary dead end. So like
the Borg.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So go on.
I will. Yeah, Real Tech. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to ask you a couple questions, but just whilst you're there, Douglas, very quickly. I remember as a child asking the very reason why did the Americans drop the atomic bombs. I remember asking that as a question. One of my responses, it's just made me laugh just thinking about it. The answer I got was, it's because they were all committing suicide, so we had to. I was like,
in other words, we were saving them from themselves. They
were killing themselves, so we dropped the bombs to kill more of them to make them stop. Like, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Who told you this? No. Who told you that?
Oh, I'm a bit reluctant to say who, because it's a she, but because I know she's been right about so many other things. But this is it just made me laugh. I just remember that, like what she said was true to a degree, especially when it comes to the case of Okinawa. But the Okinawans were not Japanese, and I could go into that because they, for instance, they fly a separate flag and they're a completely different ethnicity. They're more Sinitic as opposed to Japanese.
Yes.
But anyway, I was going to just bring up with the Real Tech Geek. Real Tech. With the conclusion of World War II, like, from your perspective, what is the conclusion of that in the Pacific theater?
As you understand it now.
As you understand it, Real Tech, just like, if there's any, I would just like to get your perspective on this, because I didn't realize I didn't realize this until now.
About your skepticism about Japanese winning the war.
Yeah, of course. And like my friend Eric always says, skepticism is healthy. It's good. So it's always, I'm always willing to hear this. I'm always open to skepticism, from people. So yeah, is there anything you want to share, Real Tech? Are you there, by the way? Because I know you're on mute at the moment.
I'm here. I'm also eating at the same time, but
Everybody knows I've got a fetish about that in terms of I can understand why he's going mute, because it's just oh my god, my Lorian Ann Fenton that I had to work with, I had to suffer her company, and she just chewed on air. It was disgusting.
No, I can't do that. I can't.
But
no.
Yeah, by all means,
it's very disrespectful. Very, especially a woman doing that.
Yes. Oh, it was
anybody doing that.
But for a woman to do that is particularly just bad.
Yes. It really is.
Yeah.
Yes.
So well, hate to interrupt your chewing there, but what was how did World War II end in the Asian Pacific theater as you understood it?
Well, as I understand it, the Japanese lost, and the Chinese, and they withdrew from China, and Taiwan and Korea were given back to the country, to the people themselves. That's
you do realize none of that. You do realize none of that makes any sense. It's like when it comes to the Chinese, the Japanese were there for another 5 years in mainland China, helping the nationalists because they went into civil war mode against the communists, and they obviously the Americans considered the nationalists an enemy because they had them kicked out of the United Nations ultimately. So
yes, thank you.
Yeah, and you're talking about the nationalists were the first people to take up arms against the Axis. The nationalist Chinese were fighting the Japanese since the Japanese invasion of Manchuria in 1937.
Yes.
So
Ruta, you referenced the peace treaty of Taipei as well. Also, that was signed in 1951. It's a separate peace treaty. That's to emphasize what Douglas was just saying.
Okay.
Yeah. They were still on land for another 5 years after the war, so they did retreat at that point in time. It was later on after the signing of there was a peace settlement that was separate to the peace treaty of San Francisco that was signed between the Nationalist Republic of China and Japan, and that's a separate peace treaty that was signed in the early 1950s. So that's just a documentation for you to look up to reference that. It's just to qualify that aspect.
Bless you. Thank you.
That reality. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, sorry.
And as for North and South Korea, what the Americans will claim, and this was after I exposed the fact the Japanese had created the demilitarized zone by setting off a lot of basically little boy bombs that were ordnance that they just put on the ground and blew and literally disintegrated the Soviet advance. I mean, this is what the Americans kept claiming, that, if we didn't drop the bomb, then Japan would be divided today between a Soviet North and a capitalist South. And they're saying this.
Yeah, I've been told that. Yes.
Yeah, and it's just preposterous because the Soviets tried to invade Hokkaido, the northernmost island, and they were blown out of the water by Japanese Kami or amphibious tanks.
That's where the Anu are.
Yeah. And, I'm sorry? Omnu are.
The Anu.
Omnu. Okay, where the Ainu. Yeah, Ainu. Yeah, and probably, you know
Ainu,
what? I will
sorry.
let people know that actually Realtek may be pronouncing this better than myself. I have never been comfortable with the name of the indigenous Caucasian people of northern Japan because it sounds a lot like anus. But the Hairy Ainu, as they're called, horrible name, Hairy Ainu, they call them. Yes, where the Ainu are, and are Ainu. Another name. One of these days I'll figure out how to pronounce it in some way that I think is universally acceptable, but probably there is no universally acceptable pronunciation. But anyhow, the point is that the Soviets, of course, were going to invade Japan through the Korean Peninsula, and they stopped. There was this direct line drawn through the middle of the peninsula, and they stopped. Why? I mean, there's no rational reason why they stopped, the way they certainly not provided by the Americans. And, when the Americans were pressed after I said everything about how the demilitarized zone was created, blown apart, creating miles of basically empty land that became reforested and is now one of the great nature reserves of the world, without which the Asian tiger of Korea, the Korean peninsular tiger, would be extinct without that. Basically, it's something that needs to be preserved for all eternity because that's the preservation point of many otherwise endangered species. But
exactly, yeah,
it was all created by the original atomic ordnance being blown to literally disintegrate the Soviet advance. And when I brought all this up, the Americans said, well, there were a couple of GIs up there who told the Soviets to stop. I mean, geez, you're talking about the same Soviets who basically captured entire American divisions and took them to the gulags as if they were the enemy and kept them enslaved there for the rest of their lives until they died. They're going to stop because two Americans are waving their arms, and they're going to stop their invasion of Japan, which they feel is theirs. Of course, none of this even makes sense. So it's like, obviously the Americans were not there to stop the Soviets. The only people who could stop them were the Japanese. And the explanation I provide is the only one that makes sense.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then the Americans. Go on. Yeah. So go on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, the invasion of. Looking this up, keep saying proposed Soviet invasion of Hokkaido.
Yeah. Okay.
There is one that is a Soviet invasion of the. Sorry, I was just looking at South Sakhalin Islands.
South Sakhalin Islands. Yeah, so that's that
Sakhalin
big
Islands.
island right above Japan. It was divided in half between the Soviets and the Japanese. Needs to be divided in half again. And the Russians need to be out of the Pacific. And as I said, a new state should emerge, a Greater Manchuria, where I say the population should be replenished because it's basically a Rust Belt. Basically replenished by Republican deportees after our next civil war. But that being said, plans for the future aside, what when they talk about the invasion of South Sakhalin Island, okay, big deal. That was a contiguous piece of land, and the Japanese, of course, were protecting the home islands. That's what counted. And when it came to their ability to try to invade the home islands directly, suddenly everything went to shit. And they had no ability to conduct an amphibious invasion.
Did you ever go to Japan before?
I've never been there personally, nor to Germany. I've told people this hundreds of times. I said I have never been able to go to places I wanted to go. I was a mercenary. I served in war zones. Japan and Germany are the most peaceful nations on earth.
Oh, yes, they are.
Yeah.
You will be able to go one day.
I hope so. We'll see. And you know what? I fear to go. I fear to go because I'm afraid of what I'll find there. I'm afraid that, I'll look at these people and I'll say, I'll just say, good God, these aren't my mother's people. These are a bunch of, spoiled, rotten people whose prosperity is turned into wimps or something. Now, I pray I'm wrong. I hope that changes. I'm sure the potential is there for that to change in both cases, especially with the Japanese. It'll be much easier because, they operate in lockstep. So if they suddenly remilitarize I'm not talking about their military. They already have a fat military and a fat naval fleet for people who are unaware of this fact. But if they militarize in culture, if they remilitarize culturally, then they're going to be, they'll all go for it because this is what happens. They work in lockstep. They have that kind of high.
The Japanese or the Germans?
Oh, the Japanese. The Japanese. To a lesser.
Well, there are. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. By all means, go on.
Yeah, there are. I just don't remember the name of them, but there are Japanese generals, and there still are some of them actually alive from World War II that want to militarize the culture.
Understood. And
I forget the name of the group of the people and stuff.
Oh, I'm sure we could look that up. I mean, it's one of these things where I know of such things, and it's like I said, it's one of those things that, first off, if anyone ever goes to Japan, they may not notice this, but it's a nation of uniforms. Plenty of people are in uniforms of train conductors, uniforms of various hostesses. I mean, they all wear the kind of uniform apparel in general. It's a very, it's semi-militant culture anyway. So I mean, it's the Japanese in particular that operate in lockstep. The Germans, of course, are Western and therefore are much more individualized, as Westerners tend to be. But hopefully they'll get their act together. I don't think it requires a sacrifice.
South Korea.
Yeah.
No. South Korea is very militarized, and definitely a culture of uniforms too.
Yeah, they have to be. They're at war still.
Yeah, they're still legally at war, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. The members of BTS are now in the military.
Yeah.
They're joining different branches of the military, but yeah.
Right. For those of you who don't know,
I think it's very. Go ahead.
I was going to say, for those of you who don't know, BTS is a boy band, so you might try to clarify some of these things because not everybody's into K-pop.
I'm sorry. Yes. BTS is a extremely very well-known boy band that are very well-known internationally.
Yes. Yeah, but, you know, not everybody has that taste or knows about them. I don't think your average older American will know what the fuck BTS is.
No, they don't.
Okay. So do go on. Yeah, so with South Korea, obviously, this is like a problem. By the way, just so people understand this, South Korea is, they pathologically hate the Japanese. And so it's kind of like communist China. They've got this culture thing going where they've got a lot of pride involved, and it's, you know, there needs to be a reconciliation, a rapprochement between Japan and South Korea, and they really need to be essentially one nation. Now, you know, it's one of these things where they don't need to all start intermarrying and breeding each other out of existence, but they certainly need to be one economic unit. So, but that being said, do go on about, you know, what else, what other questions you might have about anything, the war and how it ended, and why, you know, certain points of the Pacific that you have questions about.
Yeah, I've got something to add if that's all right, Douglas.
Sure,
as well.
by all means, take it away.
Because talking about the demilitarized zone, I have a transcript from a GI in Seoul, the capital of South Korea. He witnessed, and I believe it was on the 15th of August, when they detonated the ordinances across the Korea Peninsula, which created the Korean Peninsula. The
demilitarized zone created the demilitarized zone across the peninsula.
Created across the Korean Peninsula. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I have the entire transcript of his testimony of witnessing the explosion and witnessing the mushroom clouds that it was that were emitting across. And he was stationed at Seoul in South Korea, and it's an entire transcript of a GI's witnessing, and people can look it up. And that they were actually witnessing these mushroom clouds that were being, that they were just witnessing it.
Make sure to download that, because, you know, as soon as you tell people they can look it up, they might be scrubbed. That shit might be scrubbed from the internet. So make certain to preserve it as best as you can. Go on. Yes, please.
Exactly. So, and and I was that's just what I wanted to just share quickly, Douglas. I do have to make a move on the next 10-15 minutes, unfortunately, but it's been an absolute pleasure. But I will talk to you privately within the next hour or two. But the and the other thing, is about the rivers they dammed as well, and I've got them, I've saved them, and I believe it's the Shulf. It was the
oh God, I remember a few of them. The Chosen was one.
The Chosen,
the Pusan. No, was it? Or it's Fusan. Go on. Fusan, Chosen. What was the other one?
It was the three rivers they dammed. It was I pronounced it the Chosan, the Sufin, and the is that correct? And then there was I had him in my head just a minute ago.
I'm sorry, I knocked him out of his head. I'm sorry.
Not at all, Douglas. It's just the way my brain, it's just the way it functions.
Contagion.
Yeah,
but the three rivers they dammed.
Yeah, that supplied so much energy.
Industrial yes, for the atomic energy to develop these ordinances. Then the largest industrial output was outside of Japan itself. It was in Korea, and that was that's if people look at the Conan or the Hunan complex, that was right on the border of the demilitarized zone. And that was the largest industrial output. And the three rivers, like I tried to pronounce the names of the three rivers. I have got them all saved, thankfully, so I can always reference them. The three rivers they dammed, that's what created the ordinances and created the demilitarized zone. That stopped the Soviet advancement going south, because South Korea and Japan are so close together. Like Douglas has always contextualized, if you throw a bottle in the ocean, it'll wind up on a Korean beach, and vice versa. It will be, the same.
If you throw it in, you throw it in the morning, the afternoon is there.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make any sense why the Soviets will stop across that demilitarized zone. I mean, they never stopped at Ukraine. They crossed the border. I mean, what's going to stop them? They've got retribution. They had retribution. They lost the Sino-Japanese, the Sino-Russian, Russo War, the Sino-Russo War. They lost that, all thanks to a Jewish multi-billionaire,
Russo-Japanese War
the Russo-Japanese War. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah. Thank you. Beg your pardon. And so that was that was the reason for it. And it was just like what Joseph Stalin said after he took Berlin. we're going to roll right into Paris and take back Napoleon's body. Exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
And people forget this from their history books because it's not there. They forget this. And but anyway, Realtek, if you've got any questions or anything, that's just something I wanted to share with yourself and the viewers.
Yeah, before he goes.
Why did why did Stalin want to take back Napoleon's body?
That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to take it back to Moscow. That's what he said. He lost he lost well over 1 million troops to Berlin, by the way.
Yes.
It was just the deadliest battle. Every nation on earth came to fight with the Reich against the Soviets. You had George S. Patton saying, "We fought the wrong enemy."
Yes.
This is the situation.
Yes, I know that. Yes.
Yeah, and so this is what's being emphasized, because after Stalin took Berlin, he said, "We're gonna roll right into Paris and take back Napoleon Bonaparte's body. We're gonna bring it back to Moscow." Because of what? Yes,
he was basically on an ego trip, and he was basically over intoxicated with confidence. The intoxication of overconfidence. He was just.
I'll read this quote. He says, "Berlin gave me the blues. We have destroyed what could have been a good race, and we are about to replace it with Mongolian savages.
Yes.
And all of Europe will be communist." It's said that the first week after they took Berlin, all women were shot, and those who did were raped. Yeah.
That was
Patton. I could have taken yes, I could have taken it instead of the Soviets if I had been allowed.
Right. So there we have
the Third Army.
Yeah, and so certainly we need to remind people of what Patton really stood for, and they usually will try and vilify him because of that. But that's
that's why they killed him.
Yeah,
he was murdered. He was murdered.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So, such being said, we love you dearly, dear George, and you have a blessed day, and I'll be speaking to you soon.
Yeah, I will make a move on. Lovely. Thank you so much for having me on, and thank you, Realtek, and thank you for everyone listening, and please support Douglas, and have a blessed day and good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
And our
take care now.
Yes, take care. Our best wishes, and our thanks as well to T-Tank Barry, KP, people who contributed today. T-Tank Barry contributed even while I was transmitting. He slid $206 through my mail slot. God bless him. He's the man, and he does this in this machine he moves in. That's incredible. I've never seen anything like it. Quite the mobile home. Such being said, I'll keep the rest of it secret for his security. Don't want to over describe it, but yes, aside from T-Tank Barry, our man Realtek, who Dear Brooke was kind of picking on about that microphone. He's waiting for a Black Friday bargain, perhaps, and so he could take his time.
Black Friday, Super Monday,
yeah, something like that. Yeah, I mean the thing is, it definitely needs replacing, but so far it's still working, barely. But other than that, so it's just you and me for now, for the remaining hour. Of course, we don't have to fill up the full hour, but we may as well take it as far as we can.
Since we have peace and silence is golden.
Yes. Yeah. Oh God, I'm sorry. That's kind of cruel. It's kind of cruel, but
I don't mean. Yeah, I know it is, but it's ultimately it's your show.
Yes.
If she wants, if she wants to ramble on about stuff, she can have her own show too.
That's true.
It's true.
It is.
And it's very easy to do one now.
Yeah, it's true.
It's all. She has a computer, but it can all be it's all made to be very mobile now anyway. So you use your cell phone too.
Yeah, definitely. No, I hear you. It's incredible what people can do, and it's incredible what people do using their cell phones alone. Of course, you really need a computer if you want to do something even bordering on semi-professional for some kind of a show, but it's in all fairness, she wasn't getting paid. You do get what you pay for, and she wasn't being paid, and so there was.
Yeah, but she does help you. She's still helping you, So
yes, that's true. True, that's true. She did.
Integrity that she has.
Yes. So our kisses to Brooke, and believe me, Brooke, we love you. We love you. It's just,
Yes.
you were, but you were driving us nuts. You know that. So hopefully you center yourself, and next time you're with us are a little less hopped up on Adderall.
Yeah, that's why I don't mess around with that stuff.
Oh my God. Oh, yeah, it's pretty. That's pretty harsh. Yeah, that's pretty hard stuff. Such being said, it's the sleep deprivation. Combine that with sleep deprivation, but then again, it's also the cause of sleep deprivation, right? So, kind of a vicious cycle there. So yeah, she's got to center herself, and then hey, she'll be changed, and then imagine what a changed Brooke will be like. There we are. I don't know, between her and then Marina kind of slurring with all that COVID cough syrup, or it's kind of like
flu.
Yes. Oh my God.
Oh, it's the other one, Theraflu. That one makes you hallucinate. So
does it really? Holy shit, I gotta start getting myself some of that shit. I never experienced any of that good shit. I guess my vampire genes deprives me of the true joy of some of these over-the-counter drugs. Anyhow, the Theraflu, I heard people say it makes you high. Does it like take almost toxic amounts to make you hallucinate, or just like conceivably, if a person is sensitive enough, just one of the regular doses could do it? What's it like?
I think it's just like 0.5 milligrams of like the cup that's provided. Just one cup of that makes you hallucinate.
But what is it? Tylenol, basically, with some other shit? What's the other shit that causes that? It's got to be something else.
Let me look it up.
Yeah, because I know when I look at it, the reason that I really don't do Theraflu is because I do Tylenol, and I don't want to OD on Tylenol. So it's Theraflu ingredients, if we both look it up. Yeah, Theraflu. I noticed that it readily appears on searches. Powerful relief from cold and flu symptoms. By the way, for those who don't know, Jameson Restrict and all that cough syrup, that causes psychoses. Psychoses, just so people understand the severity of...
that's where he said his insides are burning. He's dying.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why.
Yes. Oh, you heard him say that, right? He did say that, right?
Sometimes, yeah, but that's why I started turning it off. Right, just couldn't take it with him.
Yeah, because he's so repulsive, and who needs to hear that?
Yeah,
I'm burning up. Yeah, my insides are burning. Douglas, help me! I would get that in the text messages. People have no idea what I was going through, having to see that while I'm trying to maintain some sense of sobriety, or at least a facade of sobriety. And I've got this idiot in the Douglas, I'm dying, and you just want to tell him, die quietly, motherfucker. Anyhow, I've seen a lot of ads for Theraflu, basically, without... Okay, diphenhydramine. This is like that sleep potion.
Yes.
Okay. Acetaminophen, which is just Tylenol. And so it must be this shit. Phenylephrine hydrochloride might be the good shit that gives you hallucinations. But yeah, I gotta check that out, and without using other meds, so I don't OD. Fight even your worst cold, cough, or flu symptoms, and kick any feelings of anxiety you might have. With Theraflu, nighttime, severe cold and cough, or something. And it's cheap too. That and processed sugar, and you got yourself a ball. All right. We got a lot of people listening. We better deliver something quality, and I don't think you and I are really up to speed right now to necessarily do that.
Wow, 20 people listening.
Yeah, 23, really. But like I said,
holy moly.
that's actually 230. Because, like I said, the concurrent viewers, they cut them down by a magnitude of 10. They really do, because you see that as soon as it uploads. Like I said, when it uploads, you see automatically 400, 500 listeners, at least 300 something, at the absolute minimum. So basically, it's, do not believe what you see on the concurrent viewers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And just so everybody knows that, because, a lot of people make that comment, and it's understandable, but it's not really true. And it's just YouTube's way of demotivating everybody. But, I don't know why. Maybe they feel that they keep off the real assholes by doing that, the real attention seekers or something.
Shadow banning, it's called. Yeah, shadow banning.
Could be, but I think it's more like what they're concerned about. Unlike Twitter or TikTok or these mediums that thrive off people getting hits, as many hits as they can, YouTube is basically subsidiary to Google. And Google, it's almost vestigial. It's like Google got it from some other company or something, or YouTube was its own trip and then Google absorbed it, right? And then Google just basically, it's like collateral, and it's almost like they don't want it to work. I mean, look at the shit they do. I mean, they come up with shit like YouTube Premium or something like. What the fuck would anyone get with YouTube Premium? What is that supposed to get you that you don't already get?
No commercials.
YouTube? It's like, who cares? I mean, I don't know what everybody bitches about with the commercials. I mean, the commercials don't even bother me. I just zip right through them. I mean, it's like, so what? You watch them for a few seconds and then you press the skip button. I don't get it. Why does that bother people? I mean, I cruise for...
Well, for me, it's a...
Yeah, go on. I mean, I was going to emphasize to people, look, I cruise for porn, and I get commercials, and I just I think I can wait a few seconds. It's not like, oh my God, my dick's going to go down now. The commercial, I gotta wait. Oh, I can't keep it up. It's like, come on, I think I can handle it. It's like, okay, a few seconds delay, big deal. Come on. It's like, oh, well, you get what I'm saying. It just doesn't, I don't get it. So that being said, it's YouTube is they just don't seem to trip too much off that shit. Now,
that's why I was talking about with Brooke before, that you got to get into streaming, also multicasting streaming, like on Twitch or the other website. I want to say TikTok, forget about them, but Twitch, at least them, and I need to think of some other websites. But another thing too, I was always mentioning too, is that you can also set up BitChute to automatically upload your videos when you're finished.
Okay, wow.
So you at least have an archive there.
Somebody said that. So maybe later on you can help me arrange that. We'll try and you are familiar enough with BitChute where you could conceivably do that?
Yeah, I could figure that out. That's not hard. I've done it before myself.
Okay. So let's see what we can do in that regard sometime soon. Obviously, holiday season being what it is, that may not happen till sometime in January, but maybe in the beginning of December. We'll see. I mean, obviously, Realtek has been... Oh, by the way, I forgot. So just to reassure me again, you did, after what happened with the latest episode, you did wind up talking to Brooke, or at least exchanging communications. I mean, did you?
Yeah.
You both spoke?
Yeah.
Spoke or just written?
Yes. Text? Just writing.
Oh, just text. Okay. Well, hopefully you get the opportunity to speak at some point. Obviously our man George doesn't want to speak with her for obvious reasons. He's married, and he, doesn't, obviously that would look bad to Sarah, his wife. But the rest of you, don't have that. Don't have that situation.
It don't matter to me, man. No.
Don't
matter. It's different with me, with her.
Yeah,
so.
That's right. So would you say that you and your wife have kind of like an open marriage? Is that what you would call it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just clarifying. Yeah. And I know that, obviously certain things are sensitive, but I think you've been open about this before. I think you've brought this up before, that you both are free to kind of develop other relationships outside the marriage, and you're both cool with that. That's the case, right?
Yeah, I just took it too much of an extreme though, because I wouldn't go home for a long time.
Okay.
So, and she has a right to bring it up.
Okay.
It's her right to be mad about that, and I agree that it was a very foolish thing to do.
Okay. When did this happen?
Sending with her. It happened not during the pandemic, which wasn't right to do that either.
Okay.
Just especially that, or it depends. Last year she was working in different states, like in Oklahoma, on the marijuana farm and things like that. So she would want to be home for a month. So it depends. But it's just I can have a very carefree attitude sometimes.
Okay.
And it's not a good thing. So and I always say I'm sorry. And I also I move a lot of my stuff to the girlfriend's house too, which I still need to almost finish taking most of the stuff out, which is a lot of stuff. That was also because of the fact that she was trying to always toss my stuff out, also my wife. So, but I overdid it with that. It wasn't right to do that. But I had great times with her. Like 2019, we spent all night shopping in Macy's and going out and eating together for Thanksgiving at her place. So just good memories with her. While my wife, I don't know what happened with her. I'm not very upset about that, but she's not here right now. She wants to go to a friend's house again or somewhere for a couple of days, and I'm too happy about that. And the girlfriend was a lot older, and she was here in this country a lot longer and more open to Western culture, so she was more cool in that way. But life is very slow and very fob still, and it's taken her a long time.
Wow.
To adjust, or even to ever adjust. So.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. So okay. All that being said, moving right along, because I think that might be getting. It's not too much information. I mean, I'm.
No, it's not. I haven't.
Yeah.
I haven't told you very personal things myself, so because I'm just very.
Yeah.
Conscientious about telling too many things on the internet, so
understood.
Or with a phone.
Yeah, so. Understood. And I think you're more aware of that than George gave you credit for. He was kind of like saying, "Yeah, remember, anything you say is recorded forever." Good God, you would know that. I mean, of all people, right? You would know that. So.
Of course.
Yeah.
But I can be gullible. I can be naive sometimes too. So it's good to be reminded that.
Mm-hmm. And
Marcus is a great guy.
Yes, yes, very much
so. I do have a question.
Sure.
The battleship Yamato.
Mm-hmm.
Why did the Japanese, the Imperial Navy, basically just sacrifice it in the Battle of Okinawa? I think it was.
Basically, what happened was that. By the way, this is presents a one of these incredible how would we say this? Oh God. When it comes to, say for instance, let me see if I can even find that letter to that idiot that was got so many people so upset. And this is oh God, what was the fucker's name? George, not Soros. It was Senda, George Senda. Yes, that piece of shit. So let me take a look and see if I can find this. Let me see now. Here we are. Senda. See what I can find about e-historicity and stuff like that. Japanese fuel situation. Here we are. Okay. Now, so this guy's just an incredibly stupid individual. Just an incredible idiot. And he claimed to actually have some Japanese blood in him, hence the name, Senda. But he is just an American reactionary. And so when it comes to what I had said about him. Let me see. What was his original question that I was responding to? This idiot. So when he says right here, fuel, let me take a look. I know what I could do. Use that. Look up fuel, because this is all part of ultimately your question. 1 of 10 matches. So let me go down and see if I can find this Japanese fuel style. Is this? So where is he saying about this? About fuel, fuel stocks, concrete submarines? Is yeah, if anything. So anyhow, so this is the idiot, and I was responding to him. Okay, so I got the original message here, and this guy is an incredible freak in so many ways. So by the way, let me do a screen share. Okay, we can do a screen share here, and that way our audience can hear it all while you and I are talking. Okay, so gotta put this up. Where's the stupid? Okay, how do I get back on call? And I don't have screen share up, hopefully. Here we are. No, that takes us over here. Close this, and oh, there we are. Here we are. Now I go to screen share. So start sharing screen, and this is for our listeners. So here we are. So George Senda is this idiot who was like asking about fuel, saying no planes could fly without fuel. So this is going to be in the Japanese fuel situation, 1945, which is directly relevant to the battleship Yamato. And when we take a look at anything else that might have to do with George Senda, let's take a look. We got Japanese fuel situation here. So this might be, this was on 5/30/20, response to Roswell, revised and expanded. When I was talking to him, your last set of statements with your appended question marks. Let's see now here, when he might have been asking about stupid fuel again, and this is like, here we are. Yeah, game habits. My game habits are none of your business. Let's see if we can find the fuel thing here. Okay, fuel. FL. Yeah, so let's see now. This is where I was responding to him on the fuel situation. And here we are. Then there's this weird Dr. Tory thing. How the fuck did that get appended? But let me see. So I was right here. That's Dr. Tory. World War II generation. Probably fuel could be produced each month. For those of you who are getting bored listening to all this and don't understand what's going on, this is why I kind of turned the screen thing on for our friend here. So let me see if I can erase. What is this? Girl, a pop-up may have anyhow, weird shit. So with the with all of this, the point was that this man was claiming Japan was out of fuel, and therefore they couldn't float anything or fly anything, etc. So I was responding to deconstruct everything he was saying. And he was like, basically thinks he's an expert, and he doesn't know shit. And so I completely just eviscerated him. Resumption of aggression conducive to U.S. concession. Let me see what it says here. And this is kind of like a treasure that should be used at some point for the book. But, all right, let me see now if we can get this to the audience at this point. So please save this email in response to your Roswell-related inquiry. But Hirohito update historicity, so where we are, that's Rick Prestel here. Okay, so for all of you by now who are driven mad with listening to me, this is like a situation where we will read what this idiot had to say. Basically, this this idiot thought that I was asking him for money. If you can appreciate the insanity of that, when he had been presenting questions about history. So basically, a couple of things. I had no intention to offend. It just looked like it asked for payment. End of that story. No, that's not the end of that story, because what on earth would make you think somebody is asking for payment? So let's take a look at how much time we have left. We've got a little over half an hour left. No activity in the chat per se. Still the number. I don't know how we maintained the number, actually. And by the way, that's a good number. So I don't know how we even maintained it with all my mumbling over all the shit that I was mumbling over. He says, despite spending several hours looking for the data, I could find no information on the fuel stocks of the Japanese at the end of the war. So where are you getting your data? And then he speaks of concrete-lined, concrete submarines. A model is one thing, but we were shown multiple times what the Japanese had and didn't have to repel the invasion. Where are the sub-pans, docks in China? And if you can find this information, don't you think someone else would also have found it and leaked it by now? This is the day of the internet, and WikiLeaks, after all, and the leaking of documents like the Pentagon Papers and the MJ-12 papers, as an example, which, you know, MJ-12, Majestic 12, is a confounded hoax. When you come up with the rest of the questions, of course, I eviscerate this guy in due time. Please do not criticize me for a supposed addiction to internet gaming when I play games at the end of the day looking up stuff, moderating a discussion board I'm on, which takes 2 to 4 hours a day. Some days it's on 4chan and shit and LGAB and all that crap. Going out, it's what I do for fun, and there's times I just need to shoot or kill something. I've been gaming for years. Also, there are times when I really can't go out because it's pouring rain. My back knees wake me up, etc. Yeah, poor son of a bitch. Yeah, it's because you spend all day gaming, you son of a bitch. That's why your back and knees hurt so fucking much. I spend much more time reading or sleeping than I ever do on internet gaming. As an example, I read 5 Leslie Charteris The Saint novels this week. Oh, wow. While trying to go to sleep. I don't drop off like my girlfriend is able to do. He's got a drugged out woman who he provides shelter to, so he can pretend he's straight. If anything, I spend way too much time on the internet looking up information, posting my blog, etc., where than I ever spend playing, World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is a lot of running around, just trying to get somewhere before you even get to kill monsters. It's work! He's trying to tell me this is work. You'll notice this guy has no job. Which he didn't. By the way, I'm not making this guy look bad. He's totally unemployed. He's on welfare, and he's a raving reactionary Republican who wants to get everyone else off welfare but himself. And most of my gaming on the Mac has been playing Scrabble, which is on my Mac and not on the internet. I like it because I learned new words that I didn't know before. I don't have a lot of new games for this new iMac. I had a lot of the older ones. Basically, bullshit about I used to play SSI war games. There's not many of those games out for Mac. Once I build a new PC next year, when I will be getting some strategy games which enable me to replay history. And, all this is just bullshit. It's just crazy. The guy's a nut. But anyhow, he was claiming he had all this historical information and demanding information from me. So I said, I appreciate your egalitarian rapport, and I hope to assume such comfortable airs. I do hope you grasp how incredibly offensive your assumption that I was asking for money was and is. We shall speak no more of your mistake in that regard and move forward. And what I hope is the understanding of the fact that I wouldn't stoop to soliciting from a man facing his own oft-expressed challenges. I mean, he bitches all day. My final admonition in this regard is that a man familiar with the cybernetic medium as yourself should be quite able to interpret it, forwarded communiques and the subtext in which their contents are to be interpreted. If you take the time to read my attachments or listen to my interviews, both the initial interview and thread of a dozen 5-minute responses to hate mail which follows in depth, this would help to preempt the usual protests against the realities I expose without my constantly recovering historical territory, which will be common knowledge in the near future. Please overcome your addiction on online computer gaming, as this wretched habit does nothing to help your health situation and everything to exacerbate it. This is indeed my business, as far as it all too obviously impedes your ability to absorb information that once stimulated your interest. I am a graduate of many years of medical journalism courses taught at UCSF and retain professional confidence in my observations. Now, regarding Japanese fuel assets, 1945, if you read my Red Undead manuscript central section, at least to the point where I analogized the Japanese situation in Buna, New Guinea, to the Philae Pocket situation in Europe, complete with force comparisons, you'd be provided with a reason as to why the Japanese retained the Indo-Asiatic, the Indonesian archipelago, where, of course, they were getting their fuel from. The largest archipelago in the world, with over 17,000 islands, as opposed to the 1,700 islands of the Philippines throughout the war's proactive phase of hostilities. In other words, the Americans never retook the Indonesian archipelago from the Japanese. And I refer you to the map presented on my website, accessible through resources, by clicking the Here button, threading the blog, etc., ensnaring the eagle, the reality of the Pacific War, American propaganda fantasy, the squared map below, and the Japanese reality, the spherical map above. Basically, the Japanese Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Crescent conveyed above still has some inaccuracies and still needs some reconstruction, specifically in regions such as northwest China, where the Soviets penetrated to the regional outskirts of Beijing, but otherwise accurately conveys the Northeast Asian situation admirably. The pro-Japanese Chinese capital of the Chinese Imperial Republic remained unassailable, and the vital Japanese-occupied South Korean link to Kyushu and southern Japan were maintained by the detonation of the Japanese atomic bomb produced at Konan in North Korea, which completely halted the Soviet advance cold and stabilizing the front still in place today. Even as the Soviets diverted all available assets to capture and stripping of Konan, the American observation of the Japanese detonation put nuclear teeth into the Sentoku submarine fleets still a prowl worldwide, adding another factor into Truman's decision to cease fire. I've already explained the long-range independence of the Sentoku submarine carrier groups based on their submarine escort task forces in the various interviews I invite you to review via the aforementioned audio archives. But to address the American war effort to point of ceasefire, the battles of Leyte Gulf in October of 1944 represented the twilight of the U.S. submarine campaign against Japanese shipping. The American return to the Western Pacific meant that the campaign against Japanese shipping in 1945 was to be spearheaded by the land-based and carrier-based aircraft that could carry this effort into tributary green waters, as opposed to high seas blue waters or inland riverine brown waters, classified as littoral waters by today's Navy and deemed the primary front of decision for tomorrow's wars. Waters denied World War II era submarine accessibility. Land-based and carrier-based aircraft could conduct their anti-shipping operations more quickly and directly than could World War II era subs, so the U.S. submarine campaign in 1945 therefore slowed as these other forms of taking the war to the Japanese merchant fleet moved to center stage. Moreover, as U.S. submarines fell from their position of preeminence, U.S. deployment of anti-shipping explosive mines accounted for a minimum of 25 surface warships of 31,840 tons and 170 surface service and merchant ships of 172 tons, as 302,172 tons, as Japan's contemporary anti-submarine defenses were very literally engulfed. With the United States using 5 different influence systems and a total of 200 different types, the scale and diversity of their mining ensured that Japanese defensive measures were all but overwhelmed. But what is even more telling about the losses in the last months of proactive hostilities is that in July of 1945, a total of 123 surface merchantmen of 254,549 tons were sunk, as testimony of what the Americans misconstrued as the totality of Japan's defeat and misinterpreted as the extent to which Japan lost any real element of strategic mobility. 120 surface merchantmen were lost in Japanese home waters. Just 3 surface merchantmen of 2,820 tons were lost in all other theaters other than the seas that washed Japan. By American perspective, always most simplistic on basis of inherent racist assumptions, but in this context, almost without the usual exaggeration. In July of 1945, nothing seemed to move on the surface outside Japanese home waters, and between a third and a half of what did move a surface in Japanese home waters was sunk. However, the illusion of this becomes self-evident in recounting the last major sortie of the Imperial Japanese Navy's high seas fleet, the death of the super battleship Yamato. the Japanese indeed suffered exceptionally heavy surface shipping losses in the last months of proactive hostilities. Between the 1st of April and the 15th of August, 1945, the day America sued for peace, by which time Japan lost 210 surface warships of 440,293 tons, 77 surface service auxiliaries, and transports of 224,532 tons, and 400 surface merchantmen of 741,574 tons. But these total losses were not much greater than those incurred by the Allies in the single month of November in 1942. Allowing for surface ships laid up or damaged beyond economical repair, they amounted to 3/5 of the real total or tonnage available to Japan on the 31st of March in 1945. Yet, despite the apparent effectiveness of mine blockade of the Japanese home islands and supposed lack of incoming fuel attributed to the proclaimed U.S. submarine destruction of Japanese merchant shipping, the largest battleship ever built and the largest warship ever at sea until the commissioning of the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier USS Enterprise in 1960, was not only able to avoid detection, but was able to launch in support of the Japanese garrison on Okinawa on the 7th day of April in 1945. Now, granted, the foray was mounted after the Imperial Navy relieved the merchant fleet of 1 month's supply of fuel. This was at a time when every ton of oil was needed for the merchant marine if Japan was to have any chance of avoiding mass starvation, and when 200,000 barrels of oil, compared to the 20 million barrels with which Japan had gone to war with, remained in domestic stock, as opposed to what was coming in from Indonesia. Now, the size of the Yamato and her sister ship, the Shinano, which was a battleship converted to an aircraft carrier of equal size and tonnage, but converted to a carrier, was still on the ways and prematurely launched to provide air cover for the Yamato, were enormous enough that the Yamato still carried only enough fuel for a one-way voyage. The Yamato, as you well know, was such a behemoth that she sank only after absorbing over a dozen torpedoes and at least 6 bombs in attacks by 179 aircraft from the carriers of U.S. Task Force 38 in the East China Sea. She was so loaded with ammunition that she exploded in a mushroom cloud that was visible all the way back in Japan. The Japanese supercarrier Shinano, also inexplicably undetected until launch, was sunk en route by the U.S. submarine Archerfish in one of the last decisive U.S. submarine actions of the active phase of hostilities. Japan's surface navy and much of her merchant marine had been expended to buy time until this point in the war, drawing the United States ever deeper into the bottomless maw of the Asian landmass. Less than 10% of the Imperial Japanese Army had been deployed to the Pacific, instead dedicated to pacification of the Chinese mainland. This had already been effectively accomplished in July of 1944, when a sweeping offensive by the Japanese into hitherto unoccupied China secured Japan's Western China Front. Launched in April with rapid successes and advancing implacably against feeble and yielding Chinese defense, it ultimately choked off Free China and overran the area where American air bases were located. Japan's supply lines by sea were dangerously weakening under American air attack from the U.S. bases in South China. The purpose of the Japanese offensive was to wipe out the American airfields, assure a linked-up overland route from Manchuria, later from Japanese Beijing, come August of 1945, after the Soviet invasion, to Indochina and through Singapore to all the Indo-Asiatic archipelago, which fueled Japan's economy, and use her pro-Japanese Southeast Asian axis to isolate Free China from contact with any potential American landing on the China coast. This forced the Chinese nationalist government under Chiang Kai-shek to broker a separate peace, which denied Free China a place of representation in the ceasefire brokered on the USS Missouri, and ultimately her seat on the United Nations Security Council. The ceasefire was immediately, totally, and irrevocably abrogated by the Allies anyway, as the Soviet member of the United Nations Security Council was simultaneously and unsuccessfully attempting to invade the Japanese home islands from the northern approaches. Japan's successes won by her China Command. Japanese offensives literally continued until the Americans sued for peace on the 15th of August in 1945, knitted together her communications, eliminated any potential for a future base of American action, and so strengthened her base on the Chinese mainland that her imperial government could expeditiously retreat there, even if the Japanese home islands themselves were rendered functionally uninhabitable by Allied invasion efforts in their impending campaign of genocide, an anticipated exercise in monumental madness doomed to failure for just some of the reasons outlined in my communique, titled Please Save This Email. All core China would come under dominion of Dynasty Nipponica, heir to the Mongols and the Manchus, acting the role of supplier to a Vietnam-styled client state on the Japanese home islands themselves, converted to a gargantuan meat grinder of American flesh, while America itself came under nuclear and biological assault, its civilian infrastructure eroding under mountains of the plague-infested or radioactive dead, unable to redeploy forces from Europe due to the irradiated ruins of a Panama Canal turned to glass. The Japanese followed the German example of the 1904-1918 phase of World War II, propagandized as World War I. They basically all won war, really, and launched a submarine merchant fleet to keep the Japanese home islands supplied in fuel from the Indonesian archipelago. These were the revolutionary concrete-hulled submersible freighters that were not constructed, but molded and launched, of course, from Chinese shipyards. Inventor Hal B. Hayes of Berkeley, California, proved the viability of these concrete merchant submarines to the American High Command by building a mini model of the Japanese craft propelled by two Ford V8s that reached 20 miles per hour across San Francisco Bay in 1944. The streamlined cigar shape of the Japanese hulls created 27% less drag than other ships of World War II and allowed the submersible merchantman to carry 30% more cargo. Hayes calculated that the Japanese were accomplishing speeds of more than 75 knots. Clearly, the Japanese could prosecute the war indefinitely. Herein lies the fuel for literally tens of thousands of Japanese long-range bombers and fast attack jets manufactured to this point in the war. The reality is best conveyed in the History Channel documentary Secret Japanese Aircraft of World War II. America's fleet would have been sailing into a furnace before they even desecrated Japanese waters. So you see, the United States simply never had a chance. And, of course, to that, he had no response. So there you go with that. Hopefully that puts that into some perspective. And I can't believe our numbers actually went up to about 240. So we've got 15 minutes left to try and use that constructively. See if I can find the original email I was talking about.
Very interesting.
Okay, thank you. So when I was talking about what I said there, let's see now, when it comes to this, I think a lot of this actually made it into the book, this part. Other parts didn't. But yeah, with George Senda, he was like, he was just a piece of shit. He was a liar and a thief and every other negative thing you can imagine. And, you know, he's so anti-Democrat, pro-Republican. And the funny thing is, he's a man on welfare. If it weren't for, you know, democratic welfare, he'd be in the hands of some kind of church charity, which is maybe what he ultimately wants. I can't believe the fucker's still alive myself. But, you know, he's still out there promoting his vile reactionary bullshit. Now, so I don't know. You want a copy of that? Like I could.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll try and do a cut and paste of that and send that to you. And let me see. Do I have your email? I do have your email, right? You don't need to give it out on air, obviously.
I'm not gonna give it out on air, of course.
Yeah, but you
I'll
know,
text it to you.
Yeah, you can text it to me again later in the not this Skype box, but you know, private Skype.
Oh.
Yeah, the private Skype. You don't need to put it on this
Yeah.
one. You know? And So other than that, I'll forward you a copy or cut and paste it for you. Obviously, it didn't, it was already cut and pasted, which is why it was kind of like really weird the way the text came out. But
yes,
yeah,
it
had that look to it. You could see that. So aside from all that, so the idea with the Yamato was that the battleship Shinano being converted to an aircraft carrier would provide it air cover, and therefore it could make it to Okinawa to blast the Americans in a one-way kamikaze trip, and then basically beach itself so all of the Marines it carried on board, Japanese Marines, Special Naval Infantry Landing, could basically discharge from it and engage the Americans on land. So it was serving as a giant troop transport. If it beached itself, it would also prevent Americans from being able to port themselves and therefore provide reinforcements. This would make it a barrier to American ability to reinforce Okinawa, and its operational batteries could hold the Americans off as massive guns were capable of doing. The Shinano was sunk before it could provide it air cover, and that's how the American planes took it out with torpedoes and bombs. And so it sank en route, but nevertheless, as I said, it took about a month's supply of fuel for the helmets. Each one of them took a month's supply. So we're talking about for a one-way trip with each one of them had 2 months supply of the Merchant Marine supply of fuel just for those 2 giant ships. But think about what I said earlier. The amount of ships Japan was losing, which sounds catastrophic, was less than what the Americans lost in a single month to U-boats during the height of the U-boat campaign. So this was not what the Americans are propagandizing it to be. And by the Japanese using the concrete submarines, and he's like saying, oh, where's all the, submarine, let me see if I answered that. I think I know I answered him. So let me see now, when I answered that idiot, I was telling him, all of the submarines, pens were in communist China. And where are they? They're where Japanese sub pens are now. The communist Chinese are using them. It's such a stupid question. It's like this. For those of you who don't know, the Führer bunker in Berlin and the German submarine pens built in France are both lead-lined against atomic attack. American engineers have modeled atomic bombs being dropped on Berlin and calculated that they could not penetrate the Führer bunker. If they had dropped a atomic bomb directly on Berlin, Hitler would have survived with the Führer bunker functioning as if nothing had happened. This is why the Germans are the best bunker builders in the world, and why Saddam Hussein hired the Germans to build all of his bunkers. So when it came to where the Japanese were impacted by American bombing, they lost more industry to domestic earthquakes than they ever lost to American strategic bombing. This is a fact. You can look this up yourself. It's what the United States
also.
Go on. Yeah.
My other Battle of the Somme.
Yes.
Battle of the Somme, World War I, 1916.
Yes.
The British and the French and whoever else was. They were shocked that all the shelling they did prior towards
the trenches.
The trenches, yeah, and the trenches that they were intact.
Yes,
it's the same thing with the I don't know what it was called in World War One, but World War II was called the Stahlhelm.
Yes, the German helmet.
Yeah, that's what it means. Yeah. But on the I forget the name of the
George seems to have rejoined us, by the way. I think George rejoined us, or does it just look like that? I think George rejoined us, yes?
Let me see, actually. I don't know.
Yeah,
it looks like he did, yeah.
Yeah, hi, George. Just saying that there, if he's there, I guess, and maybe that's an illusion. But just so people know, what our man Realtek is bringing up is certain technical advantages the Germans had. But to make my point about the French submarine pens, German submarine pens built in France, they've calculated that they too could withstand a nuclear blast and their U-boats could have kept functioning. So these are atomic bunkered submarine pens with lead lining, concretized to the point where they can withstand nuclear attack even with today's megatonnage nuclear weapons. And where are they? They're operational in France, and the French use them to operate their submarines out of. So the submarine pens built by the Third Reich are used by the French for their submarines today. They're nuclear submarines, and the submarines are nuclear powered because they're nuclear bomb proof. So when the Japanese built the concretized bunkers for their concrete submarines in China, they're still there today and used by the communist Chinese for their submarines. So when this idiot says, well, where are those submarine pens today? That's like saying, where are the Nazi submarine pens today in France? And say, can you prove they ever had submarine pens in France? Yeah, the French are using them, you dumb fuck. It's the same with the Japanese submarine pens. Where are they? They're wherever the communists are launching their submarines from, you dumb motherfucker. Do you think the communists had the technology to build that crap? Of course not. So there you go. These stupid questions. As for the concrete submarines, they all wound up in Taiwan. All you need to do is take a look at Taiwanese beaches and you see all these shattered concrete submarine hulls. They're used as basically breakers in case there's hurricanes and tornadoes. When they were done with their use, they sent them to Taiwan to be scuttled. And that way they served as safety breakers from the sea whenever there was a typhoon or various meteorological phenomena that would otherwise tear deeper into Taiwan with the waves. They serve as wave breakers. So they're still serving.
Everybody fucking knows that the fucking communist Chinese all they do is fucking copy everything. Like for instance, the OnePlus phone is basically OnePlus Pro 10, whatever it's called, is basically a cheaper copy of the Samsung, whatever the newest one is out now, Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra. That's just the cheaper version of it.
Thank you. Yeah, like I said,
they're trying to get better now with putting Hasselblad, which is a Swedish manufacturer of cameras, but of course the DJI, which is the drone maker, they bought out Hasselblad, so it's basically theirs now anyway. So
yeah, thank you. And like Lee Iacocca, when he was in China, he saw one of those Jeep Cherokees driving by, except without the Chrysler logo on it, and he was like, hey, that's a clone. That's like an illegal manufacture of a car, something that large. So the Chinese were just jacking everything. I mean, in other words, they were building cheap Cherokees for sale on the domestic market that were not produced by Chrysler.